The chosen ones. In a vast expanse of pristine white space, a group of young women, ranging in age from their teens to their 30s, lay scattered upon the ground. Suddenly, a distorted black fissure materialized, from which emerged a man whose features were obscured. He cast a glance at those lying on the ground, and, with a mere wave of his hand, they began to stir and gradually awaken. Where am I? How did I end up here? The first girl to awaken stretched languidly, her drowsy eyes blinking in confusion before widening in realization of her surroundings. Wow, how did I get here? Another girl, her hair a vibrant mosaic of colors, also stirred, followed swiftly by the second and third, until all had roused from their slumber. Faced with the unfamiliar environment, some exhibited panic while others remained composed. Among them was a man, who initially felt a surge of alarm, but quickly noticed the standing man. She regarded her surroundings with caution, her gaze lingering on one individual before fixating on the man. Ahem, good evening, fortunate girls. I am the god of destiny. You now possess an opportunity to alter your current fates. You may venture forth to retrieve a golden key, enabling you to traverse into another realm and forge a new existence. His voice was gentle, seemingly unfazed by their reactions. Traverse to another realm. Is that true? The revelation elicited a myriad of responses, yet all were undeniably intrigued, especially with the promise of a golden key. Ingman felt a stirring within her, but ultimately chose to suppress her desires. All eyes were drawn to the direction indicated by the man, where an empty space suddenly revealed AF. Frame. Upon this frame rested approximately 20 compartments, each containing a perfectly transparent and round bead, identical in appearance. These beads harbor various extraordinary abilities, whether they be spatial manipulation, supernatural powers, or cultivation techniques. However, each individual is attuned to a specific one. You may only claim what resonates with you. But be forewarned, choosing to seize these gifts signifies your willingness to forsake everything in this world for another, the man articulated with clarity. Some individuals hastily rushed forward, while others hesitated. One audacious soul contemplated bargaining with the deity of fate, yet it was evident such a course of action would yield no success. Ultimately, witnessing the others depart spurred the remaining individuals into a frenzy as they too dashed toward the frame. Only those who were destined for the beads could lift them, the rest remained inert. Upon claiming their treasures, each individual promptly vanished from this realm, until only one remained Ingman, seated on the ground, motionless. The man regarded her with curiosity. Do you not desire to traverse to another world and forge a fulfilling life? Why? She inquired, for she understood the potential of the treasures within, capable of bestowing wealth, prosperity, or even the path to immortality. The man, intrigued, observed the diverse backgrounds of the 19 chosen one students, professionals, assassins, reclusive individuals, actors, whimsical teenagers, housewives, and even a successful and affluent female CEO. However, they all share a common characteristic. Their lives are marked by certain imperfections. For instance, the female CEO, despite her wealth, possesses a plain appearance, attracting men solely for her financial status. The actress, despite her talent, remains obscure due to her unremarkable looks and lack of connections. The white-collar worker, despite her professional success, faces societal pressure as an older, unmarried woman being urged to marry. They possess a greater degree of maturity and composure. Yet, when confronted with a more significant enticement, this young woman, a mere 17 years of age and still presumable, why dwelling in a world of fantasy, declined the allurement, desiring to remain. And, if that is not permissible? The man queried, raising an eyebrow. Ingman remained taciturn and passive, employing silence as a form of protest against the situation. Zhong Ingman, 17 years of age, bears a name that encapsulates her parents' aspirations for her future, a life of contentment and abundance. Born into a farming family in a southern town, her family initially subsisted through agriculture, cultivating over 20 acres of land. However, the financial returns from farming were meager. Her father, seeking better prospects, ventured out to work when she was 5 years old. Tragically, he perished in a mining accident, falling from a mine shaft. Her mother, then pregnant, suffered a devastating blow upon learning of the incident, resulting in a miscarriage. She received over $200,000 in compensation. Her mother remarried after only 2 years, entrusting Ingman to her grandparents' care. Fortunately, she did not abscond entirely, leaving the entirety of the compensation money from her father's death behind. Raised by her grandparents, she was a precocious and intelligent child. By the age of 7, she was already assisting her grandmother with household chores, occasionally helping our grandfather with light farm work. She was also a diligent student, consistently ranking among the top 3 in her class. With the compensation from her father, it was sufficient for her to pursue her studies until university. At the age of 16, she gained admission to a prestigious school in the city, leaving her hometown to reside on campus. She could hardly comprehend how she found herself here, drifting into slumber. Though she immersed herself in her studies, Ingman was not entirely oblivious to the world around her. Her family owned a computer, a gift from her grandfather who insisted that she should not be deprived of what others had. Alongside the computer, she also possessed a mobile phone. As a child of the 2000s, even hailing from a rural background, Ingman had been exposed to the internet from an early age. She had read numerous novels, and due to the low threshold for writing online fiction, she began crafting her own stories at a young age to earn some pocket money. Naturally, she was aware of the concept of time travel. She was not entirely indifferent to the allure of such escapades. After all, time travel was a dream cherished by many. However, she could not bear to abandon her aging grandparents, who had showered her with love since childhood. How could she forsake them, leaving them solitary and unsupported? Her father was an only child, and with his passing, the responsibility of caring for her grandparents rested solely on her shoulders. The man's words held a semblance of truth whether or not one embarked on a journey through time. One could attain a unique advantage. Yet, those individuals had never contemplated this possibility. In their quest for more, they bartered without considering the option of foregoing time travel altogether. Had they, like Ingman, remained steadfast in their decision, he would not have compelled them to embark on such a journey. It seemed they assumed that relinquishing time travel would mean forfeiting any potential advantages, which deterred them from even attempting. Ingman did not seem like someone who would resort to deceit against such a trivial character. Rising from her seat, she approached the cabinet and reached out with both hands, seizing the remaining 2 pearls. To her surprise, she managed to grasp both simultaneously and swiftly turned to face the man. "Since you're able to take them, then by all means, take them both," the man replied, momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, Ingman could not see his expression, and he quickly regained his composure, waving his hand as she vanished from sight. "I never anticipated that we would indeed locate that individual. Is everything settled?" Another figure suddenly materialized beside the man. "Indeed, I am surprised that we have truly found this destined person." The deity of fate responded with a smile. "Oh, I wonder who that might be." The other individual raised an eyebrow. "Now that someone has acquired it, we shall eventually uncover the truth," the deity of fate remarked with a sense of calm. "I must take a closer look then. What is that person's name?" The other inquired, eager to discover more. "Let me see. Oh, how peculiar." The deity of fate retrieved his companion, the Book of Destiny, intending to delve into Zhong Ingman's fate, only to find that her destiny was red, used to a single name, with all else obscured from view. Chapter 2. 2 golden fingers. How could this be? Another person hurried forward and discovered that there was indeed nothing above. They quickly began to calculate with their fingers, only to realize that they could not sense the presence of that individual. The 2 exchanged perplexed glances and departed from that space. However, the tangible sensations in the palms of their hands unequivocally indicated that this was no mere dream. Ingman raised her hands, gazing at the 2 jade orbs, uncertain of what to do. Should she, perhaps, follow the conventions of a novel and draw blood? Yet, she soon realized such measures were unnecessary. As she pondered, the 2 jade orbs shimmered momentarily before merging into her body, coursing up her arms towards her head, where they appeared to collide briefly, with one being consumed by the other. A twitch at the corner of her mouth betrayed her surprise as the remaining orb entered her sea of consciousness. Well, it ought to be called that, taking root while still retaining its jade orb appearance. Yet, she sensed a distinct difference. It seemed to represent a space. She could enter it. Yet Ingman hesitated, for despite her limited information, she recognized the name of this space, the gravity space. Within her view lay an expansive area, and at that moment, the other jade orb floated mid-air, seemingly attuned to her presence. A voice resonated. "Beep, greetings, host." The balance of causality quick travel system is at your service. What on earth? Ingman stared blankly, devoid of any sense of joy. Host. I am the balance of causality quick travel system, Enin, and I am delighted to assist you. The cheerful voice of the system seemed oblivious to the overwhelming resentment. Ingman had little interest in the concept of quick traversing, as she still had to care for her grandparents. Ingman felt somewhat reassured. As long as it did not affect her own world, the quick traversal was inconsequential. Well, host, do you wish to initiate quick traversal? Enin continued to inquire. No. Are there any restrictions regarding this quick traversal? For instance, time constraints? Ingman pondered for a moment and decided to seek clarity. Indeed, the host must complete at least one task per month. Of course, if unforeseen circumstances arise, this time frame can be extended, and one could also undertake 2 tasks in a month followed by a break the next. It is advisable for the host to diligently complete tasks, as the causal power gained from fulfilling them offers significant benefits. Enin swiftly articulated the rules. I understand. Upon hearing this regulation, Ingman felt even more relaxed. It was indeed quite flexible. I am going to sleep now. Do not disturb me. Understood, host. Would you like me to set an alarm for you? Enin responded cheerfully, adding another inquiry. Wake me at 5:30, Ingman stated after a moment's thought. All right, no problem. Enin joyfully affirmed before falling silent. Ingman paid particular attention to a nearby dormitory, which was on the same floor as hers. Just before class, she dawdled until she suddenly heard a piercing scream emanating from that dormitory. Moments later, someone stumbled out in a panic. Ingman hurried forward, asking, what happened? What is going on? Dead. Someone is dead. Lu Feiyin is dead. The girl's face was ashen, gripping Ingman's hand tightly. What? It is inconceivable, is it not? She took her own life? Ingman found no surprise in this revelation. Having traversed that peculiar space alongside her, it was evident that she had already succumbed to death. Lu Feiyun was a prominent figure within the school, widely recognized as the belle of the campus. Ingman had observed her while in that ethereal realm, yet it was clear that Lu Feiyun remained oblivious to her presence. No, she lay upon the bed, yet there was no breath. The girl shook her head, her hands trembling uncontrollably. You should seek a teacher, Ingman reassured her, then resolved to investigate further. Entering room 203, she cautiously approached the figure lying in the lower bunk, her heart pounding with trepidation. Tentatively, she reached out to check for a breath, and indeed, there was none. The body had begun to stiffen. After confirming this grim reality, Ingman departed. It was not that she was unafraid. Rather, she sought certainty. Moreover, she was convinced that this soul would not linger as a ghost, for its essence had already traversed into another realm. Her thoughts proved accurate. Had she chosen to cross over as well, her grandparents would likely have received naught but a brief message regarding her sudden demise. In due course, the police arrived, followed by Lu Feiyun's parents. Her mother wept inconsolably, while her father, a towering figure, had reddened eyes that betrayed his grief. Ingman felt an oppressive weight in her heart, yet she remained grateful that her initial decision had not wavered. In the days that followed, Ingman attended school as usual. After evening study sessions, she would type on her tablet with an external keyboard. Though she had been penning novels for profit since the age of 15, her writing had always been confined to holidays, where she could compile her manuscripts in full. During the school year, she diligently contributed a little each day. This weekend, she refrained from writing, instead opting to explore the space. It was at this moment that Ingman dared to examine her surroundings. She drew the curtains tightly and secured the door. As she contemplated entering the space, she suddenly found herself seated on the ground. It was then that she recalled the name of this realm, the gravity space. Indeed, this designation was not arbitrary. Gravity. Could it be that this place enhances it? She pondered the current level of gravity, and just then, a piece of information was conveyed to her. This was the initial gravity of the gravity space, double that of the external world. Chapter 3. The balance of causality. Well, her weight had suddenly doubled. Standing at a height of 168 centimeters and not particularly slender, Ingman now bore the equivalent of 240 jin. It would indeed be a miracle if she could stand upright. Fortunately, this space seemed to protect its master, as she only felt the weight without it inflicting harm upon her body. Having grown up in the countryside and assisting her gradually aging grandparents with their chores, Ingman possessed considerable strength. Though lifting objects over 100 jin was somewhat taxing, she managed to rise with great effort. As she ambled slowly through the space, acclimating to the gravity while surveying her surroundings, she noticed the vastness of the area. Thus far, there were no visible boundaries, and the expanse was quite barren, devoid of trees or mountains. Just as she began to sweat from her exertions, she finally spotted something beyond the flat ground. A magnificent house, intricately carved from exquisite jade. Nestled against the mountainside, the mountains tower majestically, with waterfalls cascading down, while a magnificent jade abode stands half beneath the waterfall's descent. The water from the falls flows into a vast lake adjacent to the jade house. Upon witnessing the enchanting dwelling, Ingman hurriedly approached, eager to uncover more about this space. Despite her urgency, her movements resembled those of a snail, taking considerable time to draw near. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the jade house appeared to be carved from a single, colossal piece of jade, devoid of any seams or joints. As she stepped inside, it felt as though gravity had vanished, granting her an exhilarating sense of lightness. The humidity clung to her, leading her to contemplate that losing weight within this space would undoubtedly be an effortless endeavor. After a moment of reflection, Ingman began to survey her surroundings. The house was expansive, adorned with exquisite carvings. She found herself in what seemed to be the grand hall. The area was sparsely furnished, featuring only a long couch in the primary seating area, flanked by doors on either side, with no other furnishings in sight. Ingman first approached the door on the left. Upon opening it, she entered a room furnished with shelves and tables, resembling a study. However, the bookshelves were devoid of books, while the desk held a few intriguing items. As she approached, she discovered a jade balance scale, with a dish hanging on each side, one white and one black, an oddity indeed. Other than this, the room contained nothing else. As she reached out to touch the scale, a radiant light emanated from the moment her fingertip made contact, and the scale transformed into a beam of light that entered her forehead. Ingman rubbed her brow, sensing the scale's presence, as if it resided within her consciousness. Beneath the jade orb that encapsulated the space, Ingman hurriedly contemplated touching the scale, and as a result, a surge of information flooded into her mind, compelling her to clutch her head and crouch down, her head throbbing painfully from the sudden onslaught of knowledge. After enduring the discomfort for a while, she finally began to examine the content of the information, only to discover it was a cultivation technique, the balance of causality method. What sort of technique is this? Why does it have such an unusual name? She continued reading, finding an introduction to the method. It turned out that the so-called balance of causality method is a rather rare technique that cultivates the spirit, not through spiritual energy, dark energy, or the beliefs of merit, but instead through the force of causality. What is causality? The seed of cause yielding results is causality. All things have a beginning and an end, where the beginning is the cause and the end is the effect. The force of causality emerges during this process, yet it is not something that humans can absorb. So why does this technique exist? It is said that by sowing good causes, one reaps good results, and by sowing evil causes, one incurs evil results, thus maintaining balance. If good causes yield evil results, or evil causes yield good results, it signifies a loss of balance, indicating that such causality has become distorted and requires correction. Those who rectify causality can absorb the corrected force of causality, which is the origin of this technique. Ingman couldn't help but twitch her lips. Honestly, did she really have to become a righteous figure, punishing evil and promoting good to earn the force of causality for her cultivation? Indeed, the system's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Wait, I seem to recall that you are the balance of causality quick travel system. Ingman suddenly remembered the system's previous introduction. Indeed, I initially perceived myself merely as an ordinary system for rapid rebirth, yet I was consumed by this space, which forcefully altered my operational framework. Inine expressed her helplessness. She was once free and equal to her host, but now she found herself relegated to a servile role. Does this space possess such formidable capabilities? Ingman pondered, somewhat incredulous. Indeed, it is remarkably powerful, akin to the entity that created me, Inine quickly concurred. So my purpose in this rapid rebirth is to assist others in their resurgence and to uphold justice? Reflecting on the technique, Ingman posed a question. The host's mission entails transforming the fate of the original traverser, ensuring that good deeds are rewarded, and ideally rectifying the chaotic causality of others, preventing the small world from collapsing due to distorted fates. Simultaneously, once you amend the disrupted causality, the heavenly principles will also be refined, allowing the small world to evolve into a true microcosm, free from perpetual cycles. Enin elaborated on Ingmon's tasks, which essentially involve altering the destinies of the supporting characters, minor roles, and extras within the narrative. As for why the characters whose fates are distorted are those from the plot, it is due to the narrative-formed microcosm. The fortune resides within these plot characters, while those unmentioned have no such destiny and cannot exert influence. Why focus on the supporting characters and not the protagonists? Because the world does not necessitate a hero. Unlike in novels, once it becomes a genuine world, it may require a child of fortune but does not need a protagonist to sustain it. The protagonist's triumph is built upon the sacrifices of the cannon fodder and the supporting antagonists, effectively usurping their fortuity to elevate herself. Should the cannon fodder and the supporting antagonists stage a reversal of fortunes, they could reclaim the destiny that the protagonist has appropriated from them. Furthermore, in certain worlds where causal relationships are profoundly distorted, the protagonist has likely been replaced numerous times, as the twisting of fate allows for some individuals to retain remnants of narrative memories during world resets, leading them to believe they have been reborn and consequently initiate their own resurgence. Chapter 4. The arrangement of space as for the significance of causal power. It holds considerable weight. For instance, Ingman, in the absence of unforeseen circumstances, should now be capable of cultivating her skills, extending her lifespan. To alter the destinies of her grandparents, she must expend causal power to mitigate the adverse effects of such changes, including the butterfly effect and the rejection by the heavenly path. Upon understanding these intricacies, Ingman developed an interest in this cultivation technique. However, upon inspecting the foundational level of the balance of causality method, she discovered a lack of offensive techniques, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Contemplating her options, Ingman resolved to explore another chamber, hopeful that other treasures might await her. Thus, she departed from the current room, traversing the hall and entering another door, which led to what appeared to be a bedroom, featuring a jade-carved grand bed. In addition, there was a vanity of the same exquisite jade, complete with a mirror. Yet, as she approached the mirror, Ingman was taken aback to find that it did not reflect her own image, but rather displayed a view of the world beyond the confines of the space. Gazing into the mirror reflecting her dormitory, Ingman soon shifted her attention to other objects. The bedroom felt quite spacious, with only a bed, a bedside table, a vanity mirror, and a wardrobe occupying the space. As her eyes swept over the bedside table, she noticed 2 jade tablets resting atop it. Reminded of descriptions from novels, she approached and picked up the tablets. The surface bore inscriptions, yet, regrettably, Ingman could not decipher them. At that moment, after a brief silence, Enin interjected, "Host, I can help you understand these characters. What do they signify?" Ingman inquired, curiosity piqued. "They are the language of the divine. Can I learn it?" Ingman found this notion dubious as she realized she could not commit the characters to memory. "Well, once you cultivate your divine consciousness, you will be able to," Enin replied. These 2 tablets contain techniques. The one on the left is inscribed with Yin Yang Guan Gong, while the other bears the title Gravity Training Technique. Enin, eager to shift the topic, continued, "Gravity training technique? Is it a method that corresponds with this gravitational space?" "It should be just as you imagined," Enin affirmed, sensing Ingman's thoughts. "Must you pry into my mind?" Ingman retorted promptly. She immediately erected barriers around her thoughts and turned her gaze back to the 2 jade tablets, recollecting the previous throbbing sensation in her head. She contemplated before selecting the gravity training technique. Following the novel's narrative, she pressed the tablet to her forehead. Indeed, a surge of information flooded her mind, accompanied by a painful pressure. Just as she felt on the verge of an overwhelming explosion in her head, the remaining information coalesced into a singular essence. What remains is merely the foundational method of cultivation, encapsulated in a mental mantra paired with the practice of movement within a gravitational field. Beyond this, the gravity cultivation technique encompasses various external martial arts forms, which are not akin to the yoga poses she had envisioned, but rather resemble the stances of the 5 elements fist. Upon approaching the mirror and gazing outside, she observed that the daylight was still bright. Uncertain of the time discrepancy between the inside and the outside, she sought to verify it before organizing her schedule. As she pondered this temporal divergence, information once again resonated through the space. The internal and external time ratio stood at 10:1, indicating that 1 day outside equated to 10 days within the realm. Furthermore, this discrepancy would escalate alongside the increase in gravity. Presently, with gravity at 1/4 that of the outside world, the time difference was 10-fold, and should gravity double, the disparity would reach 20-fold. However, this time discrepancy applies solely beyond the confines of the jade abode, where the temporal flow remains synchronous with the outside world. In essence, this so-called time difference serves solely the purpose of cultivation, rendering it unsuitable for other pursuits, such as writing or completing assignments. Of course, should she acclimate to the external gravity, she could engage in such activities outside. It is noteworthy that only living entities can perceive gravity, while inanimate objects remain oblivious to its presence. With this knowledge in hand, Ingman did not immediately commence her cultivation. Instead, she exited the space, finding herself back in her dormitory, with a small satchel slung over her shoulder, containing her phone and bank card. She prepared for her studies. Currently, her tuition was covered by her father's pension from years past, while her living expenses had been managed through her writing earnings since a year ago. After 3 years of crafting novels, she began to see a modest income 2 years ago. While the earnings were not substantial, they, combined with her full attendance bonus, sufficed to cover her monthly living expenses. By this year, she had accumulated a small fortune, with $15,000 in her bank account, all earned through her own efforts. She intended to venture out to purchase seeds and high-calorie food, as practicing the gravity fusion technique would require a significant amount of energy. It was imperative for her to ensure her body's energy levels remained ample. Although the space she inhabited contained spiritual energy, its concentration was deliberately low to accommodate her physical needs. Unless her tolerance increased, the spiritual energy would not amplify, rendering it insufficient to replenish her energy expenditure. Thus, she required food. As for the seeds, her aspiration was to cultivate a garden within her space. Plants are also forms of life, and under the unique conditions of the space's gravity combined with spiritual energy, they might undergo some remarkable transformations, potentially evolving into spiritual vegetables. Utilizing such spiritual produce would undoubtedly enhance her energy intake. Perhaps she could also raise some chickens, but that consideration could wait until the vegetables had grown. By then, she would have ample greens to feed them, eliminating the need to purchase feed. As she contemplated her shopping list, she exited the school gates and rented a bicycle from the public bike station. The room within her space required some attention, as she was preparing for future quick traversals, unaware of where she would be transported. Bedding and clothing needed to be gathered, along with food, which could be conveniently acquired from online marketplaces at reasonable prices. She also intended to buy a notebook to keep in her space. However, her funds were limited, or else she would have invested in a small generator as well. After searching for stores to purchase seeds on my mobile phone, I transferred buses at the station and journeyed to the flower and bird market. There, I discovered a variety of seeds that I sought. Initially, I contemplated acquiring fruit tree saplings, but upon reflecting on the impracticality of transporting them, I ultimately refrained from making that purchase. As for the notion of claiming space in the corner, it was a jest. Surely, no one would take notice. I dared not confirm that. In the end, I procured a considerable amount of fruit seeds, along with a hoe, a small spade, a watering can, and a dustpan, intent on cultivating them myself. Adjacent to the Jade residence, there exists a pond and a well, alleviating any concerns regarding water supply. Even if the water is not from a miraculous spring, it is sourced from a place imbued with vitality, ensuring its quality surpasses that of any external spring water. Speaking of water, it reminded me of bathing, and at that moment, a message from the space indicated that there is a hot spring located behind the Jade residence. Chapter 5. Enhancing memory. Having acquired the seeds, I ventured to the computer market to purchase a laptop with rather average specifications, but boasting substantial memory, costing over $4,000. Though the expense pained me, I felt compelled to proceed with the purchase, considering the existence of another computer at home. However, reflecting on the space, I gritted my teeth and completed the transaction. Initially, I had no intentions, but if I were to wear it monthly and adhere to the system's guidance, it seemed I would need to stay for a lifetime. Such a commitment would undoubtedly lead to transformation, and residing in a dormitory would be quite inconvenient. Since I was there, I could not return empty-handed. After perusing the market, I ultimately acquired a collection of freshly baked crispy cakes, knowing their shelf life would be short. Nevertheless, the Jade Residence's warehouse not only offers ample space but also experiences a significantly slower passage of time, allowing for prolonged preservation. After searching for several rental properties and making inquiries, Ingman discovered that the schools were located in a newly developed area. The nearby residential complexes were predominantly single-unit buildings, thus offering a considerable number of available rentals. After visiting a few options, she settled on a studio apartment that featured a private bathroom and kitchen. While the space was modest, it was adequately furnished with a bed, wardrobe, air conditioning, electric water heater, and induction cooker, all for a monthly rent of 800 yuan. With a deposit of 1 month and 3 months rent paid in advance. Realizing that she would need to acquire some skills to earn a living after her transition, Ingman decided to take immediate action. Since the apartment was ready for her to move in with just her luggage, she promptly completed the necessary paperwork for her new living arrangement and moved her belongings from the dormitory. The distance from her residence to the school was about half an hour, prompting her to consider purchasing a bicycle, which was readily available in the vicinity. Being a proactive individual, Ingman was determined to accomplish her tasks swiftly. After procuring a bicycle and organizing her new home, she felt a sense of joy in her newfound independence. The landlord provided complimentary Wi-Fi, which she appreciated. She opened Taobao, searching for wholesale stores to purchase a variety of high-calorie foods, updating the delivery address to her rental property. She took out a piece of paper and made a list of essential items needed. With bedding and food accounted for, she noted that she had some old clothes, but decided it would be prudent to acquire additional fabric. Notably, her rental unit lacked a washing machine, so she intended to buy one, preferably a fully automatic model. Given that a small fully automatic washing machine online cost only 400 to 500 yuan, she promptly placed an order on Taobao. The evening study session had concluded, and it was already 9 o'clock. Most students at the school were boarders, while some who preferred not to stay on campus rented apartments in nearby neighborhoods. Among them were a few who shared the same route as Ingman. Though she was unfamiliar with them, they were all from the same school, and traveling together at night felt safer. Hello, I am by May from class 6 of the second year. Did you just apply for day school status? A cheerful and lively senior took the initiative to greet Ingman. You are from class 1, right? What prompted you to switch to day schooling? Class 1 at Yizhong is a key class, after all. I SNT'd about what happened in room 203 last week. Ingman feigned fear, shrinking her neck slightly. The others understood. It was indeed quite terrifying. Thus, Ingman became acquainted with a few of them, comprising both first and second-year students, a mix of boys and girls. Most were locals from Wenshur, though some lived farther away and had chosen to rent nearby. Once they entered the neighborhood, they dispersed. Ingman cycled to her rented apartment, opened the door, wheeled her bicycle into the stairwell, and secured it with an automatic lock before heading upstairs. Upon returning to her room, she closed the windows and drew the curtains. After refreshing herself and changing into sportswear, she entered the space. The location she arrived at was the gravity zone outside. Here, she could directly send items to the Yuwu, but she herself could only manifest in the gravity zone. However, she could choose where to appear within this zone, and at that moment, she found herself by the lakeside. This lake was sizable, and the surroundings were predominantly grassy, save for the stone-paved areas in front of the Yuwu. Having attempted to wield a hoe, she found herself utterly exhausted, as though she had tilled half an acre of land with just a single swing. In her current state, she could merely stand upright under the oppressive dual gravity, moving at a speed barely reaching 1 km/h, resolving to wait a bit longer. She calculated the time before deciding to engage in some exercise within the confines of her space before venturing outside. After a moment's thought, she opened her music application, selected her favorite songs, tucked her device into her pocket, and began her workout. She commenced with a leisurely stroll, as even the thought of a brisk walk felt unattainable. She lingered in her space for an extended period, listening to music while meandering slowly. Whenever hunger struck, she would saunter into the jade house to indulge in some cake. And when fatigue overtook her, she would simply nap on the lawn. The temperature within her space remained comfortable, and the grass was dry. A light blanket sufficed for a restful sleep. After awakening from another slumber, she glanced at the time and realized she had spent 3 days in her space, while nearly 4 hours had passed outside. Contemplating a bit more exercise before taking a break, she turned on her music again. However, as she began to move, she encountered an unexpected revelation. Chapter 6. The Difficulty of Cultivation Mantras. The song she had been listening to comprised various foreign languages, including English, Chinese, and Japanese, along with a few internet-based songs steeped in traditional culture. While she could manage to sing along to Chinese songs, the foreign ones typically eluded her, leaving her only able to hum along. Yet, astonishingly, she now found herself capable of singing along with the correct pronunciation. Ingman abruptly realized the beneficial effects of her space. If Yinyin were to discover that Ingman appreciated this aspect of the space, she would likely be left speechless. Contemplating these thoughts, Ingman could not help but reminisce about the gravity training technique. She wondered if mastering it might enhance her memory. For the only source she could conceive of that might augment memory was the aura within the spatial realm. Strangely enough, despite feeling utterly exhausted and her limbs aching with fatigue, she would awaken after a night's rest without any trace of soreness. And each awakening seemed to bring a touch more ease than the last. It seemed plausible that practicing the gravity training technique would render her efforts even more effortless, allowing her to embark on cultivation and planting sooner. Thus, Ingman commenced her study of the first layer of the technique's mental formula, which was articulated in an intricate and esoteric classical Chinese. The script resembled divine inscriptions, and were it not for their direct imprint upon her consciousness, she would have struggled to recognize any characters. Even so, she could merely discern their pronunciation. The meanings remained elusive. Ingman pondered how she could possibly practice under such circumstances. Did it require the adage that reading a text 100 times reveals its meaning? After some reflection, she reached out to Enine, whom she had long since muted. Enine, could you assist me in deciphering this mental formula? Of course, host. Please transmit the formula to me, and I shall annotate its meanings for you. Enine, unfazed by Ingman's prior silence, readily agreed. Ingman sent the mental formula to Enine, and soon received the annotated version in Chinese. She wondered whether the meanings were identical or merely analogous. Oh, Ingman nodded, though she remained somewhat troubled. For although she now recognized the corresponding Chinese characters, the text was still in classical Chinese. Ingman is a person whose abilities in both the arts and sciences are relatively balanced, though she excels slightly more in the sciences. However, despite being an academic achiever, she struggles with the interpretation of classical Chinese literature. This conundrum leaves her somewhat distressed. Simply recite the mental exercises and follow the physical training movements. That is how one cultivates their skills. As you practice more, the meanings will naturally unfold to you, Enine remarked, observing Ingman's troubled expression. Is that so? How wonderful. Thank you, Enine, Ingman responded, her spirits lifted upon learning the method of cultivation. With newfound determination, Ingman began to recite the mental exercises. The first level consists of a mere 9 characters, yet they are rather tongue-twisting, with a peculiar tonal quality that diverges from the 4 tones of the Chinese language, resembling the melodic contours of a song. Fortunately, Ingman is familiar with the pronunciation. Though challenging, she is gradually becoming accustomed to it through diligent practice, intending to eventually string the sounds together seamlessly. Upon exiting the space, she glanced at the open notebook and noticed it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Despite the late hour, she felt wide awake, devoid of any fatigue. Thus, she decided to bring her notebook into the space and made her way to the jade chamber, placing the computer desk atop the jade bed to begin her writing. As time within the jade chamber aligns with the outside world, she recognized that it was nearly 5:30. She exited the space, checked the time on her computer, washed her face, and donned her school uniform before setting off for school. During the day, she focused intently on her studies in class and diligently completed her assignments during breaks. During the evening study session, Ingman was immersed in her books, diligently working on her assignments. She has always relished this routine. She is intelligent, yet her attentiveness during lectures tends to wane, often preferring to complete her homework while the teacher speaks. However, she has decided that this must change. She should engage more earnestly in class while also completing her assignments in advance to allow ample time. She then ventured out to purchase a considerable quantity of crispy cakes sold by weight, having depleted her previous stock. This time, Ingman bought over 200 portions in one go, contemplating the possibility of acquiring a production line for these delectable treats. However, after researching the costs online, she merely made a note for future reference, realizing that such an endeavor would also necessitate a generator, which in turn would require oil or diesel. The more she calculated her needs, the more daunting the task appeared, leading her to ponder the necessity of studying advanced technology in interstellar realms. A wave of dejection washed over her. Visiting an interstellar setting seemed feasible, given the myriad worlds crafted within novels, yet the timing remained uncertain. Upon returning to her rented room, she stored the crispy cakes in her spatial compartment and swiftly prepared some food. She contemplated the jade chamber within her space, wondering if it boasted a kitchen. It appeared she would need to explore the jade chamber thoroughly, as she had yet to inspect the promised bathroom. After changing her attire, she stepped into her space, ready to commence her cultivation. The previous day, She had practiced the pronunciation of the 9-character heart method but had yet to articulate a complete sentence fluently. The divine script is indeed peculiar. Generally, written characters are understood first for their meanings and then for their pronunciations. However, the divine script operates differently. One must first master the pronunciation to grasp the meaning, which can be silently recited. This implies that in the initial stages of cultivation, one must practice the recitation of the mental formula while simultaneously honing their pronunciation. Only after becoming proficient can one silently recite it. Fortunately, she was within a space where she could walk and practice her pronunciation simultaneously. To articulate the 9 characters accurately, Ingman dedicated several days to perfecting her pronunciation. Subsequently, she needed to string them together, a task more challenging than the most difficult tongue twisters. Yet it required a fluidity surpassing that of such linguistic challenges. In Chapter 7, What Lies Within the Jade Chamber, Ingman believed that once she mastered this mental formula, she could effortlessly recite a tongue twister, surpassing even the most skilled comic performers. Consequently, throughout the night, she engaged in both physical training and the practice of her spoken mental formula, managing her hunger with food and her fatigue with sleep. She glanced at the passage of time and realized that 6 days had elapsed, equivalent to 72 hours, while merely 7 hours had passed outside. She entered at 10 p.m., and it was now nearly 5 in the morning. Eagerly, Ingman made her way to the Jade Chamber, intending to take a bath in its adjoining bathroom. Upon finding the door, she beheld a bathroom roughly the same size as the bedroom, featuring a large rectangular bathtub that was 1 meter deep. Along one long side, there was a half-meter-high, 3-inch wide step, presumably for seating. Above this step were 2 dragon-shaped faucets. As Ingman rummaged through her memories of the Jade Chamber, she quickly located the faucets, and upon turning them, warm water flowed forth at the perfect temperature. The water was abundant, and soon the pool, measuring 3 meters in length, 2 meters in width, and 1 meter in height, was filled to the brim. Upon turning off the water, she removed her clothing and stepped into the pool. The temperature of the water was perfectly pleasant, and having never indulged in a bath before, she couldn't help but exhale in delight. She splashed water onto her shoulders while absent-mindedly scrubbing herself, only to discover that despite her efforts, her hands merely stirred up black mud. The grime fell into the water, yet it swiftly vanished, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Information regarding this phenomenon automatically flowed into her mind. As the master of this space, she possessed knowledge of its intricacies. However, her current limitations prevented her from fully absorbing this information, allowing it to surface only when prompted by her thoughts. It turned out that this bathing pool was equipped with a cleansing formation that activated automatically during use, eliminating any concern of the water becoming filthy. Of course, this did not mean she could forego changing the water altogether. As for the water itself, it was spiritual water, though it did not possess the capabilities of a spiritual spring that could refine one's essence and marrow. It was still sufficient for mortals to absorb and expel some toxins. The refining effects of a spiritual spring were only beneficial to cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. Beyond that, impurities within the bones could not be cleansed by such springs, necessitating the use of rare treasures like the jus fruit for such purposes. Naturally, different tiers of spiritual springs were effective for varying levels of cultivation. It was only later that she discovered this, as at that moment, she believed the spiritual spring was universally beneficial. Within her space lay a well that was indeed a spiritual spring, one that could be upgraded. As the gravity and spiritual energy of the space increased, so too would the grade of the spring, which at present was merely a low-grade yellow spiritual spring. As for the water in her bathroom, it originated from the same spring as the nearby vast lake, merely an ordinary spirit water, drawn from a cascading waterfall. After her bath, she suddenly realized she had forgotten to bring a change of clothes. Pondering for a moment, she exited the bath, tossed her garments into the water, and activated the water-dispelling formation. The water in the bath vanished, revealing her clothes at the bottom, pristine and as good as new, remarkably dry and soft. Ingman felt a sudden epiphany regarding the proper use of the bath. Others would likely weep if they knew how she employed the formation. Dressed, she left the bathroom and continued to explore the Jade House. The origins of this magnificent structure were unknown, but in addition to the bath, she discovered an alchemy room and a forging room, both equipped with underground fire, skills she would soon master. After a thorough search, she finally located the kitchen and absorbed the information related to it, only to find it was an intelligent kitchen tailored for cultivators. The cleansed dust formation and the wind-turned formation effectively eliminated the smoke and refuse generated while cooking. For instance, washing vegetables was as simple as placing them in the basin filled with water and activating the water-dispelling formation to clean them thoroughly. The blazing fire formation, once activated, radiated intense heat, akin to an electromagnetic stove, with 3 controllable temperatures: high, medium, and low. Furthermore, there was a jade pot. Although Ingman recognized that while this jade appeared fragile, it was, in fact, harder than diamond. The pots she purchased from outside cannot be used here, lest they be damaged. After surveying the kitchen, Ingman vacated the space, changed her attire, and departed for school. As she donned her clothes, she noticed a faint scent lingering from wearing them throughout the day. Though it was still the tail end of spring, the warmth was beginning to rise. Ingman chose a black knit dress as her base, complemented by nude sheer stockings and ankle boots, topped with a light white jacket. Her waist-length, glossy black hair was styled into a ponytail, with no bangs, just a few stray wisps that couldn't be tied back, leaving her smooth forehead exposed, a picture of youthful vibrance. Gazing into the mirror, she felt a wave of satisfaction. Her appearance was quite pleasing. Her large, bright almond-shaped eyes, delicately pert nose, and rose-red lips, of the same width as her nose when closed, formed a harmonious visage. Her face was an elegant oval, and her smile revealed 2 charming dimples. While her complexion had never been particularly dark, it was not exceptionally fair either. However, thanks to her recent bathing in the space, absorbing spiritual energy, her skin had improved significantly, likely due to the expulsion of toxins. The blemishes, scars, and blackheads had vanished, rendering her a transformed version of her former self from just 2 weeks prior. Yet, her metamorphosis had been gradual. Those around her presumed she had donned makeup, oblivious to the subtlety of her skin's enhancement. In truth, she had merely shaped her eyebrows, without even employing skincare products. The change was delightful and naturally. A girl feels elated when she appears more beautiful. Although she rarely indulged in makeup, she still yearned to present herself beautifully, with a hint of vanity. She slung her small handbag over her shoulder and set off. Taking the bus to the station, she then boarded another vehicle to the county, enduring the unpleasant odors that pervaded the atmosphere. Ingman, whose sensitive nose revolted at such scents, found the experience of traveling by bus particularly disagreeable, often succumbing to motion sickness. Yet, there was no alternative. She resorted to donning her headphones to immerse herself in music. After 4 hours, she finally arrived. But this was merely the county seat, and she still needed to transfer to a bus bound for the town. After some contemplation, she chose not to take the local shuttle bus waiting outside the station. Instead, she ventured to a nearby electric bicycle shop, intent on purchasing her own mode of transport. Initially, she considered a model equipped with a 45A battery. However, she found such bicycles cumbersome. Ultimately, she selected a Big Turtle King model, featuring 6 batteries, a 72V20A configuration, and a powerful 1000W motor. This vehicle could traverse up to 150 kilometers on the rugged roads of the mountainous terrain, although the distance on dirt roads remained uncertain. Chapter 8. Plans for Homecoming. The 3-story standalone house had undergone some renovation in the living quarters, while the rest remained merely smeared with cement. Given that the household consisted of only 2 elderly individuals and 1 minor, the initial subsidies received were quite substantial. "Do you know about the fields over there, Aunt Jo?" Ingman inquired, though it did not surprise her. The 2 elderly residents were both in their 50s, approaching 60, yet still brimmed with vitality as they toiled in the fields, a testament to the endurance typical of rural elders. "I believe they might be located near the back hill." Aunt Jo mused. "I understand now. Thank you, Aunt Jo." Ingman nodded appreciatively. Ingman pondered for a moment, deciding against searching for her grandparents. The primary reason was that the land belonging to her family was scattered, aside from a few parcels in front of their home prior to the demolition. The exact locations of the remaining plots were unclear. In rural areas, particularly in mountainous villages where terraced fields prevail, the land is often fragmented. She pushed open the door and entered without hesitation, as it was customary in rural areas not to lock the door during the day. Ascending the stairs, she reached her room on the 2nd floor, while the 2 elderly people's quarters occupied the other rooms, one of which served as a storage space. Upon arriving at the 3rd floor, she retrieved her key and unlocked the door to her room. The decor was simple, consisting of barely any furnishings, a mattress, a computer desk, and a wooden double wardrobe that once belonged to her parents before being passed down to her. suddenly reminded of the blankets. She recalled that her home still had several cotton quilts, albeit worn and lumpen from years of use. She ventured into the adjacent room, filled with old clothes and blankets, and decided to discard these items into the bathroom of her space. Upon entering her space, she made her way to the Jade Room's bathroom, filled the tub with water, and swiftly disposed of the old garments and quilts, transforming them into a pristine state. Though still somewhat tattered, they appeared significantly improved, no longer bearing the rigid, unyielding look of before. The old clothes, relics from her childhood, were now spotless and neatly stored in the space's warehouse, ready for any future need. She realized that the items in her room did not require sun-drying. A simple treatment would suffice to render them clean. On a whim, she decided to tackle her wardrobe, sorting through all her clothing and bedding before neatly folding and stowing them away. Among them were several inexpensive, thick jackets she had haphazardly purchased online. While they provided ample warmth, they were prone to pilling. Nevertheless, she placed them in the space for future use. Tomorrow, she planned to visit the neighboring town's market to procure some seeds and fruit trees. In the countryside, there were fewer surveillance concerns, allowing her to utilize her space without apprehension. Once she completed these tasks, Ingman entered the space to resume her previous activities. At this point, she could recite the incantations of her mental techniques with increasing fluency, albeit at a sluggish pace that hindered her smooth articulation. Nonetheless, she was pronouncing them correctly, which yielded tangible effects. As she chanted the spells, she could sense an energy coursing through her meridians. However, due to her blocked pathways from childhood, each circulation felt laborious and painful. Each time, she noticed a strong odor of sweat, and despite bathing in the space, she discovered even more impurities on her skin. Ingman speculated that these residues were possibly expelled during her cultivation. Now, she could move within the space with ease, her ordinary walking matching that of the outside world. Although she still struggled to run, she was eager to begin practicing the external martial art, the Five Elements Fist, in conjunction with her mental techniques. She possessed knowledge of all the movements of the Five Elements Fist and now began to learn them as the actions in her mind unfolded dynamically, displaying a slower pace to accommodate her status as a novice. "Host, are you practicing your skills? Would you like my assistance?" The usually silent system, Inin, has emerged once more to assert her presence. "How can you assist me?" Ingman inquired, feeling as though she had been unable to achieve her goals. "It seems your technology is quite advanced," she continued. "Indeed," Inin replied with pride, "I am a creation of the deity of technology." "So, are you here to help me complete tasks?" Ingman asked, her eyes glinting with curiosity. "And what about the rewards?" She pressed further. "Initially, there were rewards, but now there are none. My system has been altered by this space, and the original points shop has vanished," Inin lamented, a hint of frustration evident in her tone. Ingman, not knowing what else to say, decided to accept her situation. Having a space was already a significant advantage, and she would strive for the rest on her own. Chapter 9. The beginning of the journey. With these thoughts in mind, she entered the three-dimensional projection. Inin thoughtfully presented an image projection before her, offering a 360-degree view of her performance within the projection, enabling her to identify areas for improvement. Subsequently, Ingman began to learn the movements of the Five Elements Fist, practicing each action individually until she could seamlessly integrate them. While practicing, she also had to keep an eye on the time, which proved to be somewhat cumbersome. Suddenly, a thought struck her. "Inin, can you measure the time difference between the outside world and this space?" Ingman asked aloud. "Then, could you display both times, labeled as outside and space, continuously?" she suggested. As the scene unfolded, two distinct times appeared on the image observed by Ingman, one marked external and the other spatial, eliminating the need for her to perform any calculations. After diligently practicing until 4 p.m., Ingman emerged from the realm of space. "Let us set this aside for now. It's time for dinner," she suggested. Her grandmother nodded, placing the items from the waves onto the ground outside, and together with her grandfather, they proceeded to wash their hands in preparation for the meal. Meanwhile, Ingman collected various items and stored them in the backyard shed, where she too went to wash her hands. Nestled against the mountains, the family had constructed a modest flat-roofed building to store their belongings. Additionally, the washing machine they had purchased was placed inside, along with a sink crafted from marble, which served the purpose of cleaning clothes and washing the vegetables they favored. Having recently washed the elders' garments and bedding in the space, it was a simple matter of soaking them in water and then drying them. Furthermore, She planned to visit the well the following day to draw the spiritual spring water from her space, which, while it may not extend lifespan, could improve health. She hoped that one day, with the power of karma, she could alter her grandparents' fates. The next day, Ingman accompanied her grandparents to the market. Her grandfather went to sell seedlings while she and her grandmother set out to purchase groceries. They acquired some ribbon fish, dried fish, and a selection of meat. As for vegetables, they had plenty from their own garden, and the elderly couple seldom indulged in fruits, which were primarily meant for Ingman. "Shall we buy some fruit?" her grandmother inquired, glancing at the fruit stall. "No need. They aren't tasty and are quite expensive," Ingman promptly replied, shaking her head. "The fruit these days lacks sweetness and is outrageously priced." "Oh, should I give you some money?" Grandma did not say much and asked if she had any money. "Just take 2 yuan. I don't have any change, but I have everything else." Ingman pondered for a moment and said that Grandma handed her 2 yuan before she boarded the bus. After Grandma left, Ingman found a secluded spot, specifically a bend in the mountain road, retrieved her electric scooter, and headed straight to the place that sold saplings. "Boss, what types of fruit saplings do you have here?" "We have grapes, kiwis, bayberries, oranges, persimmons, pomelos, as well as seeds for strawberries and watermelons." The proprietor introduced the available saplings. "I'll take 10 of each. And just a packet of strawberry and watermelon seeds." Ingman was aware that their region was not tropical, but rather belonged to the Central Asian subtropical zone, characterized by distinct seasons and ample rainfall, which was not conducive to fruit cultivation. "All right." The boss quickly got up to start packaging Ingman's order. "Can you tie them to my scooter?" Ingman pointed to her electric scooter. "Certainly," the boss nodded, securing 60 saplings to the back seat before handing her the 2 packets of seeds and stating the price. Ingman took out her phone and paid via WeChat. After bidding farewell to the shopkeeper, Ingman rode her electric scooter back to the bend in the mountain road, ensuring no one was around before storing the scooter in her space. As for the other fruits, Ingman decided to purchase them on Taobao, as everything could be acquired online nowadays. Upon returning home, Ingman grabbed her summer clothes and bid farewell to her grandparents. Her bus was at 10 a.m., and it was nearly 9 a.m. now. She did not take out the electric bike, but instead boarded a bus to the county town. After waiting for a while, she then boarded a long-distance bus to the city. "Master, the month is coming to an end. You must prepare for your first crossing," Ineen suddenly reminded. "How many days are left?" Ingman recalled that the monthly exam was to start tomorrow and inquired. Before her journey, she tucked away all her elementary school textbooks into her space, treasures she had kept since childhood as mementos. Uncertain of how long she would reside in this small world, she believed it wise to learn as much as possible during this time. Initially, she wished to inquire about the circumstances of the world she would traverse into, but Ineen informed her that the original owner's memories offered no further insights, compelling her to relent. Lying on the bed, she prepared for the crossing. Soon, a wave of dizziness overcame her, and she lost consciousness. Chapter 10. The little cannon fodder 1. When she regained consciousness and opened her eyes, she found herself staring at the dilapidated straw roof of a house, adorned with cobwebs. A surge of memories began to assault her consciousness. Ingman clutched her head, nearly colliding with the wall. As the pain subsided, she discovered that her memories were in disarray, intertwined with those of the original owner. "Ineen, is there a way to protect my memories? If this continues, will I even remember who I am?" "Do not worry, for now. We shall proceed this way until I can safeguard my consciousness," Ingman replied. "All right, but this time you have already absorbed the original owner's memories. You will have to wait until the next opportunity," Ineen responded, then proceeded to explain the current situation. "I understand. Let me organize my thoughts first." Ingman nodded, organizing her memories with great effort, successfully separating 2 distinct recollections without further confusion. This, however, had its advantages, as it rejuvenated her own memories, bringing to light many forgotten details. She then began to delve into the original owner's memories. The backdrop of this miniature world appeared to be a narrative set in the 1970s and 1980s. The original owner was born in the late 1950s and was now 18, perfectly positioned at the cusp of the late 1970s, just 2 years shy of the reinstatement of the college entrance examination. Curiously, Ingman discovered that the original owner's name was identical to hers. She promptly inquired, "Why does the original owner share my name? Is this even permissible?" Ingman felt a tinge of exasperation. It seemed trivial in this small world. It was merely a matter of altering a name. Is this truly a matter of nomenclature? She mused nonchalantly. Additionally, the original owner's family surname, and the potential alterations needed for the memories of any transmigrated or reborn protagonists or supporting characters also warranted consideration. Internally, she grumbled about this, yet it was a relief not to worry about being called by the original owner's name without reacting. She continued to explore the original owner's memories. Contrary to being an educated individual sent to the countryside, she was a native of rural origins. Her grandmother had once been a seamstress from a prominent family, who later married and passed down her skills to the original owner's mother, who in turn imparted them to the original owner. Ultimately, it was the production team's leader, Captain Liu, who could not bear to see the situation any longer. He arranged for the original owner to reside in the quarters designated for the educated youth. These accommodations, originally the homes of families without heirs, were allocated to the youth. Though they were merely thatched huts with mud walls, the space was quite ample, with each room allowing for 7 or 8 youth to have their own quarters. The original owner was able to settle in, thus avoiding the misfortune of homelessness. Despite sharing living quarters with the educated youth, Zhong Yingman was not particularly acquainted with them. However, one youth began to pursue her fervently. Initially resistant, she found unexpected camaraderie with Lu Xiao, a girl from her village, who encouraged her to consider a relationship with the youth. Gradually, the original owner found herself yielding to the prospect of marrying him. This youth was an artistic soul, lacking in agricultural skills, and relied entirely on Zhong Yingman to support their household. She was compelled to take on sewing work and toil in the fields to earn work points, which visibly took a toll on her health. After observing all this, Yingman remarked that Lu Xiao must be the female protagonist, likely a reincarnation. Otherwise, how would she be aware of the reinstatement of the college entrance examinations and the reforms? As for that youth, if I recall correctly, he had a strong affection for the original owner. Could it be that the female protagonist, in her past life, was the original owner's husband? How did you know that? Yin was taken aback by Yingman's accurate guess. I have read numerous novels and penned quite a few myself. Am I not familiar with this trope? Yingman replied with a hint of pride. Moreover, it is possible that the educated youth was indeed the female protagonist's husband in her previous life. This is a case of misdirected calamity. How could such a female protagonist not lead the plot astray? You are absolutely right. Yingman nodded in agreement, expressing her disdain for such literature. What should I do then? She inquired. Well, that is for you to ponder, dear host. Ultimately, it is your life that lies ahead, and how you choose to live it is entirely up to you. In the end, we shall reconcile the forces of cause and effect, Yin stated bluntly. Wait, what do you mean? Am I to spend my entire life here? What about the original owner? Yingman protested vehemently, aghast at the thought of a lifetime spent in this place. Even if I were to have a shorter life, it would still amount to 50 years. At the very least. What? So those memories are? Yingman was taken aback by this revelation. Inside the box were several garments and 2 tattered quilts. Given that it was summer, a bamboo mat for sleeping was also included. She decided to keep all these items. After cleaning them in her space, she repacked them and took a refreshing bath herself. Chapter 11. The minor cannon fodder. Little did she realize that adapting to the new body would entail reacclimating to gravity. The space was bound to her soul, allowing her to carry it with her, which seemed like a remarkable fortune. However, this was far from the truth. The items from the small world could not be transported to the primary world, for the laws governing the small world were incomplete. Anything brought into the three-dimensional realm would collapse due to the dictates of the heavenly principles. In essence, the small world could be likened to a two-dimensional realm, where its possessions could not traverse into the three-dimensional domain. Yingman remained perplexed about why she had to traverse the small world to rectify the distorted causality and was equally ignorant of how the small world could evolve into a true three-dimensional existence. Nevertheless, she complied with all instructions given. Though these miniature worlds exist in the realm of the second dimension, the knowledge contained within them is largely derived from the third dimension. Anything not custom designed by the author will be directly replicated from the vast array of experiences present in the three-dimensional world, which encompasses far more than just the earthly plane of existence. This includes numerous other realms, such as those depicted in novels, the interstellar domain, the realm of cultivation, the spirit world, and the celestial realm. Upon awakening, the original owner's fatigue dissipated entirely. Even without engaging in cultivation, she had been absorbing spiritual energy. After reciting a cultivation mantra, she felt invigorated and consumed a modest meal before departing from her space. As dawn broke, she sensed that others were rising to commence their daily labor, prompting her to do the same. having grown up assisting with farm work. Especially since her only family consisted of her grandparents, she was well versed in the tasks at hand, with the memories of the original owner guiding her. She set out to work in the fields. "May I join you in your labor?" A voice inquired beside her, and upon looking up, she found Lucio standing there. The subsequent exchange unfolded as follows. "Sister Ingman, may I address you as such?" "Sister Ingman, I have heard you are skilled in embroidery. Could you teach me?" Lucio observed Ingman, who seemed indifferent to her presence, and frowned slightly. Realizing that she was not particularly familiar with Ingman previously, she decided it would be unwise to be overly familiar too soon. Thus, she resolved to take her time and began to work diligently. However, it wasn't long before her patience began to wane. "Ah, Lucio, be gentle. Do not uproot all the vines," a nearby villager admonished, observing her actions. "Oh," Lucio replied, adjusting her movements to be more delicate. Ingman cast a glance at her. According to the memories of the original owner, Lucio had 3 elder brothers, which meant that as the youngest daughter, she was relatively pampered, unlike children from other families, who were burdened with endless chores from a young age. She seldom toiled in the fields and had grown up plump and tender. Although she appeared somewhat impatient while working now, she was nonetheless quite adept. It seemed she must have endured considerable hardship before her rebirth. However, that was of no concern to her, as she was not the cause of those tribulations. With this thought in mind, she focused on her own tasks, neatly arranging the sprawling sweet potato vines to one side and plucking off the excess. The stems and leaves could be consumed, while the leftovers could be chopped and fed to the pigs. In this region, rice was cultivated in paddies. Situated in the southern part of the country, akin to her hometown, which lay in a subtropical climate with distinct seasons. While most southern areas could yield 2 rice harvests per year, they could only manage 1 here. By the end of May, the rice seedlings had already grown quite tall. The dry lands were relatively barren, consisting of newly cleared fields on the mountains, far from water sources, where numerous varieties of sweet potatoes were cultivated. Among these were the deliciously starchy purple-skinned, yellow-fleshed varieties, suitable for boiling, the crisp and sweet yellow-skinned, yellow-fleshed types reminiscent of snow lotus root, and the very sweet white-skinned, white-fleshed ones perfect for porridge. At this juncture, the busy farming season had passed, and there were not many tasks left to perform in the fields. Primarily, just adding fertilizer to the rice paddies, a chore typically reserved for men. Women, on the other hand, merely needed to tend to the sweet potato vines, ensuring they did not grow wild, much like tidying up unruly hair, gathering it into a neat bundle. After tending to the fields under her care, Ingman gathered the sweet potato vines she had pulled and tied them neatly with rice straw, forming 2 bundles. She then carried them to the drying yard. In the yard, several women were chopping the sweet potato vines with knives, shredding them before piling them up to ferment. During feeding time for the pigs, some of the fermented mixture would be cooked and served. "Yes, the end parts are best for pickling. They are both rich and delicious," one remarked. Another chimed in, "No, I cannot do that." Ingman shook her head, acknowledging that this was a type of pickled side dish typical of their region. While she had eaten it and had a general understanding of its preparation, she had never attempted it herself, nor had the original owner. The process involved using the stems and leaves of the sweet potato, particularly the tender end parts of the vines, for pickling. Although she was uncertain about the specifics, her grandmother was adept at it. The finished product was a delightful accompaniment to drinks or congee. Once pickled, the originally green sweet potato stems would take on an earthy hue, and the leaves would turn black. When served, they would be garnished with shredded ginger, vinegar, chili, and monosodium glutamate, creating a tangy and spicy flavor. Peering into the rice jar, she examined the original owner's stored grains, most of which were sweet potato shreds, referred to in the local dialect as fanmi. This involved thoroughly washing whole sweet potatoes, shredding them, and then drying them in the sun. When ready to eat, they would be cooked until tender. This method allowed for longer preservation and avoided the discomfort often associated with consuming boiled sweet potatoes directly. In the year 1995, her grandparents had recounted that their meals consisted of half rice and half fanmi. In the original owner's provisions, the majority consisted of this, with only a small quantity of rice and some rice bran. She would certainly not consume the rice bran. She preferred to eat the sweet potatoes. Speaking of dialects, Ingman suddenly pondered this issue, realizing that she would need to assimilate the original owner's memories in the future. After all, language poses a significant challenge. Although both she and the original owner hailed from the southern region, the dialects they spoke were entirely distinct. Were it not for the original owner's memories, she would hardly comprehend it. It remained uncertain whether she would encounter various other languages in the future. After lunch, a moment of rest was in order before returning to work at 1 o'clock. "Comrade Zhong, have my clothes been completed?" While Ingman was resting, a female educated youth approached her with an inquiry. "They are ready. I will fetch them." Upon hearing the voice, Ingman looked up to see Wang Shi, the young woman, and quickly recalled that she had previously commissioned the original owner to make clothes. The garments were already finished and placed in the cabinet, so she hurriedly went to retrieve them. "Your craftsmanship is truly remarkable." Wang Shi examined the work, noting the meticulous stitching with great satisfaction. She herself lacked the skills to sew, but fortunately, there was a tailor in the village who was said to possess ancestral embroidery techniques. Although such adornments were not favored in these times, the original owner's father labored in the fields to earn work points, while her mother supplemented the family's income by taking on sewing jobs in addition to her own field work. After the original owner's father passed away and her mother fell ill, the original owner relied on this skill to support the household. The original owner once possessed a sewing machine, but unfortunately, it was left behind when she was forced to leave. After confirming the garments, Wang Shi paid Ingman for her labor and took her leave. As Ingman watched her depart, she was reminded of embroidery. In truth, Ingman had always held a fondness for the traditional craft of embroidery, yet she had never had the opportunity to learn. Now, having inherited the original owner's memories, she pondered whether she could master this skill without formal instruction. With this thought, she began to feel that the experience of traversing different realms was not so daunting. Perhaps she could evolve into a versatile protagonist. Determined, she retrieved the original owner's sewing basket and examined the contents. It dawned on her that the original owner had not practiced embroidery for quite some time due to the difficulty of acquiring embroidery thread. While the needles and threads were adequate for garment making, they were likely unsuitable for embroidery. After some contemplation, Ingman pulled out childhood garments from her space, selecting denim fabric. She then retrieved a Barbie doll she had played with as a child and, after a brief comparison, began to cut the fabric with scissors. Following her creative vision, she fashioned a casual denim jacket and matching jeans, also utilizing softer fabric to create a t-shirt. Once dressed, the Barbie doll appeared quite fitting, exuding a relaxed charm, albeit not particularly fashionable. Although she had some rudimentary sewing skills, they were limited to simple repairs. This was not her first attempt at creating clothing for the doll. However, her previous creations had been rudimentary dresses devoid of structure, akin to sacks. Crafting items with sleeves and pants necessitated a certain skill level, and she was certain she could not produce a tailored suit. Moreover, the ability to cut suitable fabric without the need for patterns was a skill she had yet to acquire. It seems she has truly inherited the original owner's skill completely. After pondering for a moment, she took another piece of cloth and casually selected a thread to begin embroidering. However, the act of embroidery proved to be far from simple. Despite following the original owner's memories, the result was a chaotic mess. Ingman understood that she would need to practice diligently to master the art of embroidery. Days later, all the sweet potato vines were organized, and the rice fields had been fertilized, leaving everyone with free time. During this period, Lu Xiu made several attempts to establish a connection with Ingman, but she remained indifferent and unresponsive. Ingman had no intention of seeking vengeance for the original owner's tragedy. However, that did not imply she would adhere to the storyline. Lu Xiu was free to alter her own fate, and even if it meant vying for what could be considered the original owner's husband, Ingman would not intentionally sabotage it. After all, a man who could be lured away once could certainly be lured away again. Though Ingman was still young and naive in matters of love, her exposure to numerous romantic tales had provided her with ample theoretical knowledge. Nevertheless, should Lu Xiu attempt to ascend by stepping on her, Ingman would resolutely oppose it. Thus, her strategy was to maintain a distance, treating Lu Xiu as a mere stranger. Having been busy for quite some time, the opportunity for leisure arose, and some individuals proposed a trip to the county town. Naturally, Ingman prepared to join them. In those days, even a journey to the county town required an introduction letter. After obtaining one from the village head, she set off in a bullock cart alongside the villagers. Ingman longed to ease the discomfort of her jostled posterior. To be honest, although her hometown was quite similar in its rural essence, from her earliest memories, the roads had already been transformed into asphalt and concrete. She had never traversed such dirt paths. Regardless of how well-maintained they might be, frequent passage inevitably leads to some areas sinking while others protrude, a consequence of rainy weather. Consequently, Ingman found her rear end quite numbed from the bumpy ride. As she wandered along the somewhat dilapidated streets, she suddenly felt lost in her quest for what she desired. The late 1970s could not have been as it once was, could it? Ingman was not entirely certain. Her recollections of this era were primarily derived from various period novels. After purchasing her textbooks, she ventured into the supply cooperative. Despite having a modest sum of money, many items there required ration coupons for purchase, which she lacked. After inquiring, she found herself unable to acquire anything of significance. As for other establishments, truth be told, apart from state-run restaurants and tailoring shops, there were hardly any stores. The two department stores were conspicuously absent in this impoverished southern mountain village. The winding mountain roads were treacherous, and it was said that a bus ride to the city could take over 10 hours. Ingman held no particular thoughts on this matter. Perhaps the system was being kind to her, leading her to a place reminiscent of her own hometown, albeit with the passage of time introducing numerous disparities. "Min, have you finished your shopping?" Uncle Yang inquired, glancing at the large burlap sack Ingman carried. "Have you eaten, Uncle?" Ingman casually inquired. "I have," came the brief response. After which silence enveloped the conversation. Ingman found herself in an awkward position within the village, primarily due to the villagers' superstitions that branded her as an omen of misfortune to her parents. Despite the cultural upheaval of the Four Olds movement, this remote locale remained relatively untouched. She refrained from initiating any dialogue, feeling quite content with the distance. As a modern individual, she was not accustomed to the incessant chatter of the village's matrons. Upon returning home, she immediately began preparing a meal, consisting of a mix of sweet potatoes and a small portion of rice, accompanied by sautéed sweet potato leaves. This simple fare filled her stomach, providing some comfort. After completing her meal preparations, she entered her space with a sack, rummaging through it until she unearthed her high school Chinese textbook. Engaging in both study and activity, she took breaks as needed. Although Ini no longer emerged, the passage of time within her space continued in stark contrast to the outside world. She could even see the pause time of her original realm. With fewer distractions now, Ingman could dedicate more time to mastering the high school curriculum of this world. For someone who had not even completed the first year of high school, the prospect of self-studying an entire syllabus was daunting, necessitating a return to foundational knowledge, including some middle school subjects. Fortunately, the time flow in her space was tenfold that of the outside world, and with the enhancement of her memory, she found the process of self-education to be less burdensome. Compared to other individuals who had traversed into this realm, Ingman faced unique challenges due to her youth and limited knowledge, compelling her to start anew in her studies. Yet, she was grateful for her fortuitous advantages. On this day of labor, Lu Xiao, who had always intended to cultivate a closer relationship with her, surprisingly did not approach Ingman, which delighted her somewhat. The crops in the fields required no further tending, yet it was time to ascend the mountain to gather pig fodder. The resources in their area were scarce, as the fields were limited. Several years prior, the production team had started raising pigs and sheep to augment their income. Thus, aside from the busy farming season, the community engaged primarily in collecting pig grass. "Does Comrade Zhang have something to discuss?" Ingman inquired, reluctant to engage but aware of the need for politeness. "No, I merely wish to request your assistance in making a garment," Zhang Yu replied with a shake of his head. "If you need a garment, you may bring the fabric to me, and it would be best to specify the required measurements," Ingman stated plainly. "Certainly. But I have a few additional requests that I need to clarify with Comrade Ingman," Zhang Yu continued, revealing a charming smile, his demeanor both refined and captivating. "You may write your requests on paper. I will adhere to them. For now, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," she said, departing before he could respond to her bewilderment. To be honest, Zhang Yu was quite handsome, rivaling those youthful celebrity heartthrobs. His features bore a resemblance to the stars of the Hong Kong and Taiwan film industry from the 80s and 90s, fitting the aesthetic that Ingman favored. Alas, no matter how appealing his appearance, it could not alter the undeniable reality of his character. Initially, Zhang Yu seemed to be enamored with Lu Xiao, who was favored due to having 3 older brothers at home, and he succeeded in his pursuits. However, after the resumption of the college entrance examinations, he may have discarded Lu Xiao, much like he did with the original host. Consequently, upon her rebirth, Lu Xiao decisively severed ties with Zhang Yu, and perhaps her efforts to divert his attention were not entirely successful, leading to a redirection of his focus. Regardless of the tactics Lu Xiao employed to shift Zhang Yu's interest, Ingman was resolute in her intent not to engage. Zhang Yu, bewildered, simply watched as Ingman departed, confident in his own allure. Subsequently, seizing a moment while crafting garments, Zhang Yu sought to charm Ingman, aiming to showcase his masculine appeal and intellect. Unfortunately, she remained impervious to his advances, maintaining a demeanor of businesslike professionalism, which only fueled Zhang Yu's competitive spirit, while Ingman grew increasingly exasperated. At this juncture, Lu Xiao approached her, extolling Zhang Yu's virtues. Ingman evaded her as best she could, dismissing the compliments that entered one ear and exited the other. Thus, 2 months passed, with Lu Xiao's schemes failing to bear fruit, and signs of Zhang Yu's persistent attachment to her began to emerge, causing her considerable frustration without any means of resolution. In Chapter 14, with a bundle of tofu sticks and branches placed in her basket, Ingman heard someone calling her name and instinctively looked up to respond. She was not particularly familiar with this individual, and given that their world was a fictional one, it was plausible that something was being orchestrated for the male protagonist's development. "Ah, Brother Zhou, I can manage on my own," Ingman asserted, reaching for the basket, only to have the other person deftly evade her grasp. "Allow me to carry it for you," they offered. Zhou Minhao remarked, and without further ado, he strode ahead. Ingman promptly followed, her brow slightly furrowed as she regarded the man's retreating figure. She had no desire to entangle herself with the man who would eventually become Lu Xiao's partner. On one hand, her indifference stemmed from a lack of interest in vying for another's affection. On the other, she was yet to comprehend the essence of love. While reading novels, she found romance to be enchanting, yet she had not yet grasped it in reality. However, this time, Ingman made her indifference toward Lu Xiao abundantly clear. Having spent 2 months in this world, her strategy of ignoring Lu Xiao and Zhang Yu had already yielded significant changes. Zhou Minhao sensed a hint of resistance from Ingman, feeling puzzled by the noticeable transformation in her demeanor since their last encounter. He recalled the hardships Ingman had faced with the loss of her parents. Understanding that some changes were only to be expected, the two walked side by side towards the village, and onlookers exchanged knowing smiles, playfully teasing Zhou Minhao. He did not dismiss their banter, while Ingman's frown deepened. "Who are you?" Zhou Minhao inquired, as he was not well acquainted with the village girls and failed to recognize Lu Xiao at first glance. Lu Xiao, although a girl who could attend school, was a year younger than the original protagonist and had started her education late, placing her 2 grades below them. Consequently, Zhou Minhao was unfamiliar with her. Upon hearing Zhou Minhao's question, Ingman stifled a laugh, deeming it too impolite to express her amusement. Lu Xiao, on the other hand, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, casting a resentful glance at Ingman. Though she concealed her animosity well, it did not escape Zhou Minhao's notice, who felt a slight displeasure at her malice. "Let us go," Zhou Minhao said, turning to Ingman. "All right," she replied. Ingman hurried to catch up, for her basket was still in his possession. "Zhou Ingman, wretched girl." Lu Xiao stamped her foot in frustration, casting a malevolent glare at Ingman as she watched the 2 figures recede into the distance. She believed that if it weren't for Ingman's presence, Zhou Minhao would never have overlooked her. Her mind raced with schemes to deal with Ingman. In terms of appearance, Lu Xiao was a delicate beauty, having been well-nurtured due to her favorable family circumstances. Her skin was fair, which made her far more attractive compared to the many emaciated village girls. However, when compared to Zhou Ingman, she fell considerably short. The original Zhou Ingman's beauty was a harmonious blend of her parents' features, not the delicate, fragile beauty of a typical flower, but rather the plump, favored visage admired in her era. With a small, round face adorned with baby fat, rosy and fair skin, and large, expressive almond-shaped eyes, she captivated not only the young men but also the elders in the village, who favored her appearance. Thus, in Lu Xiao's past life, even though Zhou Ingman was an orphan and had been labeled as one who brought misfortune to her parents, she was still well-liked by her in-laws after marrying into the Zhou family. Lu Xiao, wishing to avoid drawing attention to herself, initially sought to placate Zhang Yu. Then, she devised a cunning strategy to divert blame by casually mentioning Zhou Ingman, emphasizing the wealth of the Zhou family and how easy it was to manage an only child. She also remarked that the villagers claimed Zhou Ingman brought good fortune to her husband. Although there had been a previous rejection of superstitions, people still subconsciously believed in certain mystical notions, such as the idea of bringing misfortune to one's parents or good fortune to a husband. Given Zhou Ingman's striking beauty, which was indeed remarkable for that era, Lu Xiao successfully swayed Zhang Yu, who then requested her assistance in facilitating a breakup. Unbeknownst to Lucio, Ingman was presently striving to keep pace with Zhou Minhao. "Brother Zhou, please return the basket to me. I can manage it myself." She pondered how distant Xiaoman had become. Zhou Minhao sensed a semblance of resistance from Ingman. "After all, we have all grown up," Ingman remarked with a hint of detachment. "Indeed, Xiaoman has matured as well." Zhou Minhao sighed, reflecting on their waning closeness. Chapter 15. The 80 Small Cannon Fodder 6. In response, Ingman found herself at a loss for words, resorting to silence. Observing her quiet demeanor, Zhou Minhao felt a knot of frustration within him as they arrived at the dwelling where Ingman resided. The accommodations provided for the educated youth, though established after their arrival, were rather rudimentary. Unlike the homes of others, which, despite being earthen structures, boasted 2 stories and black-tiled roofs, their resources were scarce. The only factory operational in the vicinity was a brick and tile factory. Thus most homes featured earthen walls topped with convenient black tiles, resulting in a uniform appearance of mud brick houses. The residence for the educated youth consisted of a single story, constructed primarily from straw. Its sole advantage lay in its spacious design, allowing each individual a private room, free from the need to share living quarters with others, an improvement compared to many other educated youth accommodations. However, this dwelling was undeniably inferior to the home that had been seized from the original owner, which was a comparable mud brick house, 2 stories in height, encompassing over 80 square meters. "Xiaoman, you ought not to be so stubborn," Zhou Minhao frowned, perceiving Ingman's insistence as a facade of resilience. "Brother Zhou, I have already matured. I can handle these matters on my own." Ingman, resolute yet full, could not openly declare her intent to participate in the college entrance examination 2 years hence, nor would she allow Zhou Minhao to meddle excessively in her affairs. Observing her determination, Zhou Minhao refrained from further comments, assisting her in plucking the leaves of the tofu shrub and cleansing them of the dust that clung to their surfaces. Subsequently, Ingman took it upon herself to proceed. She first washed her hands meticulously, ensuring her nails were trimmed. She immersed the leaves in water, gently kneading them to extract the foliage, the juice of the tofu shrub resembling the viscosity of egg whites. Once all the leaves were thoroughly pulverized, she retrieved the bits that could be strained, squeezing them dry, and employed a piece of gauze to filter out the leaf residue. The remaining dark green liquid prompted Ingman to procure some toothpaste, squeezing a suitable amount into a bowl before adding water and stirring until the paste was fully dissolved. She then poured this mixture into the tofu shrub juice, blending it meticulously until the two combined harmoniously, after which she covered the concoction with a pot lid, awaiting its solidification. There exist 2 ways to enjoy green tofu, one with sugar, the other with a piquant and sour flavor, of which Ingman was particularly fond. "What flavor do you prefer, Brother Zhou?" she inquired of Zhou Minhao. "The spicy and sour variety," he replied. At this time, even white sugar was hard to procure, necessitating sugar tickets, while vinegar posed no such issue, as the household was well stocked with chili, ginger, and other essentials. Soon, Ingman had prepared the spicy and sour ingredients. This snack was one she frequently savored in her own world, having learned the preparation from her grandmother. The vinegar was enhanced with monosodium glutamate, salt, chili sauce, and minced ginger. Alas, the absence of pickled vegetables was a disappointment. A few diced pickled vegetables would have elevated the dish even further. "What is this?" "It tastes quite delightful, and it is best enjoyed at this time, refreshing and cool, especially when paired with the tangy and spicy dipping sauce, which is perfect for alleviating the summer heat." The name Bai Ming sounds rather artistic, yet her personality is quite boisterous. "This dish is called green tofu, a local delicacy." Ingman introduced it to them. "It is indeed refreshing. Is it a local specialty? Why have I never seen it being made before?" Wang Shi also took a seat. "Yes, it is a specialty, and it can only be prepared during the summer. Since you have just arrived this year, you may not be aware. Everyone usually goes up the mountain to gather some every year, as it is quite a delightful food that helps to beat the heat, especially enjoyable in summer. There are only 2 batches of educated youths here. One batch is from a few years ago, consisting of 3 men, including Wang Yu, while the other is this year's newcomers, Wang Shi and Bai Ming, along with another male, totaling 6 individuals. Given the remoteness of this place, there aren't many educated youths. That certainly gives us something to look forward to. Can we learn to make it?" Bai Ming inquired. "Of course, our generation knows how to prepare it." Ingman nodded and proceeded to share the recipe with them. "Toothpaste?" Bai Ming was surprised to learn that the coagulant was toothpaste, Can other alternatives be used? Toothpaste is safe for brushing teeth, thus it can be consumed, but previously we used wood ash or salt. Moreover, only the Chinese brand toothpaste with added salt can be used. Oh, the two nodded, not particularly averse to it, as Ingman remarked. One can always manage to ingest a bit while brushing their teeth. The two individuals inquired further about other local delicacies in their county, yet Ingman was not well versed. For this world was indeed different from her hometown. Moreover, who in these times still prepared snacks? At most, there were various pickled vegetables. Zhou Minhao nodded, summoning his younger siblings to join in the meal, while he himself fetched 2 bowls for his grandparents and father. I enjoy sweet flavors, mother. Could you add some sugar? Zhou Xiaomei remarked upon seeing the green tofu. Always thinking of sugar, Zhou's mother chided her lightly, but proceeded to retrieve the locked sugar from the house. Their family, with Zhou Minhao, had managed to acquire some sugar tickets, which they used to purchase white or brown sugar. Zhou Minhao nodded in agreement. Chapter 16. The 80th minor character what? Zhou Minhao, for a moment, was taken aback. I noticed that the educated youth, Zhang Yu, has been persistently pursuing Sister Xiaoman lately. If you delay your actions, Sister Xiaoman may belong to someone else, Zhou Mingxiao remarked. Zhang Yu? Zhou Minhao was unfamiliar with the individual. He is an educated youth who was sent down 3 years ago, known for his cunning ways during work, and he does possess a decent appearance. Zhou's mother interjected. What? He is courting Xiaoman? Ah, how? You must propose quickly. You cannot allow Xiaoman to be taken away. Mother, why do you echo that sentiment? I have my reservations about Xiaoman, Zhou Minhao replied, feeling somewhat helpless. Do not deny your feelings. I, for one, am quite fond of her. Xiaoman's beauty radiates fortune. Do not be like the Zhong family, thinking she brings misfortune to her parents. If that were true, her parents would not have passed away only a couple of years ago. It's merely an excuse. Furthermore, who among us would wish for a child to mature almost into adulthood before revealing their intentions? As for the little girl who had been a neighbor for several years, Mother Zhou had taken quite a liking to her. Otherwise, Lu Xiu would not have found it so effortless to marry into the Zhou family. I am uncertain. Zhou Minhao wanted to deny this notion, yet his heart was reluctant. Ultimately, whether one harbors affection or not is a personal matter. We do not wish to pressure you, but do consider your feelings carefully. Mother Zhou shook her head. After all, her son was merely 20, and that young lady was only 18, so she felt no urgency. Ingman was not privy to the intricacies of the Zhou family's affairs. Zhou Minhao's holiday was limited to a mere few days, and factoring in travel time, he could only remain in the village for 3 days. During this short span, although Zhou Minhao frequently sought out Ingman, he never broached the subject that lingered in his mind, as he had yet to clarify his own feelings. However, whenever Zhou Minhao visited Ingman, Lu Xiu would inevitably come knocking, insisting on conversation and resolutely preventing the two from being alone together. Ingman relished the tranquility, while Zhou Minhao, though displeased, refrained from voicing his objections. When the holiday concluded, he took his leave. With the heat of the season upon them, there were fewer engagements, allowing Ingman to devote her time to studying high school material. Beyond her evening studies in her space, she spent most of her time outdoors. Zhou Minhao, along with Wang Shibai, who had become familiar enough to drop by, noticed her dedication. The former did not inquire further, merely commenting that learning more was certainly beneficial. Wang Shi, however, found it quite curious. Having been someone who disliked studying and had proactively chosen to work in the countryside, she was astonished that Ingman was self-studying. You are self-learning? What is the purpose of that if it does not lead to university? Acquiring knowledge is invariably beneficial, even if one cannot attend university. Possessing at least a high school diploma is essential. I, for one, ceased my education after middle school when my mother passed away, leaving me with a sense of regret. In light of this, I resolved to educate myself. Ingman sought an excuse, remaining unaware of the external circumstances, and refrained from attributing changes in national policy to her situation, simply expressing a desire to honor her mother's wishes. This perspective is indeed valid. Bai Meng nodded, encouraging her to inquire whenever she had uncertainties. Very well. I shall not be shy. As a token of gratitude, I can prepare meals for you. Ingman reciprocated graciously, knowing that Bai Meng, a high school graduate, could guide her on what subjects to pursue. Observing Xiaoman's diligence, Wang Shi questioned her own lack of ambition, feeling somewhat despondent. You could join me in studying. After all, I am not particularly busy at the moment. Ingman invited her, hoping to assist her friends. Perhaps not. Wang Shi promptly declined, revealing her disinterest in studying. Ingman shook her head, recognizing there was little she could do to change that. Lu Xiao learned of Ingman's academic pursuits in high school subjects, though she remained uncertain whether the original Zhong Yingman had ever engaged in such studies. Nevertheless, the current Zhong Yingman indeed succeeded in entering university, albeit a few years later, which left Lu Xiao without any doubts. Though she harbored no doubts, she had already attributed Zhou Minheo's indifference towards her to Yingman, continuously seeking an opportunity to eliminate this rival in love. Initially, her strategy was to divert attention away from her own feelings, but Yingman refused to take the bait. Coupled with Zhou Minheo's disregard, Lu Xiao's jealousy transformed into something far more sinister. What began as a desire for Yingman to marry Zhang Yu, only to be ultimately abandoned, evolved into a fervent wish to utterly ruin Yingman. During the summer, there was little work to be done. The most one could do was ascend the mountains to gather some branches for drying, which would be just in time for winter use. Furthermore, their location in the southern region, while not directly by the sea, was not far from it either. Despite being surrounded by mountains, the area still felt the impact of approaching typhoons. The houses where Yingman and the educated youth resided had thatched roofs. Thus, when signs of a typhoon emerged, the village chief arranged for them to stay with other families for a time, as thatched roofs, even when reinforced, were prone to leaks. In addition to the houses, rice cultivation posed another concern. During the typhoon, a majority of the rice was flattened and submerged in water. At this stage, the rice had already begun to fill with grain, and failing to address the situation would result in total loss of the harvest. Therefore, once the typhoon subsided, they would rush to the fields to salvage what they could. They tied several stalks of rice together for stability and released excess water, as the current conditions did not require excessive irrigation. Moreover, summer typhoons were not a rare occurrence. When the typhoon approached, Yingman took refuge in the Zhou household, as the summer was characterized by either typhoons or torrential rains, leading the Zhou family to accommodate her for 2 months. This situation drove Lu Xiao to the brink of jealousy, and she finally conceived a plan. In the neighboring village resided a notorious scoundrel, known for his cunning ways and occasional harassment of the village's young women. His survival was owed to the absence of law enforcement. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences long ago. Raised by indulgent parents, he never faced starvation, yet no woman would deign to marry him. With the passing of his parents, his prospects for marriage diminished even further. Lu Xiao discreetly spread rumors about Yingman, claiming she was a cursed soul, unable to find a husband due to her ill-fated lineage. Despite her beauty and the inheritance left by her parents, the whispers of her misfortune lingered. Lu Xiao had heard that the scoundrel had once forcibly taken a woman, which might entice him upon hearing such tales. Indeed, soon after, she observed the rogue frequently visiting their village, prying for information. Lu Xiao feigned casualness while divulging bits about Yingman, facilitating his pursuit. Yingman, oblivious to Lu Xiao's manipulations, devoted herself to self-studying high school subjects over the past few months. Her insecurity drove her to exert tremendous effort in her studies, and she seldom left her home except to exercise within her space, where gravity enhanced her training. As months passed, Yingman had become capable of running within her space. Her strength significantly increased, allowing her to rival adult men. However, despite her newfound power, she lacked combat training, leaving her uncertain of her ability to prevail against a man in a confrontation. Yingman is well aware of this. As a young individual navigating through the era of information explosion, even though she is yet to reach adulthood, she possesses a wealth of knowledge. After all, the internet is a repository of all things, including videos capturing various moments of demise that are brazenly shared online. In the future, as her skills develop, she could potentially harness this aspect, but for now, she is merely at the beginning of her journey and should proceed with caution. Fortunately, the present circumstances are relatively safe, alleviating her worries. Consequently, apart from joining others in salvaging rice post-typhoon, she rarely ventures out alone. Even when ascending the mountains, she is accompanied by Wang Shibai, Meng Zhou, and Xiaomei. The persistent scoundrel has yet to catch her alone, and gradually, he has become less frequent in his pursuits. This infuriates Lu Xiao to no end. However, her anger dissipates quickly as the time for autumn harvest approaches. In their region, preparations for the autumn harvest entail draining any residual water from the rice paddies prior to cutting. After letting the fields dry for a few days, they commence the official harvest. Yingman wields a sickle, joining her companions in the fields. Although the water has been drained, the ground remains muddy, necessitating that she shake off the adhering muck with each step. Bending over to cut the rice can easily lead to backaches and discomfort, not to mention the irritation of leaves brushing against her skin. The arable land in their vicinity is limited, consisting primarily of terraced fields. Yet it is imperative to harvest promptly while the weather is favorable, lest the autumn rains arrive and impede the drying process. After half of the work was completed, the young woman was assigned to thresh rice. At that time, electric threshing machines were non-existent. Only foot-operated threshers were available, and there were only a few in the entire village. Surrounding the thresher were specially crafted bamboo mats designed with a small opening at the bottom, shaped somewhat like a concave form to prevent the rice grains from scattering. Care was needed to avoid leaning too far in or placing the rice stalks all at once. Instead, she had to gently lower the rice ears to prevent being pulled in. As the drum rotated, it knocked the rice grains from the ears, and by rotating the stalks, the grains could be dislodged efficiently. If she worried about not achieving thoroughness, she could spread the stalks out for further threshing. Once cleaned, the grains were cast aside, and those skilled at the task could arrange the stalks neatly. Although she had assisted her grandparents in threshing rice before, that had been with an electric machine. The structure was similar, yet it did not require foot power. This was her first attempt at using such a traditional method, and it proved to be quite laborious, leaving her legs particularly sore. She often had to switch feet after a short while. She mused that this was undoubtedly an excellent way to strengthen leg muscles, due to the exhaustion of foot pedaling. It was common for two people to operate a single thresher, making the task less strenuous when working together. After feeling fatigued, one might switch places with another individual, moving to the front of the threshing machine. The person stationed there must carefully extract the threshed rice grains from beneath the mat, ensuring that the flow is not obstructed. It is imperative for this individual to exercise caution and refrain from extending their hands towards the rolling drum, as being caught by it would prove disastrous. The extracted rice grains require further processing. Initially, larger straw and leaves must be removed, followed by the sifting away of smaller debris using a sieve. The remaining grains must be allowed to dry before being sifted once more in alignment with the wind direction, allowing the breeze to carry away any residual particles. Ultimately, any stubborn remnants can be expelled using a fan cart. In this locale, there are no adequately flat areas suitable for drying rice. Instead, the process occurs directly in the drier fields. The tops of the rice stalks are cut off, and bamboo mats are unfurled to receive the rice, which is then spread out using a plow rake. Before nightfall, it is essential to collect the rice from the mats, securing it in snakeskin bags and stacking it nearby, covered with straw to prevent dew from dampening the grains. After a day's labor, one finds not only an overwhelming sense of exhaustion, but also an intense itchiness due to tiny hairs from the rice clinging to the skin. One emerges from the autumn harvest noticeably slimmer, yet fortunate to partake in communal meals, alleviating the burden of cooking after such strenuous toil. However, there is little respite, as sweet potatoes must also be harvested. The initial step in this process involves cutting away the dried and withered sweet potato vines, gathering them together for future chopping and fermentation to feed the pigs during winter. After clearing away all the vines, they commence the delicate task of harvesting sweet potatoes. This endeavor requires a certain finesse. A skilled farmer, with a single strike of the hoe, can extract an entire plant with minimal damage, whereas a novice may sever the root in half with a single blow. While some diligently harvest, others gather the unearthed sweet potatoes into baskets, carefully removing the dirt that clings to them. After several days of toil, they finally completed the harvest. Following the submission of their grain tax, they needed to process the remaining sweet potatoes. They poured the tubers into a large wooden basin, typically used for slaughtering pigs, filled it with water, and employed a bamboo stick with a piece of bamboo attached to the end to stir incessantly, washing away the mud. Once the sweet potatoes were retrieved and dried, they were grated into fine shreds and spread out on drying mats to air dry. Once fully dried, they would be distributed alongside grain based on labor contributions to each household. After such arduous labor, receiving their portion of grain filled them with exhilaration. Though she had engaged in agricultural work before, the intensity of this experience was unprecedented, especially in an era marked by scarcity, rendering the entire experience profoundly different. In the following chapter, they planned to turn the soil once more, planting radishes and other vegetables, for the winters here are harsh and winter wheat is seldom cultivated. Once all these plants are sown, they can truly relax. After several months of study, Ingman has gained a measure of confidence in self-learning. no longer feeling the previous urgency. Especially with nearly a year ahead, she has the opportunity to accelerate her progress and sees no need to impose excessive pressure upon herself. The southern mountains in late autumn abound with treasures, not to mention the various wild fruits. There are also wild mushrooms that flourish in the fall. When she ventures out, she often invites Wang Shi and Bai Ming, though sometimes they join her and at other times prefer to stay in, particularly as climbing mountains can be quite exhausting. Thus, Ingman often finds herself exploring alone. During this season, the wild fruits are delightful and sweet, unlike later years when, perhaps due to environmental degradation, the fruits from her hometown have become increasingly unpalatable. After all, her childhood was marked by snowfall, which ceased after she turned 6, and the spring and autumn rains have increased, leading to insufficient sunlight that diminishes the quality of wild fruits. Mushrooms have nearly vanished from her homeland, but here, after a rain, they sprout abundantly, even in the corners of walls and backyards. Recently, apart from practicing martial arts in her space, she has been cultivating the land, planting the various fruits and vegetables she had previously brought in. However, the conditions in her space differ from those outside. Some seedlings she had placed in the water pit by the lake have perished for unknown reasons, while others have thrived, their leaves becoming greener and more vibrant. Ingyan has not brought anything from this world into her own. Although the two worlds may bear some resemblance, the Earth resides in the vast expanse of the myriad realms. Even though Earth is merely a corner of the great world, it cannot be compared to the lesser realms, which, despite their diminutive size, possess soundly established laws. The absence of such laws in the small worlds results in a deficiency in the people and matters therein. Uncertain of the consequences that might ensue from introducing elements of a complete lawful world into a small realm, she refrains from acting impulsively. Lu Xiao discovered that Ingman had ventured up the mountain alone and promptly devised a means to inform the old scoundrel. On that day, Ingman had wandered quite far. Although the woods were dense and home to wild boars, there had been no reports of wolves or other ferocious beasts, alleviating concerns for her safety, thus allowing her to brave the depths of the mountains alone. Suddenly, she heard the sound of rustling leaves nearby and began to scan her surroundings, only to see a disheveled man emerging from the thicket. Furrowing her brow, Ingman became immediately alert and grasped the sickle resting in her basket. She harbored no illusions about the man's intentions, as his gaze roamed over her with evident malice. "Little girl, there's no need for fear. I harbor no ill will," said the old scoundrel, cautious of Ingman's sickle. "As long as you leave this place, I shall not perceive you as a threat." Ingman, however, was not a naive girl who would mistake the appearance of a seemingly malevolent man for mere happenstance. "I merely wish to gather some wild fruits." The old scoundrel attempted to close the distance between them. "Do not come any closer, or I shall not hold back," Ingman declared, her countenance icy as she brandished a sickle. Wait, I shall take my leave at once." The old rogue hastily retreated, casting furtive glances at Ingman, who remained steadfastly fixated on him. Reluctantly, he distanced himself. Fortunately, the vegetation surrounding them was low yet lush, and her senses seemed heightened in this space. Otherwise, she might not have detected his approach in time. She pondered how he had fixated on her, but the uncertainty prompted her to minimize her solitary outings, ensuring he would have no opportunity. As for her residence, she shared it with the educated youth, spending most nights in the confines of the space, which she believed posed no problem. Consequently, Ingman ventured out alone infrequently, and when she did, it was always in the company of others. Lu Xiao, witnessing her continual safety, was driven to the brink of exasperation. Unfortunately for her, Zhang Yu, having previously suffered defeat at Ingman's hand, had now turned his attention towards her. Zhang Yu, who presented a facade of charm and grace, was, in truth, somewhat of a scoundrel, often neglecting his duties. Previously, he had lured Lu Xiao into parting with some grain, allowing him to sustain himself. Otherwise, he would not have so easily shifted his focus to Ingman upon her suggestion. Yet, he was also a man with more cunning than courage, relying solely on his looks to deceive unsophisticated village maidens. Faced with Ingman's evident disinterest in his advances, he was compelled to abandon his pursuit and return to harassing Lu Xiao. It is also Lu Xiao's own unscrupulous nature that led to this predicament. Otherwise, after their separation, she would not have neglected Zhang Yu. And what could he have done? Even if the truth were to emerge, their innocence would stand clear, as mere words hold no weight without evidence. Being a local, she should not fear an outsider. Yet, she sought to divert blame. only to find herself ensnared by Zhang Yu's machinations, making her situation truly inescapable. As winter set in, Ingman ventured outdoors even less. For the southern winter is indeed frigid, especially now when warmth seems elusive. The biting wind feels akin to knives slicing against her skin, both painful and irritating. The latter due to the chill. One day, as Ingman exited her space, she donned not only thermal undergarments, but also an array of the original owner's clothing, layering 2 cotton coats, one thick and one thin. The thick coat, a military overcoat gifted by Zhou Minhao, enveloped her like a ball. Upon noticing the brightness outside, she opened the window to behold the landscape blanketed in snow. Chapter 19. The little pawn uncertain of when the snow began to fall. She observed that it had already accumulated to a foot in depth, and it continued to descend in feathery flakes. Gazing at the rare wintry scene, Ingman suddenly felt the cold dissipate. It is often said that Southerners have never witnessed snow. However, her grandmother recounted tales of significant snowfall in the South during the 1990s, snow so abundant it could transform the evergreen pines of the mountains into a white spectacle. Regrettably, by the time Ingman grew up, due to the issues surrounding the greenhouse effect, snowfall had become a rarity in the southern regions. She had never witnessed the enchanting winter landscapes her grandmother had described. However, to her astonishment, after experiencing a time travel, she found herself amidst such beauty. Reflecting on the myriad of novels she had read, including tales of interstellar cultivation and ancient eras, Ingman suddenly felt that the concept of quick traversals was not devoid of merit. At the very least, it allowed her to behold and learn so much. With this thought in mind, she hastily retrieved her phone, powered it on, and began capturing everything she saw. These images would serve as her cherished mementos. Even if her photography skills left much to be desired, the exquisite scenery made up for it. Once she felt she had taken enough pictures, she stowed her phone away, powered it down, and placed it back in her space. Although she had prepared several power banks, her smartphone remained cumbersome to use, given that it was a smart device. After a while, as the heavy snow continued to fall, Ingman began to feel somewhat frozen. She closed the window and retreated into her space, realizing that venturing out on such a snowy day was not ideal. Inside her space, she checked on the plot of land she had cultivated, where some greenery had already emerged. The fruit trees she had planted were thriving as well. Grabbing a watering can, she filled it with water from the nearby lake and tended to her plants. These vegetables were actually the second harvest. Given that time flowed differently in her space compared to the outside world, she had left seeds from the first harvest unpicked. The second yield differed significantly from the first, with a germination rate that had risen to 10. Ingman could distinctly perceive the difference between these two harvests. The flavors of the vegetables produced were utterly transformed. The first harvest of vegetables possesses a slightly superior flavor compared to those grown in her home. As for a comparison with market produce, there is simply no contest. The second harvest showcases an even more pronounced richness and flavor, clearly indicating that the vegetables are undergoing a transformation, or perhaps returning to their rightful essence. Could this elevation be what is referred to as the legendary, ethereal vegetables? Ingman suddenly felt a surge of anticipation as she gazed at the verdant seedlings sprawling across the ground, then cast her eyes over the vast, empty space, which only housed a handful of diminutive fruit trees. She pondered when she might fill the majority of this space with flourishing plants. During noon, Ingman ventured outside the space for the first time, yet the snow continued to fall, albeit less heavily than before. From her vantage point, she noticed that the village remained quiet, with hardly anyone daring to step outside, understandably so, as the deep snow posed a significant challenge. The heavy snowfall persisted until the following day, finally relenting, though the sky remained shrouded in ominous clouds, hinting at the possibility of further precipitation. Stepping outside her home, Ingman observed the thick blanket of snow, feeling uncertain about her next move. Was she to build a snowman? What are you going out for? In such heavy snow? She heard a voice, and Wang Shi, nearby, opened the window to inquire. Nothing, just taking a look, Ingman replied, omitting the fact that she had never seen snow before and was merely curious. As the snow melted, the cold intensified, further dissuading her from venturing outside. She opted to remain within the space, dedicating her days to study, although some concepts still eluded her understanding. Ingman firmly believed that if she could memorize all her textbooks and gradually grasp their meanings, she would inevitably succeed. In truth, Ingman is far from foolish. She has always preferred to complete her assignments ahead of time, diligently seeking answers within the pages of her books. She particularly excels in mathematics and physics, while her grasp of chemistry leaves much to be desired, primarily due to her difficulty in memorizing chemical formulas. However, with the enhancement of her memory, she has managed to commit them to memory through sheer repetition. This improvement in her cognitive abilities has also bolstered her retention in subjects such as Chinese and English, which require extensive memorization. At this point, her English textbooks are rather mediocre. Ingman relies on her own materials from both junior and senior high school. Additionally, accompanied by supplementary discs, she has transferred these resources to her mobile device, allowing her to practice her spoken English. In the lead-up to the new year, Ingman hardly ventured outside, at most stepping out for a breath of fresh air. A series of heavy snowfalls before the holiday rendered outdoor excursions nearly impossible. Thankfully, she had prepared her New Year goods well in advance. Nowadays, the celebration primarily involves purchasing items such as sweets and fabrics, things she would typically not acquire. Ingman did not buy much, nor does she have family nearby. She finds herself missing her grandparents. While she is not the type to frequently dwell on her relatives, they occupy a special place in her heart. Even if she does not often reach out when she is out, they remain in her thoughts. On the 30th, the Zhou family extended an invitation for her to celebrate the new year with them, which she politely declined. Ultimately, Ingman invited Wang, Shi, and Bai Meng to join her in the festivities. The young male intellectuals had initially wished to celebrate with them as well, but the trio turned down their company. The New Year's Eve dinner was prepared by 3 individuals, and despite Ingman's culinary skills being merely adequate, it was unexpectedly Bai Meng who showcased remarkable talent in the kitchen, creating delicious dishes even amidst a scarcity of seasonings. After the meal, stepping outside, they were greeted by the sight of fresh snow beginning to fall once more, a harbinger of a prosperous year, as Ingman remarked with a smile. "Do you really not require our assistance with the cleanup?" Wang Shi inquired while making his way outdoors. No, Ingman waved her hand dismissively. "I can manage it myself. I have been keeping hot water ready." "Happy New Year," she called out as they departed. The nation announced the reinstatement of the college entrance examination, igniting a wave of excitement among the educated youth, for this meant they could escape their current circumstances through academic achievement. Knowing that Ingman possessed high school textbooks, they flocked to borrow them. As the busy farming season had come to an end, the production team allowed them to forego labor in favor of studying. They could even attend the nearby high school for extra tutoring, though the journey was somewhat arduous, taking over an hour on foot, which led many villagers to prefer gathering at Ingman's residence instead. Ingman did not mind their perusal of her books and often engaged in discussions with them. Having pursued self-study previously, although her knowledge mirrored that of the textbooks, some concepts could not be grasped through self-instruction alone. She had memorized all the textbooks, and with the assistance of her unique space, her memory had indeed been enhanced, even if she was not entirely eidetic. Although unsure of her potential score, Ingman remained optimistic, recognizing her efforts. If her endeavors fell short, she could always seize the opportunity presented by the wave of reform and become a successful businesswoman. This perspective stemmed from the reality that, in modern times, the value of a university degree had diminished significantly, leaving Ingman perplexed about what being a university student truly represented. In the future, as university graduates became commonplace and job allocations ceased, many pursued higher education merely as a means to secure better employment. Consequently, if more lucrative opportunities arose, the necessity of attending university became irrelevant, a sentiment shared by many, including Ingman. Ingman was acutely aware of her aspirations. She simply lacked the means to pursue her education in the past. Now, with an opportunity at hand, she was determined to make the most of it, ensuring that each journey was not in vain. Thus, a month later, they arrived a day early in the county, acknowledging that traveling there consumed considerable time. The county's only guest house was far from accommodating due to the influx of visitors. Fortunately, the school had anticipated this situation, arranging for those participating in the college entrance examination to stay in student dormitories. Enduring the musty odor of the bedding, Ingman spent the night and, the following day, joined her peers for the examination. When it came time to select her subjects, she opted for the humanities, whereas, had she been in her original world, she would have chosen the sciences, particularly computer science, which held great promise at that time. Ingman had a strong desire to learn this field. However, at this moment, she remained uncertain about the subjects offered in the sciences and whether she could adapt to them. After all, she recalled that gaining admission to one's desired field of study in college was not always guaranteed. Adjustments often had to be made. She felt confident that she could manage the subjects within the humanities. Unfortunately, she had never written period literature and was not well versed in its intricacies. Given that it was the First World, she opted for a more prudent approach, even if she needed to pursue other studies in the future. She could easily earn a living after graduation and continue her education, as she intended to reside in this world for a lifetime. After completing the examination, Ingman let out a sigh of relief, knowing she had done all that she could. If she did not succeed this time, she would simply reassess her options. Feeling rather at ease, "Ingman, aren't you worried?" Bai Ming questioned, observing Ingman's relaxed demeanor with curiosity. While she had been fraught with anxiety, fearing poor results, Ingman replied, "What good does worrying do now that the exam is over? Once the results are announced, we will know whether we have been accepted. Besides, since the college entrance examination occurs annually, there is always next year to try again. This is certainly better than having no hope at all, isn't it?" Ingman maintained an optimistic outlook. "You are right." Bai Ming pondered for a moment, then felt a sense of relaxation wash over her. Indeed, there was no point in fretting about what was already decided. It was far better to approach the situation with a cheerful spirit. The waiting period was arduous, even if it spanned only a few days. A few days later, they were notified to fill out their application preferences. Ingman glanced at the list of universities provided by the teacher. The teacher thoughtfully categorized these institutions into various fields: comprehensive, science, medicine, agriculture, education, political law, and arts, totaling 88 schools, with the last two categories each containing only one school. Each individual may select four preferences. Ingman contemplated her choices and decided to place Peking University and Fudan University as her first two preferences, followed by Zhejiang University, which is nearby, and Xijing University. Although Zhejiang University specializes in the sciences, it is still her home province's institution, and she reasoned that a science school does not exclude the possibility of humanities. Ingman felt confident about her performance this time, believing she had improved compared to previous examinations, as uncertainties were minimal, thus allowing her to be bolder in her choices. Bai Ming made similar selections, while Wang Shi grappled with a lack of confidence and ultimately opted for a few teacher training and agricultural schools. Although she appeared somewhat unsure, she possessed a certain aptitude for academics. For instance, she did not always pay full attention in class, often daydreaming or doodling, yet she was adept at multitasking. Absorbing the teacher's words, coupled with her self-study skills, a last-minute review before exams often placed her within the top 20 of her class rankings. Therefore, Ingman speculated that perhaps this time she could gain admission to a prestigious university. Ingman nodded thoughtfully. "I wish you the best in your pursuit of a good school." Zhou Minheo's blessing was sincere. "Thank you, Brother Zhou. You should also strive to attend a military academy. It may lead you to greater heights in the future," Ingman earnestly suggested. "I will," he replied. Zhou Minheo nodded, remaining silent for a while, which left Ingman feeling somewhat perplexed, though she refrained from asking any questions. "Xiaoman, will you be my girlfriend?" After a moment, as Ingman rubbed her ears, still slightly chilly beneath her hat, just when they thought they would continue walking in silence, he spoke again. "What?" Ingman turned to look at him, bewildered by his sudden declaration. Chapter 21. The 80th minor character. "I like you and hope you can become my girlfriend, my future wife," Zhou Minheo declared solemnly, turning to face Ingman. His eyes filled with earnestness. Although she had been in this place for nearly 2 years, she remained somewhat naive to matters of the heart, leaving her at a loss in the face of such a confession. During her middle school years, she would blush and pay attention to handsome male classmates. But she had never experienced the heart-racing, bashful sensations described in novels. Instead, she merely harbored a longing for that kind of beauty, yet was truly oblivious to the concepts of liking and loving. Zhou Minheo felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing her reaction, but recognizing that her reticence stemmed from innocence rather than a lack of affection, he remained undeterred. "Since you don't understand, why not give it a try? After all, you will eventually marry someone, won't you? Just give me a chance." Ingman found herself in a quandary. "Do you dislike Brother Zhou?" Sensing her hesitation, Zhou Minheo swiftly capitalized on the opportunity. Ingman shook her head. She did not harbor any dislike for him. Not only was he tall and handsome, but he was also a soldier, a decent person, and, after all, he was the male lead. What does it mean to be a male lead? In the realm of romantic novels, the male protagonists are invariably depicted as profoundly devoted, even if they initially present themselves as frivolous playboys. Once their hearts are truly engaged, their fidelity becomes unwavering. This world is a construction of narrative, far surpassing the limitations of reality. Furthermore, in the genre of romantic literature, the laws governing love and fate are arguably the most potent. Indeed, Ingman has never disclosed to Ingman that the attributes of a small world mirror those of a novel. For instance, in romantic fiction, the law of romantic destiny reigns supreme, even transcending the 6 fundamental laws governing the vast multiverse. This imbalance in the laws of the small world is a principal reason for its peculiarities. Given this understanding, it might be worthwhile to consider Brother Zhou as a potential future partner. Zhou Minhao smiled and remarked, I still need to complete my university studies. Let me finish my degree first. Ingman bit her lip, ultimately conceding with a soft, all right. Zhou Minhao had no objections and handed her a piece of paper. This is my address. I hope you can send me a letter to inform me of your whereabouts once you are accepted into college. Okay, Ingman nodded. She felt warmth in response to his gesture. Having grown up without parents, she had always been fiercely independent. Although her grandparents showered her with affection and did not adhere to the traditional preference for males, their advancing age often meant that she had to rely on herself. Consequently, Ingman yearned for warmth and tenderness, which is why, despite her lack of understanding of love and her skepticism towards it, she found solace in romantic novels, longing for the beautifully portrayed love they depicted. Perhaps, in this world, she could truly experience the essence of love. Lost in these thoughts, she remained silent until she arrived. You may go in now. Goodbye, Brother Zhou. As Ingman looked up, she realized she had reached the youth station, bidding farewell to Zhou Minhao. Make sure to secure the doors and windows, he reminded her before departing. Oh, there's something going on here, Wang Shi teased after Zhou Minhao had left. Peering out from behind. How annoying you are. Ingman did not deny it, for she had promised Zhou Minhao to attempt to connect with him. Am I right? Angered by my words? Then come, strike me, Wang Shi chuckled, while Ingman pretended to approach him, swiftly shutting the window. TSK, what a childish act. Bai Meng shook her head at their antics. And you consider yourself the adult, Wang Shi retorted, wrinkling his nose at Bai Meng. Hee. Ingman laughed cheerfully and then entered the house. After the new year, they had yet to receive their admission letters, leading to doubts about whether anyone had passed the examination. Just as despair began to settle among them, the infrequent mail carrier arrived, delivering their acceptance notifications. Out of the 16 individuals from their village, including 6 youths, only 6 received offers. Yet, given that only 270,000 out of over 7 million students nationwide were admitted, their village had fared quite well, likely due to the presence of the female protagonist. The villagers and the youths were evenly split. Ingman, Lu Xiao, and Lu Lin were from the village, alongside Bai Meng, Wang Yu, and Chun Gang, the 3 youths. Despite being psychologically prepared for the outcome, Wang Shi still felt a pang of disappointment upon realizing she had not been accepted. Sighing, she lamented, it seems I did not pass. Do not fret. Perhaps the results have yet to arrive, Ingman reassured her, contemplating that notifications might vary in delivery times across different locations. She recalled reading in a novel that the timing of acceptance letters differs among schools, influenced by their proximity. Those in the same province or neighboring regions typically receive their letters earlier, while prestigious institutions like Capital University, where Ingman had applied, tend to send notifications last. Indeed, Ingman was thrilled to discover she had been accepted into Peking University, momentarily stunned by the realization that she had gained admission to such a prestigious institution. I hope so, she mused. Wang Shi, however, remained skeptical. Even if you do not succeed this year, there is always next year. With a year of hard work, you will surely prevail. Ingman, noticing her friend's lingering despondency, shifted her approach to offer comfort. Yes, there is always next year, and I will strive diligently. This thought invigorated Wang Shi somewhat. By the way, what will you be studying at Peking University? Well, I initially applied for the Chinese department, but Ingman found herself at a loss, as she had been accepted into the economics department. The leap from Chinese studies to economics felt rather vast. While she possessed a basic understanding of future economic trends, her grasp of economics itself was limited, having only completed her first year of high school. Chapter 22. A Minor Character's Journey. 13. Having succeeded in the examinations, the imperative to register at the institution loomed. Preparations were underway, encompassing the arrangement of personal effects and the conversion of grain into ration coupons, specifically those of national validity. It was with a degree of perplexity that Ingman contemplated the necessary provisions for embarking on such a distant journey during this era. Is Xiaoman at home? Zhou Shn's voice echoed from beyond the threshold as Ingman busied herself with packing. Zhou Shn, what brings you here? Ingman inquired, her surprise evident upon seeing Zhou Shn. Zhou Shn's household, namely Zhou Minhao's younger siblings, had not participated in the national college entrance examination, as one was still in junior high school and the other in their first year of senior high. Aren't you setting off for the capital? Take this with you. Zhou Shn extended a handkerchief-wrapped parcel towards Ingman. What is it? I cannot accept it. Ingman promptly declined. It's nothing of great consequence. Ahau requested that I deliver it to you. Zhou Shn insisted, placing the item in Ingman's hands, revealing its origin. Judging by the contours of the bundle, Ingman surmised that it likely contained currency or vouchers. Despite having consented to affording Zhou Minhao an opportunity, their relationship had not yet progressed to courtship, and she could not accept his offerings. Had they been engaged in a romantic relationship, she would not have hesitated to utilize items provided by him. However, prior to such a commitment, it was entirely unacceptable, for, upon acceptance, she would find herself in a position of relative vulnerability. Even if Ingman lacked a comprehensive understanding of love, she comprehended that it was predicated on mutual equality. Should she find herself at a disadvantage before it even began, she would remain so indefinitely. The axiom that debtors hold power does not apply to matters of the heart. Thus, at this juncture, Ingman would resolutely decline Zhou Minhao's assistance. Zhou found herself in a quandary, unable to fulfill her son's request, which left her feeling quite uneasy. However, her son had mentioned that Xiaoman had agreed to date him upon graduating, a statement that was, in fact, misleading. She worried that if this arrangement fell through, her son might feel disheartened. Noticing her distress, Ingman pondered for a moment before retreating indoors to fetch some local grain vouchers. How about this, Aunt Zhou? I have these local grain vouchers. Do you possess any national ones? You can reimburse me at market value, and in doing so, you would be assisting me. This form of exchange was something she could accept. The following day, they ventured to the county, embarking on a 10-hour bus journey to the city, followed by a train ride to the capital, which would take over 2 days. Throughout their travels, they remained vigilant, fortunate enough to avoid any nefarious individuals. After enduring the arduous journey, they finally arrived at the capital's train station, burdened with their numerous belongings. By the time the admission notice arrived, it was already quite late. Yet they had not missed the start of the semester. Hastily, they managed to reach the school and complete their registration before classes commenced on February 2nd. Bai Meng was enrolled in the political science department, while Ingman was in the economics department. Though they were not in the same faculty, their late arrival meant they were assigned to the same dormitory. This dormitory housed 8 beds, occupied by students from various regions and departments. Many, like them, had faced delays due to the distance and late notification of their acceptance. At this stage, the students were still relatively unpretentious, and Ingman found herself fortunate not to encounter any troublesome roommates. At this juncture, university life offered little in the way of leisure. On the contrary, it proved to be even more demanding than high school. Ingman, like her peers, found herself deeply engrossed in her studies and participating in various activities. Her admission to this esteemed institution was solely due to her relentless memorization of textbooks, followed by a gradual process of comprehension, rendering her incomparable to her more gifted classmates. Consequently, Ingman resorted to late-night study sessions, immersing herself in her studies while others slept, striving to keep pace with her contemporaries. Her dedication was such that she fervently sought to acquire genuine knowledge, often to the point of neglecting her earlier promise to Zhou Minhao to write to him. After all, for someone who could go an entire month without recalling to make a phone call in the future, the notion of writing letters seemed even more distant. Thus, when 3 months later, she heard of a letter addressed to her, she paused in surprise, only recollecting the matter upon seeing the sender's name. It turned out that Zhou Minhao had received news from home about Ingman's enrollment at Peking University. Concerned by the lack of correspondence, he felt compelled to send her a letter. Thus began a correspondence between the two over the following months, during which Ingman finally caught up with her academic workload. No longer did she need to race against time, fretting over falling behind. She had memorized all her textbooks and was now able to fully absorb and understand the material presented by her teachers during lectures. Even if the garments were merely simple and devoid of intricate patterns, the effort to produce them to a sellable standard demanded considerable time and was quite exhausting. After accumulating a modest capital, she set her sights on the southern markets, intent on procuring stock for sale. Although Ing Man might not fully comprehend the essence of fashion, she was nonetheless influenced by the aesthetic sensibilities shaped by the information explosion of later generations. With an understanding that contemporary aesthetics fell short, she opened her computer and unearthed the films from the 1980s and 1990s from Hong Kong and Taiwan that she had saved, meticulously selecting outfits inspired by the female protagonists within those films. This approach proved effective, despite the limited availability of television and films at present. The aesthetic influence of the cinematic offerings from Hong Kong and Taiwan was undeniably significant. Upon bringing her selected garments to the capital, they sold remarkably well, and she earned a substantial profit over one summer vacation. During this time, she encountered threats and even an attempt at human trafficking, but Ing Man was well prepared, finding modern self-defense sprays to be exceptionally effective. In Chapter 23, titled 80 Small Cannon Fodder 14, it is revealed that through her summer and winter breaks, Ing Man accumulated considerable wealth. Thanks to her spatial advantages, she was able to transport a significant quantity of merchandise each time, and the appealing styles of her clothing facilitated rapid sales. With aspirations of increasing her financial resources, she contemplated the possibility of purchasing a courtyard residence. While she did not share the same reverence for courtyard houses as others, believing that all houses served a similar purpose, she was aware of the astronomical prices such properties could fetch in the future. However, she had never seen a female protagonist sell the courtyard house she had purchased. The question lingered: why was there a desire to acquire a courtyard residence? The primary reason lies in the spaciousness of the courtyard houses, which provide ample room for her to cultivate various fruits and vegetables, making them convenient for consumption. Despite her busy schedule, Ing Man has not forgotten to correspond with Zhou Minheo. She even writes letters to the village, where Aunt Zhou encourages her children to send a few letters in return. As a result, Ing Man has become privy to certain news, particularly regarding Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao has been accepted into Zhejiang University, and like Ing Man, she has taken to engaging in small business ventures during her holiday. However, unlike Ing Man, who resells clothing, Lu Xiao has delved into the realm of snacks. Moreover, she involves her family in the enterprise, achieving considerable success that has evoked envy among the villagers. Many are aware that the country has embarked on a path of reform and opening up, leading numerous individuals to seek employment opportunities elsewhere, much to the dismay of the village chief, who finds the exodus overwhelming. Nonetheless, there is little that can be done, as their county is predominantly mountainous with limited arable land, classified as a poverty-stricken area where the agricultural yield barely suffices for sustenance, let alone for sale. With the news of reforms, it is only natural for everyone to aspire to venture out. However, currently, leaving requires an introduction letter from the village, which has helped to regulate the number of departures. Ing Man finds no surprise in this. She had previously speculated that her initial experience of traversing into this world was facilitated by Yin, who had taken great care of her and arranged a story background almost identical to her hometown in her original world, a place that had been renowned as a poverty-stricken county prior to the 21st century, characterized by minimal agricultural output and a lack of factories, necessitating migration. After catching wind of a rumor, Ing Man ceased to pay attention to Lu Xiao, believing that her restraint in dealing with the protagonist, who harbors intentions to undermine her, was already an act of mercy. As the new year passed, Ing Man had not received any correspondence from Zhou Minheo, which caused her some concern. After all, as a soldier, he may have been assigned to a mission or sent to the battlefield. It was only then that she suddenly recalled this fact, intensifying her unease. Even though she was aware that he was the male lead, endowed with remarkable fortune, and should be safe, the absence of his presence alongside the female lead raised doubts. In romantic narratives, the plot invariably prioritizes the female protagonist, and the fate of the world tends to favor her as well. Consequently, with the male lead evidently distanced from the female lead, he might be stripped of his fortune. In truth, Ing Man's apprehensions were not unfounded, as this was indeed the nature of the female lead's romantic realm. However, the circumstances in this world were somewhat different. Ing Man excelled academically and professionally, proving herself to be a significant supporting character. As her own prospects flourished beyond those of the female lead, her fortune gradually increased as well. Therefore, when the male lead chose her over the female lead, she was not immediately forsaken by fate. She began by writing him a letter, contemplating that while she had not received any correspondence, it would suffice for him to receive just one, bringing her some solace, especially knowing he might be on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Zhou Minheo, who eventually received an avalanche of letters from Ingman, felt a considerable sense of relief. After all, her proactive concern for him was a promising sign. Receiving such a substantial amount of correspondence, he was playfully teased by his comrades, who shared tales of their own partners or their aspirations for future relationships. Zhou Minheo simply smiled and listened. As before, Ingman prepared to take her letter to the post office, but after only a few steps, she was halted. Instinctively, she took a step back, lifted her gaze, and widened her eyes. That's a relief. Ingman exhaled, for although the words suggested prior injury, wounds on the battlefield were inevitable, the fact that he appeared well now indicated that it was not serious. So, you're concerned for me. Could it be that you have developed feelings for me? Zhou Minheo, however, was not so easily deterred. What? Ingman felt a flush spread across her cheeks, her heart racing and blood coursing faster through her veins. I mean, Comrade Zhou Ingman, I like you. Would you consider dating me with marriage as the goal? Zhou Minheo lowered his head, his eyes fixed intently on Ingman's, speaking each word with earnest clarity. Oh, but we can't date while we're still in school. Ingman was taken aback by his directness, feeling somewhat at a loss. When it came to matters of the heart, she truly struggled to comprehend, which was why she had been inclined to delay. I can wait for you, but I need an answer first, something to reassure me. Zhou Minheo understood that patience was essential. This moment was already quite promising. Ingman gazed into the man's eyes, unable to utter a word of refusal. She was uncertain of her own feelings. This sensation was unfamiliar. Yet, it didn't quite mirror the romantic tales she had read. Therefore, perhaps it was best to. Let us not dismiss this. I'll wait for your graduation. Noticing the confusion in her eyes transform into resolve, Zhou Minheo quickly interjected, however, I have a brief holiday coming up. Might you accompany me for a delightful tour around the capital? She found herself harboring a certain fondness for Zhou Minheo. Her heart racing and cheeks flushed, feelings she had only experienced in moments of nervousness before. Yet, perhaps it had not reached the depths of love. With that in mind, why not give it a try? In Chapter 24, the little cannon fodder completes, she reflected, to be honest, I am not very familiar with the capital. Ingman's face flushed as she realized that in this world, she had only traversed her hometown. In truth, aside from the market and supermarket, she was largely unacquainted with the city where she had attended school. After arriving in the capital, she had initially been preoccupied with her studies and later with earning money, leaving her little time to explore many renowned sites such as the Great Wall or Tiananmen Square. Shall I take you on a little tour? Zhou Minheo suppressed a chuckle as he suggested. That sounds great, but I won't have a break for 3 days. What about you? Ingman nodded, acknowledging that since she was here, it would be a shame not to indulge in some exploration. I have a short holiday of 15 days, Zhou Minheo replied, explaining that his previous injury, though healed, had warranted him ample time to recuperate. You seem in good spirits today? Yes, Ingman affirmed with a nod, choosing not to elaborate on the reason. That's wonderful. Bai Ming, too, refrained from prying. For despite the year that had passed with each of them engrossed in their academic pursuits, their bond remained steadfast. On the appointed day, Ingman rose early. Long before dawn broke, she quietly went about her morning routine and donned her clothes before stepping out. Bai Ming, yawning, observed her furtive movements and, once the door clicked shut, returned to her slumber. Upon exiting the school, Ingman was greeted by the sight of Zhou Minheo, who had been waiting for her. She hurried over, inquiring curiously, "Where did you get your bicycle?" "I borrowed it from someone," Zhou Minheo replied as he mounted the bike. Once Ingman took her place on the rear seat, he propelled the bicycle forward with a swift push of his feet. It was Ingman's first experience riding someone else's bicycle. She was accustomed to being the one pedaling with her friends. Grasping the front seat tightly, she felt an exhilarating surge as the speed increased. Instinctively wrapping her arms around Zhou Minheo's lean waist, her heart racing in response. At that moment, the thrill was undeniable. Yet, Ingman sensed a certain inadequacy. While this method of earning could indeed be lucrative, it relied heavily on favorable circumstances and the right timing. Thus, while ensuring that her studies in economics remained on track, she began to explore other interests, such as painting and foundational design, so she could eventually create her own clothing designs. During her holidays, she sought out various opportunities, working in tailoring shops to hone her skills. As she awaited her assignment, she assumed she would be placed in a role related to her economic studies. However, she found herself assigned to a university, which left her somewhat perplexed about the job allocation processes of her era. Nevertheless, she dutifully prepared her belongings for her new position, discovering that her colleagues were quite amiable, and there were indeed 2 long vacations to look forward to. After the first summer vacation following the commencement of work, Ingman visited Zhou Minhao. He remarked that being a teacher was indeed considerably easier compared to other professions. However, his thoughts were preoccupied with another matter, Ingman's impending graduation. As she prepared to leave, Zhou Minhao spoke up. Ingman, would you be willing to marry me? Of course, she replied with a smile. Although she was uncertain whether her feelings for Zhou Minhao constituted love, she certainly liked him. Her endeavors lay within the realm of fashion, and it was imperative to apply her knowledge practically. Unlike other fashion designers who tended to emulate Western styles, her creations drew inspiration from Hanfu, incorporating modifications that rendered the garments both aesthetically pleasing and functional. Although a revival of ancient styles began to trend, it remained a niche interest, whether in music or fashion, developing only within a small demographic. Had she embarked on an ancient style trajectory at that moment and made efforts to promote it, perhaps the resurgence of traditional aesthetics would not have to wait for the future to overcome its challenges. Nevertheless, prior to that, financial stability was essential. Thus, while her original clothing brand, named Guofeng, pursued an ancient style, her company also engaged in the production of various other garments. Once both her clothing company and factory stabilized, allowing her to step back from day-to-day operations, she chose to accompany Zhou Minhao. Their relationship transitioned into a comfortable routine post-marriage. While it may not have been the kind of passionate romance depicted in novels, the gentle warmth they shared was precisely what Ingman cherished. In a lifetime, 2 individuals may bear but a single child, without the abundance of descendants. Yet, if that child is dutiful and accomplished, it may be said that they depart from this world without regret. Zhou Minhao, burdened by old injuries, ultimately left this life, a moment that truly pained her heart, revealing the depths of her love for him. Years later, Ingman too reached the end of her journey. In a moment of confusion, she heard Yinin's voice. Chapter 25, The Memory Storage Device. If I gather this, can this world truly transform into a miniature realm of wonders? Will a Hao be able to reincarnate? Ingman was deeply concerned that her failure to perfect this small world might prevent her loved ones from even retaining their souls. I have already collected the fortunes of the original female protagonist and Zhou Minhao. With the addition of your fortune and the laws of causality, we can refine the laws of this world and create a true miniature realm. Yinin's response did not disappoint Ingman. That is good. Let us begin. Satisfied with the answer she received, Ingman closed her eyes amidst the cries of her descendants, feeling as if something was being drawn from her soul. When she opened her eyes once more, she found herself staring at the ceiling of her home. Yet, at this moment, her thoughts were elsewhere. Having experienced the cycles of life and death, Ingman's mindset was aged. Even though she still cherished her grandparents in this world, her perspective was more seasoned than theirs. Oh, she muttered, indifferent. Do you require a memory storage device, master? Yinin inquired again. What is that? Ingman asked, seemingly without interest. Is there such a thing? Did you not mention that apart from issuing tasks and some knowledge repositories within the input data, there was nothing else? Ingman felt a surge of curiosity, aware that her current state was amiss. Then let us retrieve the items, she commanded, nodding affirmatively. In an instant, an object resembling a helmet materialized before her. Ingman donned the helmet, and a luminous screen appeared in her view. To her astonishment, her memories transformed into something akin to computer storage. Even though her mindset had aged, she found it somewhat bewildering. She opted to exclude memories related to embroidery skills, knowledge, and spatial awareness. The scope of knowledge was vast, yet she deemed these necessary while dismissing other people and matters. Once she made her selections, she confirmed the extraction. The process of memory retrieval was devoid of pain. However, the sensation was peculiar and uncomfortable. Yet, as that feeling dissipated, the previous heaviness that had enveloped her vanished entirely. Aside from the knowledge of embroidery and various insights into business, fashion design, and trends, all memories of that world were completely erased. Despite having no recollection, Ingman experienced a poignant sense of loss. She was uncertain of the reason behind this feeling. Perhaps it stemmed from having had a beloved in that world. While curious about what she had forgotten, she did not wish to recall it. After all, her choice to store those memories indicated her reluctance to revisit them. Thus, she resolved not to entangle herself in unnecessary emotional turmoil. She removed her helmet and entered the space, yet still felt devoid of motivation. After languishing on the bed for a considerable while, she finally rose and retrieved her computer from the confines of the space. Upon inspection, she discovered several completed manuscripts of novels within, and after a moment's contemplation, she realized that since literature falls under the umbrella of knowledge, she possessed memories related to it, remnants of her creative endeavors in that world. Thus, she began to peruse them. Among the manuscripts was a continuation of a fanfiction she was currently serializing in the real world. As a student, she found herself lacking in proficiency in various genres. Yet fanfiction had always been her passion since childhood, inspired by her love for animation. Consequently, she wrote it with remarkable ease. This made her one of the rare authors of the secondary dimension on a certain platform, although a year prior, that platform lacked a dedicated category for such works. Even after its introduction, the data remained disappointing, which led her to refrain from selecting the secondary dimension category. Additionally, there were 3 other manuscripts that she would have never dared to engage with prior to her adulthood, one related to time travel and embroidery skills, another a period drama, and the last a modern tale of female empowerment. These novels demanded extensive research and a strong command of language, qualities she felt were lacking. However, recalling the memories in her mind, she realized that aside from the period drama, which she still could not attempt, she could certainly give the other 2 a try. After reading through the manuscripts, she felt somewhat reassured. The continuation of her serialized work, while exhibiting a slight shift in style, remained largely consistent. Otherwise, she would have needed to make significant revisions. As for the remaining manuscripts, she chose not to publish them immediately, as their styles diverged significantly from her previous works. She planned to wait until she completed the current piece to write a campus romance before releasing those others. Having completed these tasks, Ingman began to inspect the other conditions of her computer and discovered that her hard drive was nearly filled to capacity with a plethora of items, including games, movies, songs, and novels. Many of the games were unplayable due to the absence of servers, while the other files, such as songs, music videos, and films, were accessible without issue. It appeared that because the computer programs and data were inherently insubstantial, they were not bound by any rules. Nevertheless, it was imperative to organize these items meticulously. She decided to delete most of the games, leaving only 2 single-player titles. As for the songs, films, and novels, Ingman resolved to purchase several USB drives for storage. During the organization process, Ingman opened a folder filled with photographs showcasing various landscapes, as well as a folder titled Home. Within this latter folder were pictures of a couple and their son, along with images of their grandson in later years. Could it be that these were her beloved and family from that world? A sudden pang of bittersweet emotion welled up within her. Indeed, she must have cherished that person, which explained her feelings. As Ingman hovered her mouse over the folder to close it, she found herself unable to click away. Captivated by the image of a serious yet handsome man, who wore a warm smile towards the woman beside him, a comforting warmth enveloped her heart until her gaze fell upon the woman next to him, whose beauty starkly contrasted with her own, jolting her back to reality. Chapter 26. Cultivating the principle of cause and effect. Indeed, that was not her. It was merely her identity after traversing worlds. Even if they shared the same physical form, the absence of identical memories rendered them 2 distinct individuals. She could not dwell in nostalgia. With a resolute determination, she clicked to delete, though a pang of reluctance lingered within her. After rummaging through her belongings, she unearthed a 64 gigabytes USB drive and transferred her photographs onto it before erasing everything from her computer. She carefully tucked away the USB drive and, feeling a sense of completeness, prepared for slumber. Yet, she sensed an absence of connection with the world around her. After a night's rest, she awoke to find it already past 8. Her grandparents had left for the day, and she sought out something to eat. After her meal, she felt considerably better, dispelling the lethargy that had previously enveloped her. Although still somewhat listless, she decided to venture outside. "Oh man?" Just as she stepped out, she heard someone call her name. Turning around, she beheld a familiar face, yet she struggled to recall who it was, her memory momentarily clouded. "You really don't sleep during vacation, do you?" Zhang Linlin remarked, slightly exasperated. Zhang Linlin was a peer from her village, though her academic performance was average, currently attending high school in the county. Haha. All Ingman could do was respond with a sheepish grin. "Are you planning to go to the market?" Noticing her smile, Linlin inquired. "Let us go together. I need to buy some things too." "Oh right, it's Friday," Ingman said, retrieving her phone to confirm the day. She realized it was the market day for their town, with Sunday designated for the neighboring one. Let us go? Observing Ingman's disoriented state, Linlin shook her head and pointed to her electric bike. It was only then that Ingman noticed Linlin was riding one, prompting her to hurry over and take a seat behind her as they set off. After Linlin completed her task, she exclaimed and swiftly dashed outside. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the bustling open-air market, already teeming with people. Linlin parked the car and, together with Ingman, they entered the market. The marketplace was not abundantly stocked. It offered an array of fruits, vegetables, chickens, ducks, fish, meat, and clothing. Ingman purchased some of her favorite fruits along with watermelon seeds. Observing the transformed landscape, she truly felt the sensation of having traversed through time. The once barren space by the lakeside had now blossomed into a small orchard, laden with various fruits, distinctly different from those outside. These fruits had evolved through generations of her dedicated cultivation, classifying them as low-tier spirit fruits, and the same applied to the vegetables, which had also turned into low-tier spirit vegetables. After acclimating to the gravity, Ingman proceeded to harvest a small cabbage, a cauliflower, and several tomatoes, intending to prepare lunch. Though these vegetables were spirit crops, they remained relatively low in tier, posing no harm to her grandparents. Rather, they could bolster their health. Moreover, she had acquired a modicum of causal power, alleviating any concerns regarding her ability to alter their destinies. Speaking of causal power, after exiting with her purchases, Ingman re-entered the market to retrieve the causal orb. She broke off a piece from it to use as a means to change her grandparents' fate, employing the merit orb in a similar fashion. With the remaining orbs cradled in her hands, one in each grasp, she commenced the intricate practice of the balance of causality technique. In stark contrast to the arcane complexities of the gravity training art, the balance of causality appeared more accessible, perhaps due to its direct influence on the soul. The method of cultivating with the aid of virtuous power was somewhat serendipitous. The law of causality, one of the most formidable principles, was not easily mastered, especially as she had yet to embark on the gravity training art. Had it not been for the tranquil force of virtuous energy, she might well have met a premature demise. This fortunate circumstance could be deemed her fate, for such details were not elucidated in the teachings, leaving her unaware until later when she would reflect with trepidation. The cultivation of the balance of causality entails the construction of the law of causality itself. The soul lacks meridians, being composed entirely of energy, and thus the formation of the law involves the establishment of the extraordinary channels and principal veins of the soul through this law. The law of causality manifests in a dual-tone black and white, resembling a double helix akin to a genetic structure. Although the practice is ostensibly simple, an opinion held by the oblivious Ingman, who narrowly escaped bodily destruction, it necessitates a substantial expenditure of causal energy. Moreover, prior to constructing the law of causality, her initial task was to fortify her soul with causal energy, a mere foundation and the first layer of the technique. After an indeterminate duration of cultivation, when Ingman finally opened her eyes, she realized that both orbs had vanished. Blinking in surprise, she wondered why even the virtuous energy had completely dissipated. Glancing to the side, she noticed that the causal energy she had previously plucked had vanished, which left Ingman feeling rather disheartened. Had she known it could not be stored in the spatial realm, she would have acted differently. Fortunately, the effects of her cultivation were markedly evident. The languid sensation that had once rendered her listless had dissipated, and her memories appeared significantly clearer. Despite having only practiced a little, Ineen, now that the causal energy is completely depleted, can my grandparents still consume those spiritual vegetables? Ingman pondered, realizing that it was nearly noon and preparing to cook. However, this concern prompted her to consult Ineen. Oh right, can I only traverse once a month? Ingman furrowed her brow, then recalled another thought. If she collected a bit more causal energy, it would be possible to traverse again. Not quite, as the host. You can traverse 3 times a month, though once is the minimum, Ineen clarified. Then I shall undertake my second traversal tonight, Ingman decided, contemplating the need to prepare additional supplies. Uncertain of what kind of novel she would be transported to, she resolved to download some widely available resources from the internet. Agriculture, medicine, machinery, weaponry, all deemed essential. Oh, and I'll purchase a few extra USB drives this afternoon as backups. Chapter 27. The Woman at Noon. Ingman finished preparing the meal. During lunch, her grandmother quickly noticed the distinct flavor of the cabbage and tomatoes. Where did you buy this? It's so sweet. And the taste. I haven't had anything like it since I was in my 20s. It was a serendipitous find. I heard it's a specially cultivated variety, grown only in areas blessed with exceptional natural resources. I also bought some seeds. Ingman took out the seeds, having previously contemplated cultivating them in this world. Oh, let me see. Her grandfather expressed interest as he examined the seeds. These seeds are quite good, aren't they? Ingman replied with a beaming smile. That night, she prepared to embark on her journey once more. Upon reopening her eyes, she addressed Enine in her heart. Extract the memories related to language and directly inject them into my mind. Present the rest in a playback format. After assimilating the linguistic memories, Ingman began to explore the original owner's recollections. After perusing them, a smile crept upon her lips. I must still be considered a novice. Why? Then, does my second task unfold in such a grim world? The original owner, Liu Ingman, was born in 1917 and was now 15 years old. Amidst the outbreak of Japan's invasion, in this tumultuous war, she tragically became a mere pawn, a victim of circumstance. When a militia, suspected to be part of the protagonist team, passed through her village to transfer their mission to the local garrison, the Japanese forces followed closely behind. The station militia urged them to hide, yet all the villagers fell prey to the wrath of the Japanese army. The young women were left behind, forced into the role of comfort women, enduring a fate worse than death. Ultimately, when the war concluded, the original owner was either fortunate or tragically spared from death. Yet her existence became a living hell. Though she was the victim, society viewed her as a tainted being. The militia's mission, it turned out, was merely to escort a meager sum of gold, merely 400 taels. Yet their journey north resulted in the demise of countless individuals from the villages they traversed, whether they were allies or mere passers-by. In the end, only a solitary woman remained from the last group, surviving until the establishment of the new species flower. After witnessing the events unfold, she felt a profound sense of disillusionment. To be candid, she struggled to comprehend how 400 pieces of gold could be exchanged for firearms, ammunition, medical supplies, or sustenance. In pursuit of that meager sum, thousands had perished. Was it truly worth it? Perhaps this wealth could save more lives. Yet what of those who sacrificed themselves? Were they not human? The moment Ingman arrived coincided with the story's inception. Yet it had only been a month since the protagonist's divine team made their appearance, leaving her with little time to take action. Could you not have chosen a safer world for me? She lamented. The previous setting was historical, and now she found herself in a wartime period. Would the next be an apocalyptic scenario? Ingman felt deprived of any sense of preferential treatment as a newcomer. In a context of war, she was left with merely her embroidery skills, and with only a month before the plot advanced, how could this be deemed safe? She longed to seize Enine and shake her vigorously, questioning her sanity. Ahem, host, the danger level of our world isn't assessed in such a manner. Rather, it is determined by the degree of causal distortion. Any realm you are sent to without means of self-preservation is a first cycle world, Enine clarified. First cycle? Is it as I suspect? As a representative of the new generation, Ingman was well aware of the implications of a first cycle. Indeed, the original narrative unfolds within the first cycle, while the emergence of reincarnators and traversers beyond the plot signifies the second cycle. Building upon this, the appearance of further reincarnators and traversers marks the third cycle, and so forth. Een elucidated this concept. However, one might ponder, what if the apocalypse of the first cycle or the realm of cultivation is involved? How would that be interpreted? Ingman comprehended this notion, yet it did not imply that she felt secure in the first cycle. After all, the quick travel tropes invariably commence from the simplest of school settings. As for the matter at hand, I can only assess the degree of causal distortion. Beyond that, my capabilities are limited, hence I cannot provide assurances. Enine, too, found herself at a loss and could only apologize. What could Ingman say? It seems imperative to bolster her own strength. Since she has arrived, what other course is there? Fortunately, with a month to prepare, amplified tenfold by the spatial dimension, she effectively has 10 months. Even if she cannot attain the prowess of a martial arts master, she certainly would not resign herself to surrender. While the protagonist is akin to a death god, it remains perplexing why those in the villages they traverse yield so easily to foes, waiting passively for their demise, showing no inclination to resist. They merely stand as targets for gunfire. If death is inevitable, one might as well take a few down with them. Ingman's intention is to harness the unique properties of her spatial realm to enhance her speed, which, when combined with her fruit knife, could render her a formidable assassin. The distinction between items from the current world and those from a microcosm lies in the fact that the attributes of the former are often amplified. Even a simple fruit knife can attain the hardness to slice through iron effortlessly. In truth, Ingman possessed several finely crafted tang swords from the previous world, as well as some firearms and ammunition she had acquired from America. However, the quantity was limited, and her options were constrained. After contemplating her course of action, Ingman informed her family the following day of her intention to join the militia to defend her homeland. Ignoring their objections, she departed from the village and, once assured that no one could see her, she entered the space. Upon entering the realm, Ingman began to readjust to the gravity. Given the urgency of her situation, she did not take the gradual approach she had previously favored. Instead, she commenced a brisk walking pace within the space. When hunger struck, she feasted on the fruits cultivated in her domain, and whenever fatigue overcame her, she simply lay down to rest, as the temperature remained consistently comfortable. Under such intense conditions, she fully acclimated to the gravity of the space within 3 days. It became evident that her prior sluggishness had impeded her progress. Once she had adapted to the gravity, Ingman initiated a rigorous training regimen. She secured sandbags to her legs to increase resistance while wielding a fruit knife to practice various movements. Additionally, she employed a highly realistic toy gun for shooting practice. This weapon, custom-made in her previous life, mirrored the weight and recoil of a genuine firearm. Yet its specially designed projectiles were incapable of causing harm. Chapter 28. The woman, too, she possessed an abundance of this elixir, which was fortuitously suited for honing her marksmanship. After spending 200 days in the space, equivalent to merely 20 days outside, Ingman finally emerged. Had it not been for the peculiar nature of this space, which rendered her immune to the passage of time, she surmised her lifespan would have been significantly curtailed. Brother Zhao, I have something to discuss with you. Ingman approached Captain Zhao Yongji. Gold. Zhao Yongji had received news that a convoy carrying gold would be passing through, seeking his assistance for protection. Perhaps, she replied, uncertain of their intentions, but it seems they are being pursued by numerous enemies, including Japanese soldiers and possibly even nationalist troops. I cannot fathom their motives. If the gold is not substantial, can't they take a less traveled route? They should evade the Japanese while ensuring the safety of others. Is this information reliable? Zhao Yongji furrowed his brow. It was evident that the mission of the gold convoy had been compromised, with the enemies pursuing them like rabid dogs. If they proceeded to the village as originally planned, it would only attract the Japanese, bringing calamity upon the village. Indeed, Ingman nodded. Based on the journey, they should arrive here in less than 10 days. Then, please assist me in delivering a letter. Zhao Yongji, not one to act foolishly, recognized the gravity of the situation. He swiftly penned a note and handed it to Ingman. Deliver this to Tongli City and seek out the Yun family inn. Hand it over to the proprietor, Zhou Wending. Brother Zhao, you place such trust in me? Ingman never anticipated that he would place such trust in her. You have witnessed my growth. If you cannot believe in me, whom can I trust? Moreover, it was evident from Ingman's stride that during her brief absence of merely half a month, the young girl had encountered some fortuitous events. I shall not betray your trust. However, I am still determined to protect my village and the other villagers who may suffer as a consequence. Zhao Yongji assured Ingman. Entrust the village to me. I will ensure that no harm befalls it. Do you know where Tonglu City is? Head south from the village, approximately 200 miles. Where are you off to now? Before Ingman could leave the village, she was halted by her original mother's grasp, Lu Ma. Mother, I have matters to attend to. Ingman was caught by surprise and quickly pleaded for mercy. What matters could you possibly have? The world outside is in such chaos, and you wish to wander about? What if something were to happen? Lu Ma was not swayed by her excuses. I truly have an important matter. Look, I must deliver a letter to the captain. Ingman hastily produced the correspondence. Is that so? At this moment, the simple villagers still held a strong belief in the militia, and upon hearing that she intended to assist them, Lu Ma hesitated. Of course, you need not worry about me. I was perfectly fine during those previous 20 days. Ingman smiled, her demeanor unabashed. Although she had lost her parents at a young age, her grandparents had treated her well. She felt no emotional connection to Lu Ma, as she merely possessed implanted memories. Nevertheless, she held a modicum of respect for the original parents, for they were not the typical proponents of gender bias prevalent in that era. Perhaps you should let your brother go instead. After all, you are a young lady. Lu Ma's concern lingered. Do not worry, I will be safe. You all must take care and follow Captain Zhao's instructions. The enemy is approaching. Ingman seized the opportunity to snatch the letter and dashed away, calling out as she fled. After leaving Liu family village, she headed south. Fortunately, she was not directionally challenged. The position of the sun served as a guide, and she possessed a compass as well. Throughout her journey, she refrained from taking excessive breaks, hastening her pace until she finally arrived at Tonglu City before nightfall. Upon seeing the enemy guards at the gate, she instinctively felt a surge of revulsion. The tragic life of the original owner had transformed her natural aversion to the enemy into outright hatred for this race. Had her first kill been these demons disguised in human skin, she believed she would not suffer from remorse or nightmares. After navigating through the enemy's scrutiny and evading their harassment, she entered the city and made her way directly to the Yun family inn. The city was not large, and Captain Zhao had provided detailed directions. "Dear guest, would you like a meal or a place to stay?" As Ingman stepped inside, the innkeeper promptly greeted her. "I would like a meal. By the way, may I inquire if your owner is present?" Ingman inquired with a cheerful smile. "Yes, indeed. May I ask what you need from our owner?" The innkeeper remained courteous, though his eyes revealed a hint of wariness. "I have heard that the owner's rice wine dumplings are exceptional, and I wish to sample them," Ingman responded. "Please wait a moment. I shall fetch the owner." The innkeeper replied, his demeanor shifting to one of warmth upon hearing her words. After a while, a man in his 30s, exuding an air of refinement, emerged. "Is it the guest who desires my sweet rice balls? I wonder what filling he wishes for. Do you have the white sugar and red bean filling?" Ingman inquired. "Yes, but it is not prepared at the moment. You may have to wait," he replied with a smile. "Why not take a seat in the courtyard?" "Very well." Ingman nodded and followed the man into the inner hall, which revealed a small courtyard. "Did Zhao Yongji send you? Is there something you need?" he asked directly as he led Ingman to a small pavilion in the courtyard. "This is a letter from Brother Zhao for Manager Zhou," Ingman said, producing an envelope. The individual had matched the previous code, confirming that he was indeed the person Zhao Yongji had instructed her to find, Zhou Wending. Chapter 29. The woman 3 Zhou Wending accepted the envelope and opened it to read the letter inside. Meanwhile, a waiter brought tea and pastries for Ingman, who gratefully indulged, as she had scarcely eaten during her journey. After perusing the letter, Zhou Wending's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "I am already aware of the situation. I did not expect it to unfold this way. For now, you should stay here. I will handle this matter. Then I shall entrust it to you," Ingman replied, refraining from further inquiries. Ingman settled into the Yun family inn, yet the presence of Zhou Wending was hardly discernible. She refrained from inquiring too much, occasionally assisting with the reception of guests. In truth, the clientele was sparse, most appearing to be deeply entrenched militia. She could perceive that Zhou Wending seemed to be formulating some strategy, but instead of prying, she dedicated herself to practicing her swordsmanship and agility in the courtyard, ensuring they recognized her capabilities. Upon returning to the village, she grasped their intentions. The villagers had all taken on the visage of Emo's son, save for Captain Zhao and his militia. Clearly, they aimed to exploit the opportunity presented by the Japanese forces trailing the gold transport convoy, intending to annihilate an entire regiment. Indeed, this was an excellent chance to ensnare their foes. While the original narrative may have focused solely on the gold convoy, it had now evolved into a genuine world set against the backdrop of the War of Resistance, indicating that this was merely a small fragment of a much larger picture. However, due to the protagonist's unique attributes, they had attracted considerable attention from Japanese pursuers, nearly an entire regiment. If they could turn this situation to their advantage, they could effortlessly dispatch a regiment of enemies, a truly lucrative prospect. The village had been meticulously arranged with various traps, effectively ensnaring the prey. It seemed almost a scene plucked from a television drama, where protagonists are relentlessly pursued by an entire regiment or division. Days later, the protagonist group arrived at their village as scheduled, with Captain Zhao, the commander of the militia, extending his hospitality to them. Immediately, the movements of the enemy were discovered, and news of this was quickly disseminated. Everyone braced themselves, with Ingman concealing a fruit knife in her pocket, awaiting the enemy's arrival. The adversaries did not disappoint. They swiftly encircled the village. An enemy officer led his troops into the settlement, swiftly gathering the villagers in the large open field. "Listen, if you surrender the militia, I shall grant you a chance at survival," declared an officer from the invading forces, his words translated for the villagers. Silence enveloped the crowd. With a wave of his hand, the officer commanded his men to raise their weapons. Ingman immediately raised her hands, exclaiming, "I will speak, I will speak." "Do not kill me." The translator promptly relayed her words. She stepped forward, inching closer to the enemy, her heart racing with trepidation, though she masked her fear well. "Shaoman, you must not speak," another villager implored, grasping her arm. "You wish to die? I have no desire for that. I am still so young," Ingman retorted, shaking off his grip. "If I speak, will you spare my fellow villagers?" "That depends on your performance," the officer replied with a disingenuous smile. At that moment, the hidden protagonist stealthily emerged, witnessing the unfolding scene. One of the snipers prepared to take aim at Ingman. "No," the female lead intervened. "But she is about to." The sniper protested. "That cannot be. They are merely victims of our plight." The female lead insisted resolutely. They were in the midst of turmoil, and Ingman, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, began to utter a sentence when, in an unexpected burst of speed, she swiftly slashed the throats of two enemy officers, leaving them no time to react. The sniper who had been aiming at Ingman nearly dropped his weapon in astonishment. After a considerable pause, those disguised as villagers, alongside the foe enemies, shed their garments and launched an assault on the invaders. Only then did the outside forces realize what was transpiring. Having successfully executed her initial strike, Ingman had already concealed herself. Her arduous training had finally borne fruit, allowing her to evade bullets with remarkable agility, especially in an era when firearms were still relatively primitive. Of course, against machine guns or sniper rifles, her chances of survival would be significantly diminished. Once she found refuge behind a building, Ingman gazed at her bloodied hands, trembling slightly as a wave of fear and nausea washed over her. Yet, she steeled herself. In this world, she had no choice but to partake in such grim affairs. She sought vengeance for the original owner of her body, for others who had suffered similarly, and for the countless victims who had been powerless to alter the course of history. Furthermore, she understood that the future would demand even more from her. Killing enemies was, after all, preferable to taking the lives of innocents. Ingman reassured herself, aware that the act of killing was inherently wrong, yet this harsh reality dictated otherwise. If she did not resist, she would be the one to perish alongside her friends and fellow citizens. Acknowledging her selfishness, she resolved to let others face death instead. Having fortified her resolve, Ingman exchanged her fruit knife for a tang dao. The gunfire outside had ceased, likely due to the depletion of ammunition, marking the onset of combat with cold weapons. She dashed out, brandishing her weapon at the enemy soldiers, and when she spotted injured villagers, she helped carry them to safety. Before long, however, she caught the attention of several adversaries, finding herself encircled and in peril. Despite her swiftness and trained techniques, she had only ever practiced alone and was utterly unprepared for such a scenario, resulting in her sustaining injuries. Chapter 30. The woman Ingen leaned against the wall. One hand pressed against her wound at her side, while the other wielded a tang sword, standing firm against the trio of encroaching soldiers, panting heavily. As she witnessed the enemy raising their bayonets to strike, she thought her end was near. Suddenly, the sharp crack of gunfire rang out, one by one. The soldiers before her fell, their heads exploding in a gruesome display. Realizing her chance, Ingman quickly covered her wound and fled. In her hurried escape, she spotted a man with a sniper rifle and recognized him as a member of the protagonist team. With no time to ponder, she observed that their side was gaining the upper hand and decided to tend to her injury. Dizziness from blood loss began to overwhelm her, and the pain that had been masked by adrenaline during the battle surged forth. "Are you all right?" Fortunately, the militia had prepared for this conflict, with medical teams on standby. Upon reaching the triage area, a nurse promptly approached her, offering support. "It's nothing serious. Just need to stop the bleeding," Ingman replied, shaking her head to indicate that her condition was manageable. "Come this way," the nurse urged, noticing the blood covering Ingman and uncertain of the extent of her injuries. She swiftly guided her to a secluded area for examination, applying ointment and bandaging her wounds. Ingman refrained from withdrawing further, given her circumstances. Even if she ventured outside, it would merely be to deliver provisions. After tending to her injuries, she remained here, occasionally lending a hand to the nurses. Despite her petite stature, her strength had been honed in the crucible of adversity. Soon, the confrontation reached its conclusion. Under the preemptive encirclement of the militia, the enemy was either slain or captured, with both of the highest-ranking officers falling to Ingman's blade. It could be asserted that the outcome of this encounter was remarkably favorable, as they also seized 5 enemy military vehicles. "Are you all right, my dear?" Lu Ma inquired anxiously upon seeing Ying Man, hastily inspecting her for injuries, only to discover numerous wounds scattered across her body. What were you thinking, running off to join the military as a girl and returning with such a plethora of injuries? How will you ever marry? Mother, what era do you think this is? Such concerns are hardly relevant now, Ying Man replied, feeling exasperated. At this moment, it appeared that a woman's fate was still predominantly tethered to marriage. I believe my sister has done exceptionally well, Lu Monsong, the elder brother of the Lu family, remarked. Monsong, listen to me. You are the sole heir of our family. You must not enlist in the militia, Lu Ma said, her expression fraught with worry as she gazed at her son. Yes, I understand, Lu Monsong responded, a hint of resignation in his tone. He had long harbored the desire to join the military, yet every time he broached the subject, his mother would erupt into tears and protests, leaving him unable to simply abandon the matter. Brother, you know, one need not enlist in the army to serve the nation and its people. If you could devise methods to cultivate more crops, that would be a form of patriotism in itself, Ying Man interjected eagerly. What's so groundbreaking about agricultural research? Lu Monsong scoffed dismissively. My dear brother, you simply do not grasp the situation. During my recent visit to the city, I encountered a wealth of information. For instance, I learned that foreigners, through the study of agricultural science, are capable of yielding over 1,000 pounds of rice from a single acre of land. Ying Man began to weave her narrative, believing that enlisting in the military was not the sole path to contributing to society. She had previously downloaded a plethora of knowledge, encompassing various agricultural principles, including the intricacies of hybrid rice cultivation. She recalled the severe drought that beset the nation a few years after its founding. In this world, she felt she could effectuate considerable change. After all, this realm is merely a fictional construct, drawing inspiration from the historical backdrop of Nth World. Yet it remains distinct from that reality. Indeed, we can serve our homeland effectively through diligent farming, Lu Ma readily concurred. Though inwardly she grumbled, can one truly defend the nation solely by tilling the soil? Has her lifelong toil in agriculture amounted to safeguarding the homeland? Lu Wendong extended an invitation to Ying Man to join the militia. After some contemplation, she accepted. While she may not be a formidable force capable of altering the course of battle, it seemed a pity to remain uninvolved in this era. Moreover, she yearned to explore the possibility of rescuing the women who had encountered calamity alongside her. Regrettably, the original memories provided scant information regarding their final location, and their interim relocations had obscured any clarity about the initial site, which appeared to be shrouded in secrecy. Although Lu Ma harbored reservations, she ultimately did not oppose the decision, assisting Ying Man in packing her belongings while muttering, "Remember to protect yourself while you are away. Do not rush headlong into every situation. You are a young woman, and there are plenty of strong men around. As the chill of winter sets in, one is urged to don an extra layer to avoid the biting cold, for a young girl must not suffer from the harshness of the season." The incessant chatter may seem overwhelming, yet Ying Man listens intently. Her mother had remarried when she was very young, and the memories of her childhood have nearly faded away. She cannot recall whether she ever heard her mother's nagging. Due to her swift nature, formidable prowess, and youthful agility, she has been entrusted with significant tasks. This time, she has been dispatched to Haiqing, where reports of unusual activities by the Japanese army have emerged. Previous covert investigations by the militia have resulted in considerable losses, so they have decided to send Ying Man, a complete newcomer, to assess the situation. Upon arriving in the opulent Haiqing, Ying Man is filled with curiosity, for she has never visited this city, lauded as the Pearl of the Orient. Witnessing firsthand the extravagance that persists even amidst turmoil, she realizes the city undeniably lives up to its reputation. The streets are bustling with throngs of people, many adorned with a unique smile, a confidence not commonly found in other cities, though some impoverished souls still bear the weight of despair upon their faces. Ying Man has assumed the guise of a female student enrolled in a local girls' school. The original owner of her identity had learned a few characters from Lu Dage, who had taught him during his childhood in the city. Ying Man, however, does not intend to surpass the original owner's abilities, as they fall short of what is required for secondary education. Nevertheless, she possesses connections that facilitate her arrangements, and she does not hesitate to take advantage of this opportunity. This way, she can conveniently acquire some books and transcribe knowledge about agriculture from her space to send to Lu Monsong. Having undergone a supplementary lesson, Ying Man naturally endeavored to leave an indelible impression on others. Fortunately, Her handwriting was rather unrefined. Although the promotion of simplified characters had begun, the actual implementation had yet to take root, resulting in her writing predominantly in traditional characters. Her familiarity with traditional characters was limited, rendering her almost illiterate, unlike a novice. However, her foundation in simplified characters made the transition to traditional characters particularly challenging. After all, with a concept already formed, altering the content of a canvas that has been previously marked is far from a simple task. Chapter 31. The woman. Although the learning process consumed some time, Ingman did not lose sight of her objectives. Most students at the school belonged to the upper middle class, and armed with some advanced knowledge, she swiftly integrated into their circles. These students hailed from relatively affluent backgrounds, granting them access to individuals from Japan and casually inquiring about certain matters when unnoticed. Among them, Ingman became acquainted with a girl named Zhang Ruo. Zhang Ruo's father was a prominent businessman, and according to other classmates, he was deemed a traitor to the Han. However, through her interactions with Zhang Ruo, Ingman discovered that the girl was a spirited dissenter, harboring disdain for her father's actions. Ingman refrained from expressing any judgment, for in this era, individuals made varied choices. Some ventured forth for their country, while others opted for mere survival, and still others chose to bow and scrape. Who is right or wrong can be debated from a moral perspective, but when viewed from a human standpoint, it can only be said that each has their own path to choose. Thus, although the intention was to extract some intelligence regarding the Japanese army from Zhang Ruo, Ingman harbored a genuine sentiment as well. "Xiaoman, let us go and have a meal," Zhang Ruo suggested after class, inviting Ingman to join her for a bite to eat. "Sounds good," Ingman replied with a nod, tidying up her books and placing them into a cloth bag which she clutched to her chest, then hurried over. "There's a newly opened CAF on Yuan Street. Let us go check it out," Zhang Ruo said to Ingman. "Oh, coffee? Xiao Ruo, you know my financial situation is rather dire. Perhaps it would be best if I abstain," Ingman responded, shaking her head. She had never concealed her economic struggles, often working part-time to make ends meet. Her job was at a clothing store owned by foreigners, where she leveraged the design and embroidery skills she had acquired in her previous life to secure a reasonably paying position. While the salary appeared substantial, it merely sufficed for basic sustenance and the occasional traditional snack that had not yet lost its charm. Establishments such as CAFS or upscale dining venues were beyond her reach. "Ah, I almost forgot," Zhang Ruo recalled, realizing that although Ingman frequently accompanied her on outings, it was always Ingman who led her to delightful yet reasonably priced places, never once requiring her to spend a penny. This time, upon discovering a promising new venue, she had overlooked this fact. "What if I treat you?" Zhang Ruo proposed after a moment of hesitation. "That wouldn't do," Ingman shook her head. "How about we go to the tea house instead? Enjoying tea would be nice, and the prices are quite affordable." After a brief contemplation, Ingman suggested, "The tea house is a well-established establishment in Haiqing. Indeed, I have been there, and the delicacies are exquisite." Zhang Ruo nodded. "I had heard from others that the tea and snacks were delightful and reasonably priced, which piqued my interest in experiencing them for myself." Ingman remarked that upon arriving in Haiqing, her greatest satisfaction lay in discovering a plethora of traditional delicacies that had long been forgotten. Naturally, even if they hadn't been lost to time, her means would not allow her to indulge. Since she was here, she intended to savor every moment. Perhaps one could consider this a benefit of her time-traveling journey. It made her ponder the implications of revealing these lost recipes. Would it require an even greater amount of karmic energy? It would be wise to consult In regarding that matter. Upon reaching the tea house, they found a cozy corner by the window on the upper floor, ordering tea and snacks while listening to the storytelling that filled the air. The tales recounted the popular martial arts novels of the present day, featuring protagonists who embodied chivalry and loyalty, aligning perfectly with contemporary aesthetic values. Sighing, Zhang Ruo suddenly expressed her discontent. "What troubles you?" Ingman inquired, gazing at her. "Do you think my father's future will be bright?" Zhang Ruo asked, her eyes fixed on Ingman. "Why do you ask me this all of a sudden?" Ingman responded, sensing the peculiarity in Zhang Ruo's demeanor. "I can't shake the feeling that his current path is misguided, yet I am powerless to intervene. I am merely his daughter. He has a son, and it is not my place to interfere." Zhang Ruo was an astute young woman. Despite the apparent strength of their adversaries, she held a conviction that they would eventually be ousted, much like the Mongols of old and later, the Jurchens. The Mongols ruled over the Great Hu for many years. Although the Jurchens maintained their dominion for a considerable duration, ultimately, they too were assimilated by the Hu people. What influence can these overseas nations, which are but small islands with sparse populations, truly exert? Thus, she has always opposed her father's inclination towards the Japanese. Yet, as a person of modest stature, what could she possibly articulate? Such matters are not for us to concern ourselves with. Ingman was taken aback by the clarity with which this merely 16-year-old girl perceived the situation, yet she still spoke against her true feelings. Why shouldn't we care? Under the eaves of a collapsing nest, how can one find peace? Zhang Ruo, however, believed her companion to be oblivious to the realities of their predicament. Survival in chaotic times is exceedingly arduous, especially for women. What do you propose to do? Join the National Army? You are well aware of their methods. They seek to consolidate power even in the face of dire threats. Ingman subtly guided, her voice barely above a whisper. Zhang Ruo glanced around before sitting beside Ingman and leaning closer to her ear. I wish to join the People's Army, but I fear they may not accept me. You are quite bold. I have heard that the People's Army is in dire straits, Ingman remarked, surprised by the girl's resolve. In an anti-Japanese drama, she would undoubtedly be the heroine or the primary female supporting character. I am aware, yet from their actions, it is evident that they genuinely aspire to expel the invaders. Zhang Ruo nodded. Occasionally, she gleaned information related to the People's Army from her father's conversations. You might consider attempting to make contact. If your father is merely engaging in trade with the Japanese, perhaps it will not lead to anything serious, Ingman suggested. Previously, it was merely a matter of trading raw materials. Now, it has devolved into assisting with some medicinal herbs. Zhang Ruo was somewhat unguarded around Ingman. For after more than half a month of companionship, Ingman had consistently proven to be an attentive listener, never prone to indiscreet chatter. Unlike others whose grievances became widely known. Upon hearing the mention of medicinal herbs, Ingman was unexpectedly reminded of certain matters. It seemed that during wartime, the Japanese military had contemplated the development of biological weapons, possibly related to the plague. Thus, were the peculiar actions of Japan an indication of their clandestine pursuits? However, she recalled that the location should not be here. Chapter 32. The woman. It appeared that this matter warranted further investigation. While listening to Zhang Ruo's incessant ramblings, Ingman pondered this issue, seemingly indifferent, yet secretly invested in this journey, wishing to effectuate meaningful change. After all, her purpose was to alter the course of fate. Following her farewell to Zhang Ruo, Ingman began her inquiries on this front, particularly regarding hospitals directly under the Japanese government. She discovered indeed that there were some unusual activities, ultimately submitting her findings and suspicions to the appropriate authorities for further investigation. As her frequent visits to the hospital at such a tender age would inevitably raise eyebrows. Why have you been disappearing right after school lately? Zhang Ruo finally caught up with the now available Ingman and inquired. Oh, what are you doing for your brother? Zhang Ruo did not harbor any suspicions, as Ingman occasionally copied notes at school. My brother wishes to enlist in the army, but my mother forbids it. She suggested that I find him some agricultural books to study planting techniques, aiming to cultivate crops with higher yields, thus providing logistical support to the military. Surely, that too constitutes serving the nation and its people, and it would put my mother at ease. Ingman conveyed to Zhang Ruo the notion that had initially persuaded Lu Montsong. Your idea is indeed quite unique, Zhang Ruo remarked, blinking in confusion. Ingman, however, remained unfazed. I am on the brink of graduation and will soon be a high school student, Zhang Ruo continued. I wish to study pharmaceuticals, Ingman revealed her intentions. Previously, in her former life, she had gathered extensive materials, including numerous publicly available medicinal herbs, such as penicillin, which was yet to be produced domestically at that time and frequently mentioned in novels. Despite having the information, she was utterly bewildered by the production process, which seemed as inscrutable as reading an ancient text. Thus, she aspired to learn from the basics, and she needed to do so swiftly. Why would you choose this path in pharmaceuticals? Zhang Ruo inquired, perplexed. The country predominantly imports Western medicine, while we only have a few traditional remedies. War invariably demands a substantial supply of medicines. While traditional Chinese medicine is beneficial, it cannot be mass-produced, and its application varies from person to person, making it unsuitable for battlefield use. Relying on imports for Western medicine would likely yield insufficient quantities. If only we could produce it ourselves, Ingman articulated. That is indeed a valid point, but it appears there are no dedicated courses for this in our country. The most one can find are basic chemistry and biology classes, with medical training limited to nursing and doctoring, Zhang Ruo concluded. Zhang Ruo, however, found the idea of abundance quite challenging to realize. Indeed, Ingman nodded. Unless one were to study abroad. Yet, even then, the duration of such an endeavor remains uncertain. By the way, Ruo, I have a favor to ask of you. Could you assist me in procuring some books related to pharmaceuticals? Had I known to prepare for these matters in modern times, I would have done so in advance. In this era, the fundamentals should be accessible for purchase. Even if I cannot comprehend them fully, memorizing and gradually understanding the content should be feasible with sufficient time. Alas, now I find myself oblivious to where I might obtain study materials. Certainly, let me see if I can arrange for someone to bring them from abroad. However, do you understand English? Zhang Ruo nodded, expressing no objections. That's good. My English was average at best. Scoring around 100 out of 120 was commendable for me. Yet, in this first world, it appears I have diligently honed my skills, as I can now comprehend even texts that are not overly profound. Very well then. Zhang Ruo refrained from further comments, instead contemplating how to acquire the materials Ingman desired. Unsure of the cost, she presented her limited resources. Here, take this for now. If it's insufficient, I shall provide you with more later. Ingman retrieved her recently saved silver coins, placing them in a pouch, amounting to over 200. She had just received a commission for a custom gown, her design having been accepted, resulting in a modest income. Is this truly so much? Zhang Ruo remarked, surprised by the weight of the pouch. You wouldn't be parting with all your savings, would you? A deposit would suffice. You can repay me later. Zhang Ruo understood well that Ingman would not offer gifts, hence her words. Do not worry, I have kept 10 for emergencies. Recently, I assisted someone in creating garments and was rewarded handsomely. Ingman provided an explanation. Her colleague Zhang Ruo was also aware and even helped introduce business opportunities. Well then, Zhang Ruo did not elaborate further. A few days later, she brought good news to Ingman. She had extricated herself from her father's acquaintance, and a friend who returned from studying abroad would bring the books, although it would take a few months for their arrival. Ingman was not concerned. She had anticipated this. The school was currently undergoing final examinations. Although she had only been enrolled for 2 months, she had managed to keep pace with the curriculum thanks to the time differential of her abilities. She had become accustomed to examinations. However, taking the test in traditional characters was truly a painful experience. She often found herself inadvertently writing in simplified characters, which required corrections during the review process, resulting in a disheveled appearance of her papers. In that moment, she found herself nostalgically yearning for the simplicity of pencil answer sheets. At last, after several days of examinations, she was able to breathe a sigh of relief. As for high school, she attended the same institution as Zhang Ruo, so there was no need for overly detailed distinctions. Just as she thought she could enjoy her holiday, Ingman received orders to investigate the location of the Japanese Army's biochemical weapons research facility. However, she was merely assisting, not leading the investigation. After all, she was still young and lacked extensive experience. The intelligence she had previously gathered was based solely on conjectures drawn from scant clues, and they had expended considerable effort, even sacrificing a commendable undercover agent to obtain accurate information. Such a perilous and significant task could never be entrusted to a mere child like her. Ingman did not feel particularly affected by this, as she was no prodigy. Her previous achievements were merely the result of leveraging certain insights known to the original owner. Suddenly, she recalled something about the original owner, specifically, the place where she was initially captured and forced into servitude. It was a rather concealed location where the original owner, along with others abducted for labor, was confined alongside women from neighboring nations, such as the land of kimchi or those deceived from the land of the rising sun. Each individual was assigned a small room, kept under lock and key, and subjected to regular injections to prevent pregnancy, with no permission to leave their quarters. The atmosphere there was peculiar, with numerous soldiers coming and going, as well as some in white lab coats. In retrospect, it was undeniably suspicious. What was that place called again? The original owner had spent several years there. During the winter, the snowfall was heavy, and the cold was biting, with many victims succumbing to the frigid temperatures, reminiscent of the harsh climate found in northeast China. Chapter 33. The Woman 7. Interestingly, northeast China was also one of the first regions occupied by the invaders. The likelihood of them establishing research facilities there is considerable. However, at this moment, the pollution was not severe, aside from the tropical regions, which only experience dry and rainy seasons. Other areas endure snowfall in winter, making it difficult to ascertain. Nonetheless, in order to prevent further victims from emerging, this situation is one that can be tolerated. Suppressing her revulsion and murderous intent, Ingman scanned the materials several times and ultimately uncovered a lead. After enduring several years of confinement, the original owner had, by chance, learned some commonly used phrases of the Japanese language. She inadvertently overheard the Japanese soldiers mention a geographical location, which happened to be their current whereabouts. However, she remained uncertain about the exact nature of this place and how to report it. This left Ingman feeling somewhat distressed. In the end, she decided to relay the information, merely stating that she had accidentally heard some Japanese soldiers discussing their upcoming mission to that location, which she found suspicious. Regardless, she had already conveyed the information, and the outcome would now depend on the results of their investigation. Ingman then began to delve into the pharmaceutical materials she had previously downloaded. For instance, the highly esteemed penicillin was mentioned in the novel, yet she did not fully comprehend which medications would be effective in this context. Nevertheless, the novel had indicated that it was indeed suitable for wartime use. Ingman undertook extensive searches online for various recipes to concoct medicines. In addition to penicillin, she found several formulations for cold remedies, akin to those of common cold medications. After all, she was acutely aware that in ancient times, even a simple cold could prove fatal. Lacking understanding, she diligently noted down the information, intending to consult the materials later for clarity. Furthermore, Ingman perused books related to chemistry and physics, and even sought out numerous texts on traditional Chinese medicine for further insights. Finding traditional Chinese medicine books is quite a challenge. Aside from a few renowned works, such as the Compendium of Materia Medica and Essential Prescriptions worth 1,000 gold, she struggles to comprehend them fully. Her limited understanding stems from her studies in this world, where she learned to interpret classical Chinese. In the past, she would have been utterly lost, not merely grappling with concepts like penicillin, but unable to discern even the most basic meanings. Unfortunately, apart from the ancient medical texts that have survived through history, other medical literature seems to have vanished. Regrettably, when Ingman sought to apprentice under these scholars, they refused her, adhering to the tradition that medical knowledge is passed down through generations, predominantly to males. This left Ingman feeling disheartened, as she resolved that once peace returned to this world, she would find a way to ensure the dissemination of medical knowledge, unlike the situation in her original world. Occasionally, Ingman would venture out for leisure with Zhang Ruo, who would visit her, while she declined invitations to the so-called high society tea parties and banquets. Given her status, attending such events would merely invite gossip, which she did not mind but preferred to avoid wasting time becoming a topic of discussion. Moreover, her work continued unabated. As an independent designer capable of crafting exquisite gowns and skilled in intricate embroidery, her circumstances had significantly improved compared to her initial experiences. As for the follow-up on her tasks, Ingman was uncertain. However, it seemed that the standing order for her to remain on call had been resolved, leaving her with little to occupy her time. As the holiday was drawing to a close, a sudden visitor took her by surprise. "Brother, what brings you here? Mother actually allowed you to come out?" Upon seeing Lu Monsong, she was truly astonished. Lu Ma felt that the world had become chaotic, and they were even barred from entering the city. When Ingman emerged, Lu Ma, in a fit of pique, chose to ignore her. "Mother, she worries for you. Father sent me to check on your well-being and to bring you some items." Mother is aware, yet did not intervene. "Are you doing well here?" Lu Monsong lifted the large burlap sack in his hand, feeling rather helpless regarding his mother. "Things are quite satisfactory. I have secured a job that sustains my basic needs, and my studies are progressing smoothly. I will be entering high school in a few days." Ingman shared her circumstances, but refrained from disclosing her earnings. Although the original owner possessed embroidery skills, she lacked the ability to design Western gowns. "You live here? It is rather cramped." Upon entering the concealed room, Lu Monsong expressed his disdain. While rural life may be modest, the space was undoubtedly ample. "Well, I do not have much money." Ingman was indifferent. As people had grown accustomed to living in small quarters in the future, despite her having lived in spacious accommodations since childhood. "So many books?" Upon discovering a multitude of books on the small desk, Lu Monsong felt a sense of surprise. He too enjoyed reading. though he regretted not pursuing his education after initially learning some characters. These are my previous textbooks, and these few are agricultural texts I copied from my brother. Ingman nodded. Apart from her notes on how to interplant for increased yields or hybrid varieties from the future, she also collected a number of ancient agricultural treatises, yet regrettably, she couldn't comprehend them. Classical Chinese, indeed, is one of the most perplexing literary styles. Perhaps in the future, upon becoming an ancient individual herself, she could directly inherit the memories of the original owner and acquire such knowledge. Are there truly so many books on farming? Gazing at the hefty stack of tomes, Lu Monsong was rendered speechless. As for money, you may keep it for yourself. We have no need for it. He placed the books into a burlap sack, but did not accept the purse. The offerings for our parents are not for you. I am fine here. My salary is disbursed at the beginning of the month, so do not worry. Ingman directly stuffed the purse into his embrace. Chapter 34. The Woman's Conclusion. How could I possibly ask you to spend money? Lu Monsong's face instantly flushed crimson. What does it matter? I must cultivate a good relationship with my sister-in-law. Otherwise, there will surely be issues between us. Ingman waved her hand dismissively, urging him to leave. You, after earning money, should not squander it recklessly. Save it for your dowry. Lu Monsong was reluctantly pulled along. I am still quite young. I can earn more money in the future, and besides, with so many enemies about, marrying is not safe at all. Ingman had never contemplated the prospect of marriage in her life. She was uncertain when her time would come. Mother, one must also consider the family. Lu Monsong shook his head in disapproval. Do not worry, I will take good care of myself. Ingman waved her hand nonchalantly, leading Lu Monsong to an inn with which she was familiar, indicating that she would return the following day. Lu Monsong watched his sister walk away, feeling somewhat helpless. The following day, Ingman took him shopping, purchasing red cotton fabric for their wedding and materials to make clothes for their parents. She also acquired a considerable amount of daily necessities that the household lacked. Despite Lu Monsong's desire to intervene, he found it impossible to stop her. To ease his concerns, Ingman brought him to her workplace, a clothing store that exuded elegance and sophistication, filled with affluent ladies. Seeing such a prestigious establishment reassured him. Rest assured. Ingman waved her hand dismissively. Subsequently, Ingman did not receive any further assignments, choosing instead to study quietly at school, primarily focusing on chemistry and physics. She progressed smoothly into university, where she turned 20. However, an event that year captured her attention, the Marco Polo Bridge incident, which was certain to be on the history exam. Although she had previously kept an eye on the wartime developments, the Japanese army, after occupying northeast China, had been active, yet it inadvertently fostered cooperation among various domestic factions. Feeling powerless, Ingman had largely refrained from taking action. It was only during the Xi'an incident last year that she remembered to dust off her history book. She recalled the Marco Polo Bridge incident and had already utilized the false identity she had crafted over the past 2 years. Nonetheless, events were destined to unfold regardless. The Japanese army merely sought a pretext for their comprehensive invasion of China, fabricating claims of missing soldiers as a justification for war. However, several months later, the fall of Nandu and the ensuing massacre transpired. Ingman meticulously extracted significant historical events from the annals and sent them to her brother, along with several letters entrusted to his contact. She took a leave of absence from university and journeyed to Nandu, uncertain if they would believe her, especially with several months remaining until December. Ingman understood that her presence might not effectuate any substantial change. Yet she yearned to make a difference in a world that was not her own, a world where the history of her nation would remain unaltered. Ironically, it was this very realization that fueled her desire for change. In this realm, where she was free to enact transformation, she aspired to achieve something, if only to say she had tried, even if her efforts amounted to naught. Months later, during the battle for Nandu, foreknowledge of Japan's maneuvers prevented the blunders of the past. Nonetheless, the toll was devastating, and Ingman found herself embroiled in the conflict, suffering grave injuries that left her teetering on the brink of death. Confronting mortality for the first time, the previous encounter was shrouded in amnesia. She felt no fear. Instead, amidst the struggle for breath, a sense of satisfaction washed over her. It was gratifying to know that, through her efforts, she had altered the course of history in this world, sparing it from the tragedies that had plagued her own. Why did my sister have to? At last, it was sister-in-law Xiaoyun who broke the silence. Comrade Lu is our hero. She sacrificed her life to defend Nandu, remarked the escorting soldier. My dear child, oh how I weep. Mother Lu burst into tears, while Father Lu remained silent, yet his flowing tears betrayed his turmoil. She was truly remarkable. Lu Montsong uttered words of praise, yet tears continued to cascade down his cheeks. Has she left behind anything? This is the letter penned by Comrade Lu. These are her possessions. A soldier presented a box to Lu Montsong, who accepted it and swiftly opened the letter. Brother, by the time you read this letter, I may no longer be here. Do not grieve for me. This is my choice. Since coming into this world, I have always wished to accomplish something. This is all my decision, but I entrust our parents to you from now on. Furthermore, the package I sent you last is to be given to Comrade Zhou Wending. Remember to deliver it personally. Lastly, I wish my brother and sister-in-law a lifetime of happiness. May you be blessed with many nieces and nephews. Do not favor sons over daughters. Please delve into the books I have sent you. I hope that even in farming, my brother becomes a renowned scientist. Ingman Lu. 2 years later, the People's Army swiftly overcame the nationalist forces, achieving domestic unity, and then devoted themselves entirely to resisting the Japanese. 3 years hence, Japan declared its surrender, marking the conclusion of this anti-Japanese war, 5 years earlier than the original historical timeline. Subsequently, the nation embarked on rapid economic and technological development, while also prioritizing environmental protection. Within a few decades, it ascended to the forefront of the world, surpassing the United States to become the preeminent global power. Later, Lu Montsong emerged as a distinguished agronomist, pioneering the development of hybrid rice and various other high-yield crops. He indeed had numerous children, who grew up listening to their aunt's stories and held her in high esteem. Ultimately, Ingman sent Lu Montsong a history book that she used for her studies. Zhou Wending, holding a respectable position in the military and not one to be considered narrow-minded. Upon receiving the book, adeptly circumvented certain historical precedents while formulating national development policies, thereby propelling the country's progress beyond what was depicted in the history book. Although her genuine contributions were publicly acknowledged, she magnified her achievements during the defense of Nandu, as well as her effective handling of the previous plague and the arrangements made for comfort women, ensuring that they did not lose hope in their despair. These accolades were attributed to him, elevating her to the status of a celebrated martyr in the new history book. Chapter 35, Enormous Gains Host. Do you require a memory storage device? Ineen inquired. No need. Ingman shook her head. This experience had been painful, yet she was reluctant to forget, especially the sacrifices made by those who dedicated everything for their country. Very well, here are the rewards you have garnered this time. Ineen stated without further inquiry, presenting Ingman with her latest gains, 2 causality spheres and merit spheres, each about the size of a basketball. Is it really this much this time? Ingman expressed her surprise, recalling that her previous reward had merely been the size of an apple. Indeed. You have accomplished much this time, Ineen affirmed with a nod. However, it seems I haven't done anything significant. What about the first time? Ingman was somewhat perplexed. In the first world, the host merely altered the fate of the original protagonist, shifting the main storyline and allowing the subplots to take center stage, while the main plot receded into the background. Although this transformation brought about change, it was rather inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. However, this time is different. This time, you have directly elevated the main storyline from a minor context to a grand narrative, profoundly altering the destiny of an entire nation. Naturally, such significant changes yield greater rewards, provided that these transformations are positive and constructive. Ingman explained the substantial disparity in the income received during the 2 instances. Acknowledging this, she nodded in agreement, feeling the weight of her responsibilities grow heavier. She carefully apportioned a small portion from the 2 spheres, guided by Ineen's suggestions regarding the quantities. Subsequently, she entered a state of meditation within her space, continuing her cultivation. Although the causal technique appeared to have limited utility at present, it undeniably clarified her mind, likely enhancing her spiritual strength. This time, upon absorbing the entire causal sphere, she successfully broke through the first layer, completing the step of fortifying her soul with the power of causality. However, Ingman sensed that to transcend to the second layer, she would require at least 3 times the current amount of causal power. It seems that further enhancing her overarching perspective will be necessary to meet this requirement. Only after breaking through the first layer did Ingman fully comprehend the purpose of the causal technique. Much like her name suggests, it serves to balance causality and manipulate time. Certainly, she currently lacks such capabilities. At most, she can perform basic temporal magic, such as accelerating the growth of plants, but this can only be applied to individual instances. Should she reach a more advanced stage, she would possess the ability to manipulate the very fabric of time within an entire universe. For instance, if she wished to alter the historical trajectory of her homeland, Huagua, she could simply reverse time. However, the duration required for her to attain such mastery is uncertain, and it is likely that by then, humanity may have ventured far from its home planet, rendering her aspirations as mere fantasies. Moreover, a more straightforward approach would be for her to traverse back to ancient times and reshape history without interference from the celestial order. In summary, this is indeed an extraordinary attribute. As of now, she has only ascended to the first layer of her cultivation and is thus limited in her application of temporal magic. Her capabilities extend to hastening wound recovery and accelerating plant growth, yet even these feats demand a substantial amount of energy, lest she cause irreparable harm. A crucial aspect to consider is that this ability, intrinsic to her soul, can traverse various worlds alongside her. However, utilizing these powers depletes her soul energy, which is no longer merely a simple essence, but rather a fusion of causal energy and temporal force, with her soul serving as a vessel. Once exhausted, restoring this energy requires causal power, indicating that it is, in essence, a consumable resource. Upon realizing this, she covered her face, acknowledging that such abilities should only be employed as a last resort in dire situations. As I glanced at the time, I realized dawn was approaching, prompting me to rise swiftly, feeling invigorated, quite unlike someone who had been cultivating for several days. Within my space, I had also cultivated rice. Often, I regarded farming as a form of exercise, leading to an ever-increasing variety of plants in my domain. This time, I had even added rice. However, without a threshing machine or a rice mill, it seemed I needed to prepare those as well. Alas, this would require funds. I pondered when I might venture into a world of advanced technology or cultivation, where I would undoubtedly immerse myself in the study of machinery and artifact refinement. That evening, I infused the drinking water in my space with both the powers of yin and yang as well as the essence of virtue. Though it was not a spiritual spring, it carried a hint of spiritual energy, which I then offered to my grandparents. Subsequently, I did not immediately engage in tasks, considering that this month had only just commenced. Indeed, it was already the 1st of May. The thought of returning to school in a few days spurred me to retrieve my textbooks for a thorough review. Although I had memorized the material previously, the sheer volume of information sometimes made it difficult to recall promptly. With examinations looming after the holiday, it was prudent to refresh my memory. After perusing each book and verifying my completed assignments, I began to contemplate other matters, particularly the issue of finances. My funds had been entirely depleted, but I recalled that my manuscript payment would arrive in 11 days. I wondered how substantial that amount might be, and it was only upon considering this monetary aspect that I remembered my income from writing. As for earning money through garment making, the thought had crossed my mind, yet I remained uncertain about the means to do so, leaving me in a state of contemplation for quite some time. Alas, it seemed I was not a native of Windshire. Was it not said that we, the inhabitants of Windshire, are born merchants? Why have I not inherited such talent? Although in my previous life I seemed to have studied economics and even ran a business, I was merely a figurehead. When I opened my computer and entered the web, my first inclination was still to immerse myself in novels. While the data had increased significantly, the quantity remained modest, even if I employed clever tactics. It was still a niche work. Upon noticing the videos and the recommendations, I suddenly became aware of the popularity of live streaming. Indeed, nowadays, everything can be broadcast live online. A spark ignited within me. I could live stream my embroidery, showcasing my creations for sale. I need not reveal my face. I could simply obscure it. Moreover, I could initially display my embroidery skills, and in the future, I could unveil other talents, such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. However, embarking on a live streaming venture would require the acquisition of certain tools, which entails expenditure. As for using my phone or computer, I am uncertain of the filming quality. Perhaps it is best to wait a while. 2 days later, I bid farewell to my grandparents and set off for school with a few belongings. Upon arrival, I commenced evening study sessions that very day, submitting my assignments on the first day and facing a monthly exam the next. After enduring the exam, I exhaled in relief. I felt a modicum of confidence regarding this assessment, despite the fact that the last monthly exam in my memory had occurred several years prior. Days passed in a flurry of activity. By day, she attended school, and by night, she practiced her physical training. As the time for the payment of her manuscript fees arrived, she reflected on the modest sum she received, merely 1,000 or 2 each month, even with perfect attendance. In truth, she was among the fortunate. Many authors were left with only the attendance bonus. Previously, her savings flourished due to her frugality, but now, it seemed her funds had dwindled. With a sigh, she contemplated her financial situation, realizing the urgency to find a way to earn money. Thus, she turned to online shopping, purchasing several USB drives and power banks, all of which were quite affordable. Given her space lacked a generator, it seemed prudent to stock up on these items. However, without sunlight in her space, solar power was unattainable, and she hesitated to resort to coal or gasoline for fear of polluting her sanctuary, leaving her in a quandary. Once her items arrived, she charged the numerous power banks to full capacity and resolved to embark on another journey. It was imperative to acquire a skill that would enable her to earn a living. While she had considered live streaming her clothing creations, that method seemed far too slow. "Let us proceed," she declared after securing the doors and windows and drawing the curtains, addressing her companion, Ineen. Upon opening her eyes, she was momentarily taken aback. For this time, she found herself gazing at a canopy bed. "Ineen, are we in ancient times now?" she inquired. "No need for hesitation, just transmit me directly. But do so with caution, avoid overwhelming my memories." She shook her head fervently. The thought of being without memories in a bygone era filled her with trepidation. While possessing memories did not guarantee the full inheritance of the original owner's abilities, it would at least afford her a 60% advantage. However, the cultivation of the causal technique that Ing Man had undergone prior to reaching fullness was not in vain. This time, she did not suffer the same torment as during her initial experience, which had nearly resulted in a disarray of her memories. After reviewing her recollections, Ing Man comprehended her current identity. She was an orphan, yet in truth, she was the sole survivor of a martial arts clan. This realm was one steeped in the traditions of martial heroes. The family of the original owner had, at a tender age, fallen victim to a massacre perpetrated by a band of rogues, spurred by rumors of a so-called treasure. Only the original owner and her brother had been safeguarded by their mother, who sacrificed herself to ensure their escape. Since that fateful day, the brother had been devising a plan for vengeance, placing his sister in the care of a family, while his own whereabouts became a mystery. Recently, in the city of Fainan, a series of mysterious homicides had transpired, claiming the lives of couriers, merchants, and even high-ranking officials of the court without reason. The manner of their deaths was alarmingly similar. They were subjected to torment before being burned alive, which drew the attention of the authorities. Consequently, a newly appointed young envoy, Wan Hung, hailing from a general's noble lineage, was dispatched to investigate the matter. Initially, the original owner had no connection to these events. The family with whom she had been placed had treated her well at first, but soon their demeanor soured, and they plotted to sell her. In her flight from this predicament, she ultimately found refuge in a second-rate sect known as the Iron Fan sect, where she became a disciple. Although the sect's primary weapon was the Iron Fan, which was indeed a heavy implement, the majority of practitioners were men. Thus, the original owner could only be considered a mere servant disciple, receiving rudimentary martial training in exchange for her labor. Thus, although the original character in this martial arts world possessed only superficial skills, this was not the root of their tragic fate. The original character was merely a pawn, and the murder case was perpetrated by their elder brother, whose final target happened to be the leader of the Iron Fan sect. It turned out that he had slain those responsible for the destruction of their Lin family, motivated solely by the allure of their family's treasure. Naturally, the leader of the Iron Fan sect met his demise as well, while the original character's brother was ultimately discovered by a young imperial envoy. After exacting his revenge, he had long since lost the will to live, and upon being found, he contemplated suicide. However, upon seeing his sister, he abandoned that thought, only to be sentenced to imprisonment. Although the martial world's vendettas generally escaped the scrutiny of the imperial court, one of his victims was a court official, complicating matters. Given the transgressions of the deceased, the brother was sentenced to exile, with the original character accompanying him, only to be slain en route by the relatives of the victims. At the onset of the narrative, the first victim has just appeared, the initial casualty being the head of the Chongshan escort agency in Fainan City. Despite the involvement of the authorities in the investigation, it failed to attract the attention of the suspected protagonist, the young envoy Wan Hong. It wasn't until 3 individuals, one of whom was a high-ranking official, were found dead that the court began to take notice. Presently, the escort agency could be considered a part of the martial world, and it was swiftly categorized as a case of vendetta, with ongoing investigations that were certainly not deemed of high importance. After piecing together her memories, Ingen felt that her foremost priority was to enhance her martial prowess. However, the skills she had inherited were merely rudimentary, lacking even the foundational inner strength techniques. She is also unlikely to cultivate physical techniques, especially since her original body has not yet met the requisite standards for training. Speaking of which, since the original owner hails from a martial arts family, did they not possess any martial arts manuals? The original owner was already 8 years old when the family encountered misfortune, which is old enough to have some recollection. In fact, it could be said that she began practicing the horse stance as early as 5. Beginning to cultivate the mental method at 8 is not out of the realm of possibility. This technique seems to be called falling pedal swordsmanship, which bears a striking resemblance to the names of skills in online games. However, even if she possesses a method for cultivation, immediate practice is not feasible, as she shares a room with another person. Although they occupy separate beds, they are still in the same space. Inen, are you still there? If I enter the space, could you keep an eye on the situation outside? After a moment of contemplation, Ingman inquired. Is that so? Ingman felt a flicker of joy, though it seemed that this ability had not been available before. Master, your karmic technique has broken through, and your spirit has grown stronger, which is why you now possess this capability. Inen explained why she had been unable to do this previously. Oh, I see. Ingman immediately understood. Observing the lowered curtain and noting the steady breathing of the other person, she swiftly slipped into the space. Chapter 37. The Avenging Cannon fodder 2. Upon entering the space, she had to readjust to the gravity, but her prior experience made it less troublesome. She paused in the space to practice the horse stance, recalling the standard posture from the original owner's memories. For merely a short while, she found herself more fatigued than after a half-hour of brisk walking. It seemed that she could benefit from more practice in this regard. After squatting for an hour, she rose to stretch her limbs, quenching her thirst with some spatial water before settling down to meditate and cultivate her mental techniques. She had retrieved all the memories of the original owner concerning this practice, understanding the methods of cultivation. In truth, it resembled the techniques of spiritual cultivation, which involved the continuous recitation of mental mantras while emptying the mind. The moment she sensed the emergence of energy within her body, she would have entered the initial stage. However, unlike the techniques of spiritual cultivation, which inherently possessed incantatory properties capable of manifesting effects through spoken commands, merely reciting martial arts mantras did not significantly aid in the early stages of practice. After a prolonged period without sensing any energy, she decided to directly recite the mantra for her physical training technique. This soon elicited an initial response within her body, allowing her to commence her martial arts practice. Indeed, once she felt a trace of energy, her cultivation became markedly easier, enabling her to circulate that energy throughout her body in a grand cycle. The atmosphere was rich with spiritual energy, and although martial arts training did not necessitate spiritual power per se, merely requiring energy, such as that derived from food, practitioners typically consumed substantial quantities. Spiritual energy, being a form of advanced energy, held a position of supremacy in lower realms. Consequently, even with an average physical constitution and less than elite techniques, she managed to break through the first level of cultivation in just one night. Hearing commotion outside, she hastily exited her meditative space and drew back the bed curtains to sit up. Though they were referred to as disciples, their responsibilities included various chores, such as cleaning and assisting in the kitchen, thankfully without the obligation to serve the men. Having concluded her assigned menial tasks, Ingman was finally granted some respite. Seizing the opportunity, she promptly sought out a secluded sanctuary to immerse herself in cultivation within her spatial realm. Verily, with the impending arrival of her brother, Lin Muhan, poised to descend upon the Iron Fan sect in a fortnight, driven by vengeance, she was compelled to maximize her efforts. As for the intended victims, they were the very individuals who, in their avarice for the Lin family's treasure, spoils acquired during the family's ancestral tenure as generals, had mercilessly extinguished the lives of over 300 souls, even resorting to torturous interrogation and immolation to extract the treasure's whereabouts from the Lin patriarch and his kin. In Ingman's estimation, their demise was far from unjust. Subsequently, Ingman dedicated herself to cultivation, occasionally overhearing the circulating gossip among the disciples regarding the serial homicides. 10 days hence, her internal energy breached the third stratum, enabling her to commence the study of the thousand-leaf swordplay. Alas, her spatial domain only housed a Tang Dao, bereft of a sword. The thousand-leaf swordplay emphasizes velocity. Legend has it that upon attaining mastery, the practitioner can, with a single breath, pierce 1,000 leaves. Of course, this does not entail physically impaling each leaf, but rather harnessing sword chi. In essence, mastery of this swordplay allows the wielder to unleash 1,000 streams of sword chi. Furthermore, cultivation of this swordplay necessitates an internal energy level of at least the third stratum. However, owing to the original host's memorization of the entire manual, inclusive of the swordplay diagrams, Ingman was not relegated to possessing only the incantation without the corresponding techniques. Swordplay, by its very nature, demands practice. Although possessing the forms, fundamental training remained imperative. Thus, in addition to cultivation, Ingman was compelled to engage in sword-swinging drills while maintaining a horse stance, resulting in daily bouts of aching limbs. Fortunately, the buoyancy of the water in the space provided relief. Otherwise, Ingshan would likely have been unable to move the following day. On the 10th day of her arrival in this world, Ingshan encountered her original protagonist's elder brother at their sect. However, the memories of the original owner did not encompass this event. It was only after the culprit was apprehended that she realized he was her brother. Reflecting on the situation, she realized that the resolution of the case was merely days away, and if they were to be captured, it would spell trouble for them. Therefore, Ingshan sought a secluded spot to confront Lin Muhan, who was covertly surveying the terrain of the back mountain. Lin Muhan, alert, raised his head, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword. Yet, upon seeing Ingshan, he froze in astonishment. Ingshan, it's really you. You're safe, thank heavens. As he spoke, the man's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Brother, is it truly you? I thought I had mistaken you. Ingshan responded, her heart racing with emotion. Influenced by the memories of the original owner, which made it easy for her to resonate with the feelings. What brings you here? After their initial excitement subsided, they found a hidden place to recount the events that had transpired during their years of separation. Ingshan briefly narrated her harrowing experience of nearly being sold and her subsequent escape that led her to become a servant disciple here. Lin Muhan clenched his fists, his voice heavy with regret. I'm so sorry, Xiaoman. I had no idea that family possessed such character. I had left them 500 taels of silver. More than enough for your coming of age. It's of no consequence. I share no ties with them. Ingshan shook her head. But brother, what of you? How have you fared all these years? What brings you to the Iron Fan sect? It's nothing, just that I've run out of money and need to find a job. Isn't it fortuitous that they are hiring chefs here? My culinary skills are quite decent, so I came, Lin Muhan said, rubbing his fingers together. Brother, you're lying. You've been practicing martial arts since childhood, and you're 5 years older than I am. Even if you were out of money, you could still seek bounty tasks from the government. Or, if all else fails, join a security agency as a bodyguard. How could you possibly be broke? Moreover, every time you lie, you have this habit of rubbing your fingers. It's an old flaw of yours. Ingman unreservedly exposed him. Ingman was not inclined to let him off easily. Brother, did you leave back then to seek revenge? Have you found the one who has caused our family so much sorrow? I have found them, and the matter has been resolved. Just focus on living your life well, Lin Muhan replied, wishing to keep his sister uninvolved. You're deceiving me. You're lying again. You must have found your enemy, but surely not all has been resolved. You didn't come here merely for vengeance, did you? Is it members of the Iron Fan sect? By the way, those recent murders, could they possibly be your doing? Ingman pretended to guess, revealing his actions. Lin Muhan fell silent. Ingman's mouth fell agape in astonishment. It really was you. Could it be that those who died were indeed the very ones from back then? Indeed, Lin Muhan nodded. Do you think I was wrong in my actions? No. They caused the deaths of so many in our family. They deserve to die. Who else remains? Ingman shook her head, genuinely believing this. A killer must pay for their crimes, is that not true? Though it was an act of private vengeance. Pursuing legal recourse would likely prove futile. Otherwise, it would not have been concluded so hastily with charges of robbery and murder. Chapter 38. The Avenging Cannon Fodder. 3. Do not concern yourself with this matter, Lin Muhan insisted, wishing to shield Ingman from involvement in the family feud that he alone bore. They are my family, my parents. Moreover, you have previously slain officials of the court, reportedly of the third rank. While others may remain indifferent, They will undoubtedly take action regarding a third-rank official. If they dispatch a formidable adversary and you are captured, what shall I do then? Ingman gazed at him with a look that conveyed her willingness to perish if he chose to disregard her, seeking to evoke his compassion. I will exercise utmost caution, Lin Muhan conceded, feeling cornered by her words. Regardless, you must prioritize your well-being. We seek vengeance, not to kill without reason. We cannot sacrifice ourselves for this cause. You are the last remaining hope of the Lin family. If you were to meet with misfortune, our lineage would face utter annihilation. Mother fought valiantly to ensure our survival, not to lead us to our demise. Seeing that he still refused to deliberate with her, Ingman decided to invoke a rather traditional sentiment, despite its patriarchal nature, as it was fitting for the moment, disregarding the implications of the words. However, with the younger sister still present and the Lin family at stake, he truly could not afford to perish. Only one enemy remained, the leader of the Iron Fan sect. What was your initial plan? Ingman understood his method. He relied on his current advantageous identity to poison directly, unlike before when he had taken some precautions. This time, it seemed he was resolute in his intentions, exhibiting little to no disguise, which ultimately led to his exposure. Lin Muhan recounted his previous plan, which indeed aligned with what Ingman had known. Brother, are you seeking death? I thought you were gone, leaving this world to me. Lin Muhan did not refute this. He was originally a gentle soul, yet hatred had compelled him to become what he was now. Now that I am still alive, you must live well too. Ingman promptly asserted. Indeed, Lin Muhan nodded. Since his sister was alive, he naturally had to take care of her. You left no clues before. In that case, act as you did previously. As for your reason for being here, simply claim you came to find me. Ingman pondered. She was not adept at intricate schemes, but Lin Muhan had previously executed them well. This time, she believed he could manage with determination. After reaching an agreement, Lin Muhan altered his original strategy, frequently appearing near Ingman to observe her discreetly or gather information, ensuring he maintained a proper faade. Once the leader of the Iron Fan sect perished, although he faced suspicion, Lin Muhan had thoroughly prepared himself this time, erasing all traces. While not entirely, it sufficed in this ancient context. His presence here was justified. He was searching for his sister. In an era devoid of advanced technology and evidence, even if the Imperial Envoy Wan Hung suspected Lin Muhan, it would bear no consequence. What does the envoy seek from us, siblings? Haven't we already cleared our names? Ingman appears unperturbed, reasoning that since the case has been resolved and he has come alone, he is likely not here to apprehend them. Although I harbor suspicions about you, I possess no evidence to detain you. Moreover, those individuals have received their just deserts. So rest assured. Wan Hung reveals a faint smile, seemingly indifferent to the attitudes of the duo. He had previously investigated the events concerning the Lin family, and Lin Muhan's guilt appears substantial. However, the tragic fate of the Lin family led him to believe that those responsible deserved their punishment. Despite being an official of the court, he understands that the realms of governance and the underworld traditionally maintain a respectful distance from one another. Therefore, he refrains from voicing his suspicions, ultimately concluding the matter as a vendetta among underworld factions. The authorities seldom intervene in such feuds, particularly one involving family annihilation. Thus, he does not consider himself to be acting unethically. I don't comprehend your words, Ingman retorts, steadfast in her silence. Though it is unlikely that any recording devices exist in this world, Lin Muhan remains silent as well. Observing this, Wan Hung shakes his head and chooses not to pursue the conversation further, departing instead. His visit was merely to ascertain the situation. He had no intention of making arrests. Had he wished to do so, he would have acted preemptively. Once he is certain of his departure, both siblings exhale in relief. Brother, what are your plans now? Ingman inquires as they leave the remnants of the Lin family estate. I wish to find a new location to re-establish the Lin family manor. Lin Muhan replies. Here? Ingman raises an eyebrow, but Lin Muhan shakes his head in response. No, let this place remain buried. We shall seek another site. Lin Muhan did not intend to re-establish the Lin family here, a place that had once claimed the lives of over 300 members of the Lin clan. Let them rest in peace. In light of this, allow me to choose a suitable location, Ingman proposed thoughtfully. You, very well, as a member of the Lin family. You shall take the lead, Lin Muhan replied, momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in agreement. Ingman was unfamiliar with this world, which appeared to be an alternate realm. Her quest for a location was, in truth, a pursuit for a site rich in spiritual energy. Although she had previously relied on cultivation techniques to draw energy into her being, it had become evident that spiritual energy also benefited martial prowess. In most worlds, even those with scant spiritual energy, as long as life exists, there will inevitably be some form of energy present. A world devoid of such vitality could be deemed a realm of the dead, or at the very least, perilously close to it. Thus, within these fragmented worlds, despite the absence of explicit mention in the original text, this principle of existence persists. Any world that is formed must possess this characteristic. Even if a narrative describes a realm devoid of energy, it can only represent a fraction of that world, never the entirety. For such a portrayal would lead to its obliteration. Therefore, Ingman harbored no apprehension about finding a location abundant in spiritual energy. Together with Lin Mukin, they traversed the expanse of the land for nearly a year, ultimately discovering a promising site in the southern region. While other potential locations had already been claimed by rival sections, here lies a mountainous forest under the jurisdiction of the coastal city of Yunhaiqing, not far from the sea. Merely a few mountains away. After acquiring the entire hill from the local authorities, they were fortunate to have discovered the Lin family's treasure. Otherwise, such a purchase would have been unfeasible. They commenced the construction of residences at the foothills, close to the lake. Chapter 39, The Vengeance of the Cannon Fodder for Brother. As we endeavor to rebuild the Lin family here, do you intend to maintain the traditional family structure, or shall we transform it into a sect or a villa? During the construction of the houses, they resided in the nearby county town of Kunshan. Ingman inquired about Lin Muchan's thoughts. I wish to convert the Lin family into a villa, Lin Muchan replied. With only the two of us remaining, sustaining a family is quite challenging. Even with the Lin family's treasure, it is of little use without others. In this world, families, villas, and sects represent three distinct martial arts systems. Families are primarily based on bloodlines, with so-called martial aristocracies being composed of kin. Only guards and guest officials are outsiders. Sects do not emphasize blood relations. Instead, they thrive on a wide array of disciples, relying on the master-disciple relationship for inheritance. Villas, however, occupy a middle ground, primarily family-oriented while also accepting apprentices. Though it may appear similar to a family, a villa differs in that, when necessary, apprentices can inherit the position of the master, transcending the bonds of blood relations. Ingman had no objections to Lin Muchan's choice. It seemed quite reasonable, considering the Lin family consisted solely of the two of them. It would be imprudent to expand the family by urging Lin Muchan to take numerous concubines. Venerable lineages of antiquity rarely engaged in the practice of concubinage, particularly when a legitimate heir had already been produced by the principal wife. In the martial world, where parity was paramount, wives were typically scions of martial sects or aristocratic houses. Even when concubines were taken, they were seldom permitted to bear children, unless the proved utterly incapable. This was a revelation that dawned upon Ingman only after her arrival. Though the status of women in ancient times was generally subordinate, families with enduring legacies placed immense value on the bloodline. Thus, Lin Mu'in would not seek to propagate his lineage by amassing a multitude of women to bear offspring. Consequently, the manor represented their optimal choice. If they were to establish a manor, then you, elder brother, must commence the recruitment of disciples. Furthermore, it is incumbent upon you to take a wife. Ingman contemplated that the establishment of a manor would necessitate the acceptance of disciples, and prior to that, the enlistment of guards and retainers would be essential. I am in no hurry, he demurred. I am but a man, and a mere 21 years of age. You, on the other hand, have attained the age of 16, having undergone the ceremony of Ji, and should be seeking a marital match. Lin Mu'in shook his head, professing no haste, yet his thoughts turned to his sister, who had reached the age of 16 and undergone the Ji ceremony. Absolutely not, Ingman retorted. Marriage is far too cumbersome, and men are so capricious. I have no desire to share a husband with another. It would be better for you to take a wife yourself. Ingman shook her head, unable to fathom why she harbored so little interest in matrimony and procreation. Was it due to the profound emotions she had experienced in her previous existence? Perhaps not, but rather a simple lack of inclination. Ingman remained uncertain, though it may also have been due to the absence of a suitor who had captured her affections. What nonsense are you uttering? He chided. A woman must marry upon reaching a certain age. Otherwise, what will become of you in the future? Lin Muchan is indeed a man of ancient origins, and he does not concur with Ingman's approach. In the martial world, It is rare for women to remain unmarried, unless they are nuns. Regardless, I shall not marry. If you wish to wed, then do so. If you force me, I shall flee from home. Ingman immediately began to act willfully. Fine, fine, if you want to marry. Then you want to. Lin Muchan hastily responded, anxious that Ingman might truly leave home, for she is indeed capable of such a feat over the past year. Ingman's martial skills have advanced remarkably, now rivaling his own. Yet, Lin Muchan remains uneasy about his sister venturing alone into the martial realm. Fortunately, apart from her reluctance to marry, Ingman harbors no other significant desires. Once the construction of Lin Garden Manor is completed, they have already procured servants and guards, even acquiring 2 promising children to raise as apprentices. The initial phase of Lin Garden Manor is thus accomplished. However, reviving the Lin family will undoubtedly require more than this. In the martial world, whether among noble families, sects, or manors, time is essential for accumulation. Consequently, Lin Muchan is not in haste to establish a reputation, but rather intends to focus on nurturing his apprentices and guards. The martial arts manuals of the Lin family are all preserved in their treasury. When they retrieved the treasures, they also collected the family's martial arts compilations. The pinnacle of Lin family techniques is the thousand-leaf swordsmanship, though it demands a high level of innate talent. With the martial arts manuals in hand, concerns about cultivation are alleviated. After 2 years, the manor is finally on the right track, and Ingman has begun to contemplate finding a wife for Lin Muchan. This brother, preoccupied with vengeance and subsequently with establishing the manor, has hardly acquainted himself with any young ladies. Ingman felt that if she did not offer her assistance, Lin Muhan might ultimately marry some woman indiscriminately for the sake of the child. Brother, I wish to venture into the world. No, it is far too perilous. Lin Muhan immediately objected. If you cannot best me, how could I possibly be in danger? Ingman, however, held a different opinion. She was no longer the novice she once was. After 3 years, with the enhancement of her abilities, her internal strength had ascended to the 5th level, surpassing Lin Muhan's 4th level prowess. You lack experience in the martial world. Lin Muhan remained unconvinced. I am not embarking on a quest to uphold justice or vanquish demons. I merely wish to explore. How fraught with danger could it possibly be? Relax. Disregarding his concerns, Ingman gathered her belongings and gracefully executed her lightness skill to escape. Once she had departed from home, Ingman had no particular destination in mind, intent on leisurely wandering about. Previously, in her search for a place to settle, she had merely rushed through many locales. Lin Muhan could only watch helplessly as his sister left, even wishing to send guards with her, yet she despised those guards for being weaker than herself. Who would protect whom? Within 2 days, Ingman encountered a pair of highway robbers. She was no stranger to such encounters. In this world, the presence of martial arts seemed to spawn a multitude of bandits, and the authorities scarcely intervened. It was as if there was a nest of robbers every 100 miles. The previous brigands she had encountered had all been dealt with by Lin Muhan, leaving her no opportunity to act. This time, however, she faced the 2 men blocking her path. Young lady, surrender everything of value you possess, and we may allow you to pass. Otherwise, it will be a loss of both life and wealth. A man wielding a large blade was the first to speak, scrutinizing Ingman from head to toe. Indeed, our band is in need of a formidable matron, another man chimed in, following the lead of the first. Given your demeanor, I might grant you a chance to survive. Step aside if you wish to keep your life. Ingman unsheathed the sword strapped to her back. Chapter 40. The Avenging Pawn. 5. Ingman's words were utterly sincere. Although these 2 were robbers, their gazes did not betray any lascivious intent, and she did not find them particularly repugnant. In fact, she felt a hint of affection towards them. Ever since she began practicing the law of causality, her sensitivity to morality had sharpened, particularly after breaking through to the 1st level, which allowed her to vaguely sense whether a person bore karmic debts or virtuous merits. In the future, she could utilize this ability to discern the character of individuals, free from the fear of being deceived due to naivety. Ingman never considered herself foolish. Rather, her straightforward nature made her less adept at navigating schemes or concealed emotions, a skill in which many outshone her. However, now equipped with this newfound ability, she could effectively avoid perilous individuals. As for those with deeper motives, as long as they weren't malicious or heinous, their character would be of little concern to her. The aversion she felt towards the 2 individuals was minimal, and perhaps even tinged with a semblance of fondness. They claimed their hands were not stained with blood, at least not excessively, and they had never harmed the innocent. As for vengeance, they regarded it as a matter of karmic retribution, devoid of any lingering debts. In fact, they had engaged in numerous benevolent acts, amassing virtuous merit. Given this, Ingman refrained from recklessly taking their lives, mindful of the karmic repercussions it might entail. Regarding their past lives, the grievances owed to them by the invaders of their homeland were non-existent in terms of karmic debt. Moreover, the debts arising from wars between nations do not burden the soldiers or generals, but are instead attributed to the nations themselves, ultimately influencing the fate of those nations. However, Ingman's words elicited laughter from the two men. In this world, while there are indeed chivalrous women, the cultivation of inner strength requires decades of accumulation. Even with the aid of spiritual energy, it is no wonder that the measurement of such power is denoted in cycles of 60 years. Thus, they perceived Ingman as a Na'vi young lady, perhaps the pampered daughter of a wealthy family, who mistakenly believed herself formidable, when in reality, she might merely be the beneficiary of the forbearance of her family's guards or disciples, having gone unnoticed. Young girl, do not speak so boldly. Today, allow me to enlighten you on the notion that there are greater mountains beyond these. The man with the knife withdrew it from his shoulder, preparing to impart a lesson to this audacious girl who seemed oblivious to the vastness of the world. Come then, Ingman replied, unperturbed, assuming a stance ready for confrontation. It was the perfect opportunity to test whether her Chiba sword technique was indeed as formidable as she had been led to believe. The two individuals were locked in a stalemate for a moment, but ultimately, Ingman could no longer restrain herself and made the first move. Her patience had always been limited. She drew her sword with remarkable swiftness, catching the man slightly off guard. However, he effortlessly parried her attack and began to counter. His swordsmanship was characterized by powerful, sweeping strikes, while Ingman's style was agile and nimble, despite having significantly increased her strength through training in the spatial realm. Her swift swordplay could not match the force behind his blows. Moreover, although Ingman practiced diligently, her practical combat experience was scant. Her encounters had mostly been with Lin Muhan, who would never truly engage her. This encounter marked her first genuine duel. Unexpectedly, this seemingly ordinary bandit was anything but simple. Her sword techniques, though appearing straightforward, were laced with lethal intent, reminiscent not of the martial arts but of the brutal reality of the battlefield. The man, too, subtly guided Ingman during their exchange, leading to her eventual defeat. Her lack of experience ultimately proved to be her undoing. Gasping for breath, Ingman expressed her gratitude for the senior's guidance. However, she was puzzled, remarking, "You seem to be a person of integrity. How could you resort to highway robbery?" The man, resting his sword upon his shoulder, replied calmly, "Circumstances compel one." Ingman, still curious, inquired, "You must have come from the battlefield, right? Even if you retired, you could have joined a security agency." "Starvation drove me to this," the man stated matter-of-factly. Ingman nodded in understanding, reflecting on the similarities between this court's backdrop and the Song dynasty of the Hua Kingdom. Despite the existence of a martial world, the court prioritized cultural pursuits over military strength, resulting in frequent incursions by neighboring small nations. It was perplexing that a vast and resource-rich nation often resorted to marrying off its princesses and bestowing lavish gifts upon these minor states, the quantity of which was staggering, akin to tribute. Ingman found it incomprehensible how such individuals could maintain the facade of a grand civilization. The civil officials and royalty were wary of military generals, often withholding military salaries, leading to significant casualties despite having a larger population than those foreign entities. It was as if their intellect had been impaired. "I am grateful, elder brother, for practicing swordsmanship with me. Consider this my token of appreciation." Ingman retrieved 2 silver notes from her pouch and handed them to the man. "Since I have lost, I hope this suffices for my travel expenses." "Indeed, it is sufficient." The man accepted the silver notes without hesitation, mentally noting this act of kindness. "If you encounter difficulties, you may seek out the owner at Lin Yuan Villa in Kunshan County." Ingman mused momentarily before speaking. Currently, Lin Yuan Villa was in need of personnel, but they preferred quality over quantity. Although they had recently hired some guards of mediocre ability, they were cautious about recruiting guests. However, she found the character of these individuals to be admirable and would not mind extending an invitation to them. "We will take that into consideration," the man nodded, clearing the way ahead. Bidding farewell to them, Ingman walked away, contemplating the matters concerning these individuals. It was evident that they were not brigands. At least not of the professional sort. They were likely soldiers. As for the reasons behind their actions, Ingman speculated that they might have encountered some hardships. Should we? After Ingman departed, another man inquired of the swordsman. The man nodded in response. Following this, Ingman did not encounter any more bandits. However, he became aware of the events transpiring at the border. Was it not just the onset of spring? The nomadic tribes had suffered numerous snowfalls the previous winter, resulting in the death of many livestock and even some people. Consequently, as spring arrived and the snow melted, they commenced their raids along the border, committing acts of arson, murder, and plunder. General Chow, stationed at the frontier, was a heroic figure devoted to his nation and its people. Even though his descendants were held as hostages in the capital and the court frequently delayed their rations, he remained steadfast in his commitment to safeguarding the borders during such tumultuous times. Chapter 41. The Avenging Cannon Fodder 6. Nevertheless, they would not harm the impoverished nor rob those who appeared destitute. Their targets were exclusively those who were well-dressed or merchant caravans. Even the armored escort services were seldom attacked, as they merely provided assistance. Although such actions are not commendable, many common folk, upon recognition of the situation, would willingly offer what little they could to support those valiant soldiers fighting for them on the battlefield. Ingman was uncertain whether their actions were justified, yet he was inclined to contribute his share of support. After a brief period of attention to the unfolding news, he chose to divert his focus elsewhere. She began to focus on another piece of news. The young master of Yunxiu Palace was preparing to hold a martial arts competition to seek a spouse. Ingman was eager to attend. Yunxiu Palace is a rare all-female sect in this world. While there are men within the sect, their status is considerably lower, as all leadership positions are held by women. This disparity stems from the unique martial arts practiced by the sect. The technique, known as Thousand Threads, may sound innocuous, yet it is, in fact, a formidable hidden weapon skill that employs embroidery needles as its weapon of choice. The name Thousand Threads suggests that when combined with embroidery thread, the effects become exponentially more powerful, rendering it a highly potent martial art. Having heard of this technique, Ingman speculated that Thousand Threads might share similarities with the infamous Sunflower Manual. However, unlike the latter, which requires men to undergo self-castration for cultivation, Thousand Threads is far more suited for the dexterous hands of women. Men are not entirely precluded from mastering it. However, in ancient times, it would have been unthinkable for a man to wield an embroidery needle, leading to the predicament of men within Yunxiu Palace. Typically, these men are the husbands or sons of Yunxiu disciples, and they are not considered true members of the sect. They may belong to other factions or simply be wandering martial artists. The young master in question is the daughter of the palace lord, whose father is the head of the renowned Qinshan sect, a prominent force in the martial arts world. Given her lineage, one could say that this young master holds the status akin to that of a princess in the realm of martial arts. Now she intends to seek a suitor, undoubtedly attracting a considerable number of young heroes from the martial world. Ingman thought of her elder brother and hurriedly sought someone to deliver a message to him, urging his attendance. It was not imperative that he marry the so-called young princess, yet the female disciples of Yunxiu Palace were numerous, and those who journeyed to Yunxiu Palace would undoubtedly be a fine choice. Furthermore, their newly established villa had yet to gain any renown in the martial realm. This was an opportune moment to enhance their visibility. Although it may not rival the martial arts tournament, the next one was still 5 years away, and they could not afford to remain inconspicuous during that time. In her letter, Ingman included a subtle threat. He must attend, or she would take his place. Accompanied by a throng of young martial artists, including several spirited young heroines, it seemed they were all drawn by the allure of the occasion. Ingman found great satisfaction in this, even if her brother did not take a liking to the young princess. Surely he would find favor with another heroine among the many present. With such a multitude of martial individuals traveling together, the likelihood of encountering any nefarious bandits was diminished, and they proceeded smoothly to Bian City, the location of Yunxiu Palace. This city, situated centrally and connecting the 4 cardinal directions, was aptly named Bian. Due to its geographical significance, it thrived in prosperity, with even the surrounding towns displaying greater affluence than elsewhere. Additionally, within this city resided 3 martial sects, 2 villas, and countless escort agencies. Thus, despite its wealth, it was devoid of bandits, likely purged by the presence of those sects, villas, and escort agencies. This place has become akin to the epicenter of the martial arts world. Consequently, despite its prosperity, Biyun City is exceedingly challenging to govern. The local magistrates typically serve only 3 years before seeking a transfer to another location. I have heard that a new magistrate was appointed just last year. As I listened to the gossips surrounding Biyun City, Ingman resolved to find an inn for her stay. The martial arts tournament, which doubles as a matchmaking event for the young master of Yushio Palace, is set to take place at a designated venue outside the city, known as the Wulin Alliance Manor. This location resembles an ancient sports arena, featuring tiered seating and a competition platform. Additionally, it boasts numerous courtyards and rooms for accommodation. However, Ingman had no intention of residing there, considering the ongoing matchmaking event for the young master. Fortunately, the inns within the city were not fully booked, and she was relieved to find a room available. Among the guests at this inn were a few martial artists and a family that appeared to be non-martial practitioners, who seemed somewhat intimidated by the presence of those from the martial world. The following morning, Ingman was awakened by the sound of screams. She quickly rose from her bed. Since departing from Linyuan Mountain Manor, she had refrained from utilizing her spatial abilities, as everything was already prepared, and it seemed unlikely she would rely on them for cultivation in this world again. Excessive cheating is ultimately detrimental. Donning her outer garments, she opened her door and stepped out. Noticing someone heading downstairs, she promptly closed her door behind her and followed. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "What is happening?" Ingman did not anticipate such a turn of events. She swiftly descended the stairs alongside the others. The deceased resided in a patient room on the first floor. Their group comprised 4 individuals, with 2 sharing a room. Upon awakening, they were horrified to discover one of their companions lifeless. The doors and windows had been secured from the inside, implying that if the murder had not been committed by another individual in the room, it would indeed resemble a locked room mystery. However, these 4 were originally comrades, and there was no apparent motive for one to kill the other and remain in the room, especially since they were still within the city. Should a homicide occur, the authorities would undoubtedly intervene, even in a jurisdiction like the less regulated Biyun City. The same would hold true. Although Ingman harbored a disdain for these 4 individuals, their presence suggesting a history of wrongdoing, she found it unlikely that anyone would be so foolish. Thus, she speculated that perhaps it was not the culprit in question, though it was also conceivable that he might have orchestrated the scene to mislead others into believing he could not be responsible. Chapter 42. The Avengers pawned before long. Officials arrived, and the leader caused Ingman to pause in surprise, as it was none other than the Commissioner Wan Hung, whom she had previously encountered. How had he come to be here? Wan Hung promptly began inspecting the room with his officers. Following their examination, each individual was interrogated in turn, and Ingman was among them. Upon seeing her, Wan Hung appeared momentarily taken aback. "Miss Lin?" Wan Hung had not expected to encounter Ingman. "Master Wan, it has been a long time." Ingman greeted him without reservation. "I did not expect to see you here." Wan Hung encountered some unexpected circumstances. However, the necessary procedures could not be overlooked. What was Miss Lin doing last night? Well, what else could one do at such a late hour? Ingman found such inquiries rather absurd. Was it not obvious? Unlike the modern age, replete with computers, televisions, and video games to occupy one's time throughout the night, in ancient times, retiring by 9 o'clock was considered quite late. Nonetheless, Wan Hung also regarded this question as rather foolish, yet it had always been this way. "Do you know the deceased?" "No." Ingman shook her head. "I checked in yesterday. They had already been here." From their conversation, it seemed they had come to participate in the martial arts contest for suitors, though I cannot fathom why they did not choose to stay at the Wulin Villa. "Are you also here to partake in the contest?" Wan Hung looked at Ingman with amusement. Suddenly, Ingman thought this plan might indeed be quite clever. Even if there were concerns about being discovered, she could always utilize the mirror in the spatial jade room, could she not? Ahem. Noticing Ingman lost in thought, Wan Hung cleared his throat twice, yet she remained unresponsive. Reluctantly, he tapped his fingers on the table before her. "Do you often sleep so soundly?" Wan Hung seemed to have grasped something and inquired. "Not at all." Ingman also sensed something amiss. Wan Hung glanced at the constable nearby, and they quickly understood the cue, hastening to the kitchen for an inspection. However, by then, nothing could be discerned. Nonetheless, Ingman's suspicion was alleviated, as she had indeed only arrived the previous day. Following that, Ingman paid little attention to the ongoing investigation. However, 2 days later, one of the remaining 3 met a similar fate. The investigation into the case continues, while the martial arts competition is on the verge of commencing. Finally, Ingman has awaited Lin Muhan, and upon seeing her, Lin Muhan is filled with a sense of helplessness. Indeed, she is an extraordinary beauty, though her demeanor is somewhat haughty. Yet her aura remains relatively upright. Overall, she is neither particularly liked nor disliked. Don't be ridiculous. Your brother is hardly worthy of the young lady's attention. Lin Muhan remarks dismissively. Though she is not particularly interested, the two ultimately decide to observe the event, as it serves as a means of broadening their horizons. Seated in the viewing area, Ingman and Lin Muhan watch the talented martial artists exchange blows below. Meanwhile, the proud and beautiful girl observes the scene. And Ingman finds herself unexpectedly intrigued. Brother, keep watching. I shall step away for a moment. Recalling her earlier intentions, Ingman resolves to capture this moment on film. Be careful. The crowd here is quite unruly, Lin Muhan cautions her. Understood, Ingman nods and departs from the viewing area. Initially, she seeks a vantage point to take photographs, only to discover that it proves quite challenging, as those skilled in martial arts possess keen senses, easily detecting any lingering gaze, let alone the act of filming. Host, do you require any assistance? At this juncture, Ingnin unexpectedly appears. Did you not claim you were incapable of aiding me? Ingman retorts, nearly stumbling in surprise. While I cannot offer you other forms of assistance, I am able to help with what you wish to accomplish now, Ingnin replies innocently. Help with what? Ingman queries. Her interest piqued. What is it? She asks in confusion. The literal interpretation suggests that it can record everything the host sees, and I can assist in editing as well. Ingnin provided a brief explanation. Will this affect me in any way? Ingman inquired immediately. No, you need not worry, host, Ingnin assured promptly. Very well then, Ingman responded, satisfied. Oh, and what about sound? Understood, Ingnin replied. The competition adopts a siege-style format, which is rather inequitable for those who are just stepping onto the stage for the first time. Therefore, typically, only those with considerable capability refrain from entering at the outset. Moreover, even if one emerges victorious, they must subsequently contend with the young lady of the palace. Only by defeating her can one be deemed successful in the courtship. At present, a few have distinguished themselves, yet they appear somewhat aged and rather unremarkable, having been ruthlessly knocked off the stage by the young lady. Humph, vixen, Ingman thought. After one of the young lady's successful defenses, Ingman suddenly heard a voice filled with indignation from a girl. Shortly thereafter, Ingman discerned the girl's identity. She was the daughter of the leader of the Flowing Sword sect, one of the 3 martial arts sects in Bian City, aside from Yunqi Palace and Qinshan sect. It was said that the object of her affection was Xiao Mingxian, the chief disciple of Qinshan sect. However, Xiao Mingxuan's heart belonged to Qin Yushan. And upon hearing about the martial arts courtship, she immediately came to participate. As they spoke, they also contested for a position. When Ingman glanced over, she beheld a striking young man clad in black, whose handsome visage was marred by an unwavering gaze fixed upon Qin Yushan's location. Chapter 43. The vengeful cannon fodder ate in Ingman's eyes. The flames of gossip flickered, prompting her to pay particular attention. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Muhan, drawn by her focus, also cast a glance towards Su Shi. After the day's martial arts competition concluded, no standout contestants emerged. This was partly due to the fact that many disciples from various sects had not participated, as the competition for the martial arts heroine's hand would span 3 days. And this was merely the first. Both Ingman and Lin Muhan resided in an inn. Thus, they departed once the event had ended, uncertain if the matter of the inn's recent incident had been resolved. Perhaps we should consider a different location, Lin Muhan suggested, harboring a lingering trepidation toward Wanhong. After all, they had narrowly escaped capture, and their actions had significantly impacted his career. Other inns were fully booked. Ingman sighed, remarking that despite this event being merely a contest for a martial arts heroine, it was perceived by many as an opportunity to showcase their martial prowess. Especially with the martial arts tournament still a considerable time away. Reputation matters in the realm of martial arts. After all, in literature, there is no first, and in martial arts, no second. Everyone aspires to elevate their standing, yet opportunities for such competitions are rare. This gathering, thus, became a prime occasion for many to engage in duels, not solely for the sake of the contest, but simply to find worthy opponents. Consequently, the influx of attendees left few inns with available rooms. Had Ingman not reserved 2 in advance, they might have had to seek temporary lodging at the martial arts villa. The 3 cases all revolve around locked-room murders, where other individuals were present within the confines of the room, yet the perpetrator managed to execute the crime under such circumstances. As Wan Hang expounded upon the methods for arranging a locked room, it became evident that the techniques were rather simplistic. In ancient times, merely securing the door with a latch at night was deemed sufficient for protection. However, such a method is considerably more vulnerable to external tampering compared to the myriad modern locking mechanisms. The reason the assailant could commit the murder without alarming the other occupants of the room was due to the use of a drug. The perpetrator in question was the family that Ng Man found rather peculiar. This family consisted of 4 members, an elderly couple, their daughter-in-law, and their grandson, with the absence of the son-in-law only becoming apparent after the case was resolved. It was revealed that their son, husband, father, and grandson had all fallen victim to the hands of those 4 individuals. Revenge and vendetta are commonplace in this realm. Yet what is remarkable is that this family comprised ordinary individuals devoid of martial prowess, opting instead to employ poison as their means of resolution. These 4 individuals were itinerant bandits, notorious for their frequent criminal escapades, leaving an unknown number of fatalities in their wake. The family in question was merely one of their many victims. At the time, their son and husband, accompanied by 2 adult grandsons, attempted to resist but were ultimately slain. In ancient times, the loss of all male heirs signified the end of a lineage. Thus, after fleeing, they pursued these 4 individuals to this location, intent on retribution, much like our own initial quest. Upon learning the motives behind the murders, Ng Man remarked, "Indeed." Lin Muhan nodded in agreement, casting a sympathetic glance towards the others. "What do you think Lord Wan will decide?" Ng Man contemplated this matter. Although Wan Hung frequently solved cases, he had encountered instances of revenge killings, such as the 2 individuals in the original narrative who were merely exiled. Had they not been murdered by their enemies, they might have lived prosperous lives. However, Wan Hung did not render an immediate verdict. Instead, he detained the individuals and ordered an investigation into the 4 bandits, stating that if they were indeed ruthless criminals, they would be exonerated. In this world, the law is somewhat chaotic due to the existence of the martial world. While it is imperative to pay with one's life for murder, acts of vengeance by victims are often treated with leniency. The investigation revealed that the 4 men were, in fact, wanted bandits, and thus the family was acquitted and even rewarded with silver for capturing the fugitives. Ng Man found herself at a loss regarding the legal system of this world, having followed the developments of the case. She noted that Lin Muhan attended the martial arts competition alone and even participated in sparring sessions, which were not contests for marriage proposals but rather friendly duels. Little did she know that this would catch the eye of Chen Yushan. Meanwhile, Lin Muhan had developed feelings for Su Shi, who, in turn, was enamored with Xiao Mingxian, who harbored affections for Chen Yushan. Upon discovering this tangled web of emotions, Ng Man was astounded. How could her brother find himself entangled in such a love quadrangle? She felt compelled to monitor the situation and soon realized that while Su Shi was attracted to Xiao Mingxian, she also seemed to harbor a fondness for Lin Muhan. Perhaps, Su Shi was simply unable to discern the distinction between familial affection and romantic love. Such occurrences are rather common, particularly among childhood friends, where misunderstandings are more likely to arise. However, it remains uncertain. Ultimately, the contest for marriage concluded without resolution, leaving some martial heroines to speculate. After all, due to her esteemed status, Chen Yushan has garnered considerable admiration, being renowned for her extraordinary beauty as the finest in the realm, which inevitably breeds jealousy. Although the contest has ended, they did not depart due to Lin Muhan's presence. Fortunately, the manor has now stabilized, eliminating the necessity for constant oversight. Consequently, they opted to rent a residence in Biyun City. Ng Man maintained a spectator's role in their love quadrangle, even going so far as to record their interactions visually in a rather mischievous manner. She frequently accompanied the 4 of them, with Chen Yushan often seeking to please her and Su Shi treating her kindly. The only one who seemed to harbor disdain for her was Xiao Mingxian. Nevertheless, Ng Man's interest in their drama waned swiftly. After a few days, she grew weary of it. When Lin Muhan ventured out, she lacked the motivation to join him, instead choosing to explore the unfamiliar Biyun City, which she had yet to thoroughly examine. Upon wandering about, she discovered that this city indeed serves as a trading hub for the southeastern, southwestern, northeastern, and northwestern regions of the country, brimming with goods from various locales. Ng Man selected and purchased some items, and within a few days, she encountered Wan Hung, who was still diligently investigating cases. As the prefect, he was not obligated to engage in such matters, even in the absence of a county magistrate, given that there were plenty of subordinates available. Yet, he seemed to derive great pleasure from solving cases, suggesting that perhaps this world is fundamentally a narrative of mysteries. This time, the case at hand was not a murder investigation, but rather a series of recent thefts plaguing the city, with numerous valuables stolen, although no harm had befallen the populace. Ying-an, filled with curiosity, decided to follow them and observe the unfolding drama. Wan Hang noticed her presence, momentarily puzzled, yet he chose not to intervene in her actions. Chapter 44. The Avengers Cannon Fodder. 9. Ying-man watched as Wan Hang visited all the households that had suffered thefts. Through various clues and the testimonies of the victims, she managed to piece together some leads. In truth, she found the process of solving cases in this world to be rather disheartening, as many crimes were likely committed by individuals of dubious repute. This particular case was evidently the work of the infamous thief known as the Masterful Stealer. This individual had been wanted for many years, yet neither the government nor the underworld had succeeded in apprehending him. The traces left at the scene of the crime unmistakably bore his signature. It is important to note that this thief was not the romanticized rogue often depicted in novels. He was merely a common thief, earning his notorious reputation solely because he had eluded capture for so long. He seemed to serve as a mere narrative device to enhance the protagonist's experience in solving cases. Ying-man continued to trail them, and soon, several more thefts occurred, seemingly as a provocation to Wan Hang, all taking place within the confines of Biayun City. I see you have a penchant for solving cases. How about lending me your expertise? After resolving a case, Wan Hang encountered Ying-man again while out on the streets. Reflecting on her previous role as a mere spectator, she invited him to dinner. However, while waiting for their meal, Wan Hang abruptly spoke up. No, I cannot assist with that. I was merely here for the spectacle. Ying-man hastily waved her hand. Although she was accustomed to the presence of the deceased, having taken many lives in her previous world, this was different. The battlefield was not merely about the dead, and solving a case involved far more than that. No, I find your observations quite insightful, Wan Hang remarked with a light chuckle. While Ying-man had previously been a mere spectator, she occasionally made astute comments, gleaned from her past experiences with figures like Bao Zheng and Di Renjia, as well as from watching the record of a wrongful conviction. Actually, I have encountered something similar before, but I do not fully understand it, Ying-man confessed, feeling a bit embarrassed. I, too, have learned from others and synthesized my own understanding, which has become my skill. The ability to apply knowledge effectively is indeed a talent, Wan Hang affirmed Ying-man's capabilities. Never mind, Ying-man still declined the offer. Very well, Wan Hang replied, for he did not genuinely require her consent. He was merely inquiring. There were times when a woman's assistance could prove useful in investigations, but such individuals were scarce. Those from noble families were certainly unsuitable. One could hardly expect them to engage in case-solving without fainting at the sight of a corpse. As for the women of the martial world, he knew few, and even those seasoned in battle were reluctant to deal with the dead. You have been tirelessly working to establish the manor over the past 2 years, and your martial skills have improved significantly. Perhaps you should venture into the martial world for some experience, Lin Muhan suggested. Brother, you should be more clear-headed. Ying-man could no longer contain her frustration. Why did it seem that her brother's intelligence had diminished since meeting Sushi? Previously, he had appeared determined to remain single for the sake of the manor. Yet now he contemplated abandoning it to roam the martial world. I am quite clear-headed. Lin Muchan was perplexed by Ying-man's remarks, which suggested that he was awake to reality. What a farce to claim enlightenment. Let us not forget your previous lofty ambitions. Were you not determined to elevate the Lin family? Is this truly how you intend to achieve that? All for the sake of a woman who wavers between you and Xiao Mingxian? Ying-man was already regretting the decision to involve him in that contest for affection, finding himself entangled in such a predicament. Doubt began to creep into Ying-man's mind. Had she misjudged the situation? Was this not Wan Heng's domain, but rather Sushi's? In truth, Ying-man had not erred. This world was indeed a creation of a singular author, a series of narratives woven together, with Sushi as the archetypal inexperienced heroine, an embodiment of the Mary Sue trope. Conversely, Wan Heng emerged later as a seasoned romantic lead, portraying the ancient detective genre through the male perspective. Lin Muchan was unlike her. He hailed from a more exalted realm, the great Thousand World, and his cultivation of the causal technique rendered him immune to the influences of heavenly retribution. He was merely a pawn, a unit of cannon fodder within this realm. Even if Ying-man altered his fate, encounters with the protagonists would still exert their influence upon him. Though she hesitated to offer him the spirit spring water directly, she reasoned that a diluted version should pose no risk. If you still wish to go after consuming this, I shall not stand in your way. Lin Muchan believed his sister would not wish him harm, so he took the cup and drank it all in one go. The water bore no distinct flavor, but carried a natural sweetness from the spring. Upon entering his throat, it transformed into a refreshing stream that coursed through his limbs and even into his mind. Suddenly, clarity flooded his thoughts, awakening previously muddled consciousness. Well, brother, do you still intend to join them? Ingman paused upon noticing his stillness and inquired. Not at all, Lin Muhan replied, setting down her cup and looking at Ingman with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Xiaoman. I've been feeling rather off these past few days. Are you back to normal now? Ingman asked, surprised by the effectiveness of her words, blinking in disbelief. Yes, rest assured, Lin Muhan smiled, her expression reminiscent of the gentle warmth she exuded before encountering Su Shi, in stark contrast to the slightly foolish grin that had surfaced since. With that, Lin Muhan resolved to enter seclusion, recognizing the essence she had accumulated was akin to a rare treasure that could enhance her inner strength, necessitating immediate absorption to avoid wastage. Consequently, when the three arrived, they were informed that Lin Muhan had retreated into seclusion. How could she suddenly choose to do so? She had assured us otherwise, they mused. Su Shi, harboring doubts, suspected Ingman was deceiving her, especially given Ingman's increasing dissatisfaction towards the two women, leading them to believe she had instigated something. I told you my brother is in seclusion, what more do you want? Since recognizing Lin Muhan's peculiar behavior, her perception of the others had shifted from mere spectatorship to a burgeoning aversion. Chapter 45. The vengeful Pawn Tin let him come out and speak for himself. Su Shi interjected. I've already stated he has commenced his seclusion, yet you still demand his presence. Who do you think you are? Ing'an retorted, arms crossed, looking down at Su Shi from the doorway. I don't believe it, he promised me. Su Shi stammered, momentarily taken aback but unwilling to relent, determined to push through and seek him out. The arrival of Lin Muchan instilled a sense of crisis within Xiao Mingxian. Yet it was insufficient. If she were to disappear, he and Mingxian would revert to their former selves. Thus, she felt compelled to confront Lin Muchan. Intruding upon a private residence is indeed unlawful. I would not hesitate to escort you to the authorities. Ing'an interposed herself. We merely seek to clarify matters in person. Could it be that your guilty conscience is prompting such defensiveness? Chen Yushan regarded Ingman, not out of support for Su Shi, but rather due to her genuine affection for Lin Muchan. Your concerns about my guilt are of no consequence. I have articulated my position clearly. Now be on your way. Ingman remained unyielding. Xiao Mingxian observed the two women and then directed his gaze toward Ingman. Step aside and allow Lin Muchan to emerge and clarify matters herself. Or else do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. In truth, he felt a sense of relief at Lin Muchan's voluntary withdrawal, yet could not suppress his jealousy upon witnessing the two women's evident concern for that man. At this moment, seeing Ingman's defiance only fueled his ire, which Ingman dismissed with disdain. Be my guest, come at me if you dare. Did she truly seem intimidated by them? You. Enraged, Xiao Mingxian drew his sword, prompting Ingman to unsheath her own blade, facing him with resolve. You two, do not fight. Su Shi exclaimed, anxious for Ingman's safety, while Chen Yushan stepped back, preparing to observe the unfolding drama. Witnessing his intent to strike, Ingman was no longer inclined to hold back. She launched into combat, her experience limited, having primarily learned the art of swift and straightforward killing, as her knowledge stemmed from her previous life. Even if one has mastered martial arts and possesses a repertoire of techniques, each move is directed towards those fatal points. Fortunately, Xiao Mingxian, being the male protagonist, is not lacking in martial prowess. Initially, he was unable to respond as swiftly as Ingman, yet he soon managed to parry her assaults and mount a counterattack. In fact, at the outset, Ingman was at a disadvantage and was being overwhelmed, prompting onlookers to seek assistance from the authorities. Upon hearing of the commotion, Wan Heng hurried to the scene, only to find that the tide had turned. Ingman, despite being at the 5th level of cultivation, possessed an internal strength comparable to that of others who had trained for 2 or 3 decades, and she harnessed her energy with remarkable skill. Although Xiao Mingxian, as the male lead, also wielded considerable power, it was a mere fabrication of the author, lacking authenticity in the real world. Thus, after initially gaining the upper hand through experience, he found himself overtaken by Ingman's relentless pursuit. when she deftly severed his top knot, and he caught sight of the spectators' gazes. He felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. In a moment of desperation, he turned and fled with agile grace, leaving the two women astonished and in hot pursuit. What transpired here? Wan Heng inquired as he approached. Nothing much, just encountered someone rather foolish, Ing Man replied, shaking her head. What brings you here, sir? A report came in regarding a disturbance in the city, Wan Heng clarified. I will exercise more caution in the future, Ing Man quickly assured him. Is everything resolved then? Wan Heng seemed unconcerned, as conflicts among martial artists seldom adhere to location, especially in a place that serves as the very heart of the martial world. Yes, it has been resolved. Would you care to join me for a cup of tea? Ing Man nodded slightly, glancing around at the onlookers before extending an invitation. Very well. Wan Heng replied without hesitation, stepping through the door. Ing Man walked closely behind him, soon surpassing him to lead the way to the living room, accompanied by his two guards. The maid promptly served freshly brewed tea and snacks, while Ing Man began the process of steeping the tea. It was a straightforward endeavor, devoid of any finesse. Observing this, Wan Heng felt a sense of resignation but was not particularly surprised, as women in the martial world typically do not engage in the refined arts like music, chess, or literature as young ladies of high society do. Wan Heng was not one to dwell on trivialities. He lifted the cup and took a sip, pleasantly surprised by the quality of the tea, which possessed a delightful fragrance he had never encountered before. The water, too, was exceptional, surpassing even the famed Tianshan spring water. What kind of tea is this? Wan Heng inquired, a hint of astonishment in his voice. This tea is from our Linyuan mountain villa, cultivated in a location I specifically selected for its superior quality. We also had a master roast it, and the water comes from the mountain behind our villa, Ing Man elucidated. She spoke truthfully, though the only distinction was that these tea leaves had been retrieved from her space. In her previous worlds, she had gathered various plants, including tea trees and fruits, separating them into two distinct realms, one for the native flora of her current world and the other for those from her smaller worlds. It was during moments like these that she could bring them forth to savor, for even the plants from her smaller worlds, having undergone cultivation in her space, were no ordinary goods. It seemed that Linyuan Mountain Villa was indeed a place of exceptional talent and resources. Wan Heng felt a warm current within him, alleviating the chill in his body, stirring his thoughts. Indeed, I have meticulously selected this place, and it is undoubtedly splendid. Ing Man did not perceive anything unusual about him. Miss Lin, I have a request to make. Would you be so kind as to listen? After a moment of silence, Wan Heng suddenly spoke. What is it? Ing Man inquired, her gaze scrutinizing him, not immediately acquiescing. It is thus. I have suffered from poor health since childhood. My body is cold and frail. I have consulted numerous doctors and consumed countless remedies to no avail. However, upon drinking your tea, I felt a warm current coursing through my body. Might it be possible for you to share this with me? Wan Heng did not conceal his condition and straightforwardly articulated his request. Yes. But is there truly no remedy for your ailment? Ing Man was taken aback by his request, yet she could hardly refuse. Thank you, miss. The doctors have informed me that I may not live beyond 25, Wan Heng acknowledged with a nod. One cannot tell at first glance, Ing Man observed Wan Heng, noting that aside from his pallid complexion, there was little indication of his frailty. Host, this individual possesses a Ninin body. How astonishing that a man should have such a constitution. Inin suddenly elucidated Ing Man's confusion. A Ninin body? Ing Man instinctively blurted out. Chapter 46. The Vengeful Cannon Fodder 11. The Ninin body is a cultivation constitution, unrelated to one's birth date. It signifies the manifestation of an attribute of In's spiritual essence, Inin promptly explained. In's spiritual essence? What does that entail? Ing Man inquired with a hint of curiosity. For though she had embarked on her cultivation journey, she had never heard of possessing any spiritual roots. The spiritual roots are categorized into 8 types: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and ice. Additionally, there exist some concealed spiritual roots, such as light, darkness, space, and time. However, the latter are exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the quality of these spiritual roots varies. If we consider a full value of 100, anything above this threshold is classified as a spiritual body. Those below 100 are divided into 4 grades: earth, mysterious, yellow, and heaven. The yellow grade ranges from 20 to 40, the mysterious from 40 to 60, the earth from 60 to 80, and the heaven from 80 to 100, with each grade further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Besides, there is a classification of physique based on yin and yang attributes. Generally, individuals possess both attributes, but a select few exhibit either a pure yin or a pure yang constitution, such as the one you are currently observing. Yin briefly elaborated on the distribution of spiritual roots in the present cultivation world. However, spiritual roots are merely a simplified means for cultivation, in a broader sense. The focus lies on the affinity for energy rather than on spiritual roots. For instance, you, the host, possess an exceptionally high affinity for energy, and your physique is a rare balance of yin and yang. Even in the absence of spiritual roots, you can cultivate at an astonishing pace, ultimately achieving the status of a saint in physical form. Yin added this remark. Oh, Yingman finally comprehended. Miss Lin? Miss Lin? Wanheng noticed that after he posed his question, Yingman began to space out. He called her name twice, yet she remained unresponsive, prompting him to reach out. Host, the male lead is calling you, Yin hurriedly interjected. The male lead. Indeed, he is the male lead. Yingman seized upon this crucial detail. Hee. Realizing she had inadvertently let something slip, Yin chuckled awkwardly and prepared to retreat into the shadows. Wait, you still haven't explained how to resolve his situation. Yingman hurriedly called to stop Yin, who was about to slip away. You should let him drink more of the spiritual spring water. There is a yin-yang spring on the back mountain. You can fetch the yang water for him. It will prevent him from suffering a premature demise due to the lack of yang energy. Yin contemplated for a moment before responding. Can we provide him with a cultivation method? His physique seems quite suitable for it. Yingman inquired further. Indeed, but this is merely an incomplete small world. The heavenly principles are not whole. Unless the originally formed small world possesses independent realms, ascension is utterly impossible. Moreover, when this small world transforms into a true world, everything will be restructured, rendering such efforts unnecessary. Yin explained, highlighting the redundancy of such actions. Is that so? Yingman furrowed her brows. Miss Lin, if it proves too burdensome, then let it be. Wanheng, noticing her frown, assumed she was contemplating a solution but felt lost, so he remarked that he had already come to terms with it. No, I do have a way to resolve this issue, but it requires continuous consumption to maintain the balance of yin and yang within you. You may need to stay by my side, or alternatively, you could marry a woman with a 9-yang physique, Yingman suggested, considering that since this world has a male protagonist, it likely also has a female counterpart. Have you truly made the decision to relinquish your official position? Yingman was taken aback by his choice, expecting him to try to persuade himself or refuse. I value my life far more, Wanheng chuckled softly. After all, he was just an ordinary person, who, like anyone else, harbored a fear of death. Yingman nodded, conceding that it need not be overly complicated. Do you possess any exquisite jade vases? The jade must be of the finest quality, and they need not be overly large, merely a size that one could grasp with a single hand, she indicated with a gesture. Ideally, it should be of exceptional white jade. The water that aids in healing is rather peculiar. It loses its efficacy quite easily when removed from its original location. However, if stored in a vase crafted from premium jade, it can be preserved for an entire month. Yingyan elaborated that if the vase had undergone refinement, it could retain the water for an even longer duration, though she regrettably lacked the capability to achieve that at present. Sighing, she pondered when she might enter a realm of cultivation to thoroughly learn the arts of alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting. Very well. I shall ensure that one is procured swiftly, Wanheng promptly replied. After concluding their conversation, he bid farewell to Yingman. As he departed, she gifted him a small quantity of tea leaves, sufficient, yet not excessive, for an abundance of spiritual energy would render them ineffective. Before Lin Muquan emerged from his seclusion, Wanheng finally acquired a jade vase that met Yingman's specifications. She filled it with a vial of yang spring water, noting that a single drop each day would suffice to maintain his bodily equilibrium. Despite being a 9-yin body, he was ultimately a being from an incomplete microcosm, resulting in a somewhat flawed constitution. Otherwise, he likely would not have survived past the age of 10, rather than reaching 25. After spending several months together, Yingman discerned that he was, at his core, a rather indifferent individual. Perhaps his awareness of his own brevity of life led him to withhold emotional investments, wishing to spare those he cherished from sorrow upon his departure. His pursuit of an official position was merely a desire to indulge in his passions during his fleeting existence. Upon realizing that he could evade an untimely demise, he underwent a transformation. At the very least, he no longer felt superfluous. In his leisure, he frequently sought out Ing Man to impart lessons in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Of course, these were merely Ing Man's musings. However, Lin Muhan, emerging from his seclusion, harbored a different perspective. He understood that Wan Heng's overt attentiveness was laden with ulterior motives, and thus, he was far from courteous towards him. Ing Man, oblivious to the underlying tension, mistakenly believed that Lin Muhan's wariness stemmed solely from a prior close encounter with danger. As Wan Heng prepared to depart, Lin Muhan accompanied him, stating, "Master Wan, I hope you will refrain from forming too many connections with my sister." "What if I choose not to?" Wan Heng replied, unflinching as he met Lin Muhan's gaze, indicating he was not jesting. "You are not of the same world." Lin Muhan, now clear-headed, perceived the situation with clarity. It appeared that this man harbored intentions toward his sister, though not out of love. That may not necessarily be true. As long as we are willing to step into each other's worlds, Wan Heng maintained his smile. "I wish for my sister to find someone who genuinely cherishes and loves her, rather than someone with ulterior motives like you," Lin Muhan stated bluntly. Recognizing Wan Heng's impenetrable demeanor, "Feelings can be cultivated," Wan Heng responded, his tone turning serious. "Perhaps I have yet to fall in love with her, but I am indeed fond of her." Chapter 47. The Pawn of Revenge 12. This time, she was not in a hurry to unite the two. Pondering whether they were fated to be together, having learned a lesson from her previous haste, Ing Man was now in no rush at all. Assist Lin Muhan in managing the accounts, and fortunately, the ledger has already been transformed into a more modern format at her strong insistence, with numerical representations converted to Arabic numerals. Although she lacks knowledge in accounting, she possesses a basic understanding gleaned from her research for writing novels. Ultimately, the goal is merely to render the ancient ledger more streamlined, without delving into complexities. Lin Muhan, along with the accountant she hired, quickly grasped this new system, making the task of reviewing the accounts considerably more manageable. Ing An, having perused the recent accounts, conferred with Lin Muhan, "Brother, should we not venture into some business? Otherwise, relying solely on our current resources may lead to our downfall." Lin Muhan expressed her concerns. "However, we currently lack the manpower to support a security agency." Ing Man, slightly exasperated, replied, "Who said that engaging in business is limited to establishing a security agency?" Lin Muhan innocently inquired, "What else could we possibly do? Become bounty hunters? Is it not feasible to open a shop and conduct business?" Ing Man nearly rolled her eyes in disbelief. "Yet, I am utterly inexperienced in business matters." Lin Muhan was well aware of this fact, yet he truly lacked the necessary acumen. "Very well, I shall take the lead," Ing Man conceded with a resigned gesture, feeling somewhat more equipped with her knowledge of economics compared to Lin Muhan's novice perspective. "Xiaoman, are you heading out?" Qianxing inquired, noticing her demeanor. "Indeed. I have purchased a tea house in the county and intend to inspect it," Ing Man affirmed, not concealing this information as there was nothing to hide. "May I accompany you?" Suddenly, Qianxing's eyes sparkled, creating an illusion in Ing Man's mind that he was exceedingly excited. "Ah, of course." She blinked, suppressing that peculiar feeling. It must be an illusion. The two of them boarded the carriage, and the driver swiftly set off, navigating the well-constructed and expansive road that accompanied the estate, soon arriving at the county town. Upon entering through the city gates, they halted the carriage beneath a tea house. Upon disembarking, Ing Man was momentarily taken aback by the vastness of the tea house. It was not merely a single building, but encompassed a substantial courtyard. The architecture seamlessly connected the residence to the tea house at the front, which explained its exorbitant price. The courtyard behind was a grand, three-winged residence, originally the abode of the owner, but now that the entire family had relocated, they wished to sell it as a whole. The price had been excessively high and had lingered on the market for quite some time before Ing Man managed to acquire it. Furthermore, the location of this establishment was rather awkward. It was situated not in a commercial district, but rather in an affluent residential area. Although some patrons came to enjoy tea and conduct business, the overall foot traffic was considerably sparse. This locale seemed ill-suited for a shop. Observing the surroundings, Qianxing promptly remarked, "You appear quite knowledgeable about these matters." Ing Man found this somewhat peculiar, for regardless of how one perceived him, Qianxing seemed to be a cultivated young lady from a prestigious family. She presumed he might have an understanding of household management, yet it was doubtful he possessed such acumen in business affairs. With a slight chuckle, Qianxing blinked her eyes, revealing an awkward smile that was uncharacteristic of her usual demeanor. Observing Ing Man's earnest expression, she sighed, her countenance tinged with a hint of dejection. In truth, I am the legitimate second daughter of the esteemed Qian family in the capital. From a young age, I have harbored a passion for winning and an insatiable curiosity for wealth. However, as daughters of prominent families, we are not permitted to engage in trade or commerce, as it would tarnish our family's dignity. Yet, I have always yearned for something different. Reluctant to conform to the expectations of my sisters who dutifully immerse themselves in the arts of music, chess, literature, and needlework, only to marry a man of equal standing and manage his household, raising his legitimate and illegitimate offspring. Thus, when my parents sought to arrange a marriage for me, I fled. Alas, I am but a fragile woman. Even in disguise, I was nearly recognized. After much effort, I managed to escape the capital with a convoy, only to face peril once more. Qianxing recounted her experiences succinctly, leaving Ing Man astonished by the unfolding events. However, she remained skeptical, admonishing her for her recklessness. This world is fraught with danger. How could a defenseless woman dare to venture south alone? While Ing Man questioned the validity of Qianxing's choices, she did not deem them entirely erroneous, merely misguided in execution. It was a moment of impulsiveness, Qianxing conceded, reflecting on her near-disastrous encounters. She regretted her lack of preparation and her rash actions, having ventured into the unknown without a clear understanding of the world outside. Her knowledge of wealth accumulation, particularly in this ancient context, was nothing more than theoretical. She was uncertain whether her ideas could truly manifest in this era. Is it truly possible? Upon hearing the invitation to participate, Qianxing was instantly filled with excitement, her previous demeanor of a refined young lady evaporating to reveal the vivacious spirit of a lively girl. In truth, Ing Man, upon witnessing this transformation, was immediately reminded of a leisure club. The front would resemble a tea house, but with the tea replaced by the offerings of a mountain villa, which was originally a place imbued with rich spiritual energy, boasting landscapes far superior to those found elsewhere. Then, there would be storytelling sessions. She could introduce some contemporary novels. While modern literature may lack the eloquence of ancient texts and the depth of their narratives, it undoubtedly possesses its own captivating allure. As for the subsequent estate, it would be adorned with various entertainment facilities, such as a swimming pool and an array of games. Had she possessed the know-how, she would have been inclined to replicate an amusement park entirely. Listening to Ing Man's ideas, Qianxing found them lacking in practicality. She meticulously critiqued each of Ing Man's suggestions, beginning with the swimming pool, noting that ancient individuals were quite averse to revealing their bodies in the open air. Furthermore, many of the proposed games seemed overly juvenile and unlikely to appeal to anyone. As Ing Man grew increasingly disheartened, Qianxing swiftly revised the suggestions based on Ing Man's input, tailoring the so-called games to better align with the preferences of this world's inhabitants. At that moment, Ing Man felt a sense of inadequacy, realizing that even with multiple lifetimes of experience, she might struggle to navigate the complexities of ancient times. Fortunately, Qianxing, having been raised within the grand estate, exhibited an almost innate talent for business, adeptly crafting superior operational models from Ing Man's fragmented ideas. Ing Man recognized her intelligence and entrusted her with the decoration and arrangement of the shop. Meanwhile, she prepared for other matters, such as hiring chefs. Although her culinary skills were merely average, she possessed an extensive knowledge of various recipes and sought to train a chef who could potentially become a signature of the establishment. Qianxing, being a beautiful woman often seen in public, was easily targeted in this somewhat chaotic world of martial arts. Fortunately, Lin Muhuan happened to be on an errand that day and timely intervened to rescue her, thus averting any unfortunate incidents. Subsequently, with no further troubles, Lin Muhuan would actively escort Qianxing, and by the time the shop was fully renovated, their feelings for each other had already begun to blossom. Yet, that is a tale for another time. At present, Ing Man was attending to a customer. No, I am now the new magistrate of Kunshan County. Once the handover is complete, I shall assume my duties. Wan Heng shook his head. He wished to resign from his post, but his friend would not allow it. Instead, he had been reassigned and given new responsibilities. Ing Man did not quite grasp the implications of this situation, but she was somewhat surprised to learn that Wan Heng had been moved to Kunshan County, especially considering his previous position as a governor. It seemed he had been demoted. Are you all right? Ing Man inquired with concern. I am fine, Wan Heng replied, shaking his head. In truth, His friend was ambitious and capable, requiring his assistance. And he too desired to accomplish something, which is why he did not refuse his friend's arrangements. That is good to hear. Now that you are in Kunshan County, it will be convenient to fetch spring water. Ingman did not press further, finding the current situation quite satisfactory. Miss Lin, have you ever considered the matter of marriage? Wan Heng gazed at Ingman, hesitating momentarily before speaking. According to his understanding, this girl was quite forthright, disliking indirectness, and possessed strong opinions of her own. With only the 2 siblings remaining in her family, even her marriage would require her own consent. Therefore, it was unexpected for her to suddenly inquire about such matters. Taken aback, Ingman stammered a response. Of course, I have feelings for you. Observing her reaction, Wan Heng found it amusing. Perhaps it was due to his role as the male lead that he hesitated, prompting Ingman to continue. I have no intention of marrying, as my standards for a husband are exceptionally high. Wan Heng did not perceive this as being at odds with societal norms. In truth, until his health improved, he had no plans to wed, unwilling to conform to his parents' wishes of leaving a lineage, especially since he was not their only son. My husband can have no other woman but me. No concubines or mistresses are permissible. Even if I cannot bear children, he must cherish me, prioritizing my needs above all else. Ingman articulated her expectations without referencing the modern conventions of obedience expected from men. Indeed, that is quite a challenging demand. Wan Heng chuckled lightly. However, upon receiving a glare from Ingman, he added, but these are all things I can fulfill. I am not jesting. Ingman looked at him earnestly, affirming that she was not making light of the matter. I understand. It is simply that I truly have feelings for you. And as you are aware of my condition, I am now entirely dependent on you. Wan Heng did not shy away from the reasons behind his intention to propose to her. Affection was one motivation, while the desire for survival was another. In truth, upon hearing his words, Ingman found herself believing him to some extent. After all, given Wan Heng's circumstances, unless he were to encounter a spouse possessing the rare 9-yang physique, longevity would indeed be a formidable challenge, with her holding the key to his existence. It was only natural for him to wish to bind her to his side. As for any ulterior motives he may have, Ingman remained unconcerned, at the very least. He was forthright about his intentions, rather than feigning deep emotions under a veil of secrecy. He had not resorted to forceful confinement. Thus, there was a certain sincerity in his approach. Should she consider marriage, Wan Heng would certainly be a candidate, for she held a favorable impression of him. Captivated as she was by his striking appearance, being someone who appreciated beauty, Ingman found it challenging to suppress her admiration. Furthermore, there existed the possibility of him being under her influence, making it easier for her to extricate herself should complications arise. This matter required further contemplation. Ingman did not acquiesce immediately. Wan Heng continued to engage her in lessons of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, thereby reinforcing his presence in her life. While this left Ingman somewhat exasperated, it also stirred her emotions. At the very least, Wan Heng had made his stance clear. Thus, months later, when Lin Muhan mentioned his intention to marry Qian Xing, Ingman revealed her own plans to wed Wan Heng. You have made your decision. One of you hails from a distinguished family, while the other comes from the martial world. The path ahead may not be easy. Lin Muhan did not oppose her choice, merely cautioning her about the challenges they might face together. Brother, do you think I am someone oblivious to the nuances of human relationships? Presently, we share mutual affection. Should he betray me in the future, I could either confront him or simply walk away. After all, I have you watching over me, do I not? Ingman smiled, having come to trust Wan Heng's intentions over the months they spent together, which had also deepened their affection for each other. For now, she found herself quite fond of him, and that was sufficient. Chapter 49. The Vengeful Cannon Fodder 14. I must also extend my congratulations to my elder brother and Miss Qian. Oh, wait, I should refer to her as sister-in-law instead. Ingman said playfully, winking mischievously. Ahem. Lin Muhan's face instantly flushed. Since her brother had decided to marry, it was only proper to follow traditional customs. They should allow Miss Qian to stay at the tea house for the time being. As for the proposal and betrothal gifts, I will inquire whether Miss Qian needs to inform her family. Although both parties had agreed to the marriage, it was only natural for Lin Muhan, as the elder sibling, to take the lead in this matter. I will trouble you with this, she added, her cheeks still tinged with a rosy hue as she nodded. However, before proceeding, she needed to ascertain Qian Xing's wishes and whether it was necessary to notify her family. Family? No need for that. Perhaps I am already considered a ghost in my family, Qianxing said, having heard Ingman's question. She fell silent for a while before shaking her head sorrowfully. Do not be disheartened. Once you have achieved something remarkable and present yourself before them, they will come to realize their mistake, Ingman reassured her. What nonsense are you speaking? What accomplishments could I possibly have? Qianxing chuckled softly. What could Ingman say? In this ancient time, a woman's only avenue to gain respect was through a fortunate marriage. And it was evident that Lin Muhan would not allow her to feel otherwise. Since that is the case, I must take the initiative to propose myself. I shall decide on my own marriage. Qianxing, having shed the sorrow of Ingman's earlier words, spoke of her own matrimonial affairs with a slight blush on her face, yet her resolve was unwavering. Very well, I shall have my brother come personally to propose. By the way, here is something for you. This is the payment for your assistance with the renovations, and additionally, the advance for managing during the year of the rooster. You may use it to prepare some dowry. Ingman produced a stack of silver notes totaling 30,000 taels, all from the Lin family savings. Thank you. Qianxing was momentarily taken aback, but did not decline. This manner of giving was indeed preferable to a direct gift, as it represented her earnings. I will strive to make it work. Qianxing felt quite confident in this regard, and Ingman encouraged her with a pat on the shoulder. After all, she believed she might not excel in business. She lacked skills in cooking, cosmetics, and technological products, aside from some unique concepts that sounded intriguing, such as membership systems and various modern entertainment ventures. She felt rather at a loss. The tea house she envisioned, aside from the storytelling books she sourced for refinement, included games like mahjong and poker, as well as methods for sauna and skincare. Sports such as football, basketball, and badminton were also on the agenda, along with suggestions for dance performances and even stage plays. However, many of these ideas were adapted based on Qianxing's input, ensuring their appeal to the contemporary audience. Otherwise, their popularity remained uncertain. The construction of this recreational facility has indeed incurred considerable expenses, and the financial outlay continues to grow. Even though the Lin family possesses substantial wealth, Ingman is contemplating a new venture, specifically in maritime endeavors and Western trade. This notion dawned upon her after learning of Wan Heng's appointment as the county magistrate. The proximity of Kunshan County to the sea encourages its inhabitants to engage in fishing or conduct business with foreign lands, especially in an era devoid of maritime prohibitions. She could enlist assistance in this pursuit, and given the current economic climate, exploring international markets could also enhance Wan Heng's achievements. Primarily, Ingman envisions undertaking a significant enterprise in this world. The power of causation holds immense significance for her. Previously, due to constraints of time and identity, she managed only to alter her own fate and that of her brother, resulting in a modest accumulation of causal energy. However, should she become involved in the transformation of the nation, the rewards could be considerably greater, in a manner reminiscent of her previous existence, where opportunities were scarce. She recognizes that in ancient times, increasing agricultural yields represents a monumental shift. In the future, she could also provide resources such as cement. She hopes to instigate change within the seemingly decaying nation and simultaneously augment her income. Lin Muhuan is indeed experiencing a sense of exasperation. The intricate procedures of the wedding are so cumbersome that he would prefer to forego the ceremony altogether. The rituals of ancient weddings are considerably more complex than those of modern times, yet they lack the modern requirement of medical examinations. The traditional customs, including the various formalities and the involvement of intermediaries, may seem tedious. However, the delegation of tasks to servants renders the process somewhat more manageable than contemporary practices, even if it still feels overwhelmingly intricate. Understanding the challenges of marriage, one should cherish their partner and avoid frivolous distractions. Ingman, with a hint of mischief, smiled at Lin Muhan, who was complaining. Then I must also make Wan Heng do the same. Lin Muhan retorted promptly. As your brother-in-law, you have the authority to demand it, Ingman replied with a shrug, affirming his position. Standing in the hall, Ingman observed the newlyweds as they offered their respects to the ancestral tablets and followed them into the bridal chamber. There remained a ritual to perform, which included lifting the bridal veil, sharing a cup of wine, and consuming dumplings. After the couple shared their drink, the groom proceeded to toast the guests, while she remained in the chamber to accompany the bride. Old Madame Lan, who oversaw the household, brought forth a basket containing a bowl of sweet rice balls to appease the bride's hunger. Sister-in-law, let us eat something first, Ingman said, placing the sweet rice balls before Qianxing, who was, in fact, only a year younger than her and had just reached the age of maturity. I have arranged for warm water in the adjoining washroom. After you eat, you may freshen up. Qian Xing, with her makeup applied, presented a rather lackluster appearance typical of brides in this era, so much so that even Ing Man, who had little knowledge of cosmetics, found it difficult to look upon. After savoring the sweet rice balls, Qian Xing, assisted by a maid who had been trained for several months, began to groom herself, donning a red undergarment as she awaited Lin Muhan's return. "What are you doing here? Aren't you cold?" A warm cloak was suddenly draped over her shoulders, and she turned to see Wan Heng's hand resting gently on her shoulder. "What brings you here?" Ing Man felt somewhat perplexed. He should have been feasting ahead. "You have always been sensitive to the cold. Be cautious not to fall ill, especially with the new year approaching. Moreover, I possess inner strength to shield me, so it is not cold." Ing Man firmly assisted him in fastening his cloak, nearly choking Wan Heng in the process. "Cough, cough, cough. Be gentle," Wan Heng hastily interjected. All right. Wan Heng was nudged forward a few steps, feeling a sense of helplessness, yet his eyes sparkled with mirth. Although the revelry lasted quite late, in comparison to ancient times, they actually dispersed around 8 o'clock, considering it was an era where most guests had accommodations at the inn, given the inconvenience of transportation. Ing Man instructed the guards, apprentices, and servants of the villa to spring into action, ensuring that everyone was properly settled. Meanwhile, she personally invited Wan Heng to join her for breakfast. Qian Xing had already met Wan Heng and had heard tales in the capital about this astute, yet frail young nobleman. She was astonished to learn that he had developed affections for a woman of the Jianghu and intended to take her as his wife. Upon discovering this, Qian Xing had previously advised Ing Man about Wan Heng's condition, cautioning her not to overlook the surface. Touched by Qian Xing's concern, Ing Man shared details about Wan Heng's health. This revelation led Qian Xing to not only refrain from opposition, but to wholeheartedly support the union. In her view, a woman who holds the key to her husband's vitality possesses a significant voice in the marriage. Thus, marrying Wan Heng was undoubtedly the wisest choice. As the Lin family has diminished, the ritual of tea offering has become unnecessary. The family gathered for a simple breakfast, and Lin Muhan planned to visit the ancestral home of the Lin family with Qianxing in 3 days. Although there had been no intention to reconstruct the Lin family estate at the original site, Lin Muhan took it upon herself to build a house there, entrusting its guardianship to serve as the Lin family's ancestral residence. Regarding Ing Man's marriage, Wan Heng's mother personally visited to propose during their gift-giving ceremony, scheduling the wedding for the spring, alleviating any sense of urgency. As Qianxing had contemplated, regardless of Ing Man's background, her ability to save Wan Heng's life and prevent his untimely demise earned her the acceptance of the Wan family. It can be said that when Wan's mother arrived, her satisfaction with Ing Man was unequivocal. Compliments abounded, and even in the absence of parents, the lack of concern was evident. The betrothal gifts amounted to an impressive 120 pieces, a feat that would certainly be infeasible in the capital. Yet here in the Jianghu, they were free from the constraints of the capital's hierarchical system. Once the couple was seen off, the estate was to be managed solely by Ing Man, and the previously renovated storefront was ready for its grand opening. The chef and storyteller were prepared, and the staff had undergone training. A theater troupe had even been specially acquired to rehearse the stage plays and skits that she had curated, all of which were in readiness. After consulting the almanac for an auspicious date, they discovered a suitable one in a fortnight, and thus set the opening date, preparing to distribute flyers. However, the thought of this task brought a touch of concern to Ing Man. The space is filled with an abundance of paper, all stored from the First World. However, she has unfortunately forgotten to store a generator in this space. Perhaps she deemed the items from the smaller world as useless in the present realm, neglecting the fact that they could be useful in other worlds. She does not even possess a printer, which necessitates sending someone to handle the printing. Given that there are images and text, she was not prepared to engage in movable type printing. As for the invention of movable type, this world has already embraced it. This dynasty is reminiscent of the Song dynasty, during which movable type printing first emerged. The illustrations on the flyers were crafted by Ing Man, while the text was penned by Wan Heng. Although Ing Man has begun to learn the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting alongside Wan Heng, her late start and lack of innate talent have hindered her progress. Even with the enhancement of her space, her writing is still not quite presentable, though it is no longer as crooked as before, and she can write in a reasonably straight manner. Regarding painting, She certainly does not practice traditional Chinese painting. Rather, she specializes in comics, which lend a more whimsical charm and align better with the nature of their shop. Once the flyers were printed, Ingman did not distribute them haphazardly on the streets. Instead, she arranged for them to be delivered specifically to the households in the vicinity of the shop. Due to the geographical location of the shop, it could not cater to the common folk. The unique promotion and the various forms of entertainment depicted on the flyers proved to be quite enticing. Consequently, on the day of the grand opening, a considerable number of onlookers gathered outside, many of whom were ladies of distinction, for the constraints on women in this region of Kunshan are relatively lenient. At the entrance of the establishment, Ingman delivered an opening address, subsequently cutting the crimson ribbon that adorned the doorway, inviting everyone inside. The staff promptly began to introduce the various offerings available within the venue. Soon, intrigued guests followed the attendants to the designated areas for their interests, while some, with a penchant for storytelling, settled directly in the tea house. The attendants swiftly served them a complimentary cup of hot tea, marking the first offering as a gesture of goodwill. In Chapter 51, titled Revenge as a Pawn, Ingman personally attended to the esteemed ladies and young misses, maintaining a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant, which left those accustomed to their elevated status feeling somewhat uncomfortable, yet they dared not voice their discontent. Nevertheless, the novel experiences offered here greatly pleased these otherwise idle noblewomen, who found entertainment in the unique array of activities. Although games like mahjong and poker bore some resemblance to one another, each brought its own distinct enjoyment. The tales and operas they were used to hearing daily paled in comparison to the fresh and intriguing stories presented here. Moreover, the stage productions curated by Ingman featured a delightful blend of dance, song, and comedic skits, rendering the innovative performances particularly captivating. Even the seemingly ordinary sports such as basketball, tennis, soccer, and badminton were transformed into something extraordinary. The balls were meticulously crafted from cowhide under Ingman's direction, providing exceptional elasticity that enticed even those young ladies who typically shunned physical activities to join in the badminton matches. The tea and food here are truly astonishing. The tea rivals that of the finest tribute teas, while the cuisine offers flavors previously unexperienced. One could say that in a person's lifetime, exquisite food is something that must never be neglected. With delectable dishes and other offerings, this mountain resort is destined for remarkable success. Ingman observed the bustling establishment for 3 days, during which business thrived. She entrusted the operations to the manager and distanced herself from the daily affairs. Unexpectedly, the popularity of the gymnasium soared, yet the space proved insufficient for the demand. Thus, patrons were directed to the sports facilities at Linyuan Mountain Resort. Originally intended for the disciples and guardians of the estate to engage in physical activities such as running and practicing stances, Ingman felt such basic exercises were inadequate, and as she prepared to launch the gymnasium, she selected several acres of land within the resort to create sports fields, including soccer, basketball, and tennis courts. Surprisingly, there were even requests for the sale of soccer balls and basketballs, which she delegated to the steward, as the artisan who crafted the balls was also associated with the resort. However, perhaps due to the journey, her pregnancy was not progressing well. So Ingman had to manage the preparations for the new year herself. To be honest, in modern times, she could hardly discern the essence of the new year. But in ancient times, even without direct involvement, one could still feel the joyous atmosphere permeating the air. When gathering New Year's goods, the streets bustled with people. These were residents from various villages under the jurisdiction of the county, diligently preparing for the festive season, eager to come together and share a sumptuous meal after months of hard work. In ancient times, the preparation for the new year truly echoed the verses of the Laba song, commencing from the 23rd day, gradually assembling the essentials. However, such meticulous arrangements were the concern of peasant families, while affluent households could effortlessly amass all that was required well in advance. With her tasks delegated, Ingman found herself with ample leisure, spending her days bustling about the county, observing the throngs around her, her eyes capturing every moment. At that juncture, she yearned for the existence of a sophisticated aerial live-streaming technology within the system, wishing to document these traditional customs she had yet to experience. What was there to behold? Was it not the same every year? Lin Muhan was left speechless. I have never witnessed it, she said innocently, blinking her eyes. Reflecting on her sister's past, Lin Muhan recalled the hardships of losing their parents at a tender age, being sent to a foster home, nearly sold, and later becoming a mere servant in the Iron Fan sect. Although they eventually reunited as siblings, they were preoccupied with restoring their family and had scarcely celebrated the new year, which filled her with a pang of sorrow. It is all the elder brother's fault, Lin Muhan lamented to herself. Ingman, meanwhile, was at a loss, pondering what fanciful scenarios her elder brother had concocted in his mind. She retrieved an old and used phone, opened a collection of songs she had previously downloaded, and plugged in her earphones to listen. The surroundings were brilliantly illuminated, yet outside, it was not entirely cloaked in darkness. Snow had begun to fall the previous day, and the world beyond remained blanketed in white. The following morning, the young disciples at the villa boldly approached them to offer congratulations and solicit red envelopes, to which Ingman joyfully distributed the prepared packets one by one. Due to the presence of these orphaned children, a family of sold servants, and the guards residing at the villa, even though the Lin family consisted of merely 3 individuals, the festive season was filled with a lively atmosphere. Ingman did not refuse the arrangements. After all, in modern times, there was no custom of creating one's wedding gown. Although she had acquired skills in embroidery and garment making, a bridal gown was inherently different from ordinary attire, and thus, she found herself unable to craft one. Within 2 months, the 6 traditional rites were completed, and Lin Muhan swiftly organized Ingman's dowry. The cherished items that Lin's parents had once prepared for her since childhood had long since been reduced to ashes in a great fire. Consequently, the bedding and wardrobe were only considered after the marriage was confirmed, prompting him to seek artisans to create new pieces. On the day of her wedding, Ingman was awakened early, ushered to bathe and change her attire. Her hair had been washed the previous day, and once she donned the intricate wedding gown, she was seated before a vanity for makeup. Madame Quanfu meticulously arranged her hair while reciting blessings. Meanwhile, another Madame Quanfu employed a cord to remove the fine hairs from her face, causing her discomfort. After enduring this, she was slathered with a thick layer of powder, followed by creams and rouge, transforming her visage into a pale canvas adorned with 2 bright blush spots and overly vivid lips. While not resembling the garish appearance of a geisha from the land of neon, it was undeniably quite bold. Her hair was styled and crowned with a phoenix headdress, topped with a red veil that hung in front of her. As she sat on the bed, her maidservants and some female guards from the villa blocked the door, complicating matters for the outsider. One hung. After composing poetry, singing songs, and whispering sweet nothings, a generous red envelope was received before she was finally brought in. This experience bore a striking resemblance to modern practices. However, the distinction lay in the fact that the bride was not escorted by herself or carried away by the groom, but rather was borne away by her elder brother. Listening to his earnest instructions filled her heart with warmth, a sensation she had never before encountered. Having grown up without parents or siblings, her only guardians were her grandparents. Thus, this affection from an older brother was profoundly different. Indeed, she nodded. I shall take good care of her, Wan Hung assured Lin Muhan. That is imperative. Should you mistreat her, I shall have no mercy, Lin Muhan retorted. Her demeanor towards Wan Hung decidedly frosty. To this, Wan Hung offered no response, as it was customary for brothers-in-law to be met with such regard. I understand, he replied, accepting the promise. He then mounted his horse, accompanying the carriage toward the capital. Lin Muhan exchanged a few words with Qian Xing before following suit. Unlike Qian Xing, Ingman was destined for a wedding ceremony in the capital, necessitating his escorting of his sister there. Previously, he had procured a residence in the capital for this purpose, intending to see his sister married from that home. Consequently, Ingman traveled by carriage rather than a sedan chair. Upon reaching the next city, he changed into a spare wedding outfit at an inn, one that appeared more suited for mobility, and removed the ornate phoenix crown from his head, donning only a red veil, confined to the room and unable to venture outside. Thus, after nearly a month of travel, they arrived in the capital and settled into the house purchased by Lin Muhan, awaiting a propitious day 3 days hence for the wedding ceremony. Ingman, exhausted from the relentless turmoil of her part-time job, felt a simmering frustration. It was fortunate that spring had arrived rather than the sweltering heat of summer. Otherwise, she might have succumbed to the oppressive warmth. Moreover, after enduring the rigors of makeup twice, she had finally arrived at the beautifully arranged new home. Yet, she was required to wait until evening for the wedding ceremony. In her new abode, she felt trapped, pondering the absurdity of ancient wedding customs. Why commence the preparations so early if the ceremony would not occur until nightfall? The thought of remaining motionless for half a day, unable to sleep or even glance at her phone, filled her with a desire to flee from the impending nuptials. Fortunately, her solitude was soon alleviated by the arrival of two women. "Sister-in-law, we've come to keep you company," one announced. "Greetings, sister-in-law," chimed in another, her voice gentle and soothing. "Hello," Ingman replied, unable to see them but recognizing their voices as likely belonging to Wan Heng's family, perhaps a sister-in-law and a younger sister. "Your sister-in-law may not know who we are. I am the wife of the second brother, and this is our eldest sister-in-law," the younger sister clarified, sensing Ingman's confusion. "My apologies," Ingman responded. "No need for that. Tomorrow, you shall become acquainted with us. It was our second brother who worried you might feel lonely, prompting us to come and accompany you," the younger sister said, her tone tinged with admiration. "Indeed, the second brother is quite considerate towards his sister-in-law," the eldest sister-in-law added with a smile. At a loss for words, Ingman chose to remain silent, allowing her shyness to envelop her. One cannot simply claim that the elder brother and the third brother treat the two ladies with great kindness. Setting aside the fact that she and Wan Heng have yet to undergo the traditional wedding rites or partake in the tea ceremony to formally address each other, such assertions seem rather inappropriate. Even if she were to address them, she remains oblivious to the dynamics within their households. Thus, it is prudent to refrain from speaking recklessly. Fortunately, the two did not dwell on this topic for long and shifted their conversation to other matters. They discussed various aspects of the Wan family, as Ingman's background differs significantly from theirs, leaving her unfamiliar with their ways. Initially, there was some astonishment when they were informed that Wan Heng intended to marry a woman from the martial world. However, upon learning that Ingman could alleviate Wan Heng's peculiar ailment, which necessitated a long-term supply of medicine, acceptance soon followed. Such an individual must be cherished and held close, especially since Wan Heng himself harbors affection for her, making her an ideal choice for a wife. Consequently, neither of them harbored any disdain for Ingman's origins. Furthermore, although the Wan family boasts a lineage spanning over 2 centuries and is currently a prestigious noble house, their family values remain exemplary. The men are expected to dismiss all concubines before marrying, and only after turning 30 without a son may they take a secondary wife. Thus, they are spared the sordid entanglements that plague many other families, fostering a harmonious household. Presently, the Wan family flourishes, and for the sake of efficient management and legacy, they have established guidelines that recognize collateral branches after 3 generations. The legitimate and collateral branches each bear distinct responsibilities, yet they remain united, devoid of the internal strife that afflicts other clans. Moreover, the Wan family has stringent regulations. The women of the Wan family are prohibited from entering the imperial harem. Those who insist on doing so shall face disownment from the family. Furthermore, during the transition of imperial power, it is strictly forbidden to engage in factional alliances in the name of the family. Any such alignment must be made in a personal capacity. Consequently, individuals, including Wan Heng, who is the companion of the third prince, must rely solely on their own abilities for advancement, as familial support will not be extended in the political arena. Listening to the 2 future sisters-in-law discuss the circumstances of the Wan family, Ingman felt a profound sense of relief. Had the situation been chaotic, she might have contemplated canceling the marriage. As for factional alliances, as long as the third prince is not a tyrant or a fool, she does not mind. For to acquire greater karmic power, it is essential to effectuate change and to be influential in the emperor's presence. After being enlightened on these matters, the time had come. With the assistance of the matchmaker, Ingman touched up her lipstick, which had smudged during their tea and conversation, and was then carried by the matchmaker to the beautifully arranged wedding hall to commence the rites of heaven and earth. Following the ceremonial offerings to heaven, earth, parents, and the mutual bowing of the couple, they were escorted to the bridal chamber, where they lifted the veil and shared a cup of wine, savoring dumplings, thus completing the entire ritual. Chapter 53. The Vengeful Pawn. As Wan Heng ventured out to toast the guests, Ingman engaged in conversation with the ladies who had come to visit her. In addition to the 2 sisters-in-law who accompanied her in the afternoon, 2 aunts and a younger cousin, yet to come of age, had also joined her. After indulging in some light-hearted banter and glancing at the time, Aunt Air and her companions took their leave, prompting Ingman to freshen up. Once she bid them farewell, she promptly entered the prepared bathing area for a shower. Although she had bathed on her journey and had even taken a thorough wash in her space the day before, the events had left her in a state of perspiration. Dismissing the attending maids, Ingman settled into the bathing tub, letting out a contented sigh. Marriage, it seemed, was quite the ordeal. After her bath, she changed into her nightclothes and stepped outside. "You may all leave now," she announced. Hardly had she taken her seat on the bed when a voice resounded. And Wan Hung, clad in a splendid scarlet wedding outfit, entered the room. The maids and matrons on duty promptly withdrew at the sound of his arrival. Ingman lifted her gaze to meet Wan Heng's flushed face and hurried over, asking, "You haven't had too much to drink, have you?" "Not at all. I just need to freshen up," he replied, shaking his head with clarity, yet feeling a tinge of worry. Ingman escorted him to the washing area and retrieved the men's nightclothes she had brought, placing them by the tub. As she returned to the bed, a sudden wave of anxiety washed over her. In her recollection, she had yet to experience intimate relations, and the sight of Wan Hung emerging heightened her nervousness. After a night of tumult and passion, Ingman was roused early the next morning, struggling to rise before indulging in a bath that provided some relief. Soon after, she was dressed up again, and Wan Hung, now awake, was in the process of putting on his clothes. "What are you doing?" Ingman inquired, noticing him seemingly calculating accounts, which struck her as odd since it was not the end of the month. The number of individuals visiting the villa has been steadily increasing, with some even settling in the vicinity. The children within the villa are also multiplying, prompting consideration for the establishment of a school. Qianqing expressed her intentions, keeping in mind the future of her own children. "If you are to establish a school, why not make it larger and allow girls to enroll as well?" Upon hearing her mention of the school, Ingman was struck by this notion. "Girls? What is wrong with that?" Qianqing blinked, turning to look at Ingman. Ingman raised an eyebrow. "Is it unacceptable?" "Not at all. It's just that I fear others may not be able to accept it." Qianqing felt a surge of enthusiasm. Yet she was concerned about the potential reactions of others. "Our academy is not a place where they can meddle." Ingman, however, remained unfazed. Her current intention was not to recruit disciples from all corners of the world, but merely to serve those within their villa's domain. Moreover, in the martial world, both men and women can practice martial arts. Those seeking the protection of their villa naturally ought to abide by the rules of their martial community. "Very well," Qianqing conceded. Acknowledging the validity of this perspective, the two then proceeded to deliberate on the matter of the school. Ingman believed that the curriculum should encompass both literary and martial studies, yet insisted that it should not be limited to these subjects alone. She subsequently proposed additional disciplines, such as mathematics and crafts. After attending to his official duties, Wan Hung noticed that Ingman appeared to be even busier than he was. "What are you so engrossed in? You seem busier than I am." "The academy, it sounds promising," Wan Hung remarked, intrigued by the prospect of establishing a school. As he listened to Ingman outline her plans for the institution, he contributed his thoughts as well, remaining silent on her suggestion of allowing girls to attend. However, the academy had yet to be established when the order for Wan Heng's transfer was issued, directing him to the frontier, specifically to the border town of Hongqing, which was previously defended by General Chao Jianjun. It was said that those appointed as governors to such places were typically individuals who had fallen from grace, and Wan Hung hardly fit that description, especially considering his close friendship with the third prince. Upon hearing the news, Ingman speculated that either the third prince had some hidden agenda or that it was the work of his adversaries. Before departing, Ingman sought out her elder brother to extricate him from his efforts to assemble a fleet to venture forth in search of seeds for sweet potatoes, and corn. She instructed him to deliver these seeds to her as swiftly as possible. Additionally, she procured a substantial quantity of grain from the neighboring province, instructing the guards of the mountain villa to transport it to Hongqing. "I am sorry for the trouble you have endured," Wan Heng expressed with a sense of guilt as he observed Ingman's endeavors. "As long as you are not seeking the company of other women, nothing else matters." Ingman jested, seemingly unfazed. "I would never do such a thing," Wan Heng assured her, affirming that Ingman would always be his first and only love. "Let us hope so," Ingman replied, her skepticism evident. Wan Heng chose not to dwell on her doubt, believing that time would reveal the truth. The journey to Hongqing took nearly 2 months, during which they encountered numerous bandits. However, both families' guards, alongside Ingman, successfully repelled the attackers, ensuring their safe arrival in Hongqing. As the power struggles within the court have intensified, it is imperative to prevent external enemies from exploiting any vulnerabilities. The third prince, too, requires the support of soldiers. Ingman has heard that he is a remarkably pragmatic prince, perhaps due to the humble origins of his mother. The third prince's mother, a peasant girl, was brought into the palace after her brother achieved the esteemed position of Jinshi, and her beauty caught the attention of the emperor. Unfortunately, her initial favor soon waned, and despite her modest beginnings, her life in the palace became one of neglect. Fortuitously, she gave birth to the third prince and raised him with great care, navigating the treacherous waters of the imperial harem. After losing favor, her status diminished drastically, prompting her to cultivate a small plot of land within the palace to sustain herself. Consequently, the third prince, having been exposed to such circumstances since childhood, possesses an understanding of agrarian matters and the struggles of the lower classes, rendering him more grounded compared to his royal siblings. Upon learning of the third prince's situation, Ingman found that he indeed aligned with her ideals, leading her to support Wan Heng's intention to back him. However, while the grain provided previously may have alleviated the immediate plight of the Chao family's army, it remains merely a temporary fix. Without a consistent supply from the court, they can only endure. The ravages of war and poverty are evident, as this prefectural city, despite its designation, boasts a population smaller than that of many county towns, with citizens gaunt and weary from the relentless winds. Wan Heng, a man of action, is keen to improve the living conditions of the people here. Yet, even he finds himself stymied by the harsh realities of the soil, unable to effect a significant change without the necessary resources. Ingman contemplated that even if she were to obtain sweet potatoes, cultivating them in such a desolate desert would prove challenging. Although there was a river nearby, she recalled the frequently mentioned purple alfalfa in novels. This forage crop could potentially be cultivated in this region. It seemed she had stored similar information for her writing endeavors. After dismissing others, Ingman entered her space, opened her computer, and swiftly located her database, quickly retrieving the document on purple alfalfa. She took out a pen and diligently transcribed the relevant details regarding its appearance and growth environment. Ingman was grateful for her previous fervent practice of calligraphy. Otherwise, she would have struggled to manage the task. Although she had previously tasked someone with researching charcoal pencils, the results had yet to materialize. She had the transcribed information printed and sent someone to procure the seeds, which were located within a month. They were available in various places, but it was not yet the season for planting. It would be necessary to wait until July or August. Wan Heng, aware of Ingman's activities, inquired briefly and then allowed her the autonomy to proceed, instructing his men to assist her. Meanwhile, Wan Heng immersed himself in military training alongside the soldiers. Fortunate that his physique was gradually strengthening. Otherwise, he would have found the rigorous training arduous. Thus, they remained in this place for over 6 months, successfully collecting a significant quantity of purple alfalfa seeds, which should suffice for planting the following year. Before the year's end, Lin Muquan sent a New Year's gift, which prominently featured the items Ingman had requested. Through correspondence, she learned that these items were exchanged with individuals from other nations. Observing the limited quantity of each variety, she realized that expanding cultivation in the short term would not be feasible. Moreover, such matters, devoid of substantiation, could hardly engender faith in their prolific nature. Thus, in the spring of the subsequent year, she commissioned the establishment of a trial cultivation site. By autumn, both Wan Heng and General Chao, invited to witness the outcome, were astounded by the yield. While Ingman perceived the production as modest, the ability to achieve grain yields comparable to those of the Jiangnan region in a locale where the mere availability of seeds was a challenge was sufficient to astonish them. Years later, the arid expanse outside Hongqing blossomed with purple alfalfa, while fields were laden with sweet potatoes, and corn, enabling the military to attain self-sufficiency, thus liberating them from the necessity of venturing inland to engage in acts of banditry for provisions. Under the auspices of the third prince, corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes swiftly proliferated across various states, effectively resolving the sustenance dilemma for farmers and garnering the support of the reformist faction led by the chancellor, ultimately propelling him to the status of crown prince. Throughout these years, Ingman accomplished numerous feats. In addition to promoting high-yield grains, she also innovated rice varieties, significantly enhancing their output. In regions where her husband served, she established comprehensive academies, imparting a diverse array of knowledge, transcending mere literature and martial arts to encompass modern disciplines transported into the ancient world. In this lifetime, Wan Heng steadfastly honored his vow, never taking another woman. The bond they shared was not one of tempestuous passion, but rather a gentle warmth, a harmonious understanding akin to kinship. Only after storing the memories of individuals in a repository did Man feel a semblance of restoration, acknowledging that this pattern would likely lead to a gradual waning of her interest in the future. I find solace in jest amidst adversity, she remarked. Host, your cultivation is still too low at present. When your skills have advanced, you will no longer attach such significance to these matters, Enin consoled. Perhaps. But Man held a different perspective. Although she had lost her memories, the emotions remained intact. She took out her computer to reorganize, creating new folders for certain photographs and saving them onto a USB drive, treating them with care. There was also a memory card given to her by Enin, containing footage captured through visual recording. She had no desire to explore its contents just yet. In this world, Man had gained immensely. Not only had she acquired causality orbs the size of coconuts and merit orbs the size of apples, but she had also mastered the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting over the subsequent decades, a monumental achievement in itself. However, she spent the following week adjusting her emotions. Without memories, only feelings remained, and forgetting was not an easy endeavor. Fortunately, Man was rather carefree, possibly due to her change in physique. Within a week, she had nearly regained her composure. Yet, she was not in haste to embark on her next journey. She felt inadequately prepared for what lay ahead, uncertain of the nature of the next world. It seemed wise to gather more resources. As for her previous gains, they were not as plentiful as the first time, but only slightly less. Thus affirming her hypothesis, the greater the change, the more one acquires. After completing the causality technique, Man devoted herself wholeheartedly to cultivating the gravity training method. Thankfully, she had studied high school knowledge in every world, ensuring she had not fallen behind. Indeed, having learned it multiple times, she had almost assimilated it entirely. After receiving her manuscript payment, Man purchased an array of professional books spanning various fields and acquired a compact home generator, expending her remaining funds entirely. Gazing at her now barren bank account, she gritted her teeth and decided to submit 2 novels she had originally intended to keep. Following the approval of her contracts, she promptly dispatched her works for publication. Chapter 55. The Magical Realm. A week later, Man re-entered the task world, and upon opening her eyes, she beheld unfamiliar architecture surrounding her. Observing herself, she realized she had seemingly transformed into a Westerner. Reflecting on her limited English, which she could only manage for examinations, she resolutely opted to assimilate the memories of her new identity. Upon acquiring these memories, Man was pleasantly surprised to discover that she had entered a Western fantasy realm. The original owner of her new existence, Rosia Lynch, was the cherished princess of the illustrious Lynch family, known for its magical heritage. With 3 older brothers and 2 younger siblings, she occupied the singular position of the family's only daughter, akin to a little princess. Consequently, her demeanor naturally bore a hint of arrogance, further amplified by her exceptional magical talents, which rendered her an object of admiration at the Magic Academy throughout her upbringing. At the age of 16, Rosia developed feelings for the youngest archmage of the empire, Selnik. At merely 20 years old, Sel had already ascended to the rank of archmage, possessing golden hair and azure eyes, with a strikingly handsome visage reminiscent of Apollo, which inevitably attracted the attention of numerous noble women, Rosia among them. Regrettably, Rosia exists merely as a secondary antagonist, one distinguished by her exceptional beauty, extraordinary talent, and noble lineage. Yet utterly devoid of the protagonist's affection, Ser holds no fondness for these noble women, treating them with nothing more than gentlemanly decorum. His disdain is particularly directed towards the original owner of this body, a malicious rival who leveraged her family background to eliminate competitors. Indifferent to his sentiments, Rosia relentlessly pursues him, resorting to all manner of schemes to undermine her adversaries. Alas, Ser's heart ultimately belongs to a resilient and ambitious heroine, whose beauty is merely modest. It appears the heroine is a time traveler, proficient in traditional Chinese medicine, a connoisseur of Chinese cuisine, and although her magical aptitude is lacking, she possesses a remarkable talent for alchemy, creating numerous technologically integrated alchemical products. Naturally, Rosia, as the malicious antagonist, cannot abide this, seeking out conflicts and employing ruthless means. In the end, her actions not only lead to her own demise, but also to the downfall of the Lynch family. This unfortunate fate was originally destined for the previous owner. However, Rosia has now usurped that role and is determined to forge a different path. After all, She is not here merely to fulfill the original owner's destiny, but to replace her entirely. Upon realizing this, Ing felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Although she possesses knowledge of the original owner's future trajectory, she lacks any understanding of magic, for she has not been reincarnated in the traditional sense. Rather, fate has merely revealed a glimpse of the future to her. She harbors no doubts about the feasibility of acquiring magical knowledge from the grander world. As Ian had previously mentioned that, despite being derived from a novel, the small world encapsulates genuine knowledge from both the expansive and intricate realms, such as cultivation techniques. She merely harbored concerns that her prior cultivation of the spiritual arts might clash with the practice of magic. Fear not, host, reassured Neen. The gravity body training technique and the causal balance formula are among the most primordial foundational cultivation arts. When perfected, they can lead to the sanctification of the physical body or the soul. They differ significantly from the myriad forms of cultivation magic prevalent across the myriad realms today. In fact, these two techniques are their very essence. Contemporary practices are merely simplified iterations of these original arts. Pursuing any other form of magic or cultivation based on these fundamental techniques will not result in conflict. That is reassuring, Ingman responded, astonished to discover the remarkable potency of the two techniques she had acquired. Although the cultivation process proved somewhat arduous, their value is undeniable. With this clarity, Ingman devised her strategy within this world to study magic, alchemy, and pharmacology. With the male lead, Sayer, she pondered. What need had she for men when she could wield magic? Determined to excel, she resolved to master her studies. Aspiring to merge magic with technology, not the trivial endeavors of crafting magical fans or small appliances, but rather to engineer devices such as generators or even magical artifacts that could replace batteries for phones and computers. As for more advanced concepts, Ingman believed that a deeper understanding of magic would allow her to contemplate those in due time. Having encountered numerous obstacles stemming from power shortages, this notion had firmly embedded itself in her mind. Whenever she thought of magic, this was the first idea that sprang to mind. The following day, Ingman rose early and made her way to the bathroom to freshen up. In the past, the original owner had always relied on her maid for such tasks. Turning on the faucet, she adjusted it to the heated setting and took out a towel to wash her face. It is worth noting that the realm of alchemy has produced numerous convenient items, such as this enchanted faucet, which releases an endless stream of water when a magical core is inserted, with the added feature of temperature control. After washing her face, Ingman opened the wardrobe in search of clothing, only to discover that the vast array within consisted solely of extravagant princess gowns, with not a single everyday outfit in sight. Her lips twitched in dismay. After rummaging through all the dresses, she finally unearthed a relatively simple and demure light blue dress. Although still quite elegant with its lace trim, it was far less ostentatious than the voluminous ball gowns. It seemed imperative to replace these garments. After draping the dress over the bed, she tied her softly curled, golden brown locks into a ponytail using a leather band from her space. Then, from the drawer of her vanity, she selected a satin ribbon in the same hue as her dress to adorn her hair. Gazing into the expansive dressing mirror at the charming girl reflected back, Ingman nodded in satisfaction. When the maid knocked and entered, she was greeted by the sight of Ingman, fully prepared for the day. "Miss, you look." The maid paused, momentarily taken aback. "I am ready," Ingman exclaimed, feigning excitement. The maid quickly realized that today marked the day of enrollment. Even the delicate little princess of the Lynchi family was filled with anticipation for her entrance into the magical academy. Once Ingman was ready, the maid led her to the dining hall. The Lynchi family resided in a grand castle, while Ingman occupied the highest tower of the house, with windows on two sides that offered a splendid view of the entire estate. Upon her arrival at the dining hall, she found the others already present. Stunned by her attire, Mrs. Lynchi, Shaylee, inquired, "My dear, why aren't you wearing one of your lovely dresses today?" "Mother, I have grown up and can no longer wear such childish garments," Ingman replied, deliberately adopting the demeanor of a little adult. "Indeed, my darling has matured. If you no longer favor those dresses, your father will promptly arrange for new ones that you prefer," interjected her father, Kyle Lynchi. "Absolutely, I find those dresses rather juvenile. And since I am to attend school, I certainly cannot wear such attire," Ingman responded candidly. Her brothers observed her swift transformation, yet wisely refrained from voicing their thoughts, knowing it would invite their father's ire. "I shall summon the finest tailor at once," Kyle declared eagerly. "First, Let us proceed to the academy, Ingman said as she settled into her seat, picked up her knife and fork, and commenced her breakfast of fried eggs and toast. She found the fried eggs quite to her liking. However, she mused that if the dipping sauce were soy sauce instead of ketchup, it would be even better. It seemed that this world lacked soy sauce entirely, and the protagonist had not devised a means to create it. Nevertheless, yellow soybeans appeared to be available, and she recalled having some materials regarding the production of soy sauce. After finishing their meal, the Lynch couple took their children to the elementary division of the Magic Academy. Ingman recalled that the original owner had been tested and found to possess an affinity for the light element, scoring an impressive 92 points. She was nearly chosen by the Church of Light to become a candidate for the Saintess. However, the Lynch family had declined this offer, as the role of a Saintess required a lifetime of celibacy devoted solely to the worship of the God of Light. The Lynch family could not bear to part with their little princess, and they were not lacking in resources for cultivation. As a prestigious magical lineage with a history spanning millennia, the Duke-level Lynch family not only held a noble title, but also possessed their own territory and several magical stone mines. These magical stones are akin to spiritual stones, serving as sources of energy, and their business interests extended across the entire continent. They traveled to the academy by carriage. Fortunate that the finest magical academy in the Jellan Empire, known as the Star Magic Academy, was situated in the capital, the city of West. The academy occupied an area nearly half the size of West City itself, featuring everything one could desire, including lecture halls, student dormitories, a bustling commercial street, and residential areas. Many noble estates, however, were not located within the city but boasted their own fortresses and walls. The distance between the Lynch Manor and the Star Academy was not particularly great. A mere 10-minute carriage ride sufficed. Upon their arrival, Ingman and her family found a long queue outside the Academy's registration office. However, due to their noble status as a magical family, they had access to a special passage and did not have to endure the same wait as the commoners and lesser nobles. In this world, the nobility were either advanced magicians or formidable warriors. Should a family lack a powerful heir, their noble rank would be swiftly diminished. As was the case with the Lynch family. In those days, he was indeed of princely status. His ancestors had once been divine sorcerers, with 2 grand sorcerers and 1 grand warrior among them. Unfortunately, over time, the lineage had dwindled to merely a mage, and now only Kale, a martial emperor, remained, with his rank reduced to that of a marquis. Such hierarchical distinctions and titles do not breed disdain, for in this world, strength reigns supreme, and the powerful command respect. Within the privileged passage, there were others, predominantly noble individuals of rank. Thus the atmosphere was relatively tranquil as they formed an orderly queue. The presence of Ingman and her entourage drew the attention of many. The Lynch family was quite renowned, primarily due to Ingman's 3 elder brothers, each possessing exceptional talents. The eldest brother was a warrior with superior aptitude in metal attributes. The second brother excelled in magical prowess with a strong affinity for earth attributes, while the third brother, though his magical talent was merely average, demonstrated remarkable capabilities in both wind and fire attributes. In this realm, talents are classified into 4 tiers: perfect, superior, average, and inferior. The aptitude of a warrior is evaluated through the foundation of their physique, while magical abilities are assessed based on mental strength. A score of 40 to 60 is deemed inferior, 60 to 80 average, 80 to 99 superior, and a perfect score is 100. Additionally, there exists another evaluation known as elemental affinity, which determines the elemental attributes suitable for one's cultivation. Generally, individuals may cultivate across various elements. However, a mismatch between elemental affinity and attributes can significantly hinder their progress. Elemental affinity, too, is categorized into 4 levels: perfect, superior, average, and inferior. The original owner possessed exceptional magical talent, particularly in the realm of light attributes. Uncertain of how the exchange would affect her, Ingman felt a twinge of anxiety. She understood that both mental acuity and affinity were tied to the soul rather than the physical form, rendering her incapable of replicating the original owner's abilities. After a mere 10 minutes, it was her turn. Taking a deep breath, Ingman stepped forward for the assessment, which involved 3 crystal orbs intricately inscribed with magical runes. She began by testing her warrior aptitude, which, much like the original owner, failed to surpass even the lowest tier. Next was the magical talent assessment. As her hand rested upon the central crystal orb, It radiated with a brilliance that illuminated the entire sphere. Her magical aptitude was nothing short of perfection. The instructor overseeing the evaluation gasped in astonishment, drawing the attention of the majority present. Such a flawless result was astonishing. In a millennium, only one other individual, Sayer, had achieved a perfect magical aptitude. This was indeed a stroke of luck for the Lynchie family. Is she the little princess of the Lynchie household? Marvelous, my dear. You are truly remarkable, Kyle exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before joyously lifting Ingman into a jubilant embrace. Sister, you are incredible. You are simply amazing. The young boys of the Lynchie family gathered around her, echoing similar sentiments. Dad, I still have one more assessment to undergo, Ingman remarked, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Although she felt a hint of surprise, she speculated that it might be linked to the causal technique she had been practicing. In truth, there exists a profound connection. Beyond this, the soul of Ingman has grown stronger after several reincarnations. Reaching its full potential is hardly surprising. Were it not for this crystal ball, which can only detect these aspects, it is likely that there is even more to uncover. However, the surprises that Ingman brings are even more remarkable. Her ability to cultivate the gravity training technique and the balance of Causality Sutra stems from her unparalleled affinity for all forms of energy, rendering her a rare talent of universal attributes, and her reincarnations do not alter this fact. Thus, her complete affinity dazzled all present, while such full attribute affinity is rare. It is not non-existent. Take Seer, for instance, who possesses full fire affinity and superior wood affinity. However, Ingman's case is unprecedented as she embodies full affinity across all attributes. The members of the Lynchie family were not merely joyous. More so, they were enveloped in concern, as such extraordinary talent may not always yield favorable outcomes. I kindly request that this matter remains confidential. Our Lynchie family would be immensely grateful. Kyle promptly addressed those gathered, invoking the family name to signify his sincerity. The Kasha family will also remember this. Shaylee quickly interjected, noting that her maternal family, the Kasha family, is an esteemed alchemical lineage, though merely a count. The current head of the family is an alchemical master, which is sufficient to command respect. Chapter 57. The Magical World 3. We shall protect her. Soon, an elderly gentleman emerged from within. He was none other than the principal of Star Academy, the Fire Mage Saint, Gary Tulls. Might I inquire whether Miss Lynchie would be inclined to become my student? Then a multitude of esteemed sorcerers emerged, eager to take Ingman as their apprentice. Stunned, Ingman gazed at these distinguished figures as they quarreled over who would have the honor of mentoring her. Tentatively, she raised her hand, expressing her desire to learn all forms of magic, as well as alchemy and potion crafting. It matters not. One learns throughout their life. And I shall master everything in due time. Ingman, unfazed, understood that a wizard's lifespan is contingent upon their level of mastery. A sorcerer could live for over 1,000 years, while a divine sorcerer could exist for several millennia. In this world, she was determined to acquire all the knowledge she could. The prominent figures exchanged glances, and ultimately, Bert Morrison, the dean of the alchemy department, spoke. This is indeed feasible. Given the girl's extraordinary talent, reaching the level of a sorcerer will be no challenge. By then, she will have ample time to pursue any knowledge she desires. Thus, before even enrolling, Ingman found herself with 5 or 6 instructors, distinguished from mere teachers, as they represented the difference between disciples and students. Upon returning home, Kyle immediately ventured into the Lynch family treasury, rummaging through its contents, while Shaylee promptly contacted her parents to arrange for an abundance of high-level defensive equipment. Her brothers resolved to diligently train to ensure their sister's safety, while 2 identical little tots remained bewildered by the unfolding events. Sister, you are truly remarkable. Although 4-year-old Johnny did not grasp the adult's concerns, he recognized Ingman's exceptional talent. Indeed, sister, you will become a being as revered as our ancestors. Sydney nodded in agreement. That is assured. With a beaming smile, Ingman was aware of her parents' and elder brother's concerns. However, it was not within her purview to control those worries, and thus she resolved to enhance her abilities as swiftly as possible. A few days later, as the academy commenced its term, Ingman arrived equipped with various defensive magical artifacts. She felt her family was being rather excessive, yet in order to assuage their anxieties, she acquiesced to their wishes. Fortunately, these items were primarily accessories or garments, which she found tolerable. Moreover, she was provided with a storage space, perfectly suited to conceal the secrets of her own realm, aside from donning a pair of defensive bracelets. She promptly stored everything else upon her arrival at the academy. Regardless of her innate talents, Ingman understood that she must first engage in foundational studies. To master the arcane arts, one must initially learn the art of meditation and the specialized magical runes. In addition to these, the curriculum included subjects such as mathematics, the common tongue of the magical realm, potion making, and alchemy. It is noteworthy that while most wizards may lack the aptitude of warriors, they too were required to partake in fundamental combat training, known as physical education, aimed at establishing a solid foundation during their youth and fortifying their physiques, which ultimately benefits the practice of magic. The primary distinction between the warrior courses and Ingman's curriculum lay in the absence of rune studies for the former, of course. If they wished, they could opt to learn them as well. Additionally, they engaged in approximately half a day of physical training. From the outset, students would be assigned to different classes according to their aptitude. Those of higher caliber would join Class A, those of moderate ability would be placed in Class B, and those of lesser talent would be designated to Class C. Although Star Academy boasts a prestigious reputation, it does not exclusively admit only the elite students, unlike certain renowned institutions. However, despite the fact that anyone capable of cultivation is admitted, the promotion system at Star Academy is exceedingly stringent. For instance, if a student fails to become a magical apprentice within 3 months of enrollment, they will be expelled. Similarly, if they do not achieve the status of a novice magician within 6 months, expulsion is inevitable. Star Academy is situated atop a vein of magical stones, and the internal environment is rich in elemental energy. Under such conditions, even those of lesser aptitude can perceive magical elements within 3 months. Failure to do so indicates a deficiency far beyond mere talent. Ingman, as a rare student of perfect caliber, stands alone in her distinction, studying alongside the elite students of Class A. The teachers have not disclosed her potential grade, leading everyone to assume she belongs to the upper echelon, known only to a select few present at the time. The first lesson involves teaching them the art of meditation, the fundamental method of magical cultivation. Regardless of what else might be learned, mastering this technique is paramount. The process entails emptying one's thoughts, attuning oneself to the elemental energies surrounding them, and drawing upon these forces. Rather than simply absorbing magical elements through meditation, it is more accurately described as a training of one's mental faculties. While it may seem straightforward, achieving a state of mental clarity, free from distractions, proves to be quite challenging, especially for someone like Ingman, who tends to ruminate incessantly, even before sleep. "My name is Lily Dog," she introduced herself. Another individual followed suit. "Greetings." Ingman cast a glance at the two, immediately recognizing them as children from several prominent families who had been present during her assessment. At that moment, 5 children were present, all positioned behind her, while those ahead had already departed. They were now greeting one another, evidently acting upon familial guidance to foster amicable relations or for other reasons. Ingman did not intentionally snub them. She stood and shook their hands. "May I call you Rosia?" Lily, being a girl, found it more convenient than addressing Ander directly and inquired boldly. "Certainly," Ingman replied nonchalantly, as she was not a pure Westerner and held no particular concern about being addressed by name, especially since Rosia was not a name she identified with. "Rosia, did you gain any insights from your recent meditation?" Seeing Ingman so accommodating, Lily's earlier discontent dissipated, and she probed into her meditative experiences, curious if the so-called perfect grade held any unique significance. "Not at all. I couldn't clear my mind and kept getting lost in thoughts." Ingman shook her head. "I feel the same way," Lily responded, her spirits lifted, realizing that the supposed perfect grade was not as formidable as it seemed. "Don't fret. I heard that even Cell took an entire day to perceive the magical elements." Ander quickly interjected to console them. "There's no need to rush. Urgency won't yield any benefits," Ingman remarked, unperturbed by the situation. "The next class is general language, which we will attend with students from other classes. Let us go together," Lily said as she approached Ingman and linked arms with her. "All right," Ingman replied, slightly furrowing her brow, surprised by the girl's overt friendliness. Chapter 58. The magical world for the universal language of the continent is essentially English, akin to what Ingman has been studying in school, albeit with greater depth, as it serves as her native tongue, likely comparable to the experience of Western learners. The initial focus is on the 26 letters, their pronunciations, and phonetics, followed by vocabulary and sentence structure. With the foundational knowledge gleaned from the original owner's language, Ingman finds herself grasping the material significantly faster than before, reminiscent of her early encounters with Chinese characters. As the class concluded, 3 more individuals gravitated towards Ingman, 2 males and 1 female, named David Scott, Rex Burwell, and Ruth Nelly. Their assembly forms a balanced group of 3 males and 3 females. After class, Ingman intended to head to the cafeteria, leaving the 5 others to their own devices. The cafeteria offered an impressive array of food. Upon perusing the menu, Ingman dismissed options such as steak, pizza, hamburgers, and salads, opting instead for seafood pasta. The first class of the afternoon was dedicated to the study of magical runes, a subject of considerable complexity. Runes are not only essential for the incantations required during the casting of magical combat techniques, but they are also integral to inscribing runes onto alchemical products. To describe them, runes resemble oracle bone script, which is a form of pictographic writing. However, they exhibit a smoother aesthetic compared to oracle bone inscriptions. The total number of runes is relatively limited, amounting to just a few thousand in total. At the heart of the matter lie several arcane symbols representing elemental forces, such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, light, and darkness, alongside concepts of time and space. They also embody notions like vastness, minuteness, clouds, mist, waves, trees, vines, blossoms, life, spheres, flight, descent, weight, sharpness, swiftness, stillness, rolling, movement, leaps, strikes, explosions, electricity, blackness, brightness, heat, cold, burning, encasing, confinement, obstruction, fissuring, freezing, mending, healing, humanity, and beasts. These symbols, when harmonized with elemental forces, can conjure spells for offense, healing, and defense. The fusion of these arcane symbols with elemental motifs gives rise to what we know as magic. For instance, the great wave, torrential surge; the small water sphere, tiny orb of water, water mist, vaporized water; thunderous explosion, thunderblast; earth fissure, earthquake; and the fiery earth sphere falling, meteorite descent. Upon reflecting on these, one cannot help but feel a twinge of discomfort when recalling the melodious incantations from novels, as the spells here are indeed rather raw and straightforward. The pronunciation of these symbols diverges completely from English, each symbol possessing a multifaceted beauty, resonating with a unique energy that eludes the grasp of those untrained in its art. Consequently, the uninformed might conjure an entirely different image in their minds. After attending a lesson on arcane symbols, the focus was primarily on the essential principles of their study. As the students had yet to embark on their journey as apprentices of magic, they, like Qin Gong, had not yet established a connection with magical elements, nor could they inscribe or vocalize the symbols. Thus, this inaugural lesson served merely to outline the origins and functions of these mystical symbols. Next comes the potions class. Initially, this class is dedicated to familiarizing students with various potions and their constituent materials. Therefore, even warriors who lack the ability to brew potions are welcome to attend. After all, it would be quite unfortunate to encounter a potion in the future without recognizing it, thus missing out on its potential. Most warriors aspire to become freelance mercenaries, and even those who do not pursue mercenary work must be acquainted with potions and ores. Hence, this education is of utmost necessity. The first day's lessons concluded after the potions class. Stata Academy operates as a boarding institution. Even those residing nearby are subject to its regulations. However, Stata Academy offers a residential area where capable individuals may rent accommodations. The reason for renting is that the properties belong to the academy and are not for sale. Naturally, the Linchi family arranged for Ingman to rent a charming 2-story villa complete with a small garden, and they also planned to provide her with familiar housekeepers and maids to attend to her needs. The academy provides uniforms, distributed on the day of enrollment, at no cost. Each student receives 8 sets for 6 months, comprising 4 sets of daily attire and 4 sets of combat gear. Should students find this insufficient, they may purchase additional sets at an extra cost. Mama Shaylee has directly ordered 4 additional sets for Ingman each month. The uniforms, embodying a British style, consist of a white shirt, a black skirt, a silver-gray checkered vest, and a black and white wizard robe, which features temperature-regulating magical patterns to ensure comfort in both winter and summer. Additionally, there are matching knee-high socks, stylish shoes, and a pointed hat, all of which exude an aura of wizardry while remaining aesthetically pleasing. Contemplating her prolonged stay at school, Ingman, apart from the possibly useful formal wear, pajamas, and loungewear, firmly declined her mother's suggestion to tailor additional everyday outfits. She simply reclined on her bed, yet found herself unable to clear her thoughts, almost drifting off to sleep without any fruitful insights. Ingman was at a loss regarding how to harness her mental strength. Ineen, what exactly is mental strength? Eventually, Ingman began to inquire about her external aid. Intention? I still don't comprehend. To clarify, Ineen explained that every individual possesses mental strength, akin to soul power. However, the vast majority are unable to control this force. When a person harbors a singular, intense thought, this power can be summoned and unleashed. For instance, many exhibit extraordinary strength in critical situations, which is a manifestation of externalized mental power. Ineen broadly elucidated the existence and application of mental strength to Ingman. Must one always have a strong intention to utilize mental strength? Ingman mused, somewhat incredulous. Certainly not. Only those with lower soul power require that. For someone like the host, once it has been invoked, subsequent use becomes considerably easier. In simple terms, it's about finding a breakthrough. Ineen dismissed Ingman's assertion. Is that so? It seems quite challenging, Ingman confessed, feeling somewhat disheartened. Didn't he, the host, already utilize it in a previous life? Ineen countered. In my past life, I didn't wait. Are you suggesting martial training? Ingman initially wished to refute, but soon a thought struck her. Martial arts are indeed a rather enigmatic phenomenon. For instance, the initial stage of condensing energy is quite challenging. She had resorted to deceit to channel energy into her body within a short span of time. However, her subsequent training was devoid of any trickery. The movement of energy through her meridians entirely relied on her willpower. Could it be that this willpower is akin to spiritual strength? Chapter 59. The Magical World 5. Suddenly, Ingman experienced a moment of enlightenment. As she closed her eyes, the surrounding darkness dissipated, revealing a myriad of shimmering lights that grew increasingly clearer. She could perceive the objects within the room, which danced lively around her, darting in and out of her body. With a thought, she willed them to enter her being, and to her delight, it was effortlessly achieved. To her astonishment, it was as if she had stirred a nest of hornets. A multitude of magical elements surged into her body without her intervention. In no time, her form felt overwhelmed, prompting her to hastily guide them into her meridians and set them in motion. It then dawned on her that this was not the practice of martial arts nor the technique of fusion, but rather magic. She quickly redirected the nearly diverted magical energy away from her dantian towards the sea of magical energy located near her heart. This was approximately at the position of the middle dantian, not the sea of consciousness. Indeed, the sea of consciousness could only harbor spiritual strength and the primordial spirit. Introducing other elements might lead to a mental upheaval. However, Ingman did not possess a sea of consciousness, due to her cultivation of the causal technique. Her entire soul had transformed into a vessel, capable only of storing causal energy and spiritual power. Once her meridians and dantian were fully formed, the causal energy would be transferred, but that time had not yet arrived. The ocean of magical energy was breached, and it swiftly filled with power, expanding under tremendous pressure to 2 or 3 times its original size. The rapidity of the change rendered her unaware of any pain. Sensing she still had reserves, she continued to draw in magical elemental energy. The mentor had mentioned that during the initial infusion of magical power into the ocean, it could be enlarged, and while there might be some discomfort, she was to endure as long as she felt capable. This was the singular opportunity to expand her magical reservoir. At other times, she could only double its capacity during her ascension, so Ingman resolved to persevere, for she possessed a talent of all attributes, and it was inconceivable to have a minuscule ocean of magic that would limit her spellcasting, only when she could barely withstand it. Having expanded the ocean of magic over tenfold, did Ingman begin to mobilize the magical energy within her body for a grand circulation, compressing and purifying the magic. After several cycles, the ocean was no longer being filled, yet the magical energy within became increasingly transparent and viscous. Then, Ingman witnessed the essence of a perfect level talent. After a few more instances, she no longer needed to consciously direct the magical energy. It began to circulate and absorb the elemental energy autonomously. The ability to cultivate magic independently was nothing short of sublime. Ingman felt as though she had seized the narrative of the protagonist, Upon opening her eyes, she was met with a foul stench that nearly induced her to retch, only to discover that she was shedding a layer of black sludge from her body. Although it is said that magical training can eliminate impurities from the body, much like cultivation, isn't this a bit excessive? Ingman is uncertain whether her expulsion of impurities is due to her manipulation of magical energy within her meridians, resulting in a greater release than others. Heaven knows, she has yet to successfully draw energy into her body, and naturally, she has not undergone the refinement of essence and marrow. Faced with this unprecedented situation, Ingman promptly sprang up, tossing the blankets from her bed into the space's bathing pool before entering herself. Perhaps this time, having become a magical apprentice and undergone the refinement, she found the experience less overwhelming than before. After a brief respite, she sluggishly made her way to the bathroom, cleansing herself of all the grime before exiting the space. After neatly arranging the freshly cleaned blankets, Ingman lay down on her bed, preparing for sleep. Upon waking the next day, she checked her magical sea. Indeed, the magic still flowed autonomously, and compared to less than 1% from the previous day, it had now increased to 1/50th. Although the vastness of the magical sea impacts the speed of her advancement, it ensures a substantial reserve of magic, which is undoubtedly beneficial for a multi-elemental mage like Ingman. After all, what use is a high level if one's magical reserve is insufficient to unleash a significant spell? Today, there is a physical education class, so Ingman opted for battle attire instead of her usual robes. The battle outfit resembles a knight's garb akin to that seen in anime, as it lacks the iron armor typical of true combat. A fitted, breathable, and opaque white top, complemented by a silver-gray leather armor and a matching trench coat, paired with form-fitting, highly elastic black trousers and comfortable deerskin boots, all come together to create an impressively stylish appearance. Her flowing golden brown hair is elegantly tied up in a bun for ease of movement. In the morning, the physical training class convenes at the expansive central square, where all newcomers gather. Though the martial artists and mages share the same training ground, their routines diverge significantly. For instance, mages warm up by jogging a lap around the vast square, while martial artists are required to complete 10 laps. This square is indeed enormous, with each lap measuring approximately 2,000 meters. By the time she completes her lap, she is left breathless and her legs feel weak. Thankfully, due to her late-night efforts to enhance her physical condition, she is able to endure. Otherwise, her previously pampered and fragile physique would have faltered long before completing 2,000 meters. Among the new mages, she considers herself relatively fortunate. Many of her peers, especially those from modest backgrounds, struggle, while those with slightly better family circumstances tend to falter midway. Similarly, there are some in the martial artist cohort who experience similar difficulties. After steadying herself and engaging in some light movement, she gradually recovers. The focus of the physical training is on fundamental martial techniques, which, while lacking offensive capabilities, are remarkably effective for physical conditioning. To maintain a low profile, she discreetly places her phone inside her trench coat, removing it and laying it on a nearby chair, while donning Bluetooth earbuds. Upon selecting a song, she finds renewed motivation as she begins to practice the basic martial techniques. Not one to revel in solitude, she inquires whether there exists any device akin to a tape recorder or player in this world, and to her delight, she discovers that such devices do indeed exist. The materials for the Echo Box are derived from a unique shell found in the endless sea, capable of recording sounds. When the shell lies exposed on the ground, it captures all the sounds it encounters. When submerged in water, it cleanses itself of these sounds. In Chapter 60, the magical realm unfolds further, as Ingman becomes increasingly familiar with success through music and befriends others, moving beyond the company of the 5 individuals who harbored ulterior motives. Among her new companions is Karina Rogier, who possesses a profound passion for music and dance. Outside of physical education, Ingman is fervently absorbing knowledge from this world, with a particular focus on potions and alchemy, alongside her studies of magical runes. 3 days later, the students of Class A have successfully attuned themselves to the magical elements, officially becoming apprentices of magic. Ingman shares in their accomplishment. However, their instructor is keenly aware that such early proficiency cannot conceal the magical fluctuations emanating from them, as those of higher rank easily discern their abilities. Nevertheless, the instructor refrains from voicing this knowledge, for the school's edicts have already been issued. Unexpectedly, Lily expresses satisfaction with this outcome, leading to a slight cooling in her demeanor over the subsequent days. while Anders' attitude remains unchanged. Time swiftly passes in this tranquil classroom, and after 3 months, nearly all students, save for a few from Class C who did not ascend to apprentices, have succeeded in their endeavors. Some from Class B have even progressed to the status of novice magicians, while the martial arts class has similarly seen its members become warriors. In Class A, only a handful have become apprentice magicians. Rapid advancement does not necessarily equate to superiority. After all, if one's magical reservoir is extensive, the time required for mastery will be prolonged. Taking Man, for instance, after 3 months, she has only managed to fill 2/3 of her magical reservoir. However, they have now commenced additional courses, specifically lessons in magic, signifying that they are finally embarking on the formal study of spellcasting. Previously, their training had been confined to meditation, without any exposure to actual magic. This is not particularly surprising. Despite having become apprentices at an early stage, they have yet to grasp the pronunciation and drawing of magical runes. To hastily delve into magic without such knowledge could result in self-harm. The failures and explosions encountered by self-taught magicians stem from their superficial understanding of spells. As their instructor elucidated several critical points concerning spellcasting, Ingman pondered these thoughts. When releasing magic, the foremost consideration is that the pronunciation of the incantation must be precise. Moreover, it is advisable for beginners to use incantations in conjunction with magical structure diagrams, essentially combining them into a magical rune array. This magical structure diagram can also serve as a magical array. The creator of such diagrams possesses remarkable skill, as the entire design is crafted in a single stroke from beginning to end. The more potent the magical structure, the more intricate it becomes, and a single misstep could lead to disastrous results. Consequently, during the initial attempts at spellcasting, the pace is invariably slow, and the only way to hasten this process is through diligent practice to improve one's proficiency with the structure diagrams. Even so, even a mage requires a full second to construct the initial level 1 magic diagram. As for forbidden spells, the incantation alone takes several seconds, let alone the diagram itself. Naturally, once one becomes well-versed in magic, the magic diagram can be omitted, not that it is unnecessary to draw it, for it certainly must be rendered. However, with familiarity, one can construct the diagram purely through mental energy rather than with hand or wand. The speed at which one can create a diagram using mental energy is astonishing, akin to summoning it forth in an instant, hardly taking even a second. Ingman recognized this and resolved to commit all diagrams to memory, enabling her to sketch them directly with mental energy. Yet, this requires a high level of proficiency in mental energy usage. Therefore, in addition to magic studies, they introduced a course focused on mental energy training, which serves as an auxiliary attribute for alchemy and potion making. After all, both disciplines impose stringent demands on the control of mental energy. It is not merely about having a high level of mental energy, but mastering its manipulation. Should one fail to achieve a grade of B in this course, it would be futile to continue in the realms of potion making and alchemy, effectively capping one's advancement at the intermediate level. Unlike mages and warriors, who are classified into 9 levels, potion makers and alchemists are divided into apprentice, novice, junior, intermediate, advanced, master, and grandmaster. Likewise, the mastery of mental energy significantly affects the casting of spells. Every spell consumed mental energy, and improper control may lead to excessive expenditure, resulting in an inability to release the magic. In the realm of magic, students are required to perpetually sketch diagrams of magical structures and diligently memorize incantations, ensuring that the spells and diagrams are never conflated, for the consequences could be dire. The course on mental power focuses on its application. Initially, the exercise involves placing a silver spoon before the students, who must then utilize their mental energy to bend the spoon. The scene unfolds as a group of children, prior to commencing, fixate fiercely on the spoon as if they could pierce it with their gaze. Ingtian, though only marginally grasping the manipulation of mental energy, took 3 arduous days to achieve this feat, not being the swiftest, as it bore no relation to the reservoir of her mental energy. In the newly introduced curriculum, the struggle continues, and soon half a year has elapsed. By the 4th month, Ingtian successfully advanced to the rank of apprentice magician. Although over 10 individuals faced elimination once again, one should not perceive this as excessively cruel. In this perilous world, only the strong thrive unfettered. After 6 months of study, Ingtian finally mastered the casting of first-level magic, which encompasses a variety of elemental spheres, such as the water sphere, small water ball. Fire sphere, small fireball. Growth spell, wood growth. Healing spell, wood light water healing. An illumination spell, light sphere. Currently, they accompany their mentor to the nearby monster forest for practical training. This forest, too, is categorized by levels, and the one adjacent to the Imperial City has undergone numerous cleansings, with the highest rank not exceeding level 2. Each of them was assigned a distinct task. Ingman's responsibility was to capture the second-level magical beast, the grass rabbit, and to collect the first-level potion materials, 6-star grass, osmanthus flowers, and ginkgo nuts, which are essential ingredients for crafting basic healing potions. Since these items appeared on her task list, it was evident that they could be found within this magical beast forest. In fact, both the grass rabbit and the 3 first-level potion materials were commonly found throughout the continent, as it was their first time venturing into the wild for tasks. Their mentor did not impose any undue hardships upon them. Once they reached the edge of the forest, they were left to navigate the tasks on their own. Without the mentor's guidance, the students were not naive. Among them, the most formidable was merely an apprentice mage. Although second-level magical beasts were not particularly fearsome, it was generally true that magical beasts were superior to humans of the same level, likely due to the harsher conditions of their existence. "Rosia, let us form a group," Karina said, approaching Ingman with 4 companions, comprising 3 warriors and 2 mages, including herself. "Sure," Ingman replied without objection. In truth, apart from her familiarity with Karina, she was also relatively close to Ander. The other 4 children, who were initially arranged by their families to be near her, no longer approached her, given that Ingman's performance was on par with that of the ordinary Class A students. Thus, Ingman developed a sense of camaraderie with Ander, who, despite his somewhat awkward demeanor, possessed a genuine simplicity. At this moment, as Karina invited her to join, she naturally included Ander as well. TCH. Seeing the 7 of them leave together, Lily scoffed disdainfully. "Lily, it seems you have a strong aversion to Rosia." Her friend could not help but feel a tinge of curiosity. "Humph, merely a gifted individual who lacks diligence." Indeed, this is how Lily perceives Ingman, in her eyes. Possessing such exceptional talents should naturally lead to rapid progress. Yet, what is the reality? Lily harbors a mixture of admiration and jealousy towards Ingman for her remarkable abilities, coupled with frustration over her failure to cultivate them diligently. Although Lily possesses superior mental acuity, her affinity remains merely average, placing her at the bottom of Class A. Consequently, she finds it difficult to tolerate Ingman. Unbeknownst to Ingman, they were currently amalgamating their respective tasks, and astonishingly, no 2 tasks overlapped. Their mentor had certainly put in considerable effort. The nature of their assignments was somewhat similar: a level 2 magical beast and materials for a basic potion. Since their tasks were distinct, there was no need for them to be overly concerned. They could simply proceed and gather whatever they encountered. Ingman's task target was the grass rabbit, a creature that, while resembling a rabbit, boasts a rather rare green hue and belongs to the would attribute magical beasts. Keeping a grass rabbit proves advantageous for potion cultivation, and once matured, it is only slightly larger than a man's fist, exuding an adorable charm that appeals greatly to women. Furthermore, the grass rabbit is known for its delightful flavor, which maintains a consistent demand in the market, perpetually exceeding supply despite its relative commonality. The windwalker, joybird, and unicorn goat are among the more popular lower-tier magical beasts. These creatures share a common trait. Despite their low rank, they are either delectable or possess unique abilities. For instance, the joybird has a precognitive ability. It sings only when good fortune is imminent, though its foresight extends solely to joyous events within 100 miles, not necessarily pertaining to its owner. Yet, this singular trait renders it quite endearing, with its appearance reminiscent of a beautiful aureole. Although these magical beasts are relatively abundant, they are not easily found. Having faced extensive capture by humans, they have become wise to the dangers, fleeing or hiding at the mere sight of people. Their escape tactics are remarkable, yet they have not encountered any target thus far. As for potions, some common low-tier ingredients are prevalent throughout the forest, but each type of potion exhibits distinct habits, making them not so easily discovered. We shall first seek a water source, as the likelihood of encountering magical beasts is highest in its vicinity, and among us, there are 4 or 5 species of aquatic potions. After half a day's journey yielding no results, we managed to catch a level 1 earth rabbit, which we roasted for our midday meal. Karina outlined a goal for our afternoon direction, to which the others had no objections. In truth, they had not been entirely devoid of sightings. the joybird was indeed seen. Yet its capacity for flight renders it the most elusive among our potential quarry. The windrunner possesses remarkable speed, typically roaming vast expanses. I recall that to the east lies a particularly expansive grassland, where the likelihood of encountering a windrunner is significantly heightened. Ingman also mentioned this, and it can be noted at the conclusion. The joybird has a fondness for the bicolor fruit, which we can utilize as a guide for our search. Ander also contributed to the conversation. Others gradually shared various traits of magical beasts, such as the grass rabbit, which solely consumes a type of grass known as green sprout. Although green sprout is merely a first-tier magical plant with no medicinal value, it is cherished by herbivorous magical creatures and thrives only in areas rich in wood elementals. Chapter 62. The Magical World 8. Despite everyone's extensive knowledge of magical beasts and potions, there remains one pressing issue. They lack a distribution map of this forest, rendering them oblivious to the locations of their desired targets. For instance, the wood element is inherently active within the forest, making it quite challenging to pinpoint the most concentrated areas. The bicolor fruit, a first-tier magical plant, is a staple fruit for mage warriors. Yet its whereabouts in the wild remain elusive. Ultimately, after an extensive discussion, the little Lolas and Shota decided to prioritize the search for a water source. Apart from the windrunner, grass rabbit, and joybird, creatures such as the unicorn goat and spiked ball pig are more likely to be found in proximity to water sources. In the afternoon, they discovered a water source, yet before they could locate their target, they unexpectedly encountered a pack of wolves. These were merely level 1 wolves, devoid of any special attributes. Such is the nature of this world. Creatures without characteristics are uniformly classified as level 1, while even the most unassuming of beasts, such as a grass rabbit, are designated as level 2 if they possess attributes. The hierarchy of beast levels continues from there. Do not be deceived by the fact that these wolves are level 1. Their survival in a realm teeming with magical beasts speaks to their superior strength compared to those within Ingman's understanding. Upon spotting them, the wolves swiftly dispersed and surrounded the group, lying in wait for the opportune moment to strike. The individuals quickly formed a defensive circle, back to back, brandishing their weapons. The warrior students wielded knives, the first weapon they had learned. In contrast, the mages, including Ingman, drew forth their wands, an instrument they seldom utilized. However, the Academy had provided these wands for occasions of peril, as they enhance magical capabilities. In instances where drawing a magic diagram is impractical, the wand can be combined with incantations to yield effects akin to those achieved with a diagram, albeit limited to lower-tier spells. Advanced magic still necessitates the use of a diagram, even with a wand in hand. At this moment, Ander called out, "Attack!" The group sprang into action. Among the 3 mages present, Ingman was proficient in all elements, Ander specialized in gold, and Karina in ice. Ingman unleashed a small arc of electricity. While its lethality was minimal, it had the capacity to paralyze. The rank of the gold element is low, and the only manifestation available is the golden arrow. However, Ander is quite astute, directly utilizing mental prowess to control the released golden arrows for offensive maneuvers. Karina is adept only at conjuring ice balls, ice arrows, and frost spells. Yet she possesses a quick wit. She first summons a water sphere and then employs her frost spell. The ice element can indeed harness water magic, and the distinction between the two is minimal. However, utilizing ice magic from a water source incurs greater energy expenditure. With the assistance of 3 mages, several valiant warriors brandish their large blades, engaging in close combat with the wolf pack. Each of them is enveloped in a layer of fighting spirit, the term denoting the energy cultivated by warriors. After a fierce battle, each individual bears some scratches, yet they ultimately vanquish the wolves. They exchanged glances, and Ingman promptly provided healing, her multi-attribute abilities not concealed. In essence, mages theoretically possess the capacity to wield magic of all attributes. However, casting spells aligned with their highest affinity is most efficient in terms of magical energy consumption. When casting, they can draw upon the ambient elements of the same type to assist in the process, thus minimizing energy loss. Consequently, it has become commonplace for the majority of mages to specialize solely in their most compatible magical attributes. "What shall we do now?" Jim inquired, gazing at the carcasses of the wolves. He was one of Karina's friends. First-level magical beasts don't even possess magic cores, and the wolf meat is still tainted. "Let us burn it." The others concurred, and Ingman set the wolf carcasses ablaze. After incinerating the remains, they glanced at the nearby stream and ultimately resolved to venture either upstream or downstream. Having recently endured a fierce battle, it was likely that few magical beasts would approach. Perhaps only carnivorous ones would be drawn here. Following the gentle stream, they gathered various aquatic potions, among which were several essential to their quest. Soon, they stumbled upon a herd of unicorn goats. Through combined efforts, they swiftly captured a few of these enchanting creatures. For the subsequent fortnight, they meandered through the forest, amassing all the necessary potion ingredients. Additionally, they managed to capture magical beasts such as the windrunner horse, the spiked ball pig, and the joybird. Yet the elusive grass rabbit remained unfound. Having lingered here for so long, why have we not encountered a single grass rabbit? Mused Karina, her tattered clothing betraying her confusion. After all, they are typically considered a common second-tier magical beast. Perhaps there are too many of us. They may be hiding, suggested Linda. What should we do now? Karina scratched her head in contemplation. Why don't I go search for it myself? Ingman proposed, feeling somewhat guilty for leaving her task incomplete while the others had assisted her. That's out of the question. You have helped us fulfill our mission. We cannot abandon you now, Karina immediately objected. Over the past 2 weeks, Ingman had proven invaluable, serving as their combat support. Without her, they would have faltered long ago. Indeed, echoed Karina's 4 companions, all nodding in agreement. They could not fathom leaving her behind. Besides, our mentor has not imposed a time limit, Ander reassured them. Fortunately, their luck turned in their favor. After another day in the forest, they finally discovered traces of the elusive grass rabbit. Upon successfully capturing the creature, the group nearly leapt with joy. As they departed, they were among the last group to leave. However, prior to their exit, several individuals who had sustained injuries while attempting to complete their tasks had submitted their reports. Upon submission, their mentor informed them that they had successfully passed the assessment, and henceforth, they were granted a month of respite. Chapter 63, The Magical World 9. Oh, how I miss you, Father. The moment Kyle received the news about Ingman, he rushed over, leaping from the carriage to embrace her with fervor. Father, I have grown. You must not be so frivolous with your affections. Ingman pushed away his large head, her face reflecting disdain. Did you hear that, Father? You should release my sister. Shaylee, a step behind, immediately interjected upon hearing Ingman's words, snatching their daughter from her husband's grasp, to which Ingman rolled her eyes in exasperation. No, you must not treat my darling in such a manner. Kyle gazed sorrowfully at Ingman. Your acting skills are utterly lacking, Father. Ingman retorted with a sigh of resignation. Sister. The 2 young boys seated in the carriage called out to Ingman, prompting her to break free from Shaylee and dash toward them. Her brothers had yet to commence their holiday, as their assessment was significantly more challenging. At times, it could consume their entire break without completion. Throughout the month of holiday, Ingman remained diligent, ensuring her daily meditations were unwavering. Each morning, she would first engage in foundational tactical exercises, followed by incessant practice of magic, familiarizing herself with the intricate diagrams and incantations. By controlling the needle and thread for embroidery through her mental acuity, Ingman had practiced this method consistently. Unlike garment construction, which demanded more intricate control, embroidery required merely the manipulation of the needle and thread, allowing her to adeptly coordinate the movements of 3 needles simultaneously. Although usually engrossed in her cultivation, Ingman did not neglect other matters. Tired of her daily Western meals, she ventured into the kitchen to supervise the cooking. The members of the Lynchie family initially presumed she was merely being capricious, yet to their surprise, the dishes she oversaw were exceptionally delicious. Ingman attributed this success to her extensive collection of recipes, gathered in her pursuit of writing, despite her own culinary skills being rather lacking. Moreover, to enhance the flavors of the dishes, she instructed them to prepare soy sauce, although it would take some time before it could be enjoyed. By the end of the holiday, Ingman had mastered the simultaneous control of 8 embroidery needles, with her attack showing considerable improvement. Initially, she could only generate propulsion, but gradually she developed a sharp semblance of finesse. All the restaurants under the Lynchie family's banner also launched a variety of innovative and delectable dishes, leading to a 50% increase in revenue. This year, her 2 younger brothers finally entered the academy as new students in the elementary magic division. Both possessed magical talent, with moderate mental strength and superior affinity. As her brothers began their training in mental fortitude, Ingman lovingly guided them on how to cultivate their abilities, suggesting that activities like embroidery could enhance their mental prowess. Thus, the two young boys found themselves led astray by her well-meaning advice. The Magic Academy is divided into 3 levels: elementary, intermediate, and advanced, corresponding to junior magicians, intermediate magicians, and senior magicians, respectively. Upon reaching the rank of magician, students must leave the academy to seek their own paths or find a mentor to impart their knowledge. Among her peers, the majority of those with superior and moderate talents have successfully advanced to secondary school, yet many with inferior talents have failed to meet the standards. If they do not achieve the required benchmarks within a year, they will have no choice but to leave the institution. The curriculum in the intermediate division is quite similar to that of the elementary division, with the exception that meditation and magical symbols classes have been omitted, replaced instead by an elective course on magical arrays. Additionally, potion making and alchemy have also transitioned to elective status, while physical education has been reduced to once a week. A new elective course titled Divination has been introduced. The compulsory subjects include the common language of the continent, mathematics, mental strength training, magic, and combat classes, tailored specifically for mages, as the curriculum for warriors diverges significantly. Ingman, having opted for courses in magical arrays, potion making, alchemy, and divination, finds herself increasingly occupied, gradually distancing from the friends she had grown familiar with in the elementary division. She is aware of this shift, but chooses not to abandon any of her courses, as the opportunities for change in this world are scarce, compelling her to absorb as much knowledge as possible. Meanwhile, the esteemed sorcerers and masters of alchemy and potion-making who had expressed interest in taking her under their wing upon her initial talent assessment have resurfaced, further consuming her time. To manage the demands of her coursework, Ingman is compelled to employ the time dilation of her spatial abilities during the evenings. In the elementary division, her studies in alchemy and potion-making primarily revolved around the identification and processing of various materials or the creation of low-level potions and magical scrolls. It is only in the intermediate division that she has truly embarked on her comprehensive studies. In the intermediate division, students are indeed tasked with the flexible application of magical runes to create magical arrays. However, this knowledge is primarily intended for Ingman, as she directly studies under the esteemed head of the alchemy department, allowing her to delve deeper into the subject. This prospect excites Ingman, for it means that her future modifications to the generator within her space will be rendered considerably easier. In fact, she has already commenced her research into electrical energy. With magic and runes at her disposal, the challenge of energy becomes rather simplistic. Initially, she plans to create an energy block using materials capable of storing electrical energy, inscribing runes upon it that can autonomously absorb electrical elements from the air to accumulate power. Furthermore, she will devise a slot that allows for the extraction of the electricity contained within the energy block, all while meticulously regulating the voltage, thus resolving the issue. It closely resembles a power bank, yet possesses the potential for limitless energy supply, much like the energy cards depicted in card novels. It could be argued that these cards are merely an evolution of magical runes. After constructing her device, Ingman first conducts experiments using the most abundant power banks in her space, ensuring the output of electricity after several trials. Once confirmed, she meticulously documents the method for future study. In her quest to garner causal power, Ingman understands that she must effectuate significant changes in this world. Only through substantial transformation can sufficient causality be generated to refine the world's laws into a true microcosm. Chapter 64, The Magical World 10. What she seeks to acquire is magical technology. The heroine has brought some, albeit in limited quantity. If she can contribute significantly in this domain, the causal power she will obtain is bound to be considerable. However, the prerequisite is that she must be able to produce it. For now, focusing on the study of magic, alchemy, and potion making should take precedence. After all, if the fundamentals are not firmly established, what future can one anticipate? Her magical training has already progressed to an advanced level, and she is merely 13 years old. As for the male protagonist, who attained the rank of advanced magician at the tender age of 10, what relevance does that hold for her? Although they are in the same academy, Ingman is utterly preoccupied, lacking the time to pay attention to a boy who is 4 years her senior and a prominent figure within the academy, akin to a campus idol. Half of Class A has reached an advanced level, and the prestigious Magic Academy of the Galan Empire is not merely a title. Throughout this period, Ander has quietly supported Ingman, consistently appearing whenever she is in need, becoming her sole remaining friend. As for Karina, 3 years have sufficed to create distance between them. 3 years have swiftly passed, and this year, the male protagonist, Cernic, has advanced to the rank of Magus, becoming the youngest Magus in history. Yet, Ingman feels as though she has hit a bottleneck. Thus, she sets aside her other pursuits and prepares to undertake a task to gain practical experience. Ander, I am preparing to venture out for some training. Would you like to join me? Having made her decision, Ingman is ready to consult her only friend. What task do you intend to undertake? Ander inquires. I have already selected one. How about the mission to gather the elven flower? As Ingman contemplates, she reviews the available tasks. The elven flower only flourishes in the elven forest. It is a potion with immense vitality and serves as the primary ingredient for the life potion. As long as there is a breath of life remaining, consuming it can lead to instant revival, rendering it an advanced healing potion. The Forest of Elves is not easily accessible, Ander remarked. Well, I wish to glimpse what the elves look like. I have heard they are all handsome and beautiful, though I cannot ascertain the truth of such claims. This sentiment was indeed heartfelt. Having arrived in a magical realm, how could one not behold these legendary beings? Very well. Ander reluctantly acquiesced to Ingman's invitation. You are the best, Ander, Ingman exclaimed joyfully, while Ander gazed at her smile with a resigned grin. With confirmation in hand, Ingman accepted the quest. Along the way, she noticed several classmates discussing Sire, and she shook her head in dismay. Give it up. The male lead belongs to the female lead. After accepting the quest, they set out to investigate the conditions of the Forest of Elves, ensuring that no mishaps would occur. Ingman and Ander departed, as the Forest of Elves was quite distant from west. Not wishing to squander time, Ingman opted to utilize the teleportation array of the Magic Guild. They arrived in the chaotic city closest to the Forest of Elves. True to its name, the City of Chaos was a tumultuous place, rife with lawlessness and criminals. Given its proximity to the Forest of Elves, it was home not only to elves, but also to orcs residing on the other side of the forest. To the west lay the endless sea, while to the north sprawled the largest monster forest in this world. Ingman and Ander equipped themselves with ample defensive gear. Prior to their journey, they had gathered intelligence about the area and donned more inconspicuous attire. Ingman also produced several vials of potent sleeping potion, which she handed to Anders. These concoctions were so effective that even the most powerful of mages would be momentarily dazed upon inhaling them, ensuring their safety. Though the City of Chaos is indeed tumultuous, it is also remarkably vibrant. Upon exiting the Magic Guild, one is greeted by a bustling street filled with fierce warriors, their expressions conveying strength and determination. Even the women here resemble formidable Amazons, far from the delicate charm of a Barbie doll. As for the mages, they shroud themselves in hoods, concealing their features. Upon witnessing this scene, Ingman felt a sense of relief. She and Ander had donned their hoods prior to their departure, primarily concerned that their appearances might attract unwanted attention. Ander, possessing striking good looks with his short black hair and violet eyes, exudes a quiet and gentle demeanor, embodying the archetype of a handsome character from a fantastical realm. Ingman, on the other hand, is a vision of beauty with her long, golden brown hair and sky-blue eyes, her exquisite features reminiscent of an angel, complemented by a curvaceous figure that evokes the phrase angelic face, devilish figure. It is no wonder that she is often seen as the quintessential villainess. If their remarkable appearances were to be exposed in this chaotic city, the consequences would be dire, yet fortunately, Ingman had prepared for such eventualities. Let us visit the Mercenary Guild, Ingman suggested as she surveyed her surroundings. All right, Ander replied, showing no objections. The two made their way towards the imposing structure of the Mercenary Guild. In the realm of magic, the tallest building is typically the Magic Guild, while the largest is the Mercenary Guild. The Magic Guild is predominantly inhabited by mages, whereas the Mercenary Guild accommodates both mages and warriors, even allowing ordinary individuals to register as mercenaries, albeit with the limitation of not being able to undertake high-level tasks. 2 individuals registered as mercenaries at the Mercenary Guild and perused the available tasks. Due to their level restrictions, they could only accept F-grade missions. Ingman noticed 2 tasks related to the Enchanted Forest and proceeded to acquire a map of the area, preparing to embark on their journey. However, before they could leave the guild, a group called out to them. Hey, are you also headed to the Enchanted Forest? Would you like to join our team? The group was a mix of men and women, all warriors, with only one novice mage among them. The warriors were of intermediate to advanced levels, and they had only approached these 2 mages because they were aware of their limited numbers. Typically, Such mercenary teams consist of a combination of warriors and mages to balance melee and ranged combat. Yet this particular group invited external assistance with only a novice mage. Ingman turned to Ander, who hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Very well then. Having warriors accompany us should ensure greater safety. An accord was reached, and they formalized a contract stipulating that neither party would harm the other for a duration of 1 month. In this world, the god of contracts ensured a high adherence rate to agreements, alleviating concerns about potential violations, as the consequences of breaking a contract could be dire. Chapter 65. The Magical Realm 11. After a day of rest, they set off together on the following day, led by Tuck, the captain of the Iron Tower mercenary group who had signed the contract with them. Having navigated this area for over a decade, he was well acquainted with the local surroundings. Although his abilities were rather average, and his lack of formal training meant his mercenary group had always remained in the lower tiers. To reach the Elven Forest, one must traverse a vast woodland teeming with magical beasts, the weakest of which are at least of level 3 or 4. These creatures are not the primary objective of the quest. If possible, it is best to evade them, and if not, to confront them head-on. Despite their origins in academia, Ingman and Ander frequently embark on quests in the Intermediate Division, engaging in the hunting of magical beasts or the gathering of medicinal herbs. Their combat experience is substantial, distinguishing them from some of their purely scholarly peers who, despite their formidable abilities, lack practical combat skills. Outside, Ingman has chosen to specialize in both wood and fire magic, utilizing wood for supportive healing and fire for offensive capabilities. The dual affinity for magic is not particularly rare, alleviating concerns about attracting undue attention. On the other hand, Ander opted for a dual cultivation of martial prowess and magic during his time in the Elementary Division. His innate talent as a warrior is commendable, though the advantages of gold magic in terms of offensive capabilities are somewhat lacking, as it primarily functions as a physical attack. However, with his mastery of fighting spirit, the combination of gold magic and fighting spirit significantly amplifies his combat effectiveness. This is precisely why Ingman chose to have Ander accompany her. After all, gold magic encompasses numerous supportive spells, such as the Diamond Body, which enhances physical defense, the Sharp Aura, which increases the sharpness of weapons, and the Golden Slash, the sole magical attack formed from the gold element. Additionally, spells like Softening can disintegrate an opponent's weapon. Ingman considers the primary advantage of gold magic to be its control over metal. Thus, they journey to the Elven Forest, spending 7 to 8 days on the trek and encountering numerous battles along the way, resulting in a noticeable change in the aura surrounding both Ingman and Ander. After all, this place is far more perilous than any of the locales they had previously visited. We are on the brink of entering the realm of the elves. We must exercise caution, for the elves are not the least bit amiable towards us humans, Tucker admonished the two before their foray into the Elven Forest. Indeed. We are aware, Ingman nodded. The phrase "those not of my kind harbor different intentions" aptly encapsulates the sentiment in this world. The elves are a race that cherishes peace. Yet their disdain for humanity is a consequence of human avarice. Even the dragons, dwarves, giants, and vampires have joined the fray against humanity. That battle was brutal. Historical records depict that era as one of magical zenith, a time when sorcerers were ubiquitous and high-level mages were as common as dogs. However, due to this defensive counterattack, humanity's elite forces suffered catastrophic losses, with the deaths of numerous revered warriors. Naturally, the races that instigated the war did not fare much better. The turmoil persisted for a century, with both sides incurring significant losses. Was there a reconciliation afterward? Certainly not. In truth, had it not been for the opportunistic assault by the demonic forces during their mutual annihilation, that conflict might have endured until one side was utterly vanquished. On behalf of humanity, represented by 3 empires, 2 major guilds, and various churches, a covenant was established prohibiting the capture of elves, orcs, dragons, dwarves, giants, and vampires. Should anyone contravene this covenant, they would suffer its repercussions, losing all their powers, while those unbound by the covenant would face a decree of pursuit and extermination. Certainly, these races cannot harm humans without just cause. However, they are permitted to defend themselves if provoked. If humans act first, retaliation is within their rights. Since then, there has been no further hunting of the elven or orc races among humans, primarily because anyone affiliated with the 2 major guilds inherits the terms of this covenant. Whether they be mages or warriors, joining a guild or a church is almost inevitable, leaving little room for independence. Thus, few dare to entertain such thoughts, for the constraints of the god of contracts are not easily dismissed. Although both sides have coexisted peacefully for millennia, the elves harbor a lingering resentment towards humans. Those who venture into the elven forest are rarely met with violence, but are certainly expelled, which explains the difficulty of such missions. The elves are a cherished race of nature, and the elven forest, their abode, is home to numerous rare high-grade potions not commonly found elsewhere. Upon entering, one is almost entranced, unable to resist the urge to gather these magical herbs. However, the members of the Iron Tower Mercenary Corps share a similar enthusiasm. None dare to criticize her, as the value of high-grade potions is substantial. To overlook the opportunity to gather them would be foolish. We must make haste. The elven bloom grows by the elven lake, the very heart of their habitation, Tuck reminded as he collected herbs. With a nod of agreement, Ingman gathered a few more before they pressed onward, treading carefully into the depths of the forest. In order to evade detection, they applied a potion that rendered their scent akin to that of the surrounding flora, successfully avoiding several patrols and drawing closer to their destination. I must say, concealed behind a tree, I observed the vast lakeside, where only a few unicorns quench their thirst. Unicorns are known to be drawn only to pure-hearted fairies and young maidens. And among them, Ingman was undoubtedly the most fitting. Ander understood this. Be cautious. Do not worry, Ingman replied with a smile. After a moment's thought, she removed her hat, revealing her visage for the first time to the members of the Iron Tower Mercenary Corps, leaving them utterly astonished. They had never fathomed that this enigmatic sorceress was such a beautiful girl, which explained her desire to conceal her appearance. Ignoring their astonishment, Ingman stepped forward. In no time, she captured the attention of the unicorns, creatures that, upon reaching adulthood, could attain the sacred tier and were not lacking in intelligence. Humans, you are unwelcome here. One particularly large unicorn declared. Elder, I merely wish to pluck 2 fairy flowers and will depart immediately, Ingman said respectfully, bowing to the unicorn. The fairy flowers held no value for the fairies themselves. It was solely due to their disdain for humans that they would deny even the most useless of items. The unicorns did not outright refuse. Instead, they observed Ingman for a considerable time. Ingman radiated an aura of vitality, her attributes displaying an impeccable harmony, particularly in her affinity for the wood element, rivaling even that of the elves. Then, the unicorn approached the elven tree and bit off 4 or 5 blossoms of the elven flower. Hurry and leave, it urged, handing the flowers to Ingman. Thank you, esteemed elder, Ingman replied with a smile as she accepted the elven flowers, preparing to depart. Stop. Just as success seemed within reach, a voice echoed from behind Ingman. She froze momentarily as a few figures leaned forward, their expressions fraught with urgency. Instantly, she quickened her movements, stowing the elven flowers within her spatial realm. Do not move, or I shall shoot, threatened a voice, and upon witnessing the terror etched on the faces before her, Ingman reluctantly halted and turned around. Before her stood a striking elven male with long, dark green hair, exquisite features, and pointed ears. Are you human? The elven male scrutinized Ingman, then frowned. Yes, she nodded. I have come solely to seek the elven flowers. I harbor no other intentions. Randall, the elven flowers are a gift from me to her. Interjected the unicorn that had previously assisted Ingman in gathering the flowers, positioning itself protectively between the two. Turning to Ingman, it instructed, you may leave. Thank you. Ingman expressed her gratitude to the unicorn, contemplating for a moment before retrieving a jade vial from her spatial realm and placing it on the ground, containing spring water from the spatial well. Upon completing their tasks, Ingman swiftly retreated behind a tree, while a group hastily departed from the enchanted forest. Fortunately, Randall did not pursue them. Once they exited the forest, Ingman presented 2 spirit flowers to Tucker. There was little dissent among the group regarding the additional bloom, as it was an unexpected boon that they would not have acquired without Ingman's assistance. Subsequently, they parted ways, for Ingman had intended to explore the area, while Tucker and his companions chose not to join him, leading to their natural separation. The two had undergone several years of rigorous training, battling ferocious beasts and at times being hunted by them. They had endured torrential downpours that left them drenched and had gazed upon the boundless sea, experiencing the water's embrace, only to be battered by towering waves. They had traversed desert regions, crossing vast plains inhabited by orcs, where arid conditions and scarcity of water paled in comparison to the lethal sandstorms that posed the greatest threat. In the forest, one might assume that the most perilous creatures were the beasts, yet oftentimes, seemingly innocuous plants could deliver a fatal blow. Had they not brought an ample supply of antidotes, they might have unknowingly succumbed to the toxins of some plants. They had visited the renowned Valley of Winds, feeling themselves swept away by the fierce gales, rendering them almost foolish, and had scaled towering mountains, experiencing the biting chill of high altitudes. They had witnessed volcanic eruptions, the cataclysmic spectacle evoking a sense of impending doom. As they journeyed, the two gradually distanced themselves from the chaotic city, oblivious to their exact whereabouts. However, with a positioning teleportation scroll in their possession, Ingman remained unperturbed by the prospect of losing their way. In the continuous journey of comprehending the wonders of nature, Ingman, filled with enlightenment, sought a place rich in elemental energy to retreat and break through, aided by Andorra. Magic, in essence, is merely humanity's application of the laws and natural energies. It embodies an understanding of both the principles governing existence and the essence of nature itself, for the manifestations of magic are simply reflections of nature's myriad forms. Ingman, still not at the level of grasping the laws, chose instead to delve into the depths of nature, as she was capable of perceiving all attributes. Over nearly a year, she genuinely experienced the formidable power of the natural world. The gentle waters, seemingly harmless, can transform into towering waves that sweep one away, while the wind, gentle yet ferocious, embodies both tranquility and chaos. Even the most innocuous flowers, grasses, and trees can, at times, claim a life with ease. Nothing is absolute. Yin and yang coexist. Opposites give rise to one another, and the interplay of softness and hardness, beginnings and endings, reveals the true essence of energy. A tremendous surge of energy coursed through Ingman, flowing into the sea of magic within her, filling and expanding it to what seemed like its limit. Suddenly, an invisible barrier surrounding the magic sea appeared to be breached, and in an instant, the magic sea doubled in size. Ingman had successfully broken through and ascended to the rank of a magic scholar. Blinking her eyes open, she was uncertain of her current state. She had intended to grasp the essence of magic, with the potential to understand any attribute. Yet what she had comprehended was not confined to any single attribute, but rather the fundamental nature of energy itself. Recognizing that all attributes are, at their core, energy, she realized that she need not specialize in any one attribute, and this realization brought her immense joy. Have we succeeded? Feeling the tumult of energy subside, Ingman turned to Ander, who entered with a beaming smile. So, Ander, do you wish to advance? I can assist you in your protective spells. Ingman felt a surge of joy, recalling that Ander was also stuck at the level of a high magician, and thus inquired further. Of course, Ander replied without hesitation, recognizing that he too was on the verge of breaking through. After all, how could he safeguard Ingman without making progress himself? Unexpectedly, in their reckless pursuit, they found themselves at the edge of a precipice. Below lay an expansive expanse, resembling two layered continents. Before they could devise a plan, the ground beneath them began to shift. In an instant, they, along with the section of earth they stood upon, plummeted downward. Ander swiftly wrapped his arms around Ingman, who immediately summoned the wings of wind. However, instead of soaring upwards, she opted to descend directly. Suddenly, a cascade of soil rained down from above, prompting Ingman to weave to safety while Ander conjured a golden shield to deflect the debris. At last, they landed safely, though Ingman lay exhausted against Ander, having been thoroughly fatigued from their earlier frantic dash. That was perilously close. I never anticipated encountering a family of three, she exclaimed. Ander's cheeks flushed slightly, yet he tenderly held Ingman in his embrace. Chapter 67. The Magical Realm 13. Additional rewards for updates. Regaining her composure, Ingman hastily extricated herself from his embrace, her face still warm from the encounter. Ander's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. Where exactly are we now? Ingman swiftly changed the subject, producing a map to compare their current location against the known territories of humanity. It should be around here. Ander leaned in, pointing to a specific spot on the map. Previously we were here. This place, let me see, Arthur Forest, is one of the enchanted woods where griffins dwell. Ingman glanced around the area, then opened another tome. This was the guide to magical beasts of the forest, detailing the unique magical creatures and potions found in various woods. Come, let us seek out the griffins. Upon sighting a griffin, Ingman's interest was reignited, The griffin was far more aesthetically pleasing than the earth dragon. Furthermore, despite being classified as a level 7 magical beast, the griffin lacked attribute-based attacks, yet possessed a degree of magical resistance. Although it could not rival the dragon's immunity to magic, it was undoubtedly the finest steed for a sorcerer. Ander held no objections to Ingman's enthusiasm. Typically, griffins nest in cliffside areas. If we follow this cliff, we should be able to catch a glimpse of them. Ingman pointed towards the cliff they had just descended. Let us proceed. Ander took Ingman's hand, leading her forward. Though he often did this, it was the first time Ingman felt a hint of warmth in her cheeks. Ander, look. They heard the piercing cry of an eagle. Looking up, they saw two griffins seemingly in pursuit of something, exhibiting a wild demeanor as they approached. Quick, hide. Ander swiftly made a decision. You over there, we beseech your assistance. Before they could evade, the individuals being pursued had already spotted them. Upon recognizing the leader of the group, Ingman's pupils dilated. It was none other than the protagonist herself. Let us go. Ander disregarded the situation, pulling Ingman away. As long as you assist us, we shall offer ample rewards. Consider it a favor owed by my sister, Rita. As Rita observed their reluctance to depart, she swiftly interjected. However, the two remained steadfast. Despite her position as the protagonist, no one besides Ingman was aware of it. Regarding Ingman, she felt somewhat confident against a single griffin, but her assurance waned when faced with two. She was not a devoted side character willing to sacrifice herself for the protagonist. Realizing that the duo would not offer assistance, Rita glanced at her battered companion, gritted her teeth, and tossed her bag directly towards Ingman and the others. In an instant, Ingman invoked Earth Escape. She swiftly erected a barrier to withstand the griffin's ferocious talons, while Ander opened the bag and discovered the magical beast egg inside. It became clear to him that they had been framed. It was likely that the griffin would not relent easily now. Ander sensed the situation was precarious. Upon seeing the egg, the griffin became frantic. When it lunged again, something glimmered on its claws, shattering Ingman's Earth Escape with ease. The griffin possessed a degree of magical immunity. While it was a fine mount, it became quite troublesome as an adversary. Cursed be the circumstances, if it could not be subdued. They might as well capture it as a mount. Ingman promptly summoned an earthen wall to deflect the assault and spoke to Ander. All right, Ander nodded, securing the egg within the magical beast pouch. Reinforcing the earthen wall, they deliberated on how to deal with the two griffins, mindful of their magical resistance. Ultimately, they resolved to employ potions first, followed by a combination of water and lightning to incapacitate them. Before the wall could be breached, Ingman teleported away with Ander, immediately casting a crystal vial, as the wind carried the potion towards the two beasts. Meanwhile, Ander skillfully wielded hydromancy, conjuring gentle breezes and fine rain, while simultaneously unleashing a net of lightning. The griffin, already weakened by the effects of the potion, was rendered entirely paralyzed, unable to flap its wings and plummeting to the ground. Without delay, Ingman produced a vial of elixir and administered it to the griffin. This particular potion was designed for the capture of adult magical beasts, temporarily sapping their strength. She then retrieved 2 bags, placing each griffin within. Specifically crafted magical pet bags intended for containing magical creatures. The 2 griffins were striking, their eagle heads adorned with pristine white feathers, while their lion bodies and enormous wings boasted a rich golden-brown hue. Though some frustration lingered, the reward was substantial. It would be best not to encounter those individuals again. Having successfully captured the desired mounts, Ingman remained irate at the female protagonist's misdirection. Ander responded, his deep purple eyes flashing with a hint of sharpness. Are you all unharmed? Rita, who had managed to escape, inquired about her companions. We are fine, though we lament the griffin egg we painstakingly acquired. The group expressed some regret. As long as we are safe, we can always procure another, Rita reassured them, prioritizing their well-being. With the griffins in tow, Ingman and Ander opted to avoid the perilous depths of the magical beast forest, choosing instead to traverse the main road. However, this decision inevitably led them to confront bandits and brigands. In this world, thieves and assassins had formed their own guilds, operating covertly, unless one were to join. Their existence remained largely unknown, yet the populace was well aware of such entities. Generally speaking, their targets predominantly consisted of merchant caravans, as the rewards were substantial. However, when confronted with seemingly promising prey, they were not averse to taking action. Just as they arrived at a convenient mountain hollow, they found themselves ambushed by a rain of arrows. The earth-escaping golden shield promptly shielded them from above. In that moment, a sharp blade was unexpectedly countered by the personal wind technique that enveloped Ander's neck. Without hesitation, Ander retaliated, a dagger materializing in his hand, though unfortunately, his strike missed its mark. Assassins, warriors trained in specialized stealth techniques, excel at covert operations and ambushes. This particular assassin demonstrated impressive skills, managing to remain concealed even in broad daylight. With a flourish, Ander unleashed a radiant strike, sensing the presence of his foe, who immediately braced for defense. Although struck, the adversary was not slain. Realizing that their stealth attack had failed, the bandits concealed in the shadows surged forth. There were not many of them. One archer remained hidden. A mage stood at a distance, accompanied by one assassin and 3 melee fighters. Be cautious, Ander warned, drawing his weapon and charging towards the melee fighter. Ingman swiftly cast several supportive spells, enhancing his speed with wind magic and providing defensive water magic that could rebound attacks. After all, their opponents included a mage and an assassin poised for ambush. The battle proved to be somewhat arduous, primarily due to the intermittent disruptions from the distant archer. Nevertheless, it concluded swiftly, as their opponent's overall strength was inferior, and despite their numerical advantage, it did not translate into significant leverage. Suddenly, Ingman felt her heart race. "Rosia, I like you," Ander said solemnly. In that moment, Ingman could almost hear the rapid beating of her heart. Did she like Ander? Undoubtedly, she did. They had grown up together, childhood sweethearts, and Ander was the gentle, handsome type, which naturally stirred her emotions. "Will you be my girlfriend?" Ander articulated each word with care. "All right," Ingman replied, not one to be overly sentimental, nodding in agreement. Ander revealed a charming smile as he pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. Their relationship was now defined, yet their interactions remained largely unchanged, save for the increased exchange of glances. However, they were soon preoccupied with their graduation assessments, leaving little time for further contemplation. Do not be misled into thinking that the Magic Academy lacked evaluations. Graduating from the academy also required passing assessments, divided into theoretical and practical examinations. The theoretical exam did not consist of written tests, but rather involved demonstrating magical abilities or concocting potions and creating alchemical equipment based on given prompts. The practical examination was more straightforward, challenging a faculty mentor, and as long as one could defeat the mentor, they would pass. Naturally, Ingman and Ander first focused on the theoretical exam. While they prepared for their assessments, there were still some classes to attend, such as Ingman's courses in alchemy and potion making. Their evolving relationship did not go unnoticed by others. Indeed, Lily began to sow seeds of discord in Ingman's ear. "So, you and Ander are together?" Ingman nodded, not denying the truth. After all, Ander was quite popular within the academy. Yet, despite his gentle facade, he emanated an air of aloofness that made him difficult to approach. "TSK, do you really believe Ander harbors any genuine affection for you? It is merely your innate talent that draws him near. Were it not for your gifts, we would not have sought your favor in the first place. Although you squandered such talent, having a mother of exceptional abilities certainly benefits her offspring," Lily remarked with a tone that suggested Ingman's only redeeming quality was her talent. "Ander does not truly love you. His association with you is solely for the sake of producing remarkable descendants." Enraged, Lily spoke without restraint. Leading Ingman to a secluded spot, Ander gazed at her and confessed, "Initially, my presence by your side was indeed dictated by familial obligation, but I have genuinely fallen in love with you." "I know," Ingman replied, never doubting his words nor feeling resentment for the initial circumstances. She was not a crystal of magic adored by all. As long as their current feelings were authentic, that was sufficient. Although her emotional intelligence may not have been high, her mental acuity allowed her to sense the emotions of others. She was not of the overly sensitive disposition, prone to paranoia. Relieved that Ingman had not been swayed by others, Ander felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Should she ever turn away from him due to their meddling, he would ensure they understood the boundaries of acceptable discourse. "Come, our mentor has summoned us for the assessment." Ander sought out Ingman with purpose, for she had previously been attending a potion class. Ingman nodded and followed Ander to the training ground, a venue where students of the academy routinely practiced their magical arts. The initial assessment focused on magic. They were required to cast spells instantaneously upon the instructor's announcement, with the most advanced spells nearing level 7 expected to be executed without delay. Both of them easily passed this stage, having spent over 2 years honing their skills in combat and immersing themselves in the formidable forces of nature, thereby refining their magical abilities. Next, Ander faced a combat evaluation while Ing Man was tasked with alchemy and potion-making assessments, both of which they completed with ease. Only the final martial examination remained, which involved defeating an instructor. However, the selection of the instructor was not left to the students. The academy would assign them based on individual circumstances. To Ing Man's surprise, she discovered that the instructor assigned to her was none other than Seer. Yes, the very same youthful archmage Seer, who had remained at the academy as a mentor after his graduation. It was not particularly unusual for the prestigious Stata Academy to have numerous accomplished archmages. Yet Seer's youth was striking, only 18 years old. This was Ing Man's first encounter with the protagonist who had so captivated the original owner of her body. Indeed, his appearance was remarkable, with golden hair, azure eyes, and finely chiseled features. He resembled the mythological sun god Apollo. While Venus is known as the goddess of beauty, Apollo undeniably epitomizes masculine allure. However, Ing Man merely glanced at him twice, for she found herself more enamored by Ander's exquisite, mixed heritage beauty than by Seer's quintessential Western charm. Greetings, Instructor Nick. I am Rosia Lynch, a student here to participate in the graduation assessments. Ing Man addressed Seer with the customary gesture of a mage. I have received the notification. Sorrel nodded, observing the girl before him. Her countenance was remarkably striking, and it was rumored that her innate talents mirrored his own dual perfection. However, unlike his mastery of the thunder element, she possessed an affinity for all attributes. Let us commence directly, he proposed. Indeed, Ing Man concurred, promptly summoning a metallic cone, which she plunged into the earth beside her. She then deftly erected several defensive shields around herself. Sorrel, uncertain of Ing Man's intentions, initiated his assault. Sorrel's attack naturally consisted of thunder magic, his most adept skill. Although Ing Man had erected a lightning rod, it was not infallible, hence the supplementary defensive shields. However, thunder magic, renowned for its destructive force, was not merely a namesake. Sorrel, also a major step above Ing Man, effortlessly shattered several layers of defense with his thunderbolts. Ing Man instantly teleported from her position, reappearing 10 meters away, and unleashed a powerful attack. Versed in all magical disciplines, she elected to employ a fusion of wind and ice magic. Howling Gales. Chapter 69. The magical world. 15 icy winds mingled with snowflakes, encasing the surroundings in frost. Sorrel countered directly with Thunderfire. Thunderfire, like howling gales, was a weather-based magic, summoning storm clouds in the heavens. The tempestuous clouds of wind, snow, thunder, and fire collided, erupting with crackling energy as electric rain poured down, prompting Ing Man to swiftly erect a barrier. Ing Man then cast a fire dragon spell, only to have it detonated by Sorrel's thunder orb. Sorrel ceased merely retaliating and began a full-fledged offensive. In the duel of sorcerers, it is a spectacle of reciprocal magic, where the collision of spells ignites extraordinary sparks, akin to the convergence of two natural disasters, yielding results that far exceed mere addition. However, Seer is no ordinary mage. He is also a warrior. Though merely a battle commander, he surpasses Ing Man, who is rather inept in combat. His offensive capabilities extend beyond pure magic to encompass close-quarters combat. When his fist, crackling with violet lightning, shattered Ing Man's protective shield, she narrowly avoided a direct hit. Fortunately, her reflexes, honed over the past couple of years, allowed her to fortify her defenses with several layers of shields, though she still suffered some internal injuries from the impact, prompting her to unleash several healing lights before instantly teleporting away. Subsequently, she found herself in a predominantly defensive position, needing to contend not only with Seer's magical onslaught, but also to remain vigilant against his approach. Various shields enveloped her, offering multiple layers of protection. Indeed, engaging in solitary combat is not the forte of a sorcerer. They excel in group assaults. Even single-target spells can be countered or evaded, or, in some instances, dispersed by a single punch from the opponent. Ing Man could only evade while casting spells at random, contemplating the type of magic that might secure her victory. Seer, too, felt a sense of impotence against Ing Man. Although his level surpassed hers, her reservoir of magical energy was formidable. Unable to overpower her, he resorted to enduring her spells, mindful that this was merely an assessment, requiring him to carefully regulate his strength. Thus, he engaged in a protracted exchange with Ing Man, Ingman pondered which magical incantation could turn the tide of battle. The spatial blade appeared to be a formidable offensive option, although mages could harness the majority of elemental magic. The realms of space and time were notably excluded. This exclusion rendered spatial attacks nearly insurmountable, as employing both space and time would not merely defeat an opponent, but result in their demise. In a flash of inspiration, Ingman considered time magic. Such magic was exceedingly rare, with only two known forms, time suspension and time flow. She aspired to devise a new time spell utilizing the time magic runes, but she had yet to reach that level of mastery. In that moment, she promptly shifted her magical focus. Although time magic was complex, its rank was not particularly high. The challenge lay in the scarcity of those capable of wielding it. Contemporary mages possessed elemental affinities that facilitated quicker absorption of corresponding magic and enhanced its potency. Conversely, employing other elemental magic proved significantly more challenging, particularly with space and time. Thus, there was no need to fear that her adversary could employ a similar magical barrier, as only spells of the same affinity could offer resistance. As she initiated the time suspension spell, Ingman swiftly repositioned herself, launching the prepared time magic near Seer, who narrowly evaded the attack. However, this was an area of effect spell. For a fleeting moment, Seer was momentarily halted, just 2 or 3 seconds, but that brief interval was sufficient. The next spell was swiftly cast upon him, spatial confinement. "Teacher Nick, I have emerged victorious," Ingman declared, stowing her wand as Seer broke free from the spatial restraint. Indeed, Seer nodded, although he had broken free from his constraints. In that fleeting moment, the desire to kill him was easily palpable, thus it could be said that Ingman had triumphed. "Thank you, Mentor Nick, for your guidance." Ingman expressed her gratitude to Seer. "Well then, I shall take my leave." Seer nodded, watching Ingman depart. Ingman sought out Ander, only to find him approaching her with some bruising on his face. She immediately rushed forward. "Are you injured?" she inquired, promptly casting a healing spell upon him. "It's nothing serious, just a few minor injuries. What about you? Did you pass the assessment?" Ander allowed Ingman to tend to him while posing the question. "Yes, I passed, albeit through a bit of cleverness," Ingman replied, acknowledging that she had primarily relied on evasion. "As long as I passed, that's what matters. What are your plans moving forward?" Ander asked. "What else can I do? I will continue my studies under the mentorship, but I'm still just an aspiring magician," Ingman stated. Although she had applied for graduation, it did not signify the end of her learning journey. "I see." Ander's violet eyes dimmed momentarily. "What's wrong?" Ingman wondered at the shift in his demeanor. "I intend to enlist at the border. I fear I won't be able to accompany you any longer," Ander revealed his upcoming plans. "This world is home to 3 empires and numerous principalities. While wars occur frequently, they are not incessant, as the world possesses a relatively abundant supply of resources. It can be said that every few years, demons inevitably launch an invasion, making the borders exceptionally perilous. All nations are compelled to dispatch troops to garrison those regions." Ingman recalled that the original owner had ventured to the borders, for the male protagonist had also journeyed there, and naturally, the female protagonist found herself in the same realm. Ultimately, the original owner met her demise in that very place. Years later, the demon race would launch a significant invasion, reigniting the war between humans and demons. It is worth noting that the John family is a distinguished lineage of generals within the Galan Empire, steadfast guardians of the realm. Take care of yourself. Once I have acquired more knowledge, I shall come to find you at the border. It is not that she does not wish to go immediately. Rather, her mentor would likely not permit such a departure. I will certainly await your return. Ingman did not express her reluctance to go. She intended to assist, but only once she had honed her skills to avoid becoming a hindrance. Days later, Ander departed, and Ingman immersed herself in fervent study. Currently, her focus extended beyond mere potion crafting to encompass the realm of creation itself. Whether it be elixirs or alchemical products, she sought to produce her own innovations, necessitating a profound understanding of magical potions and runes. The forces wielded by the demon race were not of darkness, but rather a deeply malevolent power known as demonic energy. This force bore a resemblance to magical energy, yet those tainted by demonic energy were easily assimilated by the demon race, becoming bloodthirsty and frenzied. With the demonic energy akin to negative spiritual essence, Ingman aspired to devise remedies or alchemical items specifically targeting the demon race. Ingman aspires to create items specifically targeting the demon race, be they potions or alchemical creations. Her focus remains on weaponry, particularly magical firearms. Having encountered the mechanics of firearms in her second world, she finds the prospect of crafting them quite feasible. Her primary objective is to modify these weapons into energy guns imbued with magical properties, undoubtedly distinct from conventional technological energy weapons. However, inscribing magical runes onto items to condense magic into beams or energy spheres poses a significant challenge. A more manageable task involves etching runes onto bullets to enhance their potency, a common practice in the enchanting of weapons. Yet, there exist other forms of enchanted weaponry, such as the magical bow, which operates without arrows but is exclusively wielded by mages or warriors. Though it can harness energy from the air to form projectiles, it requires an energy activation of the magical array. Ingman, however, envisions a mechanism to automate this activation process, akin to the concept of chambering around. She dedicates herself to this research with the guidance of her mentor, as she recognizes the necessity of seeking assistance in areas beyond her comprehension. Bert, her mentor, expresses keen interest in her idea. Indeed, as they embark on their research, the mechanized activation becomes considerably simpler. Establishing the rune array to activate upon energy insertion proves quite feasible. Conversely, the magical array presents more complexity, as utilizing firearms necessitates energy compression, a concept for which no theoretical foundation, nor corresponding runes, currently exists. The notion of compressing magical energy had never crossed Bert's mind before. Indeed, there exists a vast expanse of gaps between magical energies. Should one choose to compress these energies, not only can their purity be enhanced, but also a greater capacity for storage can be achieved. Similarly, when launching an attack, compressing the energy can amplify its potency. Ingman nodded in agreement and demonstrated this principle. She conjured a sphere of water and then meticulously compressed it, shrinking the originally basketball-sized orb to a mere marble's dimensions. The water remained unchanged in its state, neither transforming into ice nor any other form. However, its weight had significantly increased, surpassing that of the larger water sphere. Ingman had directly created heavy water through elemental compression. It is noteworthy that in chemistry, the distinction between water and heavy water is not merely one of weight, but also of elemental composition. However, in the realm of magic, elements refer to wood, water, fire, earth, and metal, rather than the chemical elements recognized in science. Within magical practice, both heavy water and ordinary water are considered manifestations of the water element. Is it possible to achieve this? Bert mused as he probed the heavy water sphere with his mental energy, astonished by its density. Instantly, he felt invigorated, though rather than compressing magical energy, he contemplated the compression of magical runes. After all, for a mage of his caliber, achieving the former was relatively straightforward. To attempt compression, I believe we could experiment with these runes. Roll, spiral. When energy rotates, it can induce a compressive effect. However, this could easily result in a catastrophic explosion. And what about devouring energy? That would prove ineffective. As the two individuals engaged in a discussion, they meticulously explored the effects of various magical rune combinations. Although the number of runes appeared limited and their meanings seemingly fixed, they were merely defined by their characteristics, which did not necessarily reflect their absolute attributes. This necessitated continuous in-depth research by the mages. Ultimately, they determined that by integrating a specific rune with a smaller one, they could achieve the desired compression effect. Once they had devised the magic circle, the creation of magical energy firearms became significantly simpler. Initially, they designed the rune array to require energy activation, whether sourced from a magic core or a magic stone. The mechanism for firing was of paramount importance. Considerable effort was devoted to its design. And after 3 months of dedicated research, they finally resolved the complexities involved. The challenge lay not in the actual construction, which proved relatively straightforward, but in the innovative process of creating something from nothing. Upon completion of their research, the fabrication became manageable, as any alchemy apprentice proficient in magic arrays could replicate the design. Ingman opted for a light energy gun, primarily due to its efficacy against the demon race, surpassing that of any other magical attribute. Once the crafting method was confirmed, she promptly enlisted the help of students from the Academy's elementary department to produce a substantial quantity of magical energy firearms, subsequently arranging for their delivery to the border for Ander. Concurrently, she commissioned the family's alchemists to commence production of these firearms, designed for use by common individuals. in anticipation of the impending demon invasion in the years to come. After all, this invasion will not be confined to the borders. Perhaps the author intends to enhance the protagonist's credentials. This occurrence closely resembles the one from several millennia ago, as it involves the opening of new spatial passages for a comprehensive invasion. Having completed this task, Ingman commenced her research on energy cannons, realizing that firearms were rather trivial in comparison. Artillery, she concluded, would be the focal point of her studies. Drawing from previous examples, the research into energy cannons became significantly more feasible. "Why are you delving into this?" Bert inquired, noting the peculiar shift in Ingman's research interests. Mentor. I seem to have neglected to mention that I enrolled in a course on prophecy, coupled with my affinity for the time domain. I previously predicted that the demon race might return. Ingman quickly fabricated an excuse upon being questioned. Yet, her words were not entirely false. She had indeed studied prophecy and made predictions about the future, albeit not as distant. However, the impending resurgence of the demon race was a certainty. Such a crucial revelation. "And you have never mentioned it," Bert remarked, visibly taken aback. "The demon race poses an absolute catastrophe for the inhabitants of this magical world. Their demonic aura has the potential to drive individuals to madness. Once tainted by this energy, one risks losing control and succumbing to rage. The devastating human losses during the demon invasion thousands of years ago were not solely due to conflicts with the elf race and the demons. Rather, they stemmed largely from humanity's self-destruction, infected by the demonic aura. Tell me, when will the demons arrive?" Bert inquired earnestly. In April 3 years hence," Ingman replied, uncertain about the demon's influence on humanity. She merely assumed that the demon's appetite for human souls was the reason for such aversion among people. "There is still time." Bert let out a sigh before departing, leaving Ingman to breathe a sigh of relief as well. She had indeed forgotten to announce the matter. Chapter 71. The Magical Realm 17. Fortunately, it was not too late. Ingman immersed herself in researching various weapons against the demon race. Before long, she successfully developed the light energy cannon. Apart from the Lynchie family, Bert also requested the manufacturing method for mass production, of course, compensating Ingman handsomely with numerous magic stones, courtesy of the Magic Guild and the Mercenary Guild. However, Ingman did not solely focus on this endeavor, for the monotony of constant work would be stifling. During her spare time, she devised a nutrient-rich liquid that, while lacking in medicinal effects, could sustain one's hunger for an entire day, ideal for the battlefield. Initially, her intention was to provide this for the reclusive mages, yet her potion instructor, Andal, believed it was more suited for the warriors on the front lines. Ingman was indifferent, as patents in this world were still valid. Subsequently, she invented an automatic washing machine, enhanced with purification magic runes capable of removing stains and even magical residue from clothing. She also created a fire rune stove, akin to an electromagnetic cooker, yet it employed flame heating runes. The hand mirror was a product of extensive research by Ingman, serving as a video phone in the magical realm. While the magical world possessed communicators, they only functioned over limited distances and allowed for mental communication, rendering them unusable by ordinary individuals. The hand mirror, while also requiring mental energy for activation, does not necessitate active engagement. As not everyone possesses the ability to utilize mental force, its passive activation allows ordinary individuals to wield it. Furthermore, it is named the hand mirror because it is adorned with intricate mirroring enchantments, capable of synchronously transmitting images, akin to video communication. In addition to this, the mirror employs spatial enchantments to expand its range of use. Moreover, she ingeniously devised a signal tower based on the principles of signal amplification, which, if established in various cities, could facilitate communication across the entire continent. This signal tower differs from those in a technological realm. It is capable of transmitting divine energy signals. The intricate magical array of the signal tower consumed her over 6 months of research, not accounting for the time spent on enhancing its spatial capabilities. The means of communication through the hand mirror involves imprinting the mental energy signature of the other individual, analogous to a phone number. Only those possessing the corresponding mental imprint can connect, eliminating the possibility of random dialing. From any perspective, the hand mirror appears simpler than a mobile phone, as it possesses solely a video function. However, the intricacies involved in inscribing the requisite magical patterns are far from straightforward, not to mention the complexity of crafting a mirror that harmonizes with these enchantments. When Bert learned of Ingman's creation, he was momentarily taken aback. It was evident that she was now poised to ascend to the rank of an advanced alchemist. The communicator is not particularly remarkable. What is truly extraordinary is that Ingman has managed to create a signal tower that can be utilized across the entire continent, which is no small feat. Both the Magic Guild and the Mercenary Guild have invested heavily in acquiring the methods for crafting signal towers and mirrors. However, this time, Ingman only shared the crafting method for the signal tower, reserving the technique for the mirrors exclusively for the alchemists of the Lynchi family. Each mage's creation of a magical rune array is not easily deciphered. Aside from the sequence, the intricate embellishments designed to obscure the runes can be quite perplexing. While there is no need to compete for the signal tower, the method for crafting the mirror must be held tightly in hand to reap profits. Nonetheless, it should not be assumed that the signal tower is free. To extend its signal range, both parties must inscribe their spiritual marks upon it. In other words, utilizing the signal tower necessitates an application, which they can exploit for financial gain. After entrusting the crafting method of the mirrors to her family, Ingman began to pack her belongings in preparation for her journey to the border to find Ander. 3 years have passed, and in a few months, the demon race will arrive. Throughout these 3 years, although she has been engrossed in researching alchemical products, she has not neglected her training. At the beginning of the year, she became a magic tutor, and she is merely 21 years old this year. Accompanying Ingman are her 3 elder brothers, whom she initially resisted bringing along. However, her family was resolute. As brothers, it is their duty to protect her. This was a direct quote from Father Kyle. Indeed, let them face any dangers that may arise, for it is paramount that she remains unharmed. This was a sentiment echoed by Mother Shaylee. Sister, rest assured, we shall protect you. This is the solemn pledge of 3 brothers, their hands firmly pressed against their chests. Sister, we will safeguard you as well. Let us embark together. This is the declaration of 2 younger brothers yet to graduate. Absolutely not. We shall discuss this once you have completed your studies, Ingman promptly replied. We have long since graduated, so there is no issue. Besides, did the prophecy not foretell a large-scale invasion by the demon clan in April? It makes little difference where we go, the second brother interjected without hesitation. Ultimately, Ingman reluctantly agreed to set off alongside her 3 brothers, and of course, her contracted mount, the Griffin. To her astonishment, at the teleportation point, she encountered the male protagonist, Sayer, and the female protagonist, Rita. When did these 2 become entangled? Having been deeply engrossed in either researching magical patterns or honing her skills for the past 3 years, Ingman was completely unaware of that. Just as in the memories of the original owner, 2 years prior, Rita had established a connection with the Wind System mentor to Interstate Academy. Initially, she felt out of place, but gradually, through the crafting of various handy items, she began to integrate into the academy. However, 1 year ago, how she and Sayer became involved remains a mystery. Sayer's unique attention towards her has incited discontent among the girls who admired him. With a noble lineage, a duke for a father, exceptional talent, and having become a magical tutor by the age of 20, Sayer's handsome visage has garnered him numerous admirers. In the absence of the supporting character Rosia, other rival characters have naturally stepped in to contend with Rita. Yet, should a rival character divert their focus from pursuing the male lead to targeting the female lead, their chances of success dwindle, potentially becoming a mere catalyst for the deepening bond between Sayer and Rita. The various schemes of the rival characters serve only to intensify Sayer's affection for Rita. In the original narrative, the 2 individuals ventured to the border due to Rosia's deliberate intention to isolate them, leading to Rita's assignment to that location. This time, it was Cell, as the heir to a grand duchy, who voluntarily sought to address the situation regarding the demonic invasion. Rita, embodying the spirit of self-reliance and determination, resolutely chose to stand by him in this endeavor. Although it was evident that the demonic forces would not restrict their incursions solely to the border, the significant vulnerability presented there was far greater than that of any newly opened pathways, making it a prime target for the demons. Rita's choice to proceed despite the evident peril garnered unexpected support for her and Cell's initially doubted romance. Chapter 72. The magical worlding man, oblivious to these complexities, could only recall Rita's treachery. Had it not been for her and Ander's formidable skills, along with the aid of potions, the outcome might have been dire. Upon seeing Rita for the first time, Ingman immediately unleashed a wind blade towards her, only for Cell to intercept it, frowning as he addressed Ingman. Rosia, what are you doing? He presumed that Ingman's intentions mirrored those of other women enamored with him, who could not bear to witness Rita receiving his affection. What am I doing? Seeking vengeance. This woman nearly caused my and Anders' demise 3 years ago. Ingman remained unaware of the protagonist's self-absorbed musings. Step aside. Sel furrowed his brow, surprised to discover that this was a personal feud between the two. He turned to Rita, who simply replied, "It was merely an accident during a hunt. We encountered formidable opponents and had to divert." Indeed, in a fit of overconfidence, one attempted to pilfer the eggs of a griffin, only to be discovered and relentlessly pursued by the griffin couple. Upon seeing us, they immediately diverted their wrath elsewhere. As Ingman scornfully elaborated, Seer was taken aback by this revelation. It was no wonder that Ingman had acted so decisively upon encountering Rita. Yet, Rita was his beloved. Could she not be spared for his sake? Seer gazed intently at Ingman. No, he had no intention of letting off the one who had harmed his sister. Ingman, however, furrowed her brow, contemplating the fate of the Lynchi family as depicted in the original narrative. Since Mentor Seer had made such a statement, for his sake, she would grant this reprieve. But should there be a next time, she would not be so lenient. Xia. The three brothers looked at their sister in confusion. Let us go. Ingman feigned that her decision stemmed solely from Seer being her assessment mentor, treating it as a favor repaid, severing any future ties between them. The three brothers, seeing that their sister had already made her stance clear, felt it inappropriate to intervene and thus followed Ingman away. Humph. Before the third brother left, he cast a cold glance at Rita. A flicker of resentment flashed in Rita's eyes as she regarded the resplendent Ingman. Seer, who is she? Do not provoke her. Seer, well aware of Rita's vengeful nature, merely thought to himself that Rosia Lynchi was not like those noble ladies of yore. Having resolved not to seek revenge, Ingman cast aside thoughts of the male and female protagonists and, together with the others, was transported to the nearest city to the border, Sia City. Although it was the closest, there remained several dozen kilometers to reach the border. This distance was a precaution against the demon race potentially breaching the defenses and directly utilizing the teleportation array to reach other cities, which is why no such arrays were constructed along the border. After a day's journey, they finally arrived at the border. Ingman inquired about Anders' whereabouts before abandoning her brothers in pursuit of him, leaving the three forsaken siblings murmuring about the idea that a girl should not linger too long. They bore no particular grievance against Ander. Indeed, they had grown accustomed to seeing him following Ingman since childhood. Ingman did not possess an overly doting brother nor a protective younger sibling. The only one in the household who harbored animosity towards Ander was likely Kyle, who had initially been vehemently opposed to Ingman seeking out Ander, but was ultimately subdued by Shaylee. When Ingman finally located Ander, he was engaged in battle with the demons that had slipped past the front lines. As time progressed, the frequency of demon incursions increased. Colonel, have a sip of water. A beautiful blonde-haired, blue-eyed sorceress offered Ander a bottle of water. The sorceress, somewhat flustered, stamped her foot and retreated to the side. This was the scene Ingman beheld upon her arrival, and she couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. At that moment, as if sensing her presence, Ander turned his head and caught sight of Ingman. In that instant, Ander was momentarily taken aback before a smile broke across his face, captivating the attention of the female warriors and sorceresses who had been watching him. Yet, he had already rushed to stand before Ingman. What brings you here? Ander's heart was a tumult of surprise, concern, and anger. I told you I would come to find you, Ingman said with a radiant smile. You, never mind. I miss you so much. Ander wished to admonish her, but found himself embracing her instead, his heart swelling as if filled to the brim. The onlookers stared in disbelief at the once aloof sorcerer, who had spurned countless women, now tenderly holding a woman and whispering sweet nothings. Waves of jealousy quickly surged toward Ingman from the other women present. Sensing the intense glares directed at her, Ingman gently patted the man holding her and surveyed the crowd. Noticing several women casting challenging looks. Care to introduce? She inquired. Ander gestured towards the nearby male and female warriors and sorcerers. This is my fiancée, Rosia Lynch, a sorceress and also a master alchemist. Though the two had not seen each other for 3 years, they had maintained communication. Without the use of a hand mirror, they relied on the magical guild's dedicated teleportation circles to exchange messages and keep each other informed of their well-being. Greetings, Ingman acknowledged the group with a noble air. Colonel, why have we never heard of your fiancée before? A red-haired female warrior asked, her gaze provocatively fixed on Ingman. However, she brushed it off. knowing that in noble circles, it was common for spouses to lead separate lives as long as their lineage remained pure. Yet, it was evident that Ander held deep affections for his fiancée, Chapter 73. The magical realm 19 Ingman was also assigned a defensive position, where a female warrior gazed at her exquisite and beautiful face with disdain, remarking, "I wonder if you can actually hold your ground. Don't be just a pretty faade." "Rest assured, I won't be a burden," Ingman replied, unfazed by the hostility directed at her. She understood that such remarks often stemmed from those who could not attain what they desired. Ingman did not boast. Instead, she retrieved a photon gun from her spatial storage. This weapon had long been available on the market, an enchanted tool accessible to ordinary individuals, provided they could afford the energy consumption, making it highly sought after. However, the one in Ingman's possession was an upgraded version, a refinement of the magical array she had developed, designed to reduce energy expenditure while amplifying power, without altering its outward appearance. Thus, others did not perceive it as extraordinary, especially considering she had previously distributed a significant quantity to the borders, directly entrusted to Ander. Naturally, Ander prioritized distributing these to his subordinates. Yet, when Ingman unleashed her attacks, they soon realized that hers was distinct from theirs. Subsequently, Ingman and her comrades successfully repelled 2 waves of demonic entities, annihilating a horde of these lower-tier demons, which were essentially mindless, grotesque beasts. They lacked tactical acumen, merely charging forward in a mindless frenzy, though it appeared that higher-level demons were orchestrating their movements. When faced with insurmountable odds, they would retreat. By the time Ingman rotated with her comrades, they were utterly exhausted. Given that the photon gun proved lethal against the demonic forces, the majority opted to wield it. However, its energy was finite, necessitating personal engagement in battle when the ammunition was depleted. The demon race possesses a certain degree of magic resistance, and as long as their hearts remain unscathed, they are virtually immortal, endowed with formidable regenerative abilities that even exhibit a contagious nature, akin to an enhanced version of zombies. Observing the injured warriors being transported for treatment, Ingman was taken aback to discover that they were not employing healing potions or light magic, but rather a washing machine. Why a washing machine? Confusion clouded her mind. Could it be that the fully automatic washing machine she had invented possessed healing properties? How was she unaware of this? Are you truly ignorant of this? A magician named Millie, who had previously delivered water to Ander, regarded Ingman with a look of incredulity. This contraption is remarkable. It can purify magical energy. Even using plain water, as long as one spins within it, the magical aura can be cleansed, proving more effective than potions or light magic. Ingman could hardly claim credit for this invention. In truth, the array inscribed upon it was merely a simple replication of one she had seen in the spatial bathing chamber, which she believed only served to eliminate stains. Little did she know that it could also eradicate the magical energy within the bodies of both individuals. Yet, despite its simplicity, Bert and other alchemists were utterly unable to inscribe it, rendering all washing machines on the market as products of her own intricate craftsmanship. "Come along," Ander said, fully aware that the washing machine was Ingman's creation, as he took her hand and led her away. On the other side, Sire and Rita happened to witness this scene. Sire raised an eyebrow, while Rita remained utterly indifferent. Ander observed the two of them, pondering how they had come to be together. It was evident that he remembered Rita as well. Uncertain, Ingman expressed her lack of knowledge about the situation. Initially, she had intended to cause trouble, but thanks to Sire's intervention, she was spared this time. Perhaps that was for the best. Ander also attributed this incident as a favor from Sire, who was serving as Ingman's mentor during her assessment. To his surprise, the washing machine he had created possessed such astonishing capabilities. Ingman gazed at the individuals submerged within the enormous washing machine, reflecting on the peculiar situation. "This matter must be kept secret. Do not disclose it to others," Ander insisted, firmly grasping Ingman's hand. Subsequently, Ingman joined Ander's team to combat the invasion of the demon race. As time progressed, the number of demons increased. And as the time Ingman had mentioned approached, there were powerful spatial fluctuations appearing throughout the continent, swiftly attracting numerous magical warriors. They all understood that this signified the opening of a portal to the demon realm. Here at the border, they began to feel the strain, as the demons not only multiplied but also ascended in rank. While the light energy guns were effective against the lower-tier demons, their efficacy diminished against the higher-level ones. The border guards stowed away their guns and armed themselves with weapons or staffs to commence their assault. The combination of magic and combat techniques, although lacking the capacity to inflict irreparable damage due to the absence of light attributes, could still annihilate the demons if the offensive power was sufficiently formidable. Due to prior preparations, although the scale of the demon invasion was significant, it remained within a manageable scope, transforming all spatial exits into battlegrounds. Even without knowledge of the precise locations of these exits, the battlefront was not diverted. Interestingly, both the elves and orcs had their own spatial exits, which compelled them to partake in this grand conflict between humans and demons. With the provision of energy rifles, energy cannons, and purification devices from Ingman, the human casualties were reduced by more than half during this invasion. This war endured for over a decade, with Ingman and Ander tirelessly stationed at the border front lines, enduring near-fatal injuries, and Ander almost succumbing to the taint of a polluted demon spring. Ultimately, they succeeded in gravely wounding the Demon King and sealing him within the demon realm. It was not a matter of desire to kill him. Rather, the Demon King represented a unique entity among demons, born from humanity's negative emotions. As long as such emotions persisted, he would remain immortal, leaving only the option to severely injure and seal him. In contrast to the previous century-long war, this conflict was resolved in merely over a decade, with casualties amounting to only half of the previous toll, marking a tremendous victory for humanity. On the day the Demon King was sealed, even though the demon forces had not been entirely eradicated, some having sought refuge in the Beast Forest, the entire continent erupted in celebration. On this momentous day, Ander knelt before Ingman, his violet eyes fixed upon her, and declared, "Xia, marry me." "All right," Ingman responded, observing the man who had matured from a delicate youth into a figure of rugged strength, nodding in agreement. Following the culmination of Chapter 74, the end of the magical world, the couple solemnized their union in a wedding officiated by the god of contracts. Within this realm, they were destined as soulmates, bound by an unbreakable bond, albeit one that would dissolve upon Ingman's departure due to the restrictive nature of this lesser world's incomplete contractual laws. The wizarding wedding bore a striking resemblance to traditional Western ceremonies, with clergy from the Church of Light officiating as priests, and vows sworn in the hallowed name of the god of contracts. Married life proceeded much like before, save for the couple's cohabitation. With the war concluded, Ingman's interest in the remaining demonic forces waned, supplanted by an intensified pursuit of alchemical studies. However, she refrained from recreating the purification array washing machine, instead modifying the existing array for mere cleansing purposes, retaining only the washing function without the purification effect. Furthermore, Ingman embarked on research into the development of flying cars. While technologies such as televisions and computers remained beyond her reach due to the absence of relevant magical runes, though rudimentary televisions capable of mirroring images and recordings were plausible, live broadcasts were unattainable, at least for the foreseeable future. Ingman dedicated her subsequent time to honing her magical prowess, striving for instantaneous spellcasting and augmenting her mental fortitude, as mental strength was the sole attribute she could carry with her. Additionally, she devoted herself to the invention of various convenient technological products, endeavoring to reshape the world's developmental trajectory, steering the magical system towards a more fantastical orientation. This endeavor held immense potential for Ingman in terms of accumulating causal power, and only by altering the world's course could she facilitate its complete evolution. As for whether the female protagonist would discover the truth, she had already unearthed it long ago. During the war, she discerned Ingman's identity as a time traveler and had once attempted to eliminate her, though her efforts were in vain. The rapid surge of negative emotions had led her to succumb to darkness, and she now likely resides in the realm of demons. The female protagonist embodies a spectrum of characteristics. Some are altruistic, some selfish, yet the majority are simply ordinary individuals. Unfortunately, Rita belongs to the latter category. Before her journey through time, she was an assassin, and she did not transform into a saint after her arrival in this new world. Ingman merely sighed at this realization, quickly dismissing it from her mind, for she has never been one to dwell on those who do not warrant her concern. Having lived for over a millennium in this world, Ingman reached the pinnacle of her magical prowess as a saint of magic, unable to ascend further. Andor, too, found himself in a similar state. Nevertheless, their lives remained tranquil, just as they had been since childhood. They had but one child, gifted with remarkable talent, possessing superior mental acuity and an impeccable affinity for gold magic. Ingman believed her child might surpass her own achievements. After 1,000 years, the magical world underwent significant transformation. The fantastical realm Ingman had envisioned truly materialized. Both magic and science flourished in this world, evolving splendidly over time. Initially, she had only imparted a concept, yet some of her students succeeded in bringing her ideas to fruition. A holographic network constructed from magical runes and data, personal light, brains utilizing runic pathways, everything that would eventually emerge in the interstellar realm appeared in this world. Much to Ingman's delight as she eagerly gathered a wealth of information. The sole regret lies in the fact that the luminous brain of this world cannot be utilized in other realms, as it differs from the interstellar luminous brains that still find purpose in the technological world. This one is exclusively functional within the confines of this magical holographic network. In truth, she has already mastered the art of employing her mental prowess to construct a memory palace within her mind. Or perhaps a more fitting analogy would be a computer disk. Nevertheless, in such a scenario, memories remain retained in her consciousness, surfacing when desired. Despite the overwhelming circumstances, she manages to maintain her original self. Only by erasing these memories from her mind can she truly forget. Yet, forgetting isn't the only option. However, the temptation to bring Andorra into this world lingers. Alas, such an endeavor is impossible, as space cannot accommodate any other forms of intelligent life, including the griffin. A magical beast. At most, she can gather some flora and fauna from other worlds, yet cannot transport them here. Nonetheless, no length of memory can erase the vivid images of her grandparents from her mind, which grants her the strength to persevere. With 2 spheres the size of jackfruits, she finds some solace. Upon entering the space, she collapsed to the ground, the gravity rendering her immobile. Were it not for the fact that this space belongs to her, safeguarding her internal organs from harm, she would be in a far more precarious situation. This implies that the gravity within this realm is 4 times that of the outside world, while time flows at 40 times its normal rate. At this moment, she finds no inclination to dwell on her predicament, as she is attempting to rise, only to confront the harsh reality that even her fingers remain motionless. This situation has become rather awkward. At this moment, she is even less capable than a turtle that has been overturned. At least the turtle can still wriggle its limbs, whereas she seems incapable of even a single hair stirring. Previously, she had underestimated the dangers of her physical form on Earth, leading to a certain neglect of the body technique. Now she is experiencing the bitter consequences. Had she already attained the first level of the body technique, she would not find herself in such an immobilized state. Fortunately, the gravity here has intensified, and time has consequently doubled, resulting in a ratio of 40:1 compared to the outside world. The space she has entered is intended for memory organization, and she can engage in this even while lying down, adjusting her memories from Earth to the frequently utilized areas, while relegating the others to a later arrangement. Once her memories are properly organized, she treats her mind as a disk, categorizing her memories into folders. This method of memory organization is a technique she learned after diligently cultivating her mental strength for an extended period. Furthermore, she has divided her memories into distinct categories. The primary memories from Earth are stored within the disk, that is, her brain, while scientific and magical knowledge is separately organized using her mental prowess. Within the magical category, there are additional subfolders containing spells, potion crafting, and alchemy. It resembles the way she compiles materials for her novels, downloading or copying and pasting them into TXT files for her computer, ensuring that when needed, she does not require an internet search. As a student, she cannot guarantee constant access to the web. Chapter 75. The Attributes of the World After Organizing Her Memories. The previous sense of confusion vanished, and Ingman promptly departed from the space. As for cultivating and enhancing her physical abilities, she decided to postpone that for the time being. Ingman also refrained from practicing magic, primarily because she understood that attempting to practice magic without first mastering her physical techniques could lead to a counterproductive outcome. Regarding the notion of submitting magic to the nation, she was contemplating this issue. Host, it would be wise to abandon such thoughts. Although your world is one of the myriad realms, the principal law governing it is that of technology. This is not a minor world where you can arbitrarily alter fundamental laws. Ingman's thoughts were immediately intercepted by Enine, who perceived her confusion. What do you mean by the principal law being technology? Ingman queried, perplexed. Every world possesses its own fundamental laws, which can also be referred to as attributes. The primary attributes include technology, supernatural abilities, cultivation, magic, mysticism, martial arts, feudalism, and data. In addition, There are secondary attributes, which closely align with the primary ones. In these realms, progress is only feasible when adhering to the primary or secondary attributes. Lacking such characteristics generally results in minimal impact. For instance, in the world where you reside, the primary law is technology, while the secondary law is supernatural abilities. In such a realm, advancements in technology are significantly more attainable than in others, followed by supernatural abilities. Attempting to disseminate magic or pursue cultivation here would be largely impractical. Enin elucidated the concept to Ingman. Wait a moment. Are you saying these are indeed world attributes and not merely classifications of novels? Ingman felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. You may interpret it this way, yet the response from Enin left Ingman utterly speechless. Although she felt a sense of disillusionment, Ingman comprehended the fundamental notion. If she aspired to elevate her nation, her path could only lie in the realms of technological advancement or the development of supernatural abilities. However, the planet is rife with enchanting and fantastical legends. Ever since Ingman acquired her extraordinary abilities, she began to question the authenticity of those myths. Generally speaking, each newly formed planet undergoes a specific process. Unless one resides at the origin of the realm, one cannot dictate the world's attributes. Upon hearing Ingman's words, Enin interjected, "So, those myths are indeed true. But they ultimately vanished due to the world's attributes?" Ingman blinked. "All right, I suppose I must take my time to ponder this. Nonetheless, such an explanation seems quite reasonable. It appears that I can only seek solutions in interstellar worlds in the future. I am no longer the same. I have become aware of a vaster world beyond this one. I cannot simply wait for extraterrestrial beings to discover my planet. Who knows how they might treat it?" Ingman is not a saint, yet she is not a selfish individual either. In times of adversity, one should focus on self-preservation, but in times of prosperity, one ought to contribute to the greater good. Ingman began to contemplate other matters, such as her current status in this world, still a pauper. Although the issue of electricity had been resolved, other challenges persisted, such as the barren expanse around her. She yearned to cultivate more than just the borrowed, insignificant plants from her small world. As her memories seamlessly intertwined, Ingman reflected upon her previous schemes for wealth, realizing just how naive she had been to believe that becoming an internet celebrity would suffice. Having spent considerable time in the magical realm, she had also taken the opportunity to pen several novels, each steeped in the fantasy genre, some purely Western fantasy, others infused with science fiction elements, and even tales of martial arts, echoing her past life in a world of warriors. Regrettably, time had been a luxury she could not afford to devote to writing. Yet, her narratives, drawn from personal experiences, were profoundly authentic and captivating. The incantations, magical runes, and spell formations she depicted, along with the internal cultivation techniques, were all genuine. While Ingin's attributes were deemed unsuitable for extensive cultivation, it did not preclude the possibility of smaller-scale practice, should someone manage to cultivate successfully under her guidance. It would indeed be their fortune. In addition, Ingman had captured numerous photographs and videos of magical beasts, elves, and orcs, planning to amalgamate these with footage from martial arts duels, promising a spectacular release. Although her novels predominantly featured female protagonists, she contemplated submitting one to a male-oriented platform, recognizing that these stories transcended mere romance. The vivid descriptions of combat would surely resonate with male readers, and if the response proved lukewarm, she could always redirect them to a female audience. She commenced her writing, crafting a succinct synopsis. As she paused to reflect, she inscribed a note. "This story is not a work of fiction. Any resemblance to actual persons or events is purely coincidental." By day, she attended classes, while by night, she delved into her space to practice the gravity-enhancing techniques of her cultivation method. Since movement was not an option, she resolved to focus on honing her mental discipline for the time being. Occasionally, I glance at the computer, clicking on various items and noticing numerous comments. Many readers expressed their sentiments regarding the abandonment of female protagonist stories, yet there are also those who commend the quality of the writing. I remain unperturbed by the negative remarks about discontinuation. It is not that female-centric narratives are absent from male-dominated genres. Rather, they are scarce. Moreover, there exists a plethora of narratives featuring gender transformations or Yuri themes. Days later, I received a short message from the signing station, prompting a sigh of relief. After a discussion with the editor, I printed, signed, and dispatched the documents, subsequently setting my mind at ease. Amidst my physical training, I also allocate mental energy to practice the principles of causality, cultivating my skills further. I extend my mental prowess to manipulate a hoe for tilling the land, multitasking with ease. Were it not for the absence of suitable fabric and needlework, I could likely sew while cultivating and training simultaneously. My mental strength is formidable, distinct from others whose mental energy resides solely within their consciousness. Due to the nature of the causality principles, my entire soul is capable of storage. Over a millennium within the magical realm, I have not only solidified my mental energy significantly, but have also compressed it from an airy feather-like state into something as robust as a quilt, meticulously filling the voids that emerged. One could assert that prior to my transmigration, my mental energy was at a level of 100. Now, it has surged to 1,000 or even beyond, exceeding a tenfold increase. It is noteworthy that in the later stages, I primarily concentrate on enhancing my mental capabilities, hardly engaging in other forms of cultivation. Although I have yet to achieve the 7th tier, which allows for the separation of mental energies, I am capable of executing dozens, if not hundreds, of tasks simultaneously without confusion. Chapter 76. The young palace maid of the Qing dynasty. For an entire hour, she could scarcely move a single meter, each attempt leaving her drenched in sweat. Deprived of the opportunity to cleanse herself in the jade chamber, she invariably emerged from her space in a state of unpleasant odor, as the impurities within her body were relentlessly expelled. Upon breaking through to the first layer, she felt as though she had been unearthed from a mire. Fortunately, this newfound breakthrough allowed her to transition from a serpentine crawl to a more agile canine gait. After 3 arduous hours, she finally reached the jade chamber, where she indulged in a refreshing bath and retrieved the garments she had previously cast aside. Outside the space, she was limited to the items within the warehouse, for those within the jade chamber were not accessible. Thus, she had to purify her clothes within the confines of her space, unable to extricate them until now. After fervently cultivating for such an extended period, her prior feelings of despondency had subsided, and she was poised to embark on a new journey. The immense causal power she had amassed had merely constructed half of her meridians. The revolution was yet to reach fruition, and she needed to exert further effort. Lying on her bed, she prepared to enter this new realm. By the way, Enine, am I only permitted to traverse these minor worlds? She inquired. Not at all. Once you elevate your physical prowess to the 3rd tier and cultivate the causal technique to its 3rd layer, you will gain access to the myriad other realms through the portals within the Jade Chamber. Enine promptly refuted her query. Oh, I see. Infang had merely posed the question out of curiosity, never anticipating such a possibility. However, the true vastness of these realms poses significant dangers. You must enhance your strength, for only your true self may venture into these myriad worlds. Enine did not hesitate to temper Infang's enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Understood. Ingman was not at all surprised by this answer, yet her thoughts on cultivation grew more profound. She closed her eyes and allowed Enine to usher her into a new world. Upon entering her new body, she directly absorbed the memories, creating a new folder to store these fresh recollections, designating it as her primary memory. It was a unique feat to manipulate her brain's memories in such a manner. After assimilating the memories, Ingman felt a wave of discontent wash over her, for she had unfortunately found herself within the confines of a historical time travel narrative. Her awareness stemmed from having perused numerous such novels, particularly the most popular tales featuring the Fourth Prince. Fortunately, she was not one of the women in his harem, as she held no interest in him. Instead, she was a mere pawn, caught in the crossfire among the protagonist and other women. The original character was a senior palace maid by the side of Honghu, having been assigned to his service when he was but a child, being 7 years his senior. Her demise was a direct consequence of the actions taken by Lady Li against Honghu, leading to his premature death. As one of those serving Honghu, every attendant, including wet nurses, maids, and young eunuchs, was condemned to death, which ultimately sealed the original character's fate. She was merely a background character who likely never even appeared on stage. The protagonist was not Lady Li, but rather Lady Song, who appeared to be a time-traveling woman. She had procured a multitude of items, transitioning from a position of no favor to ultimately surpassing Lady Li to become the foremost consort. Lady Li's aggression towards Honghu was motivated by his status as the legitimate firstborn son. Lady Song, having sensed this, merely observed from the sidelines, eventually presenting all evidence discreetly before Injin, thereby eliminating Lady Li and delivering a significant blow to the primary wife, Ulanala, who had been stirring discord from afar. As for what transpired later, Ingman found herself in the dark, for the original host had already perished. She could only assimilate the memories of the original owner and speculate upon the unfolding narrative, yet was unable to grasp the entire storyline. At the tender age of 13, the original host had participated in a minor selection and was assigned to the fourth prince's residence, still undergoing training and yet to be allocated to Honghu's side. Regrettably, Ingman had traversed into this realm at the onset of the plot. Had she not participated in the selection, she would surely have devised a means to secure her own free allocation. Ingman harbored a disdain for the Qing dynasty, and her reasons were straightforward. She found the hairstyle of that era utterly unappealing. Upon entering this world, her discontent only deepened, for, based on the memories of the original host, this realm meticulously mirrored the backdrop of the Qing dynasty. Apart from the unexpected presence of a time-traveling female protagonist and the altered plot relating to her, everything else was a faithful reproduction of that historical period. Why is it so? Ingman inquired of Yinin. Dear host, although the world of the novel is constructed through narrative, without genuine templates from the myriad realms, no extraordinary abilities within the story would hold validity. The world of the novel is essentially a replica of the vast tapestry of existence. Thanks to the framework of the novel, these miniature realms do not require a gradual evolution from nothingness. They merely need to be replicated, thereby expediting the process and timeline of their formation. Yet likewise, the replicated worlds exert an influence over the narrative realm, which is why the plots within novels are prone to distortion, ultimately leading to convoluted causality. In this miniature world, the backdrop mirrors the Qing dynasty period of your realm, Earth. Consequently, when this small world is formed, it replicates every aspect of the Qing dynasty, resulting in the historical influence overshadowing the narrative itself. After all, historical texts are indeed literature and can give rise to a parallel universe that mirrors the annals of history. Yinin elucidated the process of the small world's formation to Ingman, yet refrained from explaining the rationale behind the creation of such worlds. Ingman inquired, if there are so many worlds, why create this small one? It was clarified that the small world was not crafted by any individual. Rather, it automatically comes into existence when words coalesce into a narrative. Even the supreme deities are uncertain of the reason. Perhaps it is a principle established by the creator God during the genesis of the universe. However, Yinin shook her head, dismissing Ingman's assertion. Thus, it implies that I can entirely perceive this world as the historical Qing dynasty. Ingman ceased her inquiries regarding the creator God, the supreme deities, the universe, and the intricate connections among the myriad realms, as these notions felt too distant for her. Of course, Yinin affirmed. Yet, Ingman found this response to be far from pleasing. While novels provide a protagonist to champion their cause, the reality of the historical Qing dynasty felt like an impending calamity. It is often said that those who traverse into the Qing era should not engage in rebellion, yet Ingman believed she lacked the capacity for such insurrection. It was not a matter of lacking physical prowess, but rather an absence of the intellect necessary for rebellion, an endeavor far beyond the reach of an ordinary citizen like herself. Refraining from rebellion, how might one move the numerical legion with love? The mere thought sends shivers down one's spine. Nevertheless, she harbored no interest in the princes of the Qing dynasty. After much contemplation, she concluded that the most prudent course of action would be to gravitate towards Honghu, ensuring his survival while subtly influencing his thoughts. Chapter 77. The young palace maid of the Qing dynasty too, upon reflecting on the passage of time, she realized she was 7 years older than Honghu. At present, she was 13, while he was merely 6 years old, leaving only a year and a half before his untimely demise at the age of 8. Her sole solace lay in the fact that the original occupant of this body had already completed her initial training. In truth, the training had commenced during the selection process, and upon entering the Four Bales residence, further instruction had ensued. Tomorrow, they would officially be assigned their duties. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, fatigue began to set in. As she gazed at the moon hanging high above, she closed her eyes and surrendered to slumber, knowing that such tranquility might soon be a rarity. Within the room, other young maids resided, as they had yet to undergo rank assessment. The four of them shared a space reminiscent of a university dormitory, albeit with 4 canopied beds. She refrained from entering the spatial realm, primarily because she felt immobilized within it. It seemed wiser to remain outside. The following morning, upon hearing sounds from her companions, she opened her eyes, dressed swiftly, drew back the canopy, and secured it in place. Together, They gathered their wash basins and set off to fetch water for their morning ablutions. The absence of hot water compelled them to draw well water directly. Fortunately, it was summer, and although well water typically remained warm in winter and cool in summer, they managed themselves adequately. Afterward, they approached the matron in charge of their upbringing. In addition to the 4 of them, there were 8 other young palace maids present. The matron surveyed them before uttering a brief command, "Follow me." In unison, they complied and trailed behind the matron to the courtyard of the legitimate princess. Upon notification, they entered the courtyard and came to a halt, standing upright and orderly within the space. After a brief pause, a dignified woman clad in a dark traditional outfit and styled with a bun emerged. Adorning her head was merely a solitary jade hairpin, devoid of the ostentation often depicted in television dramas. Accompanying her were 2 matrons and 4 or 5 palace maids, indicating that she was indeed Lady Olenara. To describe her, the woman exuded an air of propriety. Her appearance could only be deemed ordinary, yet she possessed an aura of good fortune, embodying the sort of visage favored by elders, round-faced and wholesome. All these observations were made through the lens of mental acuity, while she herself maintained a lowered gaze. Lady Olenara did not inquire about them. Instead, the matron presented a booklet, which she perused briefly before speaking. "Lift your heads." The group complied, albeit their eyes remained cast downward, limiting their view to a mere 2 meters ahead. This was a training they had undergone during their time in the palace. Subsequently, the matron introduced each of them by name and their respective talents. For instance, the original owner excelled in caregiving, having looked after many younger siblings since childhood, a fact that contributed to her allocation to the Honghu courtyard. Upon hearing the call, Olenara entered, and after a brief interval, several palace maids arrived to summon them one by one. Ingman was called away by a young maid, seemingly around 20, who was none other than Yang Mama, the wet nurse of Honghu. Ingman understood that among those remaining by Olenara's side, 2 were the most exceptionally beautiful, and it was evident what their ultimate purpose would be. Only she was taken to Honghu, thus fortunate to be brought before Olenara. "Take good care of the eldest prince," Olenara instructed directly. "Yes," Ingman replied promptly before being dismissed. She followed the wet nurse to collect her belongings, including bedding, clothing, and a basin, and then they proceeded to the front courtyard. At the age of 3, Honghu was moved to the front courtyard to begin his education. By the age of 6, he was to attend the study with the other royal children, necessitating early risings and late returns each day. It was said that Honghu, who was not particularly robust, fell ill several times. Such frailty rendered him susceptible to demise from a mere cold. Indeed, in this world, Honghu met his end due to a chill, suffering from a persistent fever that finally subsided only for him to inadvertently catch a chill again, leading to his untimely departure. "This is the courtyard where the eldest prince resides, and this is his room. From now on, you shall live here. A young eunuch will keep watch at night. But you must also remain vigilant regarding the eldest prince's condition," the wet nurse explained to Ingman, gesturing towards the adjoining room. "Understood," Ingman nodded. The wet nurse, pleased with her obedient demeanor, summoned a young eunuch to guide Ingman in familiarizing herself with the entire courtyard. Following the young eunuch, known as Little Shunzi, Ingman traversed the entire courtyard, noting the locations of the study, living quarters, and kitchenette. She observed that she was the sole maidservant in the courtyard, accompanied by eunuchs, a wet nurse, and cleaning staff, cooks, and cleaning women. The cook in the kitchenette was the only other female present, purportedly arranged by the 4th master. While the side room was described as small, it was only in comparison to the rooms of the masters. In truth, it was likely larger than the apartment she used to rent in modern times. After closing the door, Ingman retrieved a vacuum cleaner from storage, a product of the magical world capable of cleaning in any environment, effectively removing dust. First, she cleaned the bed, laying out a quilt. Given the summer heat, she didn't need a thick quilt. She had felt some perspiration on her back after her journey, and in her modern life, she would have been drenched in sweat. She was very sensitive to heat, but this body had evidently adapted to the attire and temperature. Once settled, Ingman remained indoors, sitting cross-legged on the bed, attempting to meditate. Alas, the elemental energy in the air was scarce. While magic was not impossible to cultivate, the results would likely be minimal. It seemed the world was a direct replica of Earth, with technology as its primary attribute. She then tried practicing martial arts, and fortunately, she could cultivate them. Indeed, in ancient settings, martial arts were typically a secondary attribute, making their cultivability almost certain. Although magic cultivation presented some challenges, Ingman decided to pursue it due to her dual perfect talents. After all, magic was incredibly useful in many situations, such as washing hair and bathing, essential tasks in ancient times. Chapter 78, A Qing Dynasty Palace Maid, Part 3. At midday, I partook of luncheon in the kitchens and subsequently resumed my cultivation within my chamber. I successfully inaugurated my mana reservoir. However, owing to a paucity of energy, it is somewhat diminutive. Whereas in my previous existence, my mana reservoir was akin to a cistern in magnitude, this time it approximates the size of a mere apple. Upon hearing the notification, Ingman opened her eyes, tidied herself, and exited her chamber, arriving at the courtyard entrance. Upon her arrival, Yang Momo nodded with considerable satisfaction. In truth, eunuchs attend to ablutions and such. Her primary responsibility lies in preparing Honghu's daily attire and the various accoutrements he requires. After all, in certain respects, women possess a more meticulous nature than men. Albeit this assuredly excludes Ingman. Reflecting upon this, Ingman resolved to program the optical computer with Honghu's daily routine, lest her negligence jeopardize her employment. Furthermore, she intended to subtly ingratiate herself with him. In the distance, she espied a diminutive figure, his head shaven save for a queue, accompanied by several eunuchs. Ingman's lips twitched involuntarily. She genuinely struggled to comprehend why any transmigrated woman would find such a coiffure appealing. Verily, a bald head would be preferable. Moreover, it must be noted that our forebears did not wash their hair with great frequency. For instance, the original inhabitant of this body had abstained from washing her hair for a week prior to my arrival, and during the summer months, no less. One can only imagine the degree of greasiness. Had I not been aware that entering the spatial dimension precluded access to the Jade Chamber, I would have undoubtedly immersed myself within it long ago. This, too, motivated my cultivation of magic. It is not only women who seldom wash their hair. Men do so even less frequently. This is primarily due to the laborious task of untangling their braids. Children, on the other hand, have shorter hair, making it easier to maintain. Men often go 10 days or even a fortnight without washing their hair, resulting in a lingering scent of hair oil. This situation is utterly intolerable for Ingman, who resolves to find an opportunity to wash her hair. Fortunately, she possesses a magical hairdryer that dries hair in an instant. Though it resembles a conventional hairdryer, the enchantment inscribed upon it allows for the extraction of moisture, thus facilitating rapid drying. Alas, the essence of magic still derives from natural principles, akin to the transformative hairdos seen in Barbie cartoons, which, despite her lengthy stay in the magical realm, Ingman has yet to master. As Ingman immersed herself in her thoughts, Honghu had already approached her. Servant Ingman pays her respects to the esteemed prince. She stepped forward to bow, relieved that it was not a formal occasion demanding a kneeling salute. Otherwise, she might have found herself in a dilemma, ultimately persuading herself with the reasoning that they were all ancestors of the Qing dynasty. "Madam, who is she?" Honghu inquired, his youthful face displaying a seriousness reminiscent of his father's demeanor. Young Mama introduced Ingman, explaining that she was the grand palace maid assigned by the Fujin, responsible for his daily needs and routines. Ah, Honghu nodded, then continued on his way. With that, Ingman found herself with little to do. As Honghu had been summoned by his father, presumably to partake in dinner, or rather, a light supper, for the people of the Qing dynasty typically dined only twice a day, indulging in a few snacks to stave off hunger in the evening. The barrier is capable of isolating sound, effective only externally, while internally it remains undisturbed. In preparation for future tasks, Ingman has made thorough arrangements. She retrieves a bathtub, intricately inscribed with a purification array reminiscent of the one found in her spatial realm. Additionally, it features a heating and temperature-regulating array alongside a kettle that, once opened, can dispense an endless supply of water. With delight, Ingman indulges in a cleansing bath, ensuring her hair is impeccably washed, devoid of any greasiness. After drying her hair, she enjoys a comfortable slumber. At 4:30 in the morning the following day, she rises, tidies her hair, and steps outside. Meanwhile, sounds emanate from the main house. It is indeed a frenzied world where children must rise at such an early hour for school. The plight is even more pronounced for officials who must attend court. As their wake-up calls are dictated by the distance from the palace, some must embark as early as 2 in the morning. This is primarily due to transportation issues. Even though the capital is not as vast as it will become in the future, the reliance on horse-drawn carriages and horses renders it considerable. Moreover, many officials lack carriages altogether and must rely solely on foot. Upon returning to her room, Ingman contemplates how to bridge the gap with Hong Hui. For her encounters with him are limited to the morning and evening, leaving her feeling somewhat futile. As she channels her mental energy into the embroidery frame of the original owner, she realizes that she cannot remain idle within her confines. Palace maids typically pass their time with embroidery, and thus, Ingman seamlessly follows suit, all the while pondering her next course of action. In this world, the pursuit of greater karmic power hinges upon the extent of transformation one can effectuate. The more, the better. Firstly, there is Hong Hu. As long as he endures, he possesses a distinct advantage over Hong Li. Having ascended to the throne for an extended period, he has altered the predetermined course of history. Although this world's established narrative may suggest that the protagonist, Songshi's offspring, ultimately achieves power, the mere fact that Hong Hu or anyone else assumes the throne signifies a shift in the status quo. Next, one must devise methods for indoctrinating Hong Hu. This requires some ingenuity, as persistent repetition is bound to yield no results. While contemplating this, she noticed a partially opened enchanted box. This artifact can encompass a maximum diameter of 100 meters, with the size of the opening determining its reach. It was meticulously crafted by her, possessing soundproof qualities that prevent any external eavesdropping. Beyond this, it serves no other purpose. Of course, there exists a defensive variant, and she had made ample preparations. One would be a fool not to utilize such advantages. If she were to envelop the entire courtyard with this device, incapacitate the others, and then instruct the young master on the appropriate conduct, that could indeed be feasible. She could even don a disguise, thus presenting herself as a reclusive sage. Chapter 79. A young palace made of the Qing dynasty. For the more she pondered, the more viable the plan appeared. As for the issue of sleep deprivation, well, that is a concern. However, her presence is not required every day. A day or two should suffice. Moreover, she has nutritional supplements in her space that can bolster one's health. Regular consumption by a frail individual can enhance their constitution. This could address the nutritional needs of those engaged in meditation. After all, it is merely a matter of staying up late. Surely, that should not pose a problem. Envisioning the meticulously curated area within her realm, dedicated to cultivating a miniature world of flora infused with various potions, she contemplated the possibility of tailoring concoctions suited to the constitution of the youthful boy. Indeed, her true desire lay in formulating a hair growth elixir, for his unappealing locks were a source of dismay. She firmly believed that with a little persuasion, such unkempt hair would be far better replaced by a clean-shaven head or a neat hairstyle. Even the so-called moon head from television dramas seemed more aesthetically pleasing in comparison, though, admittedly, it was not particularly attractive either. As she indulged in fantasies of distilling a concentrated version of the hair growth potion to infuse into the palace's water supply, she quickly dismissed the notion, recalling that the externally applied elixir, if ingested, would yield disastrous consequences. While it was not inherently toxic, consuming it would transform it from a hair growth remedy into a fur-inducing potion. With a plan in mind, the following day, she seized the opportunity while Hong Hu ventured into the palace to commence her preparations. Her first task involved concocting a sleeping draught. She had previously prepared a potent variant, primarily out of concern for unforeseen circumstances. Upon entering her realm, she prostrated herself on the ground, utilizing her mental prowess to harvest the necessary herbs. With haste, she exited the space and retrieved a dry pot stored in her warehouse to begin the potion-making process. Ideally, the potion would possess volatile properties, easily evaporating upon heating, accompanied by an antidote. For Ingman, whose alchemical skills were already maxed out in the magical realm, these tasks were mere trifles. As night fell around 11 o'clock, when the ancients were deep in slumber, she opened the barrier box, extracted the prepared potion, and consumed the antidote herself before applying heat. As the potion began to evaporate, she could hear the thud of several individuals collapsing to the ground. Indeed, it appears to be the watchmen and guardians, yet Ingman remains indifferent to them. She dons a magical robe to conceal her appearance, rendering her visage imperceptible even to mental probing. Beneath it, she wears a black military uniform. With a surge of mental energy, she unlocks the door that was secured from within and approaches Hong Hu, presenting him with an antidote to consume. "Who are you?" Hong Hu exclaims, startled, a flicker of fear coursing through him, although he strives to maintain a facade of composure. "Quite the perceptive one, aren't you? No wonder I chose you," Ingman replies. Her voice unchanged. She possesses voice-altering potions, but they seem unnecessary. What do you intend to do? Upon hearing the melodious tone of the woman, Honghu instinctively relaxes a fraction. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is it because I am a woman that you let your guard down? That will not do. One must understand that a woman's prowess is not to be underestimated. Many emperors have met their demise at the hands of women. Ingman detects this shift and feels a surge of mockery. With a flick of her mental prowess, she constricts the throat of the young boy, causing him to experience a moment of asphyxiation. In ancient times, to suppress women, society restricted their development, confining them to the inner quarters. Yet, despite these limitations, history has witnessed numerous remarkable women. Undoubtedly, Empress Wu Zetian stands as a paragon, alongside notable figures such as Empress Dowager Dou and Empress L, with even the recent Empress Xiaozhuang among the elite. The term femme fatale, often a label bestowed upon women by men, frequently holds a kernel of truth. After all, when other avenues are curtailed, women are frequently left with but one path for advancement. Especially within royal circles, the connections of princes often hinge upon their mothers. Ascending to power without maternal support is no simple endeavor. The adage a child's worth is tied to their mother's status is not mere rhetoric. It seems the young boy's complexion has turned a shade of pallor as Ingman relinquished her mental hold, listening to the sounds of the boy, clutching his throat and coughing. Do you still perceive me as harmless? Cough, cough, cough. What do you intend to do? At this moment, Honghu cast aside his previous disdain entirely, refraining from seeking rescue. It was evident that his counterpart, seated boldly in front of him, harbored no fear regarding this. Yet, it was of little consequence. I have recently completed my studies, and my mentor has assigned me a task to assist in the emergence of a wise ruler. As the legitimate heir to the next emperor, you are indeed a commendable choice. Although your fate is one of premature death, should you choose to take me as your mentor, I would not hesitate to alter your destiny. Ingman presented her meticulously crafted background. Honghu's pupils constricted in realization. Understanding the implication of Ingman's words, his father was to be the next sovereign, while he himself was fated to an early demise. Despite being merely 6 years old, the expectations and rigorous education he had endured from a young age had endowed him with considerable understanding. So, will you take me as your mentor? Should you decline, your existence may be limited to merely 2 more years. Such is the decree of fate, and no one but I can alter it. I could easily seek out your siblings. Ingman observed the shift in the boy's countenance and was struck by the complexities of royal life in ancient times. Such intricate thoughts at such a tender age were indeed remarkable. After a brief silence, Honghu lifted his gaze to Ingman. Very well, I shall take you as my mentor. Although uncertain of the veracity of the woman's claims, he found himself devoid of alternative options. Very well, let your blood fall upon this, she instructed, thus preventing you from disclosing my identity without my consent. Ingman produced a scroll of contracts. Bereft of the contract god, the scrolls she crafted were binding through mental energy. As long as one's mental prowess did not surpass hers, they could not extricate themselves, unless she chose to dissolve the agreement. The young boy hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately pricked his hand with the needle Ingman provided, allowing his blood to stain the scroll. In a swift motion, the scroll transformed into 2 beams of light, merging into the foreheads of both individuals. Now, this is the martial arts manual you are to study, she announced. I shall guide you through the mental techniques first. Take heed and practice diligently each day. Begin with this, and we shall address the rest later. Ingman then unveiled a tome titled Fan Dance. In her journey through the martial world, she had procured a myriad of martial arts manuals. Though the means by which she acquired them had slipped her memory, techniques such as the 1,000-leaf swordsmanship and the intricate threads technique. The fan dance, while seemingly feminine, was in fact a display of martial prowess by men, utilizing the fan as a tool of elegance, yet equally lethal in its execution. The choice of the fan dance was deliberate, for the fan was historically a means for men to showcase their sophistication, possessing a greater element of disguise than a sword. It would be unseemly for the boy to learn the intricate threads technique, which employed embroidery needles as weapons, while it offered a degree of concealment. Honghu would likely prefer death over such indignity. Alas, it was somewhat regrettable. Chapter 80. The young palace maid of the Qing dynasty Ingman had cultivated a trace of internal energy within herself. Utilizing this energy, she circulated it within Honghu's body, confirming its efficacy before directly leaving it within him. She then produced a vial of nutrient solution, urging him to consume it before exiting the room. Witnessing the door latch itself in solitude, Honghu's astonishment was palpable, yet his reverence for Ingman deepened. Feeling that trace of internal energy within him, his gaze grew resolute. Subsequently, Ingman did not seek out Honghu again, adhering to her work schedule and dedicating her evenings to cultivation. It was not until a month later that Ingman reappeared before Honghu. "Ah, my dear disciple, it has been quite a while. How fares your cultivation?" Upon entering Honghu's chamber and observing the awakened young boy, Ingman could not help but comment on his hairstyle. "Honestly, this hairstyle of yours is utterly atrocious. Do the Manchus possess no sense of aesthetics?" "This is our Manchu custom," Honghu retorted, having been raised in such an environment where the young eunuchs he had known all sported the same hairstyle. His sense of beauty had become distorted over time. "Indeed, it is a rather unsightly custom. Once you ascend to power, you must rectify this. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to provide you with hair growth products. Applying such substances externally can yield rapid hair growth, and consuming them, well, that would lead to an explosion of hair." Ingman candidly expressed her aesthetic preferences. "I will strive to do so," Honghu replied promptly, having grasped the underlying threat in Ingman's words. The notion of rapid hair growth was indeed a terrifying prospect. "How is your internal energy cultivation progressing?" Ingman inquired, nodding slightly, before broaching another matter. "It's going all right," Honghu replied, somewhat uncertain whether his situation was advantageous or not. Ingman raised an eyebrow and conducted a brief examination, discovering that the internal energy she had previously imparted to him had been refined and even augmented. It appeared that he possessed considerable martial talent. With this thought, Ingman concluded that it was time to lay a foundation in other areas as well. "Not bad, but you need to establish a solid foundation moving forward. Dedicate some time each day to practice your horse stance." The horse stance is considered one of the fundamental aspects of many martial arts, not only strengthening the legs, but also ensuring stability in the lower body. Ingman was also practicing her horse stance, and she directly assumed the position within a spatial realm, where maintaining it under tenfold gravity proved to be exceptionally challenging. She could barely last a few seconds before collapsing. Nonetheless, the results were indeed remarkable, as the spiritual energy within the space surpassed that of the outside world, making it more conducive for cultivation. "Horse stance? We also cover that in our equestrian class," Honghu remarked upon hearing Ingman mention it. "Oh, demonstrate it for me," she prompted. And he complied. Afterward, Ingman adjusted his posture slightly. "From now on, maintain this stance." She then produced a ring and, with a firm gesture, initiated a blood bond with Honghu. "This is for you. Consume a vial of the nourishing liquid within it each day to enhance your physique." Subsequently, the young princes within the palace noticed that Honghu had developed a sudden interest in martial arts. During equestrian lessons, he would diligently practice his stances, progressing from merely a quarter of an hour to an entire hour, often burdened with weights. This unusual dedication puzzled them, yet they could uncover no explanation. After 6 months, having solidified his stances and significantly enhanced his physique, Honghu was finally instructed to learn the art of fan dancing. The various movements of this dance, when not performed in combat, appeared merely as displays of flair, leading onlookers to believe he was simply a young lad showing off. Indeed, some other children followed suit, wielding small fans in a similar manner. Little did they know that the fan Honghu wielded, seemingly innocuous, was imbued with considerable weight, which would gradually increase in accordance with his growing proficiency. Ingman refrained from intervening immediately. She reflected upon the stagnation of her educational efforts with Honghu over the past 2 years, hampered by numerous constraints. She perceived this as an opportunity. During this time, she had sought to confront the infamously seer from history, but upon her arrival, she found his legitimate wife in dire straits, transformed into a living corpse. Ingman could only offer her release, and in a twist of fate, she ensured Li Seer met a similar demise, alleviating the woman's regrets. Thus, on the fateful day when the imperial physician declared Honghu gravely ill, and the fourth master and his consort gathered in his chamber, Ingman seized the moment. Under the veil of distraction, she opened a vial of medicine, rendering everyone unconscious. Employing an illusion, she projected her form onto the ground, while she herself donned a magical robe. Was she prepared to rescue him? "Who are you?" Upon hearing the voice, he turned around and beheld a scene of fallen figures, only to find a figure clad in black before him. Injin watched vigilantly, shielding Olenara from sight. "It is futile, for they have all succumbed. I merely wish to inquire whether you desire to save him. Know that his destiny has arrived, and no one but I can rescue him. Olenara has been set aside." along with everyone except him and the noble consort. What does this mean? Injin's pupils constricted. No. Olenara was the first to refuse, exclaiming, "No, you cannot take him. He is her son, her legitimate firstborn. Should he be taken away, what would become of her? After 10 years, how much would be erased? Is this the only way?" Injin remained far more composed than his wife. Olenara, aware of her husband's ambitions for succession, understood the significance of having a legitimate son, though she cherished Honghu. As a noblewoman of the ancient court, the importance of a legitimate heir outweighed that of a mere son, hence her hesitation upon hearing Ingman's words. Chapter 81. A young palace made of the Qing dynasty. Who are you? Injin hesitated for a moment, inquiring about the other's identity. Well, it matters not who I am. Judging by your expressions, it seems you have consented. Thus, I shall take him away. Ingman had no intention of being drawn into conversation. Swiftly lifting Honghu along with her illusory shadow and utilizing her lightness skill to soar away, alleviating any concerns of causing trouble for the original S family. After departing from the fourth prince's residence, Ingman administered medicine to Honghu, yet after taking it, he remained in a drowsy state. Henceforth, you shall be called Yinchuan. Indeed, after such a revelation, Honghu's body temperature, which had been unable to retreat, gradually returned to normal. Alas, although the predominant characteristic of this world is technology, it remains largely unmanifested, overshadowed instead by a more pronounced feudal attribute, hence the evident reactions steeped in superstition. Ingman had initially secured lodgings for herself and Honghu at an inn. After a span of several hours, Honghu slowly opened his eyes and awoke. Ingman, sensing this, also opened her eyes that had been closed in meditation. Master Wei. Honghu glanced around and realized he was not in his home, surmising that his master's scheme had succeeded. However, upon seeing Ingman, he was momentarily taken aback. Ingman. Ingman nodded openly. At that moment, she had changed out of her court-made attire and donned a more traditional Han dress. Her original hairstyle had transformed into a youthful double bun, presenting her as a strikingly beautiful maiden of ancient times. You, how could it be? Honghu was astonished to discover that his enigmatic master was, in fact, the grand maid beside him. Well, I was once sought after just like you. Later, upon completing my training, I was entrusted with a task, namely, you. Ingman had long since prepared this explanation. Is that so? Honghu reflected on his own experiences without doubt. Then, Master, your talent must be remarkable. If I recall correctly, you were 13 when you graduated, and yet, you have already completed your training. Master, do you possess a travel permit? The youthful boy suddenly inquired with a grave expression. Ingman found herself momentarily taken aback. She had never truly contemplated this possibility. The only era she had visited was the Third World, a realm steeped in martial arts, where such matters were hardly scrutinized. Yet, here in the Qing dynasty, the situation was entirely different. Ultimately, Ingman retraced her steps to the fourth prince's residence, exchanging items with Injun for 3 counterfeit identification documents, along with special travel permits that would allow her to traverse the nation freely. Upon learning that Ingman had utilized a healing potion to slightly alleviate Honghu's condition and had promptly recovered after changing his name, Injun abandoned his previous intentions and readily acquiesced to Ingman's requests, generously providing her with a considerable sum of silver and banknotes, amounting to several thousand taels. However, Ingman did not accept this gift without offering something in return. She bestowed upon him a vial of a universal remedy. This potion was effective against a multitude of ailments, serving as an elixir that could enhance and invigorate the immune system, a highly sophisticated concoction. The root cause of illness, after all, often lies in insufficient immunity, and this potion could significantly bolster human resistance. While it appeared to be an elite remedy in the realm of magic, it was indeed classified as a superior potion. Ingman possessed only a limited supply. Although her space contained various magical potions, other materials were scarce. Were it not for her concern about inadvertently causing a butterfly effect that could jeopardize the fourth prince's life, she would have been more generous. If the fourth prince were to perish, Honghu's ascension would be rendered impossible, rendering her efforts futile. A few days later, having secured the necessary items, Ingman confidently departed the capital with Honghu. As for Kangxi, Injun had already prepared an explanation. The details remained unclear, but the prevailing rumor was that the legitimate heir of the fourth prince had accompanied his master for training due to health concerns. Indeed, this assertion appears quite fitting for royalty. Sister, where shall we venture? Honghu swiftly altered his address, upon discovering Ing Man's true identity. Referring to a girl 7 years his senior as master felt rather disadvantageous. Nonetheless, while the title may have shifted, the respect in his heart remained undiminished. With no particular destination in mind, they wandered aimlessly, taking in the sights. Ing Man truly lacked any specific objective. Her familiarity with this world was scant. In truth, she was unfamiliar with modernity as well, considering her background as a rural individual who had yet to complete high school, with her understanding of other realms solely derived from the internet. Shall we not procure a carriage? As they strolled from the city center to the city gate, the pampered young lad began to show signs of fatigue. Young man, you are here to cultivate. How can riding in a carriage serve your purpose? Ing Man glanced at the weary boy, questioning if his training in stances and running over the past 2 years had been in vain. Honghu bowed his head in shame. Despite his diligent practice, due to his status, he only managed morning exercises and equestrian lessons, while his physical conditioning lagged considerably. As a result, even before leaving the confines of the capital, Honghu was unable to continue, prompting Ing Man to halt for a rest. You truly need to work on your stamina. I certainly cannot compare to you, master. At this moment, Honghu reverted to addressing her as master once more. That is because you have not trained diligently. Let us traverse the circumference of this planet on foot over the next decade, Ing Man decisively proclaimed. Honghu was left utterly astonished. What do you mean by planet? Oh, celestial sphere. Upon hearing this inquiry, Ing Man began to recount matters pertaining to Earth to Honghu. With her extensive knowledge of geography, she could articulate a plethora of details, despite her unfamiliarity with this particular dynasty. Nonetheless, she retained a clear recollection of various provinces, cities, and nations. Moreover, she ventured to discuss Western history, albeit limited to events prior to 1704. Fortunately, her memory served her well. Otherwise, she might have inadvertently disclosed sensitive information. Is it true? The place we inhabit is, in fact, a vast sphere. As for the nations beyond the seas, Honghu was aware of them. Emperor Kangxi himself held great admiration for various Western scholarly pursuits. However, after gaining insight into the West, he paradoxically opted for a policy of seclusion, tightly controlling the foreign missionaries within his realm, perhaps out of concern that foreign cultures might undermine the Qing dynasty's rule. Do not disregard my remarks on Western history. Those Westerners are not benevolent, merely awaiting the opportunity to invade. Once they arrive in large numbers, armed with their firearms, do you think the already weakened Eight Banners army could withstand their advance? Ing Man playfully tapped Honghu on the head, urging him not to misinterpret the focus of their discussion. Indeed, Honghu pouted, unashamed of his thoughts being unveiled. I can foresee the future, Ing Man suddenly declared, prompting Honghu to turn his gaze sharply toward her. Chapter 82. The Young Palace Maid of the Qing Dynasty. 7. I witnessed the Westerners arriving across the seas aboard their swift iron vessels, dividing our Qing dynasty and reducing us to mere slaves. Yet your descendants are content to indulge in pleasures, signing numerous unequal treaties that bind them as subservients. Ing Man continued without waiting for a response. I refuse to believe it. Honghu was reluctant to acknowledge the truth in Ing Man's words. Consider the transformations of those so-called Manchu nobles since your Qing entered the capital. How many of those who once trampled our lands with iron steeds remain? It has only been a few years. Imagine what will become of their spirit after another century. How much valor will they possess then? Ing Man held no particular disdain for the Qing dynasty. Had it not been the Qing, another power would have overthrown the Ming. However, the rulers of the Qing were foreign, their numbers inferior to that of the Han people. Fearing retaliation, they suppressed the Han in various ways, bending their backs and silencing those who dared to speak out, often resorting to executions and literary inquisition. This oppression left a lasting impact, causing the descendants of the Han to remain stooped, even as the nation later experienced rapid growth. Many still harbored a preference for foreign cultures, a fact that Ing Man found particularly contemptible. As for the Qing emperors, he dismissed the notion of them being romantic figures as laughable. Was it truly romantic to love one while simultaneously engaging with others to father children? It perplexed him how certain time-traveling women could find such a figure appealing. My master holds a low opinion of our Qing. Why then does he choose to assist me? Honghu soon discerned the deep-seated disdain this master held towards their Qing dynasty, yet he chose to assist him. With her capabilities, it would not be impossible to rally a Han rebel, or perhaps those who had never forgotten the dream of restoring the Ming. The common folk, more often than not, are indifferent to the identity of their rulers. They merely care whether those in power can provide them with a good life. As long as the populace can enjoy adequate food and warm clothing, who truly cares if their leaders are Han or Manchu? When such basic needs are unmet, and there exists a perpetual anxiety over Han rebellions, along with oppressive measures like literary inquisitions, prohibitions on intermarriage between Han and Manchu, and the mandate to retain their hair yet forego their heads. Does this not reflect a guilty conscience? Lacking even this fundamental magnanimity, how can one aspire to be an emperor? Ingman candidly expressed her views, which mirrored her genuine sentiments. The common people indeed do not concern themselves with their leaders. Their discontent stems from the initial atrocities committed during the conquest, where countless lives were lost. How can such tyrants instill a sense of security? Once the situation had become irreversible, they then imposed policies regarding hair and attire, as if governance could not be achieved without conforming to their customs. While the effects were tangible, they were ultimately a poor strategy. Hong Hu pondered Ingman's words. Yet his noble upbringing rendered him incapable of fully grasping the psyche of those who seek mere sustenance and warmth. Having rested sufficiently, they continued onward. Ingman understood that any words spoken now would be futile. Only through personal experience would he truly comprehend. Ascending from the stone, Hong Hu resumed his journey. Hampered by travel on foot, and encumbered by a woman and child, their progress was inevitably slow, consigning them to another night in the wilderness. Anticipating this, Ingman wisely established their camp as dusk approached. She produced a tent and, with Hong Hu's assistance, erected it. He was dispatched to gather firewood under Ingman's direction, and she also collected any recognizable edible plants. Save for the hunt, Ingman remained hands-off, even delegating the preparation of their quarry to Hong Hu. The young lad, unaccustomed to such tasks, found himself in a state of utter disarray. Whether plucking fowl or kindling a fire, each chore presented a formidable challenge. Observing Hong Hu's laborious efforts, his face smudged with soot, Ingman burst into laughter. She then relieved him of his duties, deftly igniting a flame with a fire starter. During their previous delay, Ingman had been far from idle, utilizing funds provided by Injin to acquire a variety of household necessities, as she could not perpetually rely on her spatial reserves. Witnessing Ingman's practiced movements, Hong Hu felt a surge of admiration. Seemingly simple tasks proved exceedingly difficult in execution. That evening, they took turns keeping watch, Ingman taking the first half, and Hong Hu the latter. The following day, after packing their belongings and carefully extinguishing and burying the fire, they resumed their journey. As they passed through villages, Ingman would seek lodging and meals, offering the villagers copper coins in exchange for their hospitality, partaking in whatever victuals were available. Even at the foot of the capital, these villages could be considered prosperous. However, not every household could afford to enjoy white rice and fine flour at every meal. Most subsisted on plain fare, primarily coarse rice. Initially, Hong Hu found it nearly impossible to adapt to the unpalatable coarse rice, often choking on it without water to aid his swallowing. Yet, after 2 years, he had grown accustomed to eating husks and vegetables without so much as a grimace. By that time, they had already entered Russian territory. As for Ingman, who was unfamiliar with the route, it was a matter of calculation. Despite the cerebral interface becoming standalone, it still retained essential functionalities. By assessing their speed and direction in conjunction with a map of the Earth, they could approximate their location. Master, are you certain we can circumnavigate the globe in 10 years? In just 2 years, significant changes had occurred. Now 10 years old and standing at a height of 1.30 meters, Hong Hu was bemused to learn that they had merely reached Russia. The boy's skin bore a healthy wheat hue, and his medium-length hair was tied back in a ponytail, with a few strands falling charmingly over his forehead, enhancing his handsome appearance. Indeed, your physical abilities have also improved remarkably. Let us acquire a horse, Ingman mused, finding merit in this suggestion. The challenges of ancient transportation were not solely limited to the means of conveyance, but were also reflected in the road conditions. The absence of well-connected and easily traversable roads had significantly diminished their speed. In the preceding days, they had encountered the Rus herders. Even in later times, Russia remained sparsely populated, making human encounters a rarity. Master, those herdsmen are currently grazing. Who knows where they have fled now? As a Manchu, Hong Hu possesses some understanding of the herdsman's circumstances. Let it be. Ingman, however, remains rather indifferent. After some negotiation, they engaged in a skirmish with the herdsman and subsequently exchanged 50 taels for 2 horses. With the acquisition of these steeds, their pace quickened significantly. Traveling became considerably more manageable, Along the way, they encountered robbery, language barriers, natural disasters, and the turmoil of war. They even faced the peril of being sold into slavery while crossing the seas on a vessel. Having witnessed the splendor of the West and their military might, the 15-year-old Hong Hu realized that Master S words were not mere fabrications. Through these experiences, Hong Hu gained profound insights. He gazed silently at the woman beside him, a 25-year-old who bore the appearance of a youthful maiden in her prime due to her cultivation, yet possessed a maturity that set her apart. However, knowing her malicious tendencies, Hong Hu did not regard her as merely a woman. His reverence for her never waned. In fact, Ingman was also clad in Western attire. Her long hair tied back in a ponytail, dressed in riding breeches typical of Western women, while draped in a voluminous magical robe that concealed her figure. Thanks to the presence of Western missionaries during the Qing dynasty, their attire attracted some attention, but they were not subjected to scrutiny. Upon entering the city, they proceeded directly to the fourth prince's residence, which was now the residence of Prince Yong. It is now the 54th year of the Kangxi reign. The second deposition of the crown prince has already occurred, and the struggle for the throne among the 9 sons of the emperor has now been reduced to the 4th and 8th princes. Ostensibly, the 8th prince supports the 14th prince, so it would seem that Consort Da is the ultimate victor. Leave this place. It is not for you to approach at will. As they neared the young prince's residence, the guards on duty noticed their approach and immediately rebuked them. What Grand Prince Hong Hu? Our Grand Prince has long since passed. One of the guards sneered upon hearing this, lowering the weapon in his hand in a threatening manner. Leave at once, or we will not be courteous. Why all the fuss? Let's just go in. Ingman felt that this guard was courting death and wondered whose man he was. Very well. Hong Hu was helpless. He had originally intended to enter through the main gate. Just as the guards were on alert, the two of them executed their lightness skills and flew over the gate. The guards were stunned for a moment before reacting and running inside, shouting, "Assassins! Catch the assassins!" How absurd! Who would come to assassinate someone in broad daylight? The two did not head to the rear courtyard, but intended to go to the front courtyard first. However, due to the expansion of the young prince's residence, they could not find their way and ended up landing outside the courtyard where Injin usually worked, as many guards had already come up to pursue them. Halt! You are surrounded. Lay down your weapons and surrender. Soon, a group of guards had encircled them completely. Ingman could not help but burst into laughter. How familiar these words sounded. Master, Hong Hu looked at the woman with great exasperation. Very well. Here, this is the token that your father bestowed upon you years ago. Ingman stifled a laugh as she presented a medallion to Hong Hu. Upon receiving the token, Hong Hu handed it to Su Peixing, the chief steward who had hurried over with the guards. This truly belongs to the eldest prince. Su Peixing was well aware that the eldest prince Hong Hu had not perished. Rather, he had retreated into seclusion due to the whims of fate. Reflecting on the passage of time, he realized that a decade had indeed elapsed. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the short-haired youth bore a striking resemblance to his master in his youth. The change in hairstyle was the sole reason for his initial failure to recognize him. As a servant, Su Peixing had encountered the eldest prince before. Please rise, Master Su. Hong Hu, recognizing that this man was a trusted confidant of his father, stepped forward to assist him. I shall go see mother now. With a nod, Hong Hu gestured towards Ingman, saying, This is my mentor. Master Su, please arrange a residence for her and assign a few attendants to her service. There was no suspicion in Su Peixing's demeanor. In ancient times, one would not casually acknowledge a mentor, for the adage once a teacher, always a father was deeply ingrained in the culture. If this individual were Hong Hu's romantic partner, he would never concede to her being his mentor, as such a declaration would eliminate any possibility of their union. Not everyone could emulate the bond of Yang Guo and Xiao Longnu. Even the divine couple faced skepticism and separation initially, did they not? Su Peixing dismissed the guards and personally guided the two to the rear courtyard, where Ulanala had long been aware of the news. Since Hong Hu's departure, she had remained in silence, tending to the courtyard daily, choosing not to engage in the disputes that arose among the women there. It is not that she has come to terms with it. Rather, she is acutely aware that as long as her son remains, she will continue to hold the title of Fujin. No matter how much those other women may strive, they cannot surpass her. There is no need for her to engage in their schemes and risk her husband's disdain. Each day, aside from managing household affairs, she devotes herself to prayer, which has allowed her virtuous reputation to spread. In Chapter 84, the young palace maid of the Qing dynasty, the protagonist, Song, finds herself contemplating her situation. Given the alignment of this world with historical texts, her protagonist aura is quite feeble here, merely altering her original fate slightly. She has gained not only a son but also a daughter, in addition to the one who had perished. In terms of affection, she stands on equal footing with Lee, yet her favor has significantly diminished since the arrival of the young rice cake in the household. This decline has occurred despite her possessing a golden finger that has generated considerable wealth for Injin. Others, too, have their thoughts, including the young rice cake who is dutifully caring for her ailing daughter. They have all gathered in the Fujin's courtyard, eager to catch a glimpse of this long-absent legitimate son. Thus, when Su Peixing arrives with Honghu Ingman, the secondary Fujins Li, Nian, the concubine Song, and the noble ladies Geng and Nuhu Lu, as well as Wu, have already congregated there. The unfilial son, Honghu Isenjoro, greets his mother. Upon seeing so many people, he is no exception. However, he skillfully approaches and, in a few swift strides, kneels before the Olinara lady, bowing deeply. "Rise, my son. Let your mother gaze upon you properly." Although Honghu's attire momentarily startled the Olinara lady, she quickly regained her composure and helped him to his feet, cradling his face in her hands. Upon noticing his resemblance to a youthful Injin, she harbored no doubts. The attention of the crowd was primarily fixated on Honghu. Yet only Song Shi took note of Ingman. Who is this young lady? Is she the eldest prince's wife? Her words dripped with malice, instantly drawing all gazes toward her. The eldest prince's wife is quite beautiful, Yanshi chimed in with a giggle. "I must apologize, I am Honghu's master." Ingman was well aware of their intentions. They sought to validate her identity, thereby diminishing Honghu's prospects of marriage and bargaining power. Furthermore, she appeared to them as a Han woman, and the notion of a Manchu noble prince taking a Han woman as his wife was quite scandalous. "You a master?" Li Shi scoffed. Her eyes filled with disdain as she scrutinized Ingman. With a swift motion, Ingman returned the sentiment, delivering a slap that, from a distance, was merely a gust of her palm, but sent Li Shi reeling sideways. "It would be wise to speak respectfully. My temper is not particularly forgiving." Ingman dismissed her with a flick of her hand, causing her to tumble to the ground, showing no mercy, especially given that Li Shi was responsible for the demise of the original owner of this body. Turning directly to Honghu, she stated, "If you wish to reminisce, so be it, but first, please arrange a place for me." "Yes, master." "Mother, this is the one who saved me and taught me my craft. Kindly prepare accommodations for her," Honghu replied, recognizing Ingman's impatience. She despised these cunning intrigues and promptly addressed the Olinara lady. "Oh, Zhang Mama, please escort the master to the fragrance chamber." Although the young Olinara is somewhat unexpectedly vibrant, it was clear from the beginning that Ingman did not employ a falsetto. She was inherently recognized as a woman, making her acceptance far less arduous. Prompt arrangements were made. Zhang Mama acknowledged her orders. "Master, please." Ingman nodded in agreement. Casting a glance at the rigid-faced women, she inadvertently noticed the transformation of their hairstyles, recalling a decade prior when they sported rather unflattering buns, merely braiding their hair and wrapping it atop their heads, adorned with scant accessories. Now, however, they exhibited an array of intricate styles, various small buns, dual buns, and exquisite hairpins and floral ornaments. According to her recollections, such hairstyles likely emerged only in the late Qing dynasty, presumably devised by the female protagonist. Indeed, the former styles had been rather unappealing. Yet, Ingman merely entertained this thought briefly, not lingering on it, for she had never mastered the art of hairstyling and still found the ponytail quite satisfactory. However, while Ingman contemplated her preferences, others were not so inclined to overlook her. Just a few days later, Injin visited her accompanied by Hong Hui, who had donned an entirely new outfit, though his hairstyle remained unchanged. "Master Zhong." Injin greeted Ingman with a respectful bow, expressing gratitude for her life-saving assistance to the young boy. "You have already referred to me as his master." "It is only natural," Ingman replied dismissively, waving her hand. "May I inquire if Master Zhong has any requests?" Injin asked, unperturbed, shifting his focus to inquire about Ingman's desires. "It seems you are already aware of my identity. First, let us have my family raise the banner. I have no further requests." "Ah, yes, regarding my marriage, it is my own prerogative. No one, including you, may meddle in my affairs, particularly not with the current circumstances." After some contemplation, Ingman sought to secure certain benefits for her family's lineage. Initially, she contemplated transitioning to a commoner, but considering the nature of this realm, she opted for a different approach. Additionally, being a woman, she harbored concerns about any forced unions that might be imposed upon her. She could not guarantee her reactions to such impositions. While she had no objections to marriage itself, she had strong preferences regarding whom she would wed. Given the dynamics of this world, she deemed it prudent to eliminate that possibility altogether. As for this matter, I have no objections, however. I cannot assure you of my father's stance. Injun found himself in a quandary. In that case, we shall prepare for the worst. Ingman was unconcerned. She had ascended to the rank of a mid-level sorceress, her martial skills intricately woven, and having reached the 7th tier, rendering her unafraid of the court. I shall speak with my father regarding this. Injun understood that the mention of preparation for the worst did not pertain to Ingman herself, and responded promptly. Chapter 85. A young palace made of the Qing dynasty that is reassuring. By the way, what estates does your family possess? I wish to relocate. I find little pleasure in remaining here. Please refrain from bothering me. I have little desire to encounter individuals like you. This hairstyle is utterly unbecoming and offends my senses. Ingman refrained from discussing the promotion of sweet potatoes, as they had already become widespread in the southwestern regions, having been present in China for over a century. Ingman personally imparted to Honghu not only the principles of conduct, but also the responsibilities of a ruler. The remainder of his education stemmed from his own conscious efforts to learn and reflect along the way. He was remarkably astute, and it seemed that by observing the ways of governance alongside Yongzheng, he would be better equipped to fulfill the role of an emperor. Upon hearing this, Injun's lips twitched, recalling that he had previously suggested Honghu shave his head with similar reasoning, indicating that he had indeed been influenced by his mentor. It appeared that Ingman's words had made an impact. Thereafter, Kangxi ceased to summon her, and others rarely intruded upon her solitude. Clad in the attire of Han women and assisted by maids in styling her hair, Ingman resided quite comfortably in a modest countryside estate, not a royal villa, though Injun generously designated the estate's ownership to her. With little else to occupy her, Ingman decided to construct a grand academy, enlisting artisans and scholars as instructors, and began to recruit students from the surrounding villages and towns. She enjoyed a tranquil life there, while Honghu faced considerable turmoil. As the favored heir to the title of the next emperor, being the legitimate son of the 4th prince, he found himself under scrutiny, particularly regarding his marriage prospects. Master, you must assist me, Honghu implored Ingman. What assistance can I provide? I am no expert in courtly matters, she replied, somewhat helpless. No, it's not that, my royal mother. My mother and my empress are all attempting to find me a Fujin, a secondary consort, and sisters. I truly do not require so many women, Honghu exclaimed, appearing utterly overwhelmed. Isn't that splendid? Don't men revel in having multiple consorts and expanding their harem? Ingman felt that he was somewhat overreacting. Master, that is not me. Honghu was at a loss for words. After so many years of wandering, he perhaps had fewer illusions regarding his wife, but at the very least, he would not be so indiscriminate as to involve so many women at once. Then you should just speak up. I refuse to believe you cannot persuade them. Ingman rolled her eyes, unwilling to engage. Isn't it true that your words carry more weight than mine, master? Honghu pouted. Please spare me the sulking. With that unappealing hairstyle of yours, that is a definite no. Ingman rubbed her arms to quell the goosebumps, her face a portrait of disdain. Once I ascend to power, I shall abolish this shaving decree. The thought of his forcibly shorn hair made Honghu want to weep. Having been influenced by Ingman's aesthetic for so many years, he too found the hairstyle utterly atrocious. Then strive for that. Ingman offered a comforting pat on his shoulder. Ultimately, Ingman devised a plan for Honghu, suggesting that he leverage his martial prowess, claiming that he could not consummate until he reached a certain level, lest all his efforts be in vain. In the end, Honghu did marry, but the marriage was never consummated, and thankfully so, as his wife was merely 14 years old. Having studied some medicine in the West, Honghu understood that a girl so young had yet to fully develop and should not be subjected to early pregnancy. Following their wedding, Honghu's young wife, Ma Jiashi, was sent to Ingman, ostensibly for the purpose of having Ingman assist in nurturing her health, but in reality, it was to ensure that Ingman would properly educate her. Esteemed master, allow me to introduce you to my consort, Madame Majia, whose health has been somewhat delicate. I would be most grateful if you could assist in her recuperation. Madame Majia, this is my mentor, Zhong Ingman. I implore you to hold her in the same esteem as you would my own parents. Honghu first introduced Madame Majia to Ingman, followed by earnest instructions to his consort. Madame Majia, A pleasure to meet Master Zhong. Despite her surprise at Ingman's youth, Madame Majia harbored no concerns that Ingman might be a paramour of Honghu, primarily due to the strictures of the master-disciple relationship at the time. Are you certain? Ingman inquired, raising an eyebrow at Honghu, well aware that he knew she would scarcely impart conventional feminine virtues, but might, in fact, instruct her on how to ensure her husband's compliance. Indeed, Honghu was, of course, cognizant of Ingman's perspectives, which mirrored those typically ascribed to men, merely with the genders reversed. However, after a decade of itinerant wanderings, he had grown to embrace the notion of a woman who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, although, for the present, he would be content if his wife could merely manage the domestic sphere with competence. Nay, this old servant cannot depart. An elderly matron retorted immediately, glaring daggers at Ingman. Ingman, disinclined to engage in a dispute with her, turned her gaze directly to Honghu. Aware of his master's temperament, Honghu promptly ordered the woman to be dragged away. Madame Majia, though displeased, could voice no objection, given the woman's status as an elder. Once the woman had been removed, Ingman cast a glance at Madame Majia's equestrian attire, her meticulously coiffed hair, and her heavily made-up face, and remarked, Hong Tao, escort her to change into more comfortable attire. Have her hair cleansed and styled into a simple ponytail. Bring her to the academy shortly. Yes, mistress. Following closely behind Ingman was Hong Tao, a maidservant in her service. Upon hearing the summons, she promptly stepped forward. Young mistress, please follow me. As Ingman was the mistress and Hong Hui the young master, Madame Majia was addressed as the young mistress. Madame Majia was reluctant to comply, yet observing Ingman's inscrutable countenance, despite the latter appearing only a few years her senior, she felt a peculiar sense of trepidation. Thus, she acquiesced and followed Hong Tao, who led her to the bathing chamber Ingman had commissioned several months prior. Within, there was not only a wooden tub for soaking, but also shower heads. Indeed, Ingman had even installed running water, for her studies in alchemy rendered the creation of plumbing relatively straightforward. Madame Majia gazed in astonishment at the device that produced warm water. Preferring a soak to a shower, she opted for the wooden tub, her own maids accompanying her to attend to her needs. Young mistress, this is shampoo, for cleansing the hair. This is shower gel, for bathing the body. And this, Hong Tao continued, gesturing towards an object affixed to the wall, is called a hairdryer, for rapidly drying the hair. Indeed, Ingman had also procured a hairdryer for the chamber, though not of magical origin, but rather an electric one. She had also established a biogas generator on the estate, powering not only the lamps in her own quarters, but also the hairdryer in the bathing chamber. Hong Tao demonstrated the hairdryer's operation to Madame Majia, who watched with wide-eyed bewilderment. Eventually, she requested Hong Tao's assistance in drying her hair, as her own inexperience nearly resulted in her tresses becoming entangled within the device. Having donned a Hanfu ensemble, comprising a blouse and trousers, with her hair styled into a high ponytail secured by a ribbon, and her countenance cleansed of all makeup, she was presented before Ingman, gazing upon the comely young maiden before her. Ingman nodded in approval. Indeed, this is more fitting. At merely 13 years of age, there is no need to appear so prematurely aged. Such a guise would not appeal to Hong Hui. Ingman's pronouncement caused a blush to suffuse Lady Majia's face, so intense that Ingman felt an urge to pinch her cheek. Is that truly so? Lady Majia inquired, her eyes gleaming as she clutched at her garments. You may address me as Ling Long. Ling Long Majia offered her given name. Ling Long, a pleasing appellation. Accompany me, Ingman responded with a nod, before turning to proceed towards the academy. She paused, however, and added, yes, attendants are not permitted. Very well, Hong Tao. Escort them as well to change into suitable attire and bring them to the academy. Yes, madam, Hong Tao acknowledged. Madam? Chuanxi, Ling Long's principal attendant, turned to her mistress, who responded with a nod of assent. Ling Long trailed behind Ingman, her demeanor now more relaxed, perhaps emboldened by Ingman's earlier compliment. Master, are we bound for the academy? She inquired. Indeed. Did not Hong Hui mention that you were of delicate constitution? It would behoove you to nurture your health. Ingman replied. Her intention was to enroll her in the female cohort, where she could partake in their studies. The academy structure was one she had previously established in another ancient realm, commencing with cultural enlightenment, followed by specialized classes tailored to individual aptitudes. There were, however, certain subjects that all were required to study, save for those utterly devoid of talent. This was her specially established martial arts class, which Ingman herself oversaw. Lady Ma Jia was integrated directly into the academy for her studies, as Ingman saw no reason to provide her with individualized instruction. Naturally, Ingman's academy incorporated her own unique elements, such as abridged and modified versions of the Little Red Book, which she had discovered in her interdimensional space. These were used as a form of ideological indoctrination, instilling concepts like female empowerment, gender equality, and boundless potential in the young students. While the timing wasn't yet right, Ingman anticipated that Honghu would prioritize reforms upon his ascension, initiating light industrial factories and employing female workers. In the meantime, she aimed to lay the groundwork by cultivating female workers with managerial capabilities and fostering a skilled workforce. For Lady Ma Jia, physical enhancement was secondary to ideological transformation, a task Ingman delegated to the Academy for efficiency. Apart from the water pipes, which she crafted herself, the biogas power generation system in her estate was a result of her guidance and the craftsmanship of carpenters and blacksmiths recruited by Honghu. While hairdryers were still beyond their capabilities, electric fans had been successfully developed. Ingman recognized that these individuals merely needed inspiration. She was also overseeing the development of water-powered looms, drawing from the extensive research she had gathered. After escorting Lady Ma Jia to the academy and delivering a lecture, Ingman entrusted her care to Hongtao. She then resumed monitoring the progress of those she considered future scientists and inventors, occasionally lecturing the students and eagerly awaiting their breakthroughs. Having thoroughly enriched herself, she became adept in various fields. Although her alchemical studies relied on magical rather than circuitry, there were still some commonalities. Her research allowed her to articulate insightful perspectives, which were well received by others. These individuals were recruited from various regions by Honghu, having undergone initial assessments to ensure they possessed agile and unconventional minds before being sent to Ingman for cultivation. Those with antiquated and rigid ideologies were promptly eliminated. Ingman's task was to dismantle the intellectual stagnation of these promising talents, a feat she was capable of achieving. However, assisting them in creating inventions was beyond her capabilities. Save for magical alchemy, as a noblewoman from a prominent family, she was groomed to become a capable matriarch. Apart from the societal constraints that confined her to the domestic sphere, she was exceptionally well-rounded, especially coming from a family that had produced the former crown princess, Lady Ma Jia. Linglong swiftly discerned the reason for her dispatch to this place. Since Honghu had sent her here, he must have been aware of the teachings imparted. Her husband had presented her with an opportunity to stand alongside him, and it would be foolish not to seize it. Subsequently, she quickly adapted to the situation. Several years elapsed, and in the 61st year of the Kangxi Emperor's reign, his health deteriorated, ultimately leading to his demise in the Changchun Garden. Injin ascended to the throne. This time, with the guidance of Song, there were no rumors of a fabricated decree to seize the throne. However, Empress Dowager Weiyashi remained deeply dissatisfied, yearning for Injin to pass the throne to Injin. Well, she remained aloof from their overt and covert power struggles, content to steer the overall course. Unlike Kangxi, whose longevity proved detrimental to nearly all his sons, Injin, having fewer sons, cherished each one, with a particular fondness for his firstborn, Honghu. Honghu demonstrated remarkable capabilities and, as they held a special place. Although Injin harbored envy towards the former crown prince's exclusive favor from Kangxi, he, in turn, favored his own. However, this also placed Honghu in a precarious position, as the imperial throne was at stake. Even with Injin's recent ascension, the undercurrents of succession disputes were already swirling. To mitigate potential dangers, Honghu entrusted Linglong and her two sons to her care. Currently, Honghu had no other consorts, save for two ornamental Gij. Both sons were, which would greatly benefit his future. Consequently, other concubines with children also set their sights on the trio. As Injin had not designated a crown prince, but instead bestowed princely titles upon several sons, they did not reside in the palace, which offered convenience. The 13th year of Yongjing's reign passed relatively peacefully. In contrast to his father's lavish spending, Yongjing was known for his frugality, which enabled him to accumulate a substantial fortune for Qianlong to squander. With Honghu's assistance, Yongjing's ability to amass wealth soared, establishing mechanical factories under the guise of the national treasury to produce various small mechanical products. Electrical appliances such as electric fans were not developed, as Ingman's biogas generator was rudimentary, suitable only for domestic use and not scalable. However, research was underway, showing initial promise, suggesting that power plants could be constructed upon Honghu's ascension. Given the existing research data, even if initially incomprehensible, gradual study would inevitably lead to breakthroughs, accelerating progress compared to starting from scratch. While commendable in certain aspects, sought immortality through alchemy and Taoism shortly after becoming emperor, even approaching Ingman for assistance. Ingman refused. For while she possessed cultivation techniques, be it immortal cultivation or magic, capable of extending life, they were not universally applicable. Despite the emperor's influence, Ingman stood firm, and Yongzheng returned empty-handed. Subsequently, he sought elixirs and medications from Taoists and monks, ultimately succumbing to their effects. In the 13th year of Yongzheng's reign, history seemed unchanged, yet the successor differed. With Honghu alive and thriving, there was no place for Hongli. While Ingman remained uninvolved, she observed the events, concerned that her chosen successor might fail before achieving fruition. Fortunately, Honghu ascended the throne without incident. The inaugural imperial edict mandated a 3-year period of national mourning, during which shaving one's head was forbidden. Upon hearing this decree, Ingman surmised that Hong Hui, having just ascended the throne, was addressing his long-repressed feelings about traditional hairstyles. She speculated that after 3 years, he might abolish haircuts altogether, or rather, do away with the unsightly queue. Subsequently, Ingman was appointed Grand Tutor, a position she attained after overcoming considerable obstacles. Despite being a woman, she became the emperor's sole acknowledged mentor. Following this, Hong Hui promoted commerce, reformed taxation by increasing commercial taxes while reducing agricultural and poll taxes, and elevated the status of merchants, permitting them to participate in the imperial examinations, and implementing the single whip method. Later, he established light industrial factories in the south, employing female workers, and constructed the first hydroelectric power station at the 3 gorges of the Yangtze River. These and numerous other initiatives were implemented during Hong Hui's reign. Ingman's role was not to assist him in executing these policies, but rather to cultivate individuals capable of managing them. The court officials naturally opposed these reforms, and their initial implementation faced significant resistance and countless difficulties. However, some of Ingman's former students had entered the court and the military, becoming Hong Hui's core supporters. With their backing, Hong Hui was not entirely constrained. Furthermore, with Ingman's focus on outcomes rather than processes, any opposition was directly confronted, gradually silencing dissent within the court. Other problems were gradually resolved, and those that proved insurmountable were abandoned, as reform could not be achieved overnight. Remaining unmarried throughout her life, Ingman passed away as the Qing dynasty had undergone a profound transformation, entering the era of the Industrial Revolution. Due to Ingman's numerous subliminal contributions, coupled with the Song family's subsequent dedication to technological advancement, the Qing dynasty ascended to become the world's foremost power, a development that filled Ingman with immense satisfaction. Prior to opening her eyes, she reorganized and repackaged her memories. The gains from this endeavor were substantial, yet Ingman's elation stemmed not from this, but from her having altered the destiny of another world, the nation of China. Although not her own world, this accomplishment brought her a sense of profound joy. There was no need to store the memories. A simple reorganization sufficed. Ingman first ventured into her personal dimension and crawled around. Regrettably, her mobility within the dimension was still limited to crawling, but the exercise was proving beneficial, gradually straightening her spine, which had previously exhibited a slight curvature. Crawling required resisting the force of gravity, thus engaging and strengthening her back muscles. As for walking, she was not yet capable of standing, as her knees were not strong enough to bear her weight. However, Ingman recalled her deliberate practice of holding a horse stance under the dimension's intensified gravity to strengthen her lower body. She had progressed from a mere few seconds to over 10 minutes, and the results were remarkable. Consequently, upon exiting the dimension, Ingman assumed a horse stance before re-entering. Her physical form had undergone a significant tempering, and she was now able to endure the intensified gravity for a considerably longer duration than the initial few seconds she had managed in the minor world. When weary, one ought to rest or cultivate the art of causation. At last, a meridian has been established. After constructing the soul vein, Ingman found herself imbued with a peculiar ability. Initially uncertain of its nature, she soon discerned that it was a form of precognition, an instinct belonging to the realm of the sixth sense, inherently tied to the essence of time. This revelation brought her great joy. After a period of recuperation, she resumed her practice of the horse stance to strengthen her leg muscles. Remarkably, By the end of the day, she discovered she could traverse space, albeit akin to a tortoise, nevertheless. It was a significant improvement from her previous state of crawling like a dog. Moreover, she found the horse stance to be more effective than sitting cross-legged. Indeed, it was a testament to the efficacy of physical training. On this Sunday, Ingman refrained from entering the spatial realm. She glanced at her savings, which were scant. Yet her recent writings had yielded some returns. Currently, she was serializing 3 novels, 2 of which were paid, and 1 that had been signed not long ago. The 2 paid works had garnered commendable results, while the newly signed novel, a female protagonist tale in the male genre, had, as she anticipated, begun with little popularity, attracting mostly female readers who followed her earlier works. However, following its signing and subsequent recommendations, it gradually attracted a few male readers. As the stories were adaptations of real-life events, they proved quite captivating, earning her some tips, and she believed that once published, its performance would at least be passable. She ordered a set of live streaming equipment online, uncertain of its quality but sufficient for her immediate needs. Ingman had also decided on the content of her stream. She intended to focus on crafting, specifically producing cosplay outfits. This time, however, she opted to create smaller items, such as figurine clothing. She then went online to purchase various materials needed for her figurines, including fabrics, cotton, and an assortment of trinkets. She also acquired some resin, as she intended to create her own dolls. Initially, she had considered buying them, but the prices deterred her. At this point, she may not necessarily need to earn money through live streaming. However, she yearns to convey certain things through her broadcasts. While she has an interest in needlework, there are other aspirations as well. This is merely a beginning. Nevertheless, she must now attend to her homework and review her previous textbooks. Although her memories remain vivid and clear, they feel like remnants of a distant past. Even though she possesses remarkable abilities in her little world, in reality, she is just a student. As she heads to school for evening study sessions, Ingman ponders why she should conform to the routine of school when she has such talents. What is she thinking? Her classmate, Zhou Ling, gently tapped her shoulder. Nothing, Ingman replied, shaking her head. Could it be that you're experiencing a crush? Zhou Ling teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. What are you thinking? Ingman retorted playfully, giving her a light shove. You're overthinking it. Chapter 88. The unseen changes. It's not just my imagination. You have indeed changed quite a bit recently. Haven't you noticed how the boys in class are secretly observing you? Zhou Ling pointedly gestured for her to look around. By the way, what whitening product have you been using? The results are remarkable. Do share it with me. Zhou Ling exclaimed, eager to know the secret behind Ingman's transformation. Upon hearing her words, Ingman suddenly recalled that she had washed away some of the grime from her skin using the ethereal water from the space, resulting in her complexion becoming significantly fairer. Even some of the blackheads and freckles on her face had vanished. The adage a white complexion covers a multitude of flaws rang true. She was never unattractive, but her previous slightly plump figure and lack of adornment rendered her rather ordinary. Now, however, everything had changed. Setting aside the transformation of her skin, her aura had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Once an inconspicuous homebody, she had traversed myriad worlds, and the experiences she garnered had enriched not only her character, but also her presence. Due to her cultivation, her demeanor leaned towards an ethereal elegance, yet it retained a certain coolness, making her resemble a lofty flower on a distant peak. With the temporal disparity of the space and her small world, her transformation appeared remarkably swift, naturally attracting the attention of her classmates who were familiar with her. Oh, it's nothing much, really. I just happened to acquire some rather natural whitening products, and the results are impressive, aren't they? Ingman blinked, momentarily forgetting this detail due to her frequent journeys through the small worlds. Where did you get them? Could you possibly help me obtain some? Zhou Ling inquired. Her curiosity piqued, for no woman could remain indifferent to beauty. Actually, I can, but the items are not commonly found, and they're specially formulated by someone. They are unbranded products. Are you sure you want them? Ingman did not mind providing her with some. After all, it was merely spatial water. Later, she could add other ingredients. During the Qing dynasty, she had recorded numerous ancient beauty remedies, all of which proved to be remarkably effective. By cultivating medicinal herbs within her space, she could enhance their efficacy, even in the absence of herbs. Adding a dash of cucumber juice to the water and then stirring it with her mental energy would render it difficult to discern its true contents. Such is the marvel of alchemy. Although Ingman had only just advanced to the first level of body refinement, and was preparing to cultivate magic at the second level. As long as she possessed mental energy, she could concoct low-level potions with ease. However, the presence of unbranded products caused some hesitation for Zhou Ling, and Yingman understood her concerns, for the dangers of such products were indeed numerous in this day and age. Upon entering a dimly lit alley, a figure suddenly emerged. Blocking her path, Yingman promptly applied the brakes, her foot firmly planted on the ground as she regarded the individual, only to discover a nefarious-looking thug. "Hey, little girl," he began, but before he could finish his lewd proposition, Yingman had already felled him with a single punch. She had yet to test her strength, and already an opportunity had presented itself. Glancing at the man who lay unconscious on the ground, she shrugged her shoulders, mounted her bicycle, and departed. Days later, Yingman found herself capable of maintaining a horse stance for half an hour, and her walking speed had noticeably increased. However, the cultivation of the second-level mental technique proved to be no simple task. In addition to the mental training, there was also external martial arts. Unlike the first level's 5 elements fist, the external techniques practiced at the second level were of an entirely different nature. The first layer primarily focuses on strengthening the body and muscles, while the second layer emphasizes flexibility and resilience. Consequently, the movements in the second layer bear a closer resemblance to the foundational combat techniques she learned in the magical realm, akin to a graceful dance, characterized by leaps, splits, and spins, reminiscent of gymnastics. When perfected, one could dance delicately upon blossoms. However, at present, under such gravity, Yingman feels as if she is a grasshopper with bound legs, unable to leap. Having registered an account on the most popular live streaming platform and opened her streaming room, she titled her session Embroidery and Figurines. After half a day of broadcasting without any viewers, Yingman was not particularly surprised. In this era, the sea of live streamers is vast. Noticing the absence of an audience, she decided to continue with her own activities. She began with her figurines, specifically a BJD doll. Although she was unfamiliar with this, she had stumbled upon it during her online searches and found it captivating, albeit beyond her financial reach. Previously, she had purchased a wig, which she affixed using a special method, allowing her to style it. Interestingly, during the late Qing dynasty, Yingman had taken it upon herself to learn various hairstyles during her idle hours. At this moment, she was crafting a belly band, as a bare midriff was often deemed inappropriate. The BJD doll, adorned in a delicate belly band and looking as though she were a slumbering ancient lady with flowing hair, was a sight to behold. Once she completed that, Yingman moved on to the garments, starting with the inner wear. She intended to create a beautifully curved hem, reminiscent of the stunning designs seen in television dramas, rather than the more rudimentary styles, featuring a white base with red borders, embellished with a few plum blossoms. What is the host doing? Is she making clothes? How impressive! Is this embroidery? The host's hands are remarkably swift, showing no concern for pricking herself. Why isn't the host speaking? Why doesn't the host show her face? She wore a mask that concealed her entire visage, revealing only her eyes. After all, she had no intention of live streaming for profit. She merely wished to disseminate certain ideas through this platform. After a while, viewers came and went, with over 200 present, though the atmosphere remained ambiguous. Yet, it hardly mattered. Feeling somewhat fatigued, she set aside the unfinished upper garment, as the lower attire and innerwear were comparatively easier to manage. She had been seated for quite some time and felt the need to stretch, suggesting to everyone that they could follow along, as it would benefit their physical well-being. This set of movements was called the war dance. She played some music and moved to the back to commence her performance. The war dance was essentially a fundamental combat technique from the magical realm, an entire sequence of movements that exuded style. At that moment, her bed had been stored away in her spatial realm, leaving the room quite spacious. Wow, I thought the host only engaged in embroidery. But I didn't expect her to perform such an impressive dance. What kind of dance is this? I've never seen it before. It seems like street dance, judging by those movements. Chapter 89. The End Times protagonist's golden finger. Former lover won the weekend had arrived once more, and she prepared to immerse herself in the new world, eager to learn more, for merely live streaming embroidery held little value. Upon entering this new realm and swiftly absorbing the original owner's memories, she nearly leapt with astonishment, for it was a miniature world born from an apocalyptic novel, filled with zombies, exotic beasts, and extraordinary abilities. Upon rising from her slumber, she glanced at the time and exhaled in relief. Only 3 days remained until the impending apocalypse. granting her a modicum of time for preparation. After all, the original owner of this body was merely a homebody. However, her fate was rather bleak. Lacking in abilities and devoid of any extraordinary advantages, she was destined to be nothing more than cannon fodder in the cataclysm, meeting a tragic demise shortly thereafter. The memories of the future that she had obtained were limited, and she was uncertain whether she was merely a peripheral figure in this narrative. Nevertheless, regardless of her status, she resolved to gather supplies. Food, clothing, and essentials were paramount. Equipped with her phone and wallet, she set out for shopping. For reasons unknown, her initial intention to take a taxi to the wholesale market shifted abruptly, leading her to an antique street. As she surveyed the various antique shops surrounding her, a bemused expression crossed her face. She questioned her purpose for being there. However, since she had arrived, she decided to explore. She leisurely wandered, glancing at the stalls on either side until she paused momentarily at one particular stall. Just then, a girl approached the stall with remarkable speed. Once kneeling down, she took her time to examine the array of items on display, which consisted of various trinkets resembling jade artifacts. As she perused, she noticed a faint spatial fluctuation emanating from one of the items, prompting her to gaze at it for several seconds. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grasped it, belonging to the girl who had hastily approached moments before. "Excuse me, how much for this?" the girl inquired, holding up a jade pendant. 1,000, replied the stall owner, glancing up briefly to state the price. "That's exorbitant. This item isn't even genuine," the girl exclaimed in astonishment. "If it were a bit cheaper, I would purchase it." The girl, however, clutched the jade pendant tightly. "No, if you do not intend to buy, you must relinquish the item," the proprietor stated plainly, recognizing her determination. Ingman hesitated, but the girl abruptly responded, "All right, I will pay." She swiftly produced 1,000 yuan, handed it to the shopkeeper, and stood to leave. Ingman stood in stunned silence, recalling a similar scene from the original owner's memories, and reflecting on the spatial fluctuations of the jade pendant previously. A conjecture formed in her mind. That person might be the female protagonist, potentially a reincarnated or transmigrated soul. Otherwise, why would she be vying for the same space as herself? "Young lady, are you looking to purchase something?" the shopkeeper inquired after securing the money, noticing Ingman's daze. "I want this one," Ingman declared, picking up another jade pendant that resembled the one the girl had taken. She intended to mention that the two pendants were a pair, both possessing spatial properties. 1,000, the shopkeeper promptly replied. Ingman said nothing further, exchanged her money for the item, and departed. After leaving, she made her way directly to the wholesale market, where she ordered 200 bags of 50 pounds of rice, 50 bags of 50 pounds of flour, and a variety of seasonings, including 10 boxes each of oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Additionally, she procured a significant quantity of eggs, biscuits, instant noodles, sausages, and even purchased numerous gas canisters, gas stoves, tents, and other camping necessities. The original owner had been an orphan. Her parents had perished in a car accident years prior, leaving her with over 3 million in insurance money, 1 million in savings, a house, and a shop. One could say that she has become a modestly affluent woman. According to her own words, she could comfortably live a life of abundance until old age. Unfortunately, she found herself facing the apocalypse. In preparation, she purchased a plethora of essential goods. Shampoos and body washes were merely the beginning. She also acquired an ample supply of sanitary napkins, undergarments, and other necessities. Furthermore, she stocked up on warm clothing and bedding. Due to time constraints, her options were somewhat limited. Yet she arranged for the delivery of these items to her storefront and the underground storage beneath it. Her shop, which primarily sold clothing, was self-operated, alleviating the need for additional space. Within a span of 2 days, she ordered a significant quantity of essentials, focusing primarily on food and clothing. Given that she already possessed a spatial storage, she refrained from activating the jade pendant S space, instead utilizing the expansive warehouse for her acquisitions. Remarkably, the items seemed to automatically shrink upon entering, as if time itself had paused. Unless absolutely necessary, she opted to keep the items within the warehouse rather than outside. Once adequately prepared, she ventured to an internet CAF, where she employed her mental prowess to disrupt various websites and post announcements about the impending apocalypse. The extent to which people believed her claims was of little concern to her. After setting this in motion, she resolved to enhance her own abilities. It appeared that the original owner of her body lacked supernatural powers, as there was no indication of any abilities being activated prior to her demise. Thus, she contemplated alternative avenues for empowerment, such as magic or martial arts. The posts she disseminated online did indeed capture some attention, yet the majority of individuals dismissed them. Rumors of an apocalypse had circulated in their world, but after 2012, they had faded into obscurity. Consequently, her announcements were met with amusement rather than seriousness. However, the protagonist, who had joyfully acquired a personal space, is not as pleased as she should be. Chinchi, who had previously outpaced Man in purchasing items, is troubled by the ominous prophecy of an impending apocalypse. What does this signify? This world is not solely inhabited by her, a singular reincarnated soul. An underlying vigilance stirs within her, as she fears that someone may covet her newfound abilities. After all, there are numerous individuals aware of how Man obtained her spatial powers. Consequently, she resolves to employ her space with greater discretion. Yet, upon pledging her blood to claim ownership, she discovers that the space is not as vast as Man had described. There is a spring, but it is not the fabled Yang spring she had anticipated. Immediately, she feels a sense of bewilderment, suspecting she has been deceived. Unbeknownst to her, Man initially acquired a pair of jade pendants, which, upon merging, formed the expansive space she now lacks. In her haste, Chinchi only managed to procure one pendant, while the other remains in Ingman's possession. In the original narrative, Ingman tragically perished before she could establish dominance over the space, allowing it to fall into another's hands. The effects of this singular space are far more profound than merely having capabilities. According to the original plot, the two would eventually encounter one another and, bonded by their shared connection to the space, would grow to understand and cherish each other, ultimately uniting. However, with Ingman now in the picture, it seems this storyline is destined to unravel. Even if Ingman does not utilize the space herself, she is determined to find a worthy individual to wield it, for it belongs to this world. Chapter 90. The female protagonist of the apocalypse. The golden finger of the former entity 2 days later, at noon. The sun momentarily blazed brilliantly in the sky, almost blinding, before abruptly dimming to darkness. Yet, it quickly returned to its former brightness. Ingman stood on the balcony, observing this phenomenon, sensing that amidst the darkness, the air had taken on an unusual quality. Ingman could sense an extraordinary magnetic field that had the power to influence both the body and mind. Soon, she began to experience a disorienting dizziness. Compelled to drink a cup of water infused with a drop of the mystical spring, she collapsed onto the ground. A ferocious and tyrannical force invaded and began to alter her body, preparing to penetrate her mind as well. However, despite losing consciousness due to physiological reasons, her mental faculties remained alert and resisted the invasion. It was unclear how much time had passed when Ingman regained consciousness, feeling a surge of energy within her that directed itself to her hands. Gazing at the flickering flames in her palms, she realized she had awakened her fire-based supernatural abilities. Upon checking the time, she discovered that 2 days had elapsed. In contrast to her original self, who possessed no supernatural powers, she now had awakened abilities. Though the manner of this awakening remained a mystery, while her mind had remained lucid during her loss of consciousness, her control over her body was nearly non-existent. She could only vaguely sense that her body had been transformed, though she could not discern the specifics. Perhaps it was genetic, a realm she found incomprehensible. Rising from the ground, she noticed a layer of grime covering her body, likely the result of impurities expelled during her evolution combined with the mystical spring. Hastily, she went to bathe, relieved that water had not yet been cut off. After cleansing herself, Ingman noticed new red markings adorning her skin. Upon closer inspection, she deduced they were likely the elemental source patterns of fire. Could this be the external manifestation of her supernatural abilities? Uncertain, she realized further research was required. However, as she contemplated her next steps regarding stockpiling bottled water or perhaps practicing magic, she was interrupted by Enin, who advised against it, saying, "I suggest you refrain from that." Why? Ingman is perplexed. Given that supernatural abilities and magical cultivation belong to two distinct systems, it is evident that they cannot coexist. While magic and cultivation may differ in nomenclature, they essentially represent various methods of training. However, supernatural powers are fundamentally different. I shall refrain from elaborating, as you ought to conduct your own research. Do not attempt to grasp both realms simultaneously, for the one who ultimately suffers will be you. Ingman's encounters with Enin appear to serve not only as a means of traversing dimensions but also as a reminder of various precautions, and she dutifully fulfills this role. I understand now. Though Ingman remains somewhat bewildered, she nods in acknowledgement. It is worth noting that both magical arts and cultivation share a crucial aspect, the meridians and the dantian. These entities are said to exist. Yet one cannot empirically locate them through dissection. Conversely, to assert their non-existence would be misguided, as they undeniably manifest as entities that straddle the line between the tangible and the intangible. To articulate this further, the meridians and dantian are non-corporeal existences that arise from the confluence of the soul and the body, emerging only when the spiritual essence and the physical form intertwine. This elucidates why dissections of the deceased yield no results in locating them. Upon awakening supernatural abilities, the soul becomes an amalgamated entity ensnared within the mind, specifically within the sea of consciousness, rendering it incapable of merging with the physical form. Consequently, the meridians and dantian cease to exist, and the path to cultivation is obstructed. As for supernatural abilities, they are a form of energy that can permeate the bloodstream, ultimately converging in the heart to crystallize into a core. Although Ingman is uncertain of the precise means by which these abilities are attained, it is evident that they stem from one's lineage, akin to the essence of magical beasts. The blood of magical beasts is imbued with energy, capable of being utilized for crafting scrolls, concocting potions, and even for alchemical purposes. Similarly, a psychic, possessing this energy that can dissolve in blood, should experience comparable effects. With this thought, Ingman need not worry about the absence of meridians for cultivation. Akin to magical beasts, she should be able to absorb the spiritual essence of the weather autonomously, or even extract energy directly from food. Moreover, in encounters with zombies and the cores of anomalous creatures or plants, she could potentially ingest them directly, although further research is warranted for this latter aspect. However, since her abilities parallel those of magical beasts, it is imperative to focus on the cultivation of physical techniques, for the bodies of magical beasts are remarkably resilient. Although psychics are not magical beasts, emulating their methods should pose no issue. When it comes to physical techniques, Ingman opted against the gravity training technique, as it is fundamentally a cultivation method requiring meridians, despite its comprehensive bodily refinement. Instead, combat dance appears to be more suitable, as the application of magic and martial skills does not necessitate meridian use to the same extent. Nevertheless, magic requires a mana C, also referred to as the middle dantian, while martial skills demand a lower dantian, thus rendering cultivation infeasible in this context. Yet, if the combat dance is merely regarded as a means of physical training, it remains a viable option. Having established her cultivation direction, Ingman contemplated her future plans. Remaining here is certainly not an option. S-City, while not a first-tier metropolis, is a second-tier city with a substantial population, many of whom have presumably transformed into zombies. Staying here is far too perilous. If she were to venture elsewhere, she remained uncertain of the destination. However, the capital, City Z, seemed a viable option. After all, being the capital, it should facilitate the swift establishment of a base. The initial dangers appeared minimal, and if she intended to go, time was of the essence. Contemplating this, Ingman recalled a particular location. She was not adept at driving. Although she had visited the modern world, she inexplicably had not learned to operate a vehicle. Thus, she was left with the option of riding an electric scooter. Riding the scooter was not particularly daunting, as the incident had occurred during broad daylight. In the afternoon, the streets were bustling with vehicles, and the sudden calamity led to numerous accidents, creating a chaotic scene. In such circumstances, the electric scooter proved to be more convenient than a car. However, the scooter's battery power was insufficient. In her space, she possessed energy cards from the magical realm, yet she hesitated to utilize them, primarily out of concern for complications. Ultimately, Ingman resolved to use the electric scooter, rationalizing that she could concoct an excuse later on. Besides, the inability to wield magic did not preclude the use of magical runes. She packed some biscuits and instant noodles into her backpack, then stored her bed, clothing, bedding, and appliances into her space. After collecting all available containers and filling them with water, she placed them into her space before finally stepping out of her room. Upon exiting, she encountered no one. Extending her mental energy, she discerned that everyone remained unconscious, although it was evident that they had transformed into zombies. Curiosity piqued. Ingman pondered the nature of these creatures and the reasons behind their transformation. Utilizing her mental energy, she opened a door and entered. Within, she discovered a single zombie, providing an opportunity for investigation. Thus, she proceeded to enter directly, employing her mental energy to unlock the door. Chapter 91. The End Times Protagonist's Golden Finger. Former 3. Utilizing her mental prowess to restrain the zombies as a precaution, she commenced her examination of these creatures. In truth, the zombies in this world bore a striking resemblance to humans, yet their nails had transformed into claws and their teeth sharpened into vicious fangs, with canines protruding beyond their lips. Upon lifting the eyelids, one could observe that the zombies' pupils had become constricted, a stark contrast to the depictions in numerous novels. Admittedly, it was merely her adaptation to the apocalypse that led her to deem them as zombies. In this century, they seem to be referred to as aberrants. After inspecting their exterior, she probed deeper into the bodies of these beings with her mental faculties, discovering that they were fundamentally indistinguishable from humans. Apart from their teeth and nails, which had become as sharp as those of a beast, they were almost identical in form. However, upon reaching the brain, she was struck by the sheer chaos within. It resembled a tangled mass of yarn, once orderly, yet now a disarray of knots and confusion. Though the individuals were alive, their minds had all but vanished. To describe it succinctly, beings devoid of intellect were, in essence, worse than beasts, for at least some animals retained a semblance of intelligence. These individuals had lost all rationality, reduced to mere instinct. Upon further exploration, she discerned that their souls, or spiritual essence, had been ravaged, leaving only remnants of their former selves. A shiver ran down her spine as she contemplated the horrifying possibility that had she failed to resist that invasive energy in her mind, she too might have succumbed to such a fate. In this world, the mutated beings possess remarkable speed, acute hearing, and exceptional vision. Yet they do not transmit their condition to humans. Much like humans, they can succumb to death if their throats are slit or their hearts are pierced, seemingly posing little threat. However, to assert that these aberrations are harmless due to their lack of intellect would be a grave misconception. Devoid of reason, they lose their humanity, leaving only primal instincts, primarily the instinct to consume. This need not necessarily manifest as cannibalism. Rather, they crave all sources of energy. Yet, they harbor an insatiable appetite for humans, particularly those endowed with extraordinary abilities, as the energy contained within the blood of these gifted individuals is most delectable to them. Their consumption is relentless. They devour incessantly, seeking to enhance their own powers. The more they consume, the stronger they become. Thus, the peril in this world does not stem from zombies preying on humans, but rather from their unyielding voracity for sustenance. They will consume anything that humans can eat, and even things that humans cannot, as long as they can bite into them. Consequently, this leads to a catastrophic food crisis, exacerbated by the energy demands of other mutated animals and plants. The current situation is still relatively manageable, as everyone is merely at the onset of their mutations. After slaying a zombie, Ingman prepared to depart when she unexpectedly noticed a computer still powered on. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to post her findings online, detailing her discoveries regarding the mutated beings and their powers, before finally taking her leave. Upon reaching the ground floor, Ingman retrieved her keys and located the original owner's electric scooter, which the owner typically used to travel to the shop. However, the scooters in the city are those equipped with 4 detachable batteries. Ingman did not find the batteries installed. Instead, she utilized an energy card and inserted it into the designated slot, fortunate that she had specially crafted a slot compatible with electric scooter card control. Observing this, she suddenly contemplated the potential for the development of a card culture in this world, as magical runes are undeniably practical. In the magical realm, cards have become quite popular. They are essentially the modern iteration of ancient magical scrolls, merely transformed from animal hides to metallic bases. Before losing consciousness, she sensed a shift in the energy magnetic field, which likely affected the network as well, a dreadful realization, for she had no idea how to navigate this place. It was evident that this was not a parallel world to Earth. Although the inhabitants shared her ethnicity, the maps did not correspond. Fortunately, Ingman was aware of the location of the highway in this city. She resolved to head toward the highway first, and then follow the directional signs leading to the capital. Help! Help! Someone is being devoured. After a prolonged period, as Ingman neared the highway, she heard cries for assistance. To her surprise, someone had awakened. Throughout her journey, she had encountered very few individuals, as most remained in a state of unconsciousness. However, it appeared that people were beginning to awaken, typically humans before zombies, as the latter needed time to develop their mutated teeth and claws. As Ingman gazed into the distance, she observed an individual darting wildly amidst the bustling vehicles, his agility quite remarkable. Trailing behind him were 2 or 3 otherworldly beings, their bodies smeared with blood, remnants of flesh clinging to their lips. Indeed, these entities favored human blood over mere flesh. "Help me, save me." The man, upon spotting Ingman, ran towards her with palpable relief. Ingman cast a fleeting glance at him, noting that he was a plump, fair-skinned man, seemingly harmless, although he brought danger to her vicinity. The transmission of his mental energy conveyed nothing but sheer joy and a sense of salvation, devoid of malice. Thus, she paused to await his arrival. As he rushed forward and took a seat behind her, the man exclaimed, "Oh." He promptly settled into the rear seat, and with a swift press of the accelerator, Ingman propelled the electric vehicle forward, weaving through the gaps in traffic. In no time, they left those otherworldly beings who, while faster than an average human, could not match the speed of her electric bike, far behind. "Thank you, beautiful lady," the portly man expressed his gratitude, relieved to find that the monstrous entities had not pursued them. "It is safe here. You may disembark now," Ingman informed him as she brought the vehicle to a halt at a designated spot. "All right, thank you, beautiful," the man replied, alighting from the bike and watching as Ingman drove away. After bidding farewell to him, she resumed her journey toward the highway. However, she soon encountered an increasing number of awakened individuals and otherworldly beings, prompting her to accelerate further as she wished to avoid entanglements with too many people. Fortunately, those who had just regained consciousness appeared somewhat dazed, and coupled with the presence of the otherworldly beings, they did not immediately think to flee, but instead began to investigate what had transpired. With a sense of determination, Ingman smoothly merged onto the highway. A glance at the road signs confirmed her course towards the capital. The road was teeming with vehicles, yet, in contrast to the city where traffic was restrained by speed limits and traffic lights, here, amidst the encroaching darkness, collisions were a frequent occurrence. Though many cars had met with disastrous fates, some remained parked at the roadside, their occupants either unconscious or lifeless. There was no need to worry about the deceased rising again, for these aberrations were not the undead. Occasionally, should Ingman encounter an aberrant preparing to feast on a still unconscious individual, she would intervene, but if the victim had already succumbed, there was little she could do. As for the rest, she chose to remain indifferent. However, fate intervened when she stumbled upon a family involved in a car accident. Miraculously, all 3 were unharmed. Yet soon the husband transformed into an aberrant. The wife, awakening to the peril, resolutely shielded her daughter from harm, but the wreckage of their vehicle rendered the doors inoperable, leaving her to protect her child with her own body. Upon realizing their plight, Ingman swiftly opened the car door and extracted both mother and daughter from the wreck. Regrettably, the mother was grievously injured, barely clinging to life, and upon seeing Ingman, she finally exhaled a breath of relief. "Mommy, Daddy." The little girl wept heart-wrenchingly, her tiny frame smeared with blood, no older than 2 or 3 years. Ingman lifted the child into her arms, casting a glance at the deceased woman and the aberrant that had escaped the vehicle. Covering the girl's eyes with one hand, she swiftly dispatched the aberrant with the other, conjuring 2 fireballs that engulfed the creatures in flames, their screams quickly silenced. She held the girl tightly in her arms and turned to leave. The little girl lay against her, weeping, her tiny fists clenched in distress. Ingman gently patted her back, and after a while, the girl's sobs subsided into hiccups before she finally fell silent. A hint of worry crossed Ingman's mind. She was not adept at caring for children, having stored away all her memories of them. Although the child was not an infant, a 2 or 3-year-old was still quite challenging to manage. Moreover, how could she transport the child on her electric scooter? With a sense of familiarity, she retrieved a strap from her space and expertly secured the child to herself. Unconsciously, she mounted her scooter and continued on her way. After some time, the girl, exhausted from her tears, drifted into sleep, and Ingman felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, the question lingered. What was she to do next? Just as uncertainty clouded her mind, she sensed a cry for help through her dispersed mental energy. It extended outward, revealing a bus that had collided with the central barrier. Thankfully, it appeared that while the driver had braked, the situation inside was dire. Some passengers had transformed and were now gnawing on others, while the rest were frantically attempting to escape, unable to open the doors. They pounded on the glass, but their efforts proved futile. Ingman hastily navigated her scooter toward the bus. She was neither a saint nor the type to ignore someone in peril when she had the means to assist. Upon reaching the bus, Ingman utilized her extraordinary abilities to scorch the connection point of the door. Unlike other novice practitioners of such powers, her strength was amplified due to having consumed the spiritual spring, and her adept manipulation of mental energy allowed her to exercise greater control over her abilities. With ease, she directed the flames to incinerate the connection point of the door. The door is open. Hurry out. They are not terrifying. They are akin to humans. A blow to the head can render them unconscious. Do not panic. Ingman shouted into the cabin after the door fell to the ground. Revitalized by the glimmer of hope, the group shed their previous trepidation and began to resist, realizing that passivity would lead to death. It was only after they began to fight back that they discovered these frenzied, monstrous beings were not as fearsome as they had imagined. Swiftly, they subdued, or even killed, several of the aberrants and managed to escape the vehicle. Thank you, they exclaimed upon seeing Ingman, some of them still bearing wounds. No need for gratitude. It is only natural to lend a hand when one can, Ingman replied, shaking her head as she surveyed the injured individuals. I refer to these mutated beings as aberrants. They were affected by the magnetic field after the previous nightfall. Some successfully evolved and gained extraordinary powers, like myself. While others failed in their evolution, they remain alive, yet their minds have devolved into a mere puddle of mush. They're not zombies, a young boy interjected. Indeed, they do not transmit infection. They are merely unresponsive. Their propensity for violence stems from their need for energy. Should you encounter an aberrant, you may use food to plug their mouths, temporarily halting their aggression. Ingman shook her head, revealing the method she had previously shared online, which was based on her observations of individual behaviors. This implied that they would not become like the others. A few individuals who had been bitten sighed in relief. However, I remain uncertain whether the teeth of the anomalous beings harbor toxins or pathogens. Hence, you must also ensure proper disinfection. Ingman nodded and added, Thank you, young lady. The crowd expressed their gratitude to Ingman. No need for thanks. I must take my leave. Be cautious and try to stockpile food, as it is likely that supplies will dwindle. This calamity is global, affecting not only humanity, both those who have evolved successfully and those who have not, but also animals, plants, and insects. Ingman prepared to depart. Miss, could you take us with you? A girl called out, her voice tinged with shyness. I'm afraid not. I intend to head to the capital, which may not align with your route. Ingman shook her head. I see, the girl replied, somewhat disheartened. Yet she did not press Ingman further. Well, S-City is not far from here. You can head there first. Although the anomalous beings may appear terrifying, you can manage. Just be cautious of the flora and fauna. Additionally, check for any unusual markings on your bodies. If you find any, it indicates an awakening of abilities. Generally, those who have not transformed into anomalous beings should possess such abilities. Ingman conveyed all the information she had and bid them farewell. They expressed their deep appreciation for her guidance, and none requested her protection. Mom, you're amazing. After riding her electric bike for 100 miles, Ingman felt a sudden tug at her heart when the little girl in her arms spoke up. What? She thought she must have misheard, as the girl called her mom. Mommy is amazing. The child gazed up at Ingman with eyes filled with adoration. I am not your mother. Ingman furrowed her brow, perplexed by the situation. Mommy, don't you want your baby anymore? The little girl pouted, her face a portrait of grievance, and began to cry. No, no. How could I ever not want you? Ingman hurriedly reassured her, uncertain of what was happening, but recognizing the need to comfort the child. Mommy, please don't. Don't. Baby, I'm so good, the girl sobbed. Yet her words remained clear. Yes, yes, I will never abandon my baby. At that moment, Ingman wished fervently for the little girl to cease her tears. Not caring for the implications of her words, she would simply accept the role of mother. After all, the child's parents had perished, and in this apocalypse, there were no orphanages, only she could care for her. Chapter 93. The apocalypse's protagonist and her golden fingering man was baffled as to how the little girl had suddenly adopted her as her mother. Had the child, in a state of shock, subconsciously forgotten her parents and instinctively casting Ingman in the role of her mother? Such thoughts swirled in her mind as she pondered the nature of protective amnesia. While she mused, the journey continued, and soon darkness enveloped the world, intensifying the sense of danger that loomed around them. Throughout this journey, Ingman has saved numerous souls. However, she has declined the requests of her companions to join her. Only a young boy remains, whose parents, like those of a little girl, have tragically perished. Yet, unlike the girl, the boy's parents have transformed into otherworldly beings, ensnared by their seatbelts. It is only by the grace of fate that the boy, seated in the back, escaped unscathed. Ingman, having rescued him, keeps him close by her side. Big sister, may I hold my little sister? The boy, named Sun Shi, who is already 11 and remarkably perceptive, inquires. He understands the gravity of their situation and wishes to assist Ingman in her endeavors. Then I shall trouble you, little Shi, Ingman responds, handing the girl over to him. No, I want my mother. The little girl protests, clinging tightly to Ingman. Be good, dear. Mother will prepare you a meal, Ingman coaxes gently. The little girl, indeed hungry, hesitates for a moment before finally yielding to Sun Shi's embrace. Ingman retrieves a tent from her spatial storage and swiftly sets it up. Sun Shi watches in awe as she conjures various items: tent, bedding, a gas canister, a stove, pots, pans, and even a table. Big sister, what is this? The boy asks, his mouth agape and voice slightly trembling. This, she explains, is a spatial realm, a form of extraordinary ability. However, mine is not a spatial ability per se, but rather a spatial ring I fortuitously acquired, possessing 100 cubic meters of space. Ingman does not feign the appearance of spatial powers, as such abilities reveal their inherent markings. Instead, she cleverly conceals her gift with a magical artifact crafted from the world of sorcery. Initially, she had concocted quite a few, both large and small. The last time, she gifted one to Honghu, primarily, since she could not bring these storage spaces into her corporeal form. Their abundance was of little consequence. The numerous creations were merely a means of practice. In the future, when she acquired more materials, she intended to craft one for her grandparents. However, despite having ample space, Ingman had not prepared to present any to the two children, mainly because they were still not very familiar with each other, although she anticipated that she would eventually be accompanying them. Sun Shi, perceptive as ever, refrained from probing further and instead endeavored to comfort the little girl. Upon noticing that the child was still clad in clothes stained with blood, she gently inquired, Sister, do you have any clothes for the baby to change into? Oh dear, I actually do not, Ingman replied, suddenly recalling the oversight. Her carelessness was not a matter of memory, but rather of temperament. What to do now? She certainly couldn't allow the baby to remain in such attire. Sun Shi also found herself at a loss. It was indeed a dilemma. Ingman agreed that something must be done, but she could not utilize her storage space. After pondering briefly, an idea struck her. Once they finished eating, they would take a bath, and then she would wash the clothes. Following that, she could dry them using her fire abilities. The thought of having to clean up after the little girl added to her frustration. Ingman ignited the gas stove and swiftly began preparing the meal. Why must I possess fire abilities? She lamented. How wonderful it would be to have water abilities. Having once wielded magic, I am not at all concerned about the offensive capabilities of water, and controlling abilities is far easier than magic. Yet, at this moment, she felt powerless. Why am I not endowed with water abilities? Sister, are water abilities really that great? Son, she suddenly inquired. Well, I can release the water, but it won't be of much use. Son, she scratched his head, feeling somewhat dejected. You are of the water element. Splendid. From now on, we need not worry about the lack of water. And who says the water element is useless? I shall teach you in due time. Ingman, however, was quite pleased to have a water manipulator among them, alleviating their concerns significantly. After dinner, Ingman took the water she had collected from her space and heated it, giving the baby a bath. Following that, Sun Shi also took a turn, and then she used the bath water to wash their clothes. Afterward, she utilized a gentle heat that would not scorch the fabric to dry them. This will suffice for now. Once we reach the next city, we shall find some clothing. Ingman had previously purchased outfits suitable for herself, but had neglected to acquire anything for a child. Sun Shi nodded and donned the clothes handed to him. Ingman then dressed the baby, who giggled joyfully, giggling. Once everything was arranged, Ingman retrieved the barrier box, enveloping the entire tent within it. This barrier box possessed defensive capabilities, along with the ability to conceal their presence and muffle sounds. Sun Shi did not inquire further, and the three of them settled down within the tent for a restful night. The following morning, Ingman awoke quietly and stepped outside the tent, intending to wash her face and brush her teeth. To her astonishment, the scene before her nearly left her jaw agape. Overnight, the plant seemed to have consumed some form of magic, growing wildly. The trees in the central divider had transformed into colossal trunks, once no thicker than an arm, now approaching the girth of a barrel. The ground had also cracked under the relentless expansion of these plants. The flanking roads were lined with grass reaching heights akin to that of a person, while various vines sprawled across the pathways. Fortunately, these appeared to be ordinary plants rather than aberrant species. It seemed the magnetic field had vanished, signaling the conclusion of this evolutionary phase. The progression from here would depend on their individual developments. Upon accessing the internet to review the posts she had shared following her transformation, she discovered a plethora of responses beneath them. The earlier posts had long been deleted, yet those published after the apocalypse garnered numerous expressions of gratitude, with many thanking Ingman for her insightful suggestions. There were also appeals for help, alongside a minority of comments laced with vitriol, accusing her of harboring malicious intent, asserting that the aberrants were still alive. Ingman paid little heed to such remarks. She merely fulfilled her duty by revising her posts to include new findings. Subsequently, she began to explore other platforms to ascertain if the government had issued any updates. Indeed, she encountered numerous reposts of official information across various platforms, noting that they were strikingly similar to her own posts, seemingly mere copies with slight modifications. She couldn't help but feel exasperated. Was there truly no new information from the authorities? Chapter 94. The Apocalypse's Female Protagonist, Goldenfinger, formerly. Ingman had not considered that she was directly using her mental power to investigate the aberrants. And due to her mastery of fruit magic and mental prowess, she was well versed in both abilities and control. The nation can only resort to instruments, and time is too limited for an immediate response. After all, the troubles extend beyond mere civilians, as numerous military officials have also transformed into aberrations, resulting in considerable chaos. Nevertheless, news was swiftly disseminated online, with a plethora of posts proving to be remarkably effective, promptly utilized by authorities. Although Ingman felt a sense of frustration, it was not due to her posts being appropriated, but rather the inability to acquire more information from the government, as the original memories only spanned a little over a month following the apocalypse, rendering them of little utility. Fortunately, some individuals did share additional information regarding animals. Their mutations, as Ingman had described, were a mixed bag. Some became stronger and gained abilities, while others, akin to the aberrations, had their minds damaged, reduced to a primal instinct for energy. As for plants, there had been no reports yet, given that their transformation occurred overnight just yesterday. However, Ingman was aware that the edibility of these evolved plants was uncertain. In the original memories, there were instances where individuals perished after consuming mutated fruits, leaving Ingman uncertain about what was safe to eat. Although she possessed the ability to identify whether a plant was toxic, an expertise she had acquired through alchemy, specifically in the identification of medicinal properties, this required wood-based magic, which she currently could not wield. It seemed imperative to seek out someone proficient in wood magic to impart this identification skill to her. Having found no useful information, Ingman put away her phone and began preparing breakfast. She opted for simplicity, preparing instant noodles with an egg. "Sister, let me assist you." At this moment, son, she had also dressed and stepped out, promptly rushing to assist. "No need. You help the baby wash her face first. I have prepared warm water over there," Ingman replied, shaking her head and gesturing to the kettle nearby. "Oh, son," she nodded, opening the kettle to pour out some hot water, then adding a bit of cold to temper it. She then picked up the little girl, gently wiping her face, before attending to her own dental and facial hygiene. Once finished, the baby had also awakened, her wide eyes observing the two. Ingman had prepared a steamed egg custard for her, which had cooled by now, and she brought it to the little one, feeding her. "Sister, let me feed her," son, she said as she tidied up. "No, you eat first. After you finish." "We must be on our way," Ingman replied, adeptly feeding the baby the custard. The little girl was typically very well behaved. Ingman wondered if she had always been this way, or if her compliance stemmed from a subconscious fear. Unfortunately, she did not possess much understanding of children. After the baby had a bit of noodles, they packed up and rode off on the electric scooter. Although son, she could not fathom why the scooter's battery lasted so long, she did not remark on the comfort of the ride. In truth, the roads after the upheaval were hardly suited for vehicles. The terrain was uneven, riddled with cracks, and everywhere were the scenes of accidents. On the first day, Ingman was able to rescue some individuals, but by the second day, it was no longer necessary, as those who were meant to awaken had already done so. Consequently, They encountered more vehicles that had been ravaged, leaving behind only the bloodied remnants of the otherworldly beings. Certainly, there are indeed numerous individuals among them who traverse on foot, encountering the extraordinary only to strike them down with ruthless efficiency. Yet, a greater number of them are seen fleeing in disarray, and upon spotting the vehicle, they harbor intentions of robbery. To such malevolent souls, Ingman feels their ill will and promptly accelerates to evade them. Along the way, she replaced the original owner's small battery with her own larger one, subsequently diverting to a quaint county town. There, she exchanged her battery-operated vehicle for a passenger-carrying tricycle, which, compared to a cargo tricycle, boasts the advantage of a lighter front, making it easier to maneuver. Fortunately, the energy within her energy card replenishes automatically, as the influx of spiritual energy in this altered world has surged remarkably post-catastrophe, rendering energy stones unnecessary. While the tricycle may feel somewhat bumpier than the electric bike, it at least provides some shelter from the elements. Though rain has yet to fall, the crisp autumn air is undeniably pleasant. In addition to these adjustments, Ingman naturally sought out a children's clothing store, collecting every garment, regardless of size, into her spatial storage. Along their journey, they encountered several individuals in desperate need of assistance. If the situation were genuinely dire, Ingman would lend a hand, though she never took them along. As for those who attempted robbery, her response was far from courteous. When it comes to the extraordinary beings, she would dispatch one at the sight of a superior foe. Ingman has never contemplated that they might evolve and recover. She believes that should they truly regain their former state, the memories of their past would bring them immense anguish. After gathering the necessary supplies, Ingman resumed her journey on the highway, traveling by day and camping by night. Initially, there were no apparent dangers. The roads were sparsely populated, with most having escaped, leaving only those trapped in their vehicles or fleeing from the anomalous beings. However, Ingman remained vigilant, fully aware that the greater threats in the wilderness were not the anomalous beings, but rather the animals and plants. The anomalous beings had initially gained their advantage in urban areas through sheer numbers, but once the military adapted, they could be easily dealt with. The evolution of the anomalous beings was inferior to that of animals, as they lacked natural weapons such as sharp teeth and claws. Their adaptations were merely compensatory, leading to weaknesses in other areas. In contrast, animals possess these attributes from the outset, allowing for a more comprehensive evolution encompassing speed, strength, and defense. Thus, encounters with animals posed significant dangers. Unfortunately, Ingman and her companions stumbled upon a frenzied group of rabbits engaged in a fierce struggle with the anomalous beings. Yes, a horde of rabbits. These creatures attacked the anomalous beings with a wild ferocity, scratching and biting, while the latter were utterly ineffective against the agile and robust rabbits. Sensing the situation through her mental acuity, Ingman halted the vehicle and opened the barrier box within. There's a situation ahead. Remain in the vehicle and do not exit. I understand, sister. I will take care of the little one, son, she assured, safeguarding the baby with a sense of calm. Ingman still held great faith in Sun Shi. Ever since this child had lost her parents and comprehended the harsh realities of the world, she had matured remarkably. Though the baby appeared no different from an ordinary child, there was an uncanny cleverness about her. Ingman attributed this peculiarity to lingering memories that she had previously chosen to forget, imbuing her with a sense of vigilance. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Ingman ventured forward, as a village conveniently lay nearby. The rabbits she encountered were unlikely to be wild. They were most probably domesticated meat rabbits. However, Ingman was not drawn to the idea of consuming rabbit meat. The rabbits were bloodied, likely having feasted on numerous victims, and she had no interest in such grim fare. In Chapter 95, titled The End Times Heroine and Her Golden Finger, she advanced further, observing the ongoing clash between the anomalous beings and the rabbits. Expanding her mental prowess, she discovered that several humans were lurking nearby, silently monitoring the chaos. It seemed that this conflict between the strange beings and the rabbits might have been incited by them, indifferent to their presence. Ingman knew she had to pass through this area to proceed. There was no way she would allow this group of rabbits and humans to obstruct her path. After assessing the situation, she promptly unleashed her abilities, conjuring a fiery cage to ensnare them, intending to incinerate them entirely. Having learned how to enhance her powers, Ingman had consumed a considerable amount of spiritual spring water, elevating her abilities to level 5. She found that augmenting her powers through sustenance was far simpler than the complexities of magic. Certainly, The prerequisite is that the food possesses sufficient energy and that, after the enhancement of abilities, one can still maintain control. These two aspects pose no difficulty for Ingman. Within the confines of her space lies a spring, a wellspring of spiritual essence. As the gravitational force within the space intensifies, both the spiritual energy and the spring itself will correspondingly elevate, alleviating any concerns regarding depletion. Moreover, after vanquishing the anomalous beings, Ingman extracts the energy cores from their hearts. However, she finds this practice somewhat distasteful and intends to store them for future concoction into potions. At this moment, she is still contending with merely elementary anomalous entities and mutated beasts, making it a rather effortless endeavor for her. Yet, before she could strike decisively, a multitude of individuals emerged, exclaiming, "Cease your actions. Release the captives at once. Who are you to commit such acts of violence?" These individuals encircled Ingman, their expressions menacing. Yet she remained unfazed. "Are you certain you wish for me to release them?" she inquired. "Indeed, release them immediately," they retorted, mistakenly believing that Ingman had succumbed to fear, their arrogance swelling. After she liberated the captives, Ingman departed with remarkable swiftness. By the time the onlookers comprehended the situation, the anomalous beings were already advancing toward them. The journey from City S to City Z was typically a mere 13-hour drive. However, due to the condition of the roads and the fact that Ingman was utilizing a tricycle, the journey extended to over half a month. By the time the experts discerned the chaotic state of the Outlander's mind, which resembled a tangled mess akin to crumbling tofu, they had confirmed the grim reality that, barring a miracle, restoration was utterly implausible. Consequently, they resolved to eliminate these Outlanders, who were either cannibalistic or engaged in mutual slaughter. It was the overwhelming nature of a particular post that prompted the immediate examination of their minds. Otherwise, such action would not have been taken so swiftly. A fortnight had sufficed for the capital to regain stability, and the station troops in various regions had begun to respond, initiating the clearance of urban dangers. It appeared as though safety had been restored, for the threat posed by the Outlanders was minimal. Yet, Ingman was acutely aware that this was merely a transient illusion. The Outlanders were but a minor concern, one that did not warrant her attention. Having issued her warnings previously, upon her arrival in the capital, Ingman utilized her remaining savings to purchase a residence. With half of the population having transformed into Outlanders, a considerable number of houses had become vacant. Money was still viable at this juncture, so she seized the opportunity and acquired a 3-bedroom apartment at a modest price. Likely due to the significant population decline in the Tang Kingdom, which had diminished by at least half. Thus, Ingman found herself fortunate. Naturally, whether her funds would remain usable in the future was another matter entirely. Having moved into her new home with her 2 children, Ingman contemplated the original owner's property, which had not been purchased. She then visited the Civil Affairs Department, where she explained the circumstances regarding her children and expressed her desire to adopt them. Initially, her situation would have precluded her from adopting. However, given the extraordinary circumstances and the overwhelming number of orphans, her willingness to adopt alleviated a considerable burden. Consequently, the necessary procedures were swiftly processed, adhering to a simplified approach. Before the nation could make any arrangements in this regard, disaster struck. The tectonic movement, though not particularly violent, split Tangwa into 2 landmasses, with a small portion sinking beneath the ocean. The southern continent collided with another foreign landmass that had previously been separated by sea, resulting in earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis, leading to significant casualties. This calamity occurred over 3 months after the apocalypse had begun, and Ingman was entirely unaware of it, leaving her powerless to issue a warning as she helplessly witnessed the loss of so many lives. In that moment, she harbored a profound disdain for the female protagonist. Ingman, ignorant of the future and the unfolding events, felt betrayed by the protagonist's apparent foreknowledge. Yet her silence only deepened Ingman's resentment. Such a cold-hearted individual was unworthy of being a heroine. Initially, Ingman had no intention of confronting the female lead, but this time, she resolved to hold her accountable. After several days of observation, she identified a remarkably young, yet already accomplished major general, whose unparalleled handsomeness exuded the charm of a true hero, and approached him. "Major Lin, may I have a moment? I possess crucial information that I must share with you." One day, she intercepted Lin Maxiao during a rare moment of respite. "Ah, Miss Zhong, it seems you have some secrets to unveil," he remarked upon recognizing her. "This place is secure. Please proceed," he invited, offering her a cup of tea and settling across from her in a manner that suggested a serious discussion. Chapter 96. The End Times Female Protagonist's Golden Finger. Former 8. Regarding this calamity, my knowledge is limited. I have endeavored to grasp these details within my dreams. However, I survived in the apocalypse for merely a month. Thus my awareness is confined to events within that time frame, leaving much unknown beyond it. Ingman briefly shared her circumstances. What does this signify? A premonition? Lin Ma Xiao was taken aback by Ingman's revelation. Alternatively, one might consider it a rebirth. Ingman, however, shook her head in jest. Rebirth is indeed intriguing. Do you perceive yourself as reborn? Lin Ma Xiao was astonished by Ingman's assertion. Rebirth, is that not a concept confined to novels? It is not merely me. I believe there exists another individual who has transcended this existence, one who has likely lived longer and possesses greater knowledge. Regrettably, this person lacks the compassion to aid the masses. Ingman spoke thusly to illuminate the protagonist's plight. Oh, why is that? Lin Ma Xiao felt a surge of curiosity. Claiming to be reborn and suggesting the existence of another similarly reborn finally made her take it seriously rather than as a jest. That day, I had just awakened from a dream, and initially, I paid little heed to the matter. Consequently, I adhered to my original plan to go shopping. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, I subconsciously wandered to the antique street, where I became enamored with a pair of jade pendants. Just as I was poised to make the purchase, another individual preemptively acquired one of the pieces, rushing over as I knelt down to examine it closely. This person seemed intent on ensuring I would not seize it first. Ingman articulated the doubts surrounding the female protagonist and elaborated on matters concerning the spatial realm. Such concepts held little significance for her, as she possessed her own space, a self-contained microcosm. Moreover, she was capable of creating additional storage realms, rendering her indifferent to the notion of a portable space. Ultimately, since these spaces could not be transported to the material world, she deemed it more pragmatic to relinquish them to the state. Indeed, this was Ingman's line of thought. Are you not concerned that I might seize your space? Lin Ma Xiao was taken aback by Ingman's forthrightness. In truth, she too had her own space, albeit lacking the fertile land and spiritual springs found in the Jade Pendant's realm. However, the ability to store items sufficed for her needs, and thus she intended to surrender the Jade Pendant space to the authorities. Ingman did not shy away from revealing her additional spatial possession. How could there be another space? Has this phenomenon become ubiquitous? Lin Ma Xiao was surprised by such a revelation. Well, it's not quite the same. I acquired my space by chance in the past. It is a legacy of magical inheritance. Besides the spatial aspect, it contains some magical cultivation techniques. Regrettably, I discovered that after evolution, I could no longer practice magic, which is rather disappointing. However, the information regarding magic patterns is still applicable. My electric bicycle, for instance, relies on energy-concentrating magic patterns to function continuously. Ingman elucidated her understanding of magic, as she indeed planned to utilize the magical patterns, lest they become a source of inconvenience in the future. It seems you have encountered numerous opportunities. Lin Ma Xiao remarked with a raised brow, yet he refrained from probing further. Do you wish for me to retrieve the space from another reincarnator? Such individuals are unworthy of possessing such treasures. Ingman nodded, pondering how a selfish person could ever qualify as a heroine. This person exuded a notable aura and possessed a righteous essence. On the surface, there appeared to be no issues. As for whether she would encounter a foolish heroine, well, that seemed unlikely. If it were to occur, she could only lament her misfortune. I am curious, do you know the identity and appearance of that individual? Lin Ma Xiao undertook this task and inquired about the heroine's identity. Ingman was unaware of the person's name, as the original owner had no acquaintance with her. They must have only met after the apocalypse. However, she remembered the person's visage and sketched it out. Ingman had learned to draw during her first traversal, limited to comics and sketches, yet it sufficed. She rendered the heroine's likeness and presented it to Lin Ma Xiao, then produced a jade pendant, which the other party had likely already recognized as theirs. When the time comes, bring the individual to me. I shall find a way to dissolve her contract with the space. Are you truly unconcerned about entrusting this to me? Lin Ma Xiao asked, gazing at the jade pendant with a hint of confusion, questioning Ingman's apparent trust in him. I have faith that Major Lin would not engage in actions detrimental to national interests. Ingman extolled him with compliments. Lin Ma Xiao, somewhat speechless, nonetheless escorted Ingman out. then took the jade pendant to seek the highest authority. Upon hearing of this matter, Chief Zhao instructed him to keep the space for further study, to determine whether it could be utilized without binding to an individual. If binding were necessary, Lin Maxiao would indeed be a commendable choice. The individual depicted in Qianqi's portrait was swiftly identified, leading to the confirmation of Qianqi's presence in the capital. Unlike Ying Man, who arrived in the capital after the apocalypse, Qianqi had been in Beijing before the cataclysm and had engaged in extensive purchasing activities. All aspects aligned with the suspicion of her being a reincarnated individual. Subsequent surveillance revealed her frequent disappearances within her room. Consequently, Qianqi was abruptly subdued with anesthesia and brought before Ying Man. "I've brought her," Lin Maxiao stated to Ying Man. "Find a way to sever her connection to the dimension, preventing her from seeking refuge within it." Ying Man's lips twitched as she observed the bound protagonist. Evidently, in reality, the male lead's encounter with the female lead did not necessarily result in immediate infatuation, considering this treatment. "What are your intentions?" Ying Man inquired. Upon inspection, she promptly detected the concealed jade pendant dimension. Due to the absence of refinement, it could not be absorbed into the body, nor was there a dantian to accommodate it. The chief is inquiring whether it's feasible to enter and exit the dimension without binding. Lin Maxiao conveyed the superior's intention. "Understood. By the way, you mentioned possessing another dimension. What is its nature?" Lin Maxiao sighed, and then recalled the other dimension. "Well, find a spatial ability user, procure these materials, and then craft a ring of entrustment following the instructions provided. Subsequently, inscribe a spatial opening magic array on it." Ying Man produced the prepared magic pattern book and magical materials book. Chapter 97. The Apocalypse Female Leads Golden Finger, Former 9. "Do you comprehend all of this?" Lin Maxiao flipped through the pages, feeling as if her head might burst. She glanced at Ying Man, who nodded in response. "Very well, I shall devise a plan. You can instruct those in my battalion." This posed no issue for her. Ying Man had no objections either, sensing that Qianqi was on the verge of awakening. It then struck her that she had yet to attend to pressing matters. Swiftly, she lacerated Qianqi's fingertip, inscribing a magical rune for breaking the contract at the location of the jade pendant, thereby dissolving the bond between Qianqi and the pendant. "By the way, it would be prudent for you to find someone with formidable mental prowess to hypnotize her. Of course, if you wish to entrust this task to me, that is also acceptable." Considering the current circumstances, Ying Man reiterated her point. "Are you capable of hypnosis?" Lin Maxiao regarded Ying Man, perceiving that the girl seemed to possess extensive knowledge. There exists a branch of magic specifically designed to enhance mental strength. Ying Man shrugged, having resolved to discuss matters of magic without concealing the aspects of mental fortitude. One could argue that the sole commonality between magic and supernatural abilities lies in the requirement of mental strength. "Then I shall rely on you." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Maxiao ultimately entrusted the task to Ying Man. While Ying Man was not proficient in hypnosis, there were several spells within the realm of magic that employed mental strength, one of which bore a resemblance to hypnosis, known as dream theft. Though the name sounded enchanting, it was essentially a spell for extracting the memories of others, which Ying Man intended to utilize once Qianqi regained consciousness. The calamities of the apocalypse unfolded as Ying Man had surmised. The aberrants were merely a minor inconvenience, and soon ceased to pose a significant threat. However, due to a lack of timely intervention, the aberrants consumed a substantial amount of food, leading to a dire scarcity for humanity. In the desolate march of the apocalypse, a devastating earthquake struck Tang country, inflicting significant losses. The reconstruction efforts following the disaster were still incomplete when a relentless onslaught of insect and beast tides ensued, compounding the calamity. Fortunately, the insects had merely undergone a phase of evolution. Although they had become considerably more ferocious, they could still be easily dispatched. However, many species, such as ants and locusts, despite their relatively minor evolutionary changes, remained vicious. The army of termites voraciously consumed human dwellings, while wherever ants and locusts roamed, the land was left barren. Thankfully, many plants were toxic, which eliminated a considerable number of ants and locusts. Otherwise, humanity would have surely succumbed. Furthermore, mosquitoes and flies, carriers of disease, posed an even graver threat, rendering the outbreak of epidemics a paramount concern. Before the resolution of the epidemic, the beast tide emerged, inflicting destruction far surpassing that of the insect tide, obliterating half of a city. This succession of calamities reduced the human population to less than 1/10 of its former size. Thankfully, the insect tide was quelled, and the beast tide receded after 10 days, sparing humanity from total annihilation, yet leaving them severely battered. At this crucial moment, Zhong Man, the original embodiment of the female protagonist before her rebirth, stepped forward. She possessed a jade pendant with a spatial realm, where the life-giving spring could address the epidemic. The expanse of this space was ample enough to accommodate seeds. If they floated, they were deemed inedible, thus resolving the food crisis. The dark spring could purify and enhance the physical constitution of individuals. The simultaneous consumption of two types of spring water can elevate one's extraordinary abilities. Although humanity faces annual invasions of swarms of insects and beasts, the support from space has allowed them to survive, gradually adapting to these circumstances. In this chaotic world, Zhong Man has emerged as a savior. However, upon learning these truths, Man merely shook her head, questioning the notion of a savior with such a disposition. In her view, a true savior, even if not a saint, must possess a benevolent heart. Yet, despite her extensive knowledge, she has never considered alerting the nation or the populace. How can such a self-serving individual be deemed a savior? Indeed, granting her a second chance at life would be a calamity. Lin Maxiao concurred with Man's sentiments. What should they do now? With foreknowledge of the impending crisis, a swarm of insects expected in about a month, followed by a wave of beasts 2 weeks later, and a retreat 10 days thereafter, there would be an annual recurrence. Ignorance would have been bliss, but with awareness comes the imperative for precaution. Lin Maxiao has devised some plans, though she has not shared them with Man, stating, "I will take this person with me, and I shall retain this item. I will inform you of further arrangements later." Man harbored no desire to plead for the female protagonist's fate, believing that she would likely survive, being merely selfish without having committed any grievous acts. While some resources remained valuable, no one was inclined to manage them, for in these times, survival took precedence over monetary gain. The content of the post revolves around the impending insect and beast tides anticipated in a month, necessitating the establishment of defenses beforehand. The first step involves earth and metal element manipulators constructing earthen, stone, and metallic walls outside human dwellings, while also reinforcing the ground. Additionally, it is essential to set up tightly woven barbed wire in the air. The collection of plants for the preparation of insect repellents was revealed later through Qianxi. This method proved to be one of the approaches to combat the insect tide in the post-apocalyptic world, though the insects eventually evolved, diminishing its effectiveness. Lin Maxiao, having bound himself to a spatial ability, retrieved the Yingyang spring water from within, enhancing the powers of all earth and metal element manipulators in the capital, enabling them to rapidly fortify the city walls and protective nets. Other manipulators were also urged to elevate their abilities in preparation for the looming crisis. For this mission, he invited Man to join, cognizant of her spatial abilities that would allow her to carry additional supplies. Man readily accepted, recognizing her necessity to contribute to survival in the capital. However, the two children could not accompany them, as Lin Maxiao was already aware of her guardianship over them and had made prior arrangements before she could voice her concerns. To this, Man could only commend him as a meticulous man. Chapter 98. The post-apocalyptic female protagonist's golden finger sister is going on a mission. You two must behave at Grandma Lin's house. Sun Shi, take good care of your sister, Man instructed as she dropped the children off at Lin Maxiao's residence. I understand. I will look after my sister, Sun Shi replied, nodding firmly as he grasped the baby's hand, who merely gazed at Man with wide eyes. Aunt Lin, I entrust these two children to your care. After giving her instructions, Man expressed her gratitude to Lin Mu, the mother of Lin Maxiao. No need for thanks. Just ensure you carry out your mission with caution. I will look after these two children. Lin Mu was a kind-hearted individual, a primary school teacher who exhibited considerable patience with children. Yet, there was an odd glimmer in her eyes when she looked at Man, leaving Man somewhat perplexed. However, before bringing the children over, she had equipped them with spatial rings containing ample food and clothing, all pre-cooked, alleviating her concerns about their well-being. Sun Shi was quite intelligent, and that further eased her mind. Once the arrangements for the children were made, Man set off alongside Lin Maxiao and his team of 24 individuals. Each member of this group possessed a unique ability, with no overlaps among their powers. Abilities, unlike magical arts or cultivation, encompassed not only the 12 elemental attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, light, darkness, space, and time, but also a plethora of peculiar skills. These included clairvoyance, enhanced hearing, acute sense of smell, rubbery resilience, invisibility, and various other extraordinary talents. Ingman speculated that some of these abilities might be innate to humanity or derived from elsewhere, reminiscent of the powers wielded by the 10 brothers of the Calabash. Indeed, the individuals accompanying Lin Maxiao possessed abilities across all 12 elemental attributes. Although the time-related ability was somewhat lackluster, merely allowing foresight of events 3 minutes into the future with a considerable energy cost, this individual, apart from possessing this ability, is particularly devoid of combat prowess, belonging to the category of combat ineptitude. It is not due to a frail constitution. He was originally a mere foot soldier, with stamina that was undoubtedly commendable. However, after awakening his extraordinary powers and utilizing them a few times, he has succumbed to this state. You cannot continue like this. What you are expending is your own lifespan. Even if it is merely 3 minutes each time, it constitutes a significant detriment to you, one that your body cannot endure. Ingman glanced at him and immediately discerned the situation. What is the matter? Do you understand? Lin Mo Xiao inquired, prompting Ingman to elaborate on his condition in detail. Ingman also possesses the ability to foresee, yet her consumption is derived from the hard-earned power of causality she has amassed. This force can counterbalance her insights into the future. But this man cannot do the same. Even though it is his innate ability, peering into the future incurs a toll on the heavenly mandate, naturally resulting in repercussions, specifically, the lifespan corresponding to the future he glimpses. While 3 minutes may seem brief, lifespan is something that gradually diminishes over the passage of time. Once the depletion of lifespan accelerates, it manifests physically, which explains his rapid decline. In truth, there exists time magic within the realm of sorcery. Although it too bears a cost, it pertains to the future rather than the present. The reason lies in the fact that magic first employs tools, inscribing temporal runes upon crystal orbs. Secondly, it is sustained by magical energy, which compensates for the bodily harm caused by the loss of lifespan. Conversely, the energy of his extraordinary ability is intertwined with his very blood. His latent powers are insufficient to fully support their manifestation, thereby directly siphoning energy from his body to sustain themselves. I see. So what you're suggesting is that if Chun Song has the necessary tools and sufficient energy, he will be fine. Lin Maxiao furrowed her brow. No, the lifespan that is meant to be consumed will still be consumed. It merely won't pose an issue for now. Moreover, the manipulation of time as an extraordinary ability is likely not as easily cultivated. Ingman, however, was not optimistic, believing that the power of time cannot be replenished or absorbed through ordinary energy. Haven't you noticed that she needs to absorb causal energy? Is there truly no alternative? Lin Maxiao frowned. Although her foresight was limited to 3 minutes, those 3 minutes could prove invaluable during critical moments. No, one should focus on accumulating merit. It may have some utility. Ingman shook her head and added, It's all right, Major General. Upon hearing Ingman's words, Chen Song looked to Lin Maxiao for assistance. Displaying indifference to his own fate, as long as he could serve the nation, a short life mattered little. Here, take this. Ingman produced a crystal ball she had previously used. Moving forward, consume more and utilize your abilities sparingly. It would be best to ingest more energy cores. Ingman had thought of a solution, though she was uncertain of its efficacy. Thank you. Chen Song expressed his gratitude as he accepted the crystal ball. This gesture garnered positive sentiments towards Ingman from the team of 24, comprised of both men and women. Besides the 12 attributes and the few abilities she had mentioned earlier, there were also healing, poison, transformation, flight, speed, and strength abilities. Furthermore, Lin Maxiao, as the male lead, possessed dual powers of lightning and wind. With the addition of Ingman, a fire-type ability, they have essentially equipped themselves with a comprehensive array of supernatural abilities. Among them, Ingman possesses the highest level and unparalleled control over her powers, which has become increasingly evident through several skirmishes, thereby enhancing her acceptance among the group. Their destination is merely a wire factory located in County N of Province T, adjacent to City Z. What was originally a 3-hour journey has now transformed into a month-long ordeal due to the current road conditions. The vegetation has expanded to twice its size since its initial evolution, rendering the roads nearly impassable. Many highways, with their central dividers and adjacent trees, have succumbed to the invasive roots of these plants, causing even the sturdiest roads to fracture and become riddled with potholes. They opted for an electric vehicle, equipped with an energy card and slot generously provided by Ingman, which is more than sufficient to reach their destination. However, they encountered numerous supernatural beasts that charged at them from the foliage, necessitating frequent stops to deal with these disturbances, which delayed their arrival until after dark. The residents of County Inn have already been relocated to City Z, given the proximity. Thus, County Inn now stands as a ghost town. Yet, the wilderness is not devoid of danger, prompting their decision to enter the city in search of accommodations. As night fell, they ceased their ride on the electric vehicle, allowing Lin Maxiao and Ingnan to stow it away, and proceeded to walk slowly into the city. Suddenly, Xiao Hong, who was walking in the center, exclaimed, prompting the others to turn towards her. "What's wrong?" "I apologize, something just started past my foot." Shan Hong felt a tinge of embarrassment. She was merely a cultural soldier, chosen for this team solely because of her healing abilities. "Are you unscathed?" Chen Rong inquired. In their squad of 26 members, only 4 were women. Chen Rong, a soil-based ability user and a special forces operative, served as the deputy captain. Upon hearing Shan Hong's words, she posed the question. "Be cautious, watch your step," Lin Maxiao added, a gentle reminder to the others. Chapter 99. The female protagonist Golden Finger in the Apocalypse. The group remained vigilant, carefully observing their surroundings. It soon became evident that their earlier unease was not unfounded. They were swiftly encircled by a horde of peculiar creatures, mutant rats. The sight of these oversized rodents, their eyes glimmering ominously in the darkness, startled everyone. Instinctively, they braced themselves, for such rodents, akin to flies and mosquitoes, were notorious carriers of disease. One could only wonder if the mutations had rendered them even more contagious. Despite the rats' initial stillness, the group's wariness did not wane. Rather, they became increasingly alert. It was perplexing that these creatures, seemingly devoid of self-restraint, merely surrounded them without launching an attack. Suddenly, an unexpected squeak pierced the silence, and the previously motionless swarm of mutant rats surged forward. "Spirit rats!" Ing Man and Lin Maxiao exclaimed in unison, exchanging a glance before Lin Maxiao nodded in agreement. "I will pursue it," Ing Man declared, leaping out of the encirclement, brandishing an iron fan to swat away the rats that lunged at her. Ing Man had practiced the combat dance for several months. Although she had not cultivated martial arts, her lightness technique had indeed improved, enabling her to swiftly break free from the encirclement. Her mental energy spread out as she sought the spirit mouse, controlling these anomalous rodents from behind. Like the aberrant beasts, which were deemed failures of evolution, the successful evolution of animals was later designated as spirit beasts. While aberrant beasts were devoid of rationality, spirit beasts exhibited a distinct difference. Those that had evolved possessed a modicum of intelligence. The subsequent beast tide was orchestrated by these spirit beasts, as the uncontrollable aberrant beasts would incessantly consume, leading to a depletion of flora available for the spirit beasts. Thus, the spirit beasts exerted control over the aberrant beasts to mitigate their consumption. These insights were imparted by Qinshi, a pattern discerned by humanity in the latter days of the apocalypse. Aberrant beasts not only lacked control, but also exhibited heightened reproductive capabilities, while the evolution of spirit beasts resulted in diminished fertility. Consequently, the proliferation of aberrant beasts necessitated the spirit beasts to confront the overabundance of these creatures annually during the beast tide. Observing the remarkably controlled aberrant rodents, it was evident that a spirit mouse was orchestrating them from the shadows. Otherwise, they would have lunged at her long ago, rather than encircle her before commencing their assault. With her mental prowess, Ingman quickly located the concealed spirit mouse. Drawing her firearm, she discharged 2 shots in rapid succession. The first shot missed, but the second struck true. A testament to her predictive ability, a skill she acquired upon manifesting her first soul vein, if one could indeed call it a skill. She speculated that should she continue to refine her soul vein, she might unlock further innate skills, though this remained mere conjecture. Ingman had decisively vanquished the spirit mouse and captured it, extracting the energy core from within its body. Meanwhile, the anomalous mice, now devoid of the spirit mouse's control, descended into chaos, launching frenzied attacks that inadvertently alleviated the plight of everyone present. The group swiftly excavated the energy cores from the anomalous mice before departing, for the overpowering stench of blood could easily attract other ferocious beasts. Fortunately, they encountered no further hordes of beasts, only sporadically coming across a couple of anomalous cats. which they promptly dispatched. They sought refuge in a hotel, deciding to temporarily reside there. The rooms still contained some furnishings. Although the majority of items had been evacuated during the earlier retreat, this primarily pertained to personal residences, supermarkets, and marketplaces. However, some obscure convenience stores and residential buildings had remained untouched. After allocating their accommodations, a few individuals set about replacing the bedding in the hotel rooms, while others took out the previously defeated anomalous rabbits, anomalous chickens, and rice to prepare dinner. Ingman lent her assistance, being a fire-type ability user. She was entrusted with the task of igniting the fire, while the remaining fire-type ability user, the woman named Peng Yin, attended to changing the sheets. Since the task of kindling the fire has been entrusted to Ingman, she has also taken upon herself the art of cooking. She intends to prepare a chicken porridge, using the mystical spring water acquired from Lin Ma Xiao, while the meat is sourced from a fantastical beast. With the finesse of an alchemist, Ingman aims to infuse the porridge with vitality. In essence, she extracts the energy from the meat and melds it with the water. After a day of intense battles, everyone requires replenishment. To enhance the dish, Ingman adds a few meticulously cleaned energy cores and a touch of salt for flavor. The aroma wafting through the air is irresistible, drawing the attention of all nearby, their mouths watering at the sight of Ingman stirring the pot. "What are you making, Ingman? It smells divine." Xiaohong, who has grown quite familiar with Ingman, dares to lean closer and inquire as she sits behind her. "Just chicken porridge, nothing special," Ingman replies, shaking her head. While a rabbit roasts over the fire, "Is everything ready here?" she asks, turning to the roasting rabbit. Yes, the rabbit is done as well. Remarkably, this extraordinary rabbit, though twice the size of a common one, boasts even more tender meat. Zhang Chun, a wood-type ability user and former cook, remarks as he tends to the fire. "Then let's call everyone to dine," Lin Ma Xiao instructs. Absolutely. Upon hearing that the meal is ready, Li Bao, an ability user, rushes to summon the others. Gradually, those who were tidying up make their way down, each receiving a bowl of hearty meat porridge and a piece of roasted rabbit. Seated in the hotel's dining area, they indulge in the feast, savoring the exquisite flavors of the porridge, which brings a comforting warmth to their bodies. "Make sure to eat plenty. There's an abundance of energy in this," Ingman encourages Chen Tsang. "Thank you," he replies gratefully. Chen Tsang expressed his gratitude, and Lin Ma Xiao raised her eyebrow upon witnessing the scene. Ingman, who was sipping her porridge, suddenly lifted her head, drawn by something. Lin Ma Xiao, noticing the change in her expression, inquired about it. "Everyone, please be cautious." Without a hint of doubt, Lin Ma Xiao promptly advised the group, who immediately grew vigilant, neglecting their food. Suddenly, a sharp meow pierced the air. Ingman turned her gaze towards the sound and spotted a small black cat squatting beside her porridge pot, its tongue flicking out, evidently scalded. A moment of speechlessness enveloped Ingman. Then, someone burst into laughter. Hilarity erupted among the others as they realized the cat had attempted to sneak a sip of the porridge and had been burned in the process. "This is a spirit beast. Everyone, exercise caution." Despite its appearance as merely a kitten, Lin Ma Xiao remained vigilant, for the intelligence reflected in the cat's eyes suggested otherwise. Chapter 100. The female protagonist's golden finger in the apocalypse. "I'll go check it out." Ingman observed the kitten gazing longingly at the pot and surmised that the rich energy of her porridge had attracted it. However, she knew it was too dangerous to approach. Lin Ma Xiao restrained her, disapproving of the action. "Do not worry, it is merely a second-tier kitten." Ingman, being at the 6th tier, possessed ample energy. And with the aid of her spatial abilities for refining her physique, her rapid enhancement of powers did not adversely affect her body. Lin Ma Xiao was aware of Ingman's level of caution, so she released her grip but remained vigilant. As Ingman approached the kitchen, the little cat watched her warily. Yet Ingman appeared utterly relaxed. "Little one, are you perhaps hungry?" she teased, shaking the bowl of unfinished porridge in her hand. The little cat arched its back, adopting a threatening demeanor. "Oh, you don't want any? How unfortunate, considering how nourishing this porridge is." In a rather unprincipled manner, Ingman scooped a spoonful and savored it, displaying a look of satisfaction. The little cat, feeling provoked, became irate. Beneath the pot, Ingman controlled the flame's temperature, making the little feline hesitant to approach. With Ingman's taunting, its irritation escalated. "Let us see if you'll try this." Ingman offered a spoonful to the little cat, amused by the playful exchange. The onlookers behind her loosened their tension, beginning to eat while enjoying the spectacle. They quickly noticed that the little cat was far more intrigued by the pot than they were. Ingman set the bowl before the cat, ladled some more from the pot into it, and after stirring to cool it down, presented it to the little creature. The cat promptly began to devour the food with great enthusiasm. After a restful night, Ingman descended the stairs, cradling Black Zai. In this world devoid of zombies, life felt considerably safer. At least, aside from the threat of disease, they were free from the worry of the zombie virus turning them into the undead. As the morning arrived, they continued their ritual of porridge, though this batch was not prepared by Ingman. Despite the inclusion of spiritual spring water and chicken, it lacked the invigorating essence of her cooking, prompting Black Zai to express mild disdain. "Are you planning to adopt this cat?" Lin Maxiao inquired, observing the little feline perched on Ingman's shoulder. "Indeed, isn't it utterly adorable?" Ingman nodded, her affection for furry creatures evident. She adored cats, dogs, and birds alike. Unfortunately, in the past, she lacked both the time and patience to care for them. Now that she possessed the requisite patience, the thought had eluded her. Nevertheless, they were indeed spirit beasts necessitating caution. Lin Maxiao observed her earnestness and refrained from further comment. After breakfast, they set off towards the wire factory. Along the way, they encountered a group of altered beings that had previously evaded extermination. These beings had evolved rapidly, their consumption of resources unknown, and had reached level 5. While they had acquired a modicum of intelligence, their physical appearance had transformed drastically, standing at a towering height of 2.5 meters. With green skin and menacing fangs, they resembled the malevolent spirits often depicted in temples, entirely devoid of human characteristics. Their strength had increased, their speed had accelerated, and their defensive capabilities had been significantly enhanced, akin to an impenetrable shield. Moreover, they had awakened extraordinary abilities, and the group narrowly escaped a dire fate at their hands. Fortunately, Ingman's powers surpassed theirs, allowing her to inflict damage. Otherwise, they would have faced utter annihilation. "Qin Shi, unleash your water. Wu Sai, freeze them. Zhang Chun, ensnare them with vines," Lin Maxiao commanded, orchestrating the actions of his subordinates to subdue the altered beings while synchronizing with Ingman's attacks. Their abilities, maxing out at level 4, inflicted minimal damage on these formidable foes, compelling them to create distractions that would permit Ingman to eliminate them. Meanwhile, Lin Maxiao summoned lightning to incapacitate the nerves of the altered beings, paving the way for Ingman to deliver lethal strikes. True to her potential, Ingman did not disappoint. With the assistance of her comrades to stall, she conjured a sword from flames and executed the 1,000-leaf sword technique, systematically vanquishing the altered beings one by one. After dealing with the peculiar beings, Xiaohong promptly tended to everyone's injuries. However, her abilities were still rather limited, preventing her from treating everyone. Thus, she prioritized those with more severe wounds. Once Ingman extracted the energy cores from the aberrations, she contemplated the situation and summoned several individuals with light, wood, and water abilities, instructing them on how to utilize their powers for healing. This process was akin to demonstrating magic through the medium of their abilities. Although abilities and magic belong to different systems, both are rooted in spiritual energy, making it relatively straightforward to achieve magical effects. Furthermore, once abilities are sufficiently honed, they are considerably easier to control than magic, as they do not require intricate spell diagrams for execution. The individuals, adept in their abilities, quickly grasped Ingman's teachings and began healing their companions. They then resumed their journey, aware that any delays could escalate the dangers they faced. Fortunately, they encountered no further threats along the way. Upon reaching their destination, the wire factory, Lin Maxiao set about moving machinery, while Ingman and Zhou Bin from the Spatial Abilities Division gathered materials. The rest of the group maintained vigilance, working collaboratively to swiftly transport the necessary items. During this time, Ingman accompanied Lin Maxiao on several missions. Beyond gathering various substances, she also instructed the wood ability user, Zhang Chun, on using his powers to identify the characteristics of plants. They collected several items suitable for potion crafting, concocting healing salves that each person carried. This way, should they become inadvertently separated, they would still be able to tend to their wounds. Naturally, it was essential to procure insect repellent as well. Before the emergence of the insect tied in Qianqi's memories, they had already discovered traces of it through various means. Initially, only small clusters appeared, but soon an overwhelming multitude of insects congregated, a phenomenon that could be described as a deluge. The path of these insects left many areas barren, as they feasted upon vegetation. However, when they encountered exotic plants, they became a banquet themselves. In addition to the insect tide, numerous predatory beasts and spirit creatures trailed behind, drawn by the prospect of a grand feast. Fortunately, the 15 cities that still remained in Tang Kingdom maintained interconnectivity and had established defenses, effectively preventing the insect tide from infiltrating en masse. Although mosquitoes and other small pests could slip through the barbed wire, there was little that could be done about it. One could hardly add another layer of netting within the barbed wire. Thus, fire became the solution, with fire element ability users being mobilized, including Yingnan, who was called upon to lend her strength. Well prepared and facing only the initial evolution stage of the insects, they proved manageable despite their numbers. Within 2 days, the insect tide was dealt with. Yet, following the insect tide, a beast wave loomed, and they dared not relax their vigilance. They hastily repaired the walls damaged by termites and mended the barbed wire corroded by toxic insects. Some individuals continued to be afflicted by insect bites. Fortunately, due to prior preparations, even when medical attention was required, no epidemic ensued after their transfer to the hospital. The subsequent beast tide was also weathered safely due to their foresight, as the majority of the anomalous creatures at that time were still at a rudimentary stage, manageable with firearms, though this would likely not hold true in the following year. However, having survived the crisis of the first year, conditions improved significantly. With the arrival of summer and following several heavy rains, the cities that had been ravaged by the insect and beast invasions began to flourish once more with a variety of vegetation, and even the roads were not exempt. A vast majority of the planet was once again shrouded in greenery. As time progressed, issues regarding electricity and communication gradually arose. Fortunately, apart from the magnetic field disturbances experienced in the initial days of the anomalies, these problems did not persist. The network and power supply within the base were meticulously restored, with personnel dispatched to maintain and safeguard the power plants, ensuring a continuous supply of electricity. The internet remained operational, albeit connectivity with other cities was no longer feasible, leaving only the higher echelons capable of communicating via satellite. In the aftermath of the beast tide, Yingman entered the educational institution as a teacher, dedicated to instructing others in the cultivation of mental prowess, the application of magical runes, and various transformative skills of magical arts, commonly referred to as supernatural techniques. The more transformations she enacted, the greater the power of causality she accrued. Yingman was never one to shy away from altering the trajectory of any world, for she was inherently destined for this purpose. A novel is indeed a novel, while a small world constitutes a world of its own. Even though the consciousness of this small world may lean towards the protagonist due to the narrative focus, it does not diminish its essence. After all, this consciousness aspires to become a grand realm rather than a mere puppet of the storyline. If it were a genuine, vast, and intricate universe, the fate of the one chosen by the cosmos would not be as carefree as it is now. Misfortune would likely befall them. Yingyan possesses the ability to traverse the vast realms, for within her spatial chamber lies a portal capable of leading to any dimension beneath the celestial realm. However, accessing these realms necessitates her mastery of body cultivation to reach the 3rd level, equivalent to the golden core stage of cultivation. This is imperative, as her physical form must endure the forces associated with interdimensional travel. Given that the flow of time in these vast realms mirrors that of her current world, Yingman has refrained from embarking on this journey, at least until her grandparents are no longer present. Nevertheless, she has acquired some knowledge regarding the intricacies of these realms. Upon concluding her lessons for the day, Yingman prepared to pick up her child. Johnny, the girl she had adopted, was currently attending kindergarten, while Suanchi was in elementary school and did not require her to collect him. Mom. Upon seeing Yingman, Zhongyi joyfully rushed towards her and leaped into her embrace, then turned to wave goodbye to her teacher. The vehicle was electric, resembling a small car with 4 wheels. Due to limited gasoline resources, the vehicles in this area have been retrofitted to operate on energy cards, following Yingman's guidance on their production. Yingman has also taken the initiative to learn how to drive a 4-wheeled vehicle. Nowadays, it is indeed a rare sight to see someone skillfully navigating their way around. I utilize this mode of transportation for my daily commute, yet when tasked with errands, I prefer the convenience of 2 wheels. Upon returning home, I was greeted by the sight of Lin Ma Xiao instructing Sun Shi with their homework. A flicker of surprise crossed my face. What brings you here? I inquired. Am I not allowed to seek you out? Lin Ma Xiao responded with a smile, her expression brimming with warmth. Not at all. While Ingman did not harbor any animosity towards him, she found herself disinterested in romantic entanglements at this juncture in her life. That is reassuring. Lin Ma Xiao remained oblivious to the reasons behind Ingman's reluctance. Nevertheless, as long as she did not despise him, he was determined not to relinquish hope. Setting the child down, Ingman prepared to cook. Meanwhile, Zhongyi scooped up the energetic Haizi and approached Lin Ma Xiao. Uncle, do you wish to be my father? Indeed. But is it that you do not like your uncle? Lin Ma Xiao, well aware of the children's backgrounds, exhibited genuine care for them. Will you treat me well? Zhongyi blinked innocently, seeking assurance. Of course, Lin Ma Xiao affirmed with a nod. I can take you out to play, buy you toys, and delightful treats. Then uncle shall be my father. The little one readily consented. Hey, don't entice the child, Ingman said, emerging from the kitchen with a bowl of vegetables. Her tone laced with annoyance directed at the man. I did not deceive her, Lin Ma Xiao protested, feeling unjustly accused. After dinner, Ingman accompanied Lin Ma Xiao to the door. What do you wish for? She asked, studying him intently. I presumed you were aware of my feelings for you, Lin Ma Xiao replied earnestly, fixing his gaze upon her. How could I know if you do not voice it? Or do you intend for me to take the initiative? Ingman felt somewhat speechless. Did this person truly expect her to take the initiative? No, I presumed you could discern that. Lin Ma Xiao quickly shook his head, as he dared not entertain such thoughts. I have no intentions of seeking a partner, Ingman candidly expressed her sentiments. Although I find your appearance quite appealing, I must admit that I do not feel love. Ingman conveyed her lack of interest, as she initially perceived him as the protagonist. Affection can be nurtured over time, as long as you do not harbor disdain for me. I am confident that you will gradually come to love me. Lin Ma Xiao held firm belief in this notion. Chapter 102. The female protagonist's golden finger in the apocalypse. Then let us see how things unfold, Ingman contemplated before finally responding. Indeed, observing that Ingman did not exhibit any aversion, Lin Ma Xiao felt a surge of joy. However, both were quite occupied in the following days. Lin Ma Xiao, being a high-level ability user and a major general, found himself exceedingly busy during this tumultuous period. Apart from occasionally leading a team, he also had to manage the military forces under his command. Additionally, with the space he possessed, he faced numerous constraints, known only to the highest authorities. On the other hand, Ingman, due to the energy card, was summoned to the Research Institute as the nation prepared to study magic patterns alongside electrical devices, hoping to create machines that no longer relied on electricity. Consequently, Ingman, being the most knowledgeable about magic patterns, was called upon, attending school only once a month. While she did not fully grasp the principles of those machines, she was well versed in the operation of magic patterns. She could still craft purely magic patterned weapons. Yet she struggled to comprehend the integration of machine principles with magic patterns. Initially, the progress of the research was rather modest. Why not delve directly into the study of enchanted weapons? The reason lies in the absence of energy mines in this world. Even if enchanted weapons were developed, they would be rendered useless. Energy cards are functional, yet the energy they accumulate can only power low-energy consuming devices. Larger machinery, including energy weapons, cannot operate on this energy source. Furthermore, the materials required to manufacture energy cards are rather unique. Although they exist in this world, they are scarce and cannot be mass-produced. Consequently, despite the utility of energy cards, they become somewhat impractical. At present, the nation's energy is derived from energy cards that absorb energy from energy cores. Unfortunately, this method results in considerable energy loss, which is why there is a desire to research methods to utilize the energy within the cores directly. The ideal scenario would be the development of energy weapons, and Ingman is dedicated to this pursuit. However, while the concept is splendid, the reality is more daunting. The integration of two disparate systems cannot be achieved swiftly. Ingman lacks knowledge of mechanical principles, while the scientists are unfamiliar with the intricacies of magical runes, creating significant barriers to effective communication. Ultimately, Ingman was ordered to study mechanical principles alongside them. The rationale for this decision was that most of these individuals were of advanced age and few possessed elemental abilities. Even if they were to learn about magical runes, they would be unable to apply them. Thus, it was decided that Ingman would learn from them. She welcomed this opportunity with open arms, as she was eager to acquire knowledge of mechanical principles to enhance her electrical devices. Materials that cannot withstand magical inscriptions will be rendered completely useless. Some materials, although capable of bearing such inscriptions, fail to achieve the anticipated enchanting effects, proving less effective than pure mechanical alternatives, thus rendering the endeavor somewhat counterproductive. Upon hearing of this revelation, others were initially skeptical. However, when Ingman presented the evidence, they were disheartened and abandoned this approach, redirecting their focus to technological research. Seeing that there was little she could contribute, Ingman decided to depart. Though she had acquired some understanding of mechanical principles, she was still not proficient enough to serve as an assistant to the professors. Ingman had a strong desire to learn more, yet she did not linger unnecessarily. After leaving the Mechanical Research Institute, she was drawn to the Pharmaceutical Research Institute, as her previous contributions to magical studies included matters related to potions. In light of the significant upheaval in the world, the composition of various plants had altered, and due to the ensuing calamities, the production of pharmaceuticals had become challenging. Having previously engaged in potion making, Ingman found herself transitioning from enchanted machinery to drug research. Although she was not well versed in the modern methods of drug production and had little knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, having only memorized a few commonly used remedies, she remained confident in her expertise regarding magical potions. In her previous world, she had attained the rank of Master Alchemist. Unlike others who adhered strictly to ancient methods of potion crafting, Ingman, having been educated in modern practices, had explored the formulation of potions based on elemental components, which proved quite effective. Now, in this new world, the unique energies of the exotic and spiritual plants were indeed applicable. A little girl dashed out immediately. "Are you no longer busy?" Lin Mo Xiao emerged from the kitchen, surprised to see Ingman. "Well, I have transferred departments. This is my forte, and I find myself rather unoccupied now." Ingman lifted the girl into her arms and nodded at Lin Mo Xiao, saying, "I truly appreciate your help lately. If you wish to express your gratitude, offering yourself would suffice," Lin Mo Xiao replied, following Ingman, seizing the opportunity to jest upon her acknowledgement. "Your kindness has yet to reach the threshold of such a generous offering. You must continue to strive," Ingman retorted promptly. "Very well then." Lin Mo Xiao feigned defeat and retreated to the kitchen to serve the dishes he had prepared. Having joined the military at a young age, he was capable of cooking a few home-style meals, albeit limited in number, yet they were quite palatable. After dining, Ingman inquired about Sun Shi's academic progress, offering guidance on the use of his special abilities, and lulled Zhong Yi to sleep before ushering Lin Mo Xiao out. The night sky was breathtaking, following the apocalypse. The evenings were no longer shrouded in the usual haze, but instead illuminated by twinkling stars, occasionally revealing the vast expanse of the galaxy. As they strolled, Lin Mo Xiao suddenly stepped in front of Ingman, blocking her path. She looked up at him, and he asked, "Ingman, after all this time, do you find yourself harboring any feelings for me?" Lin Mo Xiao gazed at her, his voice tinged with a hint of anxiety. Ingman elongated her response. "Well?" Lin Mo Xiao's unease heightened as he met her gaze. Seeing his demeanor softened her heart. "All right. Yes, I accept." Beaming, she chuckled, nestled in the man's embrace, her smile deepening as she perceived his accelerated heartbeat. Chapter 103. The Apocalypse's female lead and her ex-lover, 15, despite their burgeoning relationship. Both remained engrossed in their respective endeavors. With winter's approach, and the knowledge from Qinshi that the snowfall would be prodigious, they were both exceedingly occupied. Ingman devoted herself to preparing an array of medicinal concoctions that might prove invaluable during the winter months. Concurrently, Lin Ma Xiao was engrossed in orchestrating the logistical preparations for the winter season. His responsibilities extended beyond the capital base to encompass the 14 other bases, ensuring their readiness for the impending global snowfall, which was rumored to affect even tropical regions unaccustomed to snow, with temperatures plummeting to sub-zero levels. Despite their demanding schedules, they made it a point to share a meal together each evening. The young girl had, by now, begun addressing him as daddy, and Sun Shi had adopted the appellation of brother-in-law. Once the inaugural snowfall commenced, they found themselves with a respite. Having meticulously arranged all necessary provisions and even mentored an apprentice apothecary, Ingman was relieved of the need to personally prepare the simpler remedies. The first snowfall persisted for over a fortnight, accumulating to a depth of 2 meters, with no sign of abatement. Confined indoors, Lin Ma Xiao sought refuge at Ingman's abode. Yielding to his request, Ingman acquiesced to his presence. 2 days later, the snowfall finally ceased, and Lin Maxiao was once again immersed in his duties. As one of the few young, influential members of the leadership echelon, and a formidable major general with potent abilities, Lin Maxiao's responsibilities were considerable. As Ingman busied himself, Lin Maxiao found herself with little to occupy her time and thus decided to lend a hand. However, her primary intention was to investigate the circumstances of various households. The snowfall was indeed substantial, and with temperatures plummeting to 30 or 40 degrees below 0 Celsius, it felt colder than winters in many other regions. Typically, the coldest winter in the capital only dipped to around 5 degrees below zero, a temperature to which the populace had become accustomed. Such a drastic drop was certainly unbearable for many. Fortunately, the preemptive distribution of medicinal supplies had been executed, and the survivors were predominantly individuals who had enhanced their physical capabilities. Even those without special abilities boasted a significantly improved constitution compared to the pre-apocalyptic era, mitigating the occurrence of fatalities due to freezing. Nonetheless, a considerable number of individuals still fell ill from the cold. Some recovered after taking medicine, while others in critical condition required hospitalization. After several days of relentless activity, a semblance of normalcy returned to their lives. A few days later, as the snow showed no signs of melting, another heavy snowfall commenced, expected to last for approximately 20 days. Such a volume of snow would undoubtedly result in calamity once it began to thaw. Observing the snow that had already submerged the first layer of buildings, Lin Maxiao's brow furrowed with concern. Did we not establish drainage systems beforehand? She pondered. Ing'an, though apprehensive about the snow, reassured her with the preparations they had undertaken. Yet, they had not anticipated such an intense snowfall. Lin Maxiao remained uneasy, contemplating that they could enlist the assistance of water and ice manipulators to mitigate potential issues. Ingman suggested a course of action, to which Lin Maxiao nodded in agreement. By the way, the new year is approaching. My mother has asked me to invite you and the two children to celebrate with us. After some contemplation, Ingman nodded. Since she was already in a relationship with Lin Maxiao, meeting the parents was inevitable, and there was no need to be overly reserved. However, she had prepared some gifts and decided to gather materials from the laboratory to create something special for the Lin family. By the time she emerged from the lab, it was already New Year's Eve, and she wondered how things had gotten so busy all of a sudden. When Lin Maxiao came to pick her up, he appeared slightly puzzled, as Ingman had previously enjoyed a leisurely pace. It is customary to bring gifts when visiting someone's home. Ingman smiled and said, Your mother will be delighted that you are willing to accompany me. Lin Maxiao understood his mother well. She was not one to place great importance on status. Of course, Ingman's background was commendable, as in this era, possessing capabilities was what truly mattered. A few days later, Ingman arrived at the Lin residence with the two children, who were dressed in new attire. The snow had ceased for several days, and it seemed unlikely that it would fall again soon. The roads had been cleared, aided by water and fire elemental practitioners, making it an easy task. Moreover, the water on the roads had been evaporated by fire, alleviating concerns about slippery conditions. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Lin's mother personally came to greet them. Auntie, Happy New Year! Ingman exclaimed, bowing to Lin's mother. The two children followed suit, wishing her well. Good, good. Come in quickly. It's cold outside, Lin's mother replied joyfully, ushering them inside. Uncle, Brother Lin, sister-in-law, Xiaoqi, Happy New Year! Upon entering the living room, Ingman extended her New Year greetings to the rest of the Lin family, with the children addressing each person in turn. Lin's father nodded in acknowledgement. Happy New Year to you as well. Please take a seat. Xiaoqi and Little Bao, come join us. Sister Lin warmly welcomes Ingman. She possesses a cheerful disposition and is a product of the arts, treating Ingman, her future sister-in-law, with great kindness. Wishing you a Happy New Year. May you prosper. Where's my red envelope? Lin Yuqi, the son of Brother Lin and Sister Lin, is an exuberant 8-year-old boy who approaches Ingman to pay his respects while reaching out for a red envelope. To his delight, Ingman indeed presents him with one. Brother Chi-Chi, I also want a red envelope, exclaimed Zhong Yi upon witnessing this scene. Ha ha ha, our little Bao certainly deserves a red envelope, Sister Lin responded, handing over the prepared envelope to Zhong Yi, and even offering one to Sun Shi. Uncle, this is my New Year's gift for you and Aunt. Ingman presented a beautifully wrapped box to Lin father. As long as you come, gifts are unnecessary, Lin father remarked, though he did not decline, considering it a New Year's gesture and a formal gift from his future daughter-in-law. Aunt, what is inside? Young Chi-Chi inquired curiously. We cannot do this. Quickly apologized to Aunt Zhong, Brother Lin interjected, as it is deemed inappropriate in their culture to unwrap gifts in front of others. I'm sorry, Aunt, young Chi-Chi mumbled. His head bowed in apology to Ing Man. It's all right, Ing Man reassured him, willingly opening the box to reveal its contents. This is a nutritional solution I crafted from various materials. One bottle can provide a day's worth of nourishment and contains significant energy, which can also be utilized for a temporary recovery of supernatural abilities. Previously, she had concocted a nutrient solution in the laboratory, a task she had already accomplished in the realm of magic. Upon her arrival here, she found it equally applicable, easily replacing certain magical plants that were non-existent in this world with exotic flora. For her, this was a simple endeavor. This nutrient solution not only possesses ample nourishment, but also harbors energy that surpasses that of ordinary food by several folds, making it an excellent means of satiation and energy replenishment. In this relatively stable society, the gift of such a solution would undoubtedly exceed mere bottles of nutrient liquid. Nutrient solution. Upon hearing Ing Man's introduction, Lin Fu and Lin Lin were both struck with intrigue, for the very mention of it suggested a remarkable product. This is the formula for the nutrient solution, crafted through the method of potion brewing, which is why it is infused with energy. I wonder if it could be replicated through technological means. However, the nutritional value would still be assured. Ing An produced a sheet of paper, on which she detailed the precautions for potion brewing. Fortunately, this was something any apprentice could manage, albeit the process would be somewhat tedious. Ing Man had also prepared a method for mechanical brewing. However, she could not guarantee the energy content in that case. Are you truly offering this to us? It seems far too precious. We cannot accept it. Lin Fu swiftly declined, having comprehended Ing Man's intentions upon seeing the formula. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Lin Mo Xiao had not anticipated the value of what Ing Man was preparing. Consider it a surprise. Ing Man replied with a smile, seemingly unconcerned. Is it delicious? Xiao Qi inquired curiously, gazing at the glass bottles. You mustn't drink it. If you do, you won't be able to eat anything afterward, she cautioned. Ing Man hastily intervened, stating that although this beverage bore a resemblance to yogurt, it could not satiate one's hunger, unlike the latter, which genuinely fulfilled one's appetite. Having deterred Xiao Qi, Ing Man then addressed the others, clarifying that it was not entirely for them. Her elder brother owned a company, and Mo Xiao held the rank of a major general, producing for the Lin family and supplying to the nation and military, which was certainly preferable to entrusting it to individuals of dubious integrity. She had her own considerations in mind. Elder brother Lin Mo Ga, was a businessman. However, being born into a military and political family, he conducted his affairs with integrity, belonging to the category of merchants supported by the state. This arrangement was indeed advantageous. Upon hearing Ing Man's remarks, Lin's father nodded in agreement. Having once held an official position, he had retired a few years ago due to health issues, leading him to contemplate matters differently, aligning his thoughts with Ing Man's. Given the current circumstances, there had been a significant loss of grain, and cultivation was not as convenient as before. After all, venturing outside to farm was challenging, and the limited arable land within the city could not compare to the abundance of the past. With the introduction of nutrient solutions, the threat of a food crisis seemed mitigated. Then I shall accept it. Lin Moga ultimately did not refuse and accepted the provisions. What are we discussing? Hurry and bring out the dishes. It's time to eat, Lin's mother announced as she emerged with the food. All right. Upon hearing this, everyone rose and moved towards the kitchen, some taking dishes while others prepared bowls and chopsticks. Once all the dishes were served, everyone took their seats in turn. After Lin's father initiated the meal, the others followed suit. Lin Mo Xiao had also prepared some wine, but Ing Man abstained, opting instead to pour drinks for herself and a few children. She inquired if her sister-in-law and Lin's mother wished to partake in the wine, to which both agreed. Only the flora and fauna, along with the remaining evolved beings, adapted swiftly. After a year, humanity was also engrossed in the bustling endeavor of advancement. The nutrient solution produced by machines, while lacking in substantial energy, inherently contained nutritional elements that served as a form of energy, proving to be a commendable alternative to traditional food. Upon its release, it garnered widespread acclaim. Although the issue of sustenance was temporarily resolved, there was no room for complacency. With the scarcity of arable land, many resources had to be gathered from the wild, leading to the rise of mercenary guilds tasked with foraging plants and hunting mutated beasts. Life in this apocalyptic world gradually fell into a semblance of order. With some foresight into the future, survival became less daunting than it would have been in ignorance. However, the butterfly effect was still at play. For instance, the insect plague of the following year arrived a fortnight earlier than anticipated, but fortunately, they were prepared. By the end of the year, Ingman accepted Lin Mo's proposal, and the couple obtained their marriage certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau. They celebrated with a family meal, marking the beginning of their married life. The days following their union bore little distinction from before. As time progressed, humanity's abilities grew increasingly formidable, coupled with Ingman's teachings that transformed magic into spiritual techniques. Even as human numbers swelled alongside the burgeoning insect and beast population, they managed to secure their modest domains. However, the prospect of reclaiming dominance over the planet was not to be entertained in the short term. During such times, technology either regressed or surged forward. Fortunately, in this world, technological advancement leaned towards the positive. The research and development of hovercrafts, energy weapons, and advanced neural interfaces have gradually emerged. Ingman, intrigued by these innovations, has taken the opportunity to delve into their intricacies during her leisure time. Although she has managed to assemble some of these technologies, her understanding of both hardware and software remains limited. Aware of her own intellectual constraints, Ingman typically dedicates herself to mastering one subject at a time, knowing that her time is abundant and that she can eventually acquire the knowledge she seeks. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, human lifespans have significantly increased, particularly for those with extraordinary abilities. Ingman has lived for over 5 centuries in this world, witnessing the planet's transition from a post-apocalyptic state to interstellar exploration. Although humanity has only just begun to venture beyond its solar system, this advancement far surpasses that of Earth. Ingman has compiled all accessible technological data into a comprehensive collection. As the wife of the first chairman of the Post-Apocalyptic Alliance and a renowned alchemist, she possesses the means to do so, remaining loyal to her nation. In fact, the nations of the world eventually formed a coalition, with Lin Maxiao serving as the inaugural chairman, rendering the concept of individual nations obsolete. The other countries, lacking Ingman's initial foresight and the insights provided by Qianqi, a reborn character, suffered significant losses in the early stages of the crisis. Their resources dwindled dramatically amidst the onslaught of monstrous hordes, while the strength of the Tang nation was preserved to a greater extent, with many other nations aligning themselves under its influence, leaving little room for independent aspirations. Ingman's adopted children have also found their paths. Sun Shi later ascended to the position of the second chairman and developed a fondness for Zhongyi, leading to a harmonious relationship between the two. Returning to her original world, she resolved to archive her memories in a repository. Once replete, this would be done for any minor world where profound emotional entanglements occurred. Otherwise, she feared succumbing to madness. Memories devoid of such connections would be relegated to a simple archive. Chapter 105. The cannon fodder primogeniture wife, after a week of respite in reality, attending classes, completing assignments, streaming in the evenings, and cultivating within her spatial realm before sleep. She absorbed the accumulated causal power and merit, yet only managed to solidify 1/10 of a soul meridian. Her physical prowess remained stagnant. She had yet to master the second layer of external skills, which required agility within the spatial domain, an area where she could currently only ambulate. Following this week of fervent activity, she finally regained her composure and entered a new world. Upon assimilating the memories, Ingman furrowed her brow. Her new identity was less than ideal, the primary wife within an ancient Marquisate household. While seemingly advantageous, it was, alas, a disposable role. From the original owner's recollections, Ingman could surmise the narrative's trajectory. It was reminiscent of early domestic strife literature, where the male protagonist, her husband, Marquis Muyang, Xiao Yuanmu, favored his concubine, Lu Bing, who was likely the female protagonist. The female protagonist was a transmigrator of humble origins, yet her status as an outsider attracted numerous promising young men, the male protagonist among them. However, given his elevated rank and influence, marrying a woman of common birth was untenable. Thus, for the sake of the female protagonist, the male protagonist married but refrained from consummating the marriage. He then took the female protagonist as a concubine, and upon her bearing him a son, he divorced the primary wife under the pretext of barrenness. Regrettably, Ingman embodies such a role this time, and the male protagonist here is even more ruthless. Fearing that cohabitation with another woman would arouse his wife's suspicions, he instructs his guard to impersonate him in sharing a chamber with the original owner. At least in this moment of demise, she remains the legitimate wife, the Marquise. It is indeed a sorrowful narrative. When I first encountered it, I was still young and felt little, merely perceiving the male lead's affection and the female lead's happiness. However, as I matured, my perspective shifted. The male lead may indeed harbor deep feelings for the female lead, but does his legitimate wife deserve to be exploited, dishonored, and cast aside? Fortunately, we are still within the first cycle of this world. The female lead will appear whenever she is meant to, as the world resets from the beginning of the plot. She is yet to wed the male lead, although both parties have already engaged in a betrothal, merely awaiting their union in a year. Had she arrived here post-marriage, particularly with that guard as her spouse, it would have been unbearable. Now, her priority is to find a way to dissolve the engagement. However, annulling the betrothal is not a simple task, especially when initiated by the female party. Although, in some respects, the original owner's family background surpasses that of the male lead. The original owner's lineage differs from the military nobility of the Muyang Marquise. Her family consists of civil officials. They were granted nobility merely due to their connection to the Empress Dowager. Although the original owner's father is her uncle rather than her father, they share the same lineage. And the emperor is her cousin. With the Empress Dowager still in her prime, the prosperous Hua family far surpasses the long-established Shao family, which has endured for 3 generations. Even so, in this era where engagements are tantamount to future marriages, it is exceedingly difficult for a woman to dissolve a betrothal. Even if she succeeds, her reputation is sure to suffer. How troublesome. Gathering her thoughts, Ingman glanced at the sky. It was still early, so she decided to return to her slumber. Upon rising the next day, she paid her respects to Madame Hua and joined her for breakfast. Observing the verbal sparring between her and the concubines, as well as the subtle reprimands directed at the illegitimate daughters, left her feeling utterly exhausted. It was truly terrifying. No wonder ancient times were rife with palace intrigues and domestic rivalries. Perhaps the monotony of life in the inner quarters compelled them to seek out conflicts. After all, there is a certain thrill in contending with both fate and one another. Seated indoors, she dispatched the maids and casually picked up a brush to scribble on paper while contemplating how to accomplish her task this time. Her mission, of course, was to alter the narrative, and breaking off the engagement was certainly part of it. As for the original owner's husband, allowing him to live would be a waste of air. But then, why bother with the engagement dissolution at all? Why not simply ensure his demise? After all, as long as she did not act directly, the heavenly laws would not trouble her, and the small world would not collapse as a result. However, finding someone else to do the deed posed its own challenges. It should be noted that the male lead possessed considerable martial prowess and appeared to be quite formidable. Her convenient uncle, the old emperor, harbored a fear of this younger brother, and despite several attempts to suppress him, he ultimately met his end due to the latter's actions. Subsequently, instead of claiming the throne himself, he chose to support his cousin, who was merely 15, to ascend as the regent. The narrative arc of this story appears to revolve around the protagonist assisting a young emperor in wresting power from a shrewd and seasoned regent. Ingman surmises that this individual could be instrumental in her eliminating the male lead. As for whether this might be detrimental to her cousin, the emperor, she dismisses the concern. After all, this very cousin is also an admirer of the female lead, and, despite suspecting the original owner's death was not accidental, he did not order a thorough investigation. Instead, he consented to the male lead's elevation of the female lead. Of what use is such a cousin? If he is to be harmed, so be it. Ingman immediately began contemplating how to collaborate with the regent, Yi Qingxiao. Approaching him directly would undoubtedly be imprudent, as he would likely deem her deranged. Alas, why transmigrate to ancient times of all possibilities? Ingman sighed. There will be ample opportunities such as this in the future. You had better acclimate yourself promptly, Enin interjected with a sardonic remark. Get lost, Ingman retorted, her face flushed with indignation. Why was her system so loathsome? Offering no assistance, and instead constantly antagonizing her? The system fell silent, and Ingman tossed the pen aside, pondering how to establish contact with the regent. After some deliberation, she recalled that in a few days, the Empress Dowager would host a banquet in her palace, intending to find a consort for the emperor and a princess for the regent, who, at the advanced age of 24, remained without a single woman by his side. She resolved to explore potential avenues for interaction at that time. With this in mind, Ingman temporarily set her mind at ease, incinerated the haphazardly scribbled papers, and began to write in earnest. Naturally, She did not write the original owner's scriptures. Instead, she penned the formula for cement. Chapter 106. The supporting wife too. In any case, this item would eventually be utilized by the female protagonist to enhance her identity. Thus, it would be more prudent for her to present it sooner rather than later. The memories she acquired this time, apart from those of the original owner's demise, also included glimpses from after death, which provided her with more knowledge than ever before. Upon arriving in this realm, Ingman resolved to cultivate her abilities, only to discover that despite her inherent magical talent, she was unable to practice in this world. The only skill she continuously employed was her mental prowess, which allowed her to extend a few strands of spiritual energy, albeit no more than 3. After inquiring with Enin, she learned that in certain worlds, even those with talent could be hindered from cultivation due to the restrictions imposed by the world's laws. Fortunately, the causal technique she practiced had refined her soul into a vessel, as long as she did not release her energy outwardly. All her mental strength remained contained within her spirit. Otherwise, her very body would be at risk of collapsing. Thankfully, she could still pursue martial arts training. Although her physical constitution was somewhat lacking, she chose the 1,000 threads technique, which was particularly suited for ladies of the boudoir. After all, wielding a sword or fan would be impractical in this environment. Thus, needlework was the least conspicuous option. By mastering martial arts, she would find it easier to pursue her ambitions later. Regrettably, during her previous sojourn in the martial world, she had not acquired any superior lightness skills, having only obtained common techniques for light movement. Upon returning to her chamber, Ingman instructed her maidservants to leave. The maids exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of their mistress's state. However, peering through the ajar door, they beheld her engrossed in embroidery, which alleviated their concerns. Indeed, Ingman was manipulating the embroidery needle in her hand with deftness, twirling and shifting it as one would a pin, to hone the dexterity of her fingers. Simultaneously, she diverted a sliver of her mental energy to circulate the cultivation method, multitasking with no trepidation of succumbing to cultivation deviation. Verily, her mental energy control training was proving quite efficacious. Having cultivated the martial arts technique several times prior, Ingman no longer required the aid of the cultivation method and spiritual energy to generate internal force, as she had the first time. Now, she could produce internal force merely by methodically circulating the technique. Thus, for the ensuing days, Ingman devoted herself to cultivation while embroidering. The 1,000 threads technique, being a concealed weapon art, emphasized bodily agility and nimble, powerful fingers. The original owner's aptitude was mediocre, and she had commenced training too late, resulting in little progress over the days. As entering the spatial dimension was impractical, rendering her immobile, Ingman was disinclined to do so. In her previous life, she had rarely entered the spatial dimension, fearing that her heightened abilities would trigger its upgrade. Consequently, Ingman could only resort to consuming and bathing in the pre-prepared spiritual spring water to cleanse her body and ameliorate the original owner's wretched constitution. Practicing the war dance to enhance bodily flexibility was a viable option, yet it was inconvenient to practice outdoors. Alas, she mused with vexation, lamenting her predicament of possessing a golden finger yet being unable to utilize it effectively. Had I known, I would have claimed that spatial dimension for myself in my previous life. At least that dimension had fewer restrictions. However, it was merely a fleeting thought. Were she given the choice again, she surmised she would likely make the same decision. On the eve of entering the palace, Madame would dispatch the attire for the occasion. The original possessor of this body boasted a visage of radiant and striking beauty, with a penchant for understated and dignified garments in pastel hues, though such attire did little to enhance her natural allure. Previously, Madame Hua had permitted Ingman to select a style of clothing, whereupon Ingman had chosen a belted ruse skirt, resplendent with a white bodice and scarlet skirt. The upper garment was adorned with embroidered red plum blossoms, while the sash, in stark black, featured further embroidery of red plum blossoms, harmonizing with the scarlet skirt embellished with golden osmanthus. A scarlet silk scarf completed the ensemble, and upon donning it today, the effect was indeed remarkable. "My lady, you look absolutely stunning," exclaimed Hong Shan, the maidservant, as she meticulously adjusted Ingman's attire, her countenance brimming with admiration. "Indeed, my lady is best suited to such vibrant colors," echoed Green Cloak, another attendant, in agreement. "My lady, what hairstyle do you intend to wear tomorrow?" inquired Ziling, the one entrusted with Ingman's coiffure. "Perhaps the morning clouds nearing fragrant tassel style," Man mused after a moment's contemplation. She harbored a fondness for the tassel hairstyles seen in historical dramas. Yet she remained indifferent to the specific arrangement of the hair above the tassels, opting instead to allow two strands to cascade gracefully over her shoulders. A subtle modification of her own devising. Very well, Ziling noted, while simultaneously contemplating the various ornaments that would be required for the morrow. It appears to fit admirably. Requiring no alterations, observed Huang Min, the chief among Man's personal attendants, after a thorough perusal. Then I shall remove it for now, Man declared, preparing to retire to the dressing chamber to disrobe, as the grand entrance into the palace was not scheduled until the following day. Having divested herself of the garment, Huang Min meticulously folded it and stowed it away, mindful that it would require pressing on the morrow. It was then that Man conceived the notion of introducing clothing racks. She spoke to Huang Min about the clothes rack and even sketched a design, encouraging her to find someone to create it. The concept of the rack was rather simple, yet it held great promise. With it, she no longer needed to worry about wrinkles in her garments, and it would facilitate the drying process. However, this also necessitated a redesign of the wardrobe. Huang Min had been by the original owner's side since childhood. Her understanding of the arts, as well as her skills in household management, were on par with those of any wealthy young lady. Upon seeing the clothes rack, she immediately recognized its advantages and the areas that required improvement. Well, if you're having someone make the rack, you might as well have a wardrobe crafted as well. I recall that my mother included a poorly performing shop in my dowry. Perhaps you could arrange for both the rack and the wardrobe to be sold there. A year ago, Man began her studies in household management, and Mrs. Hua had entrusted her with the oversight of several shops included in her dowry, preparing her for responsibilities she would eventually inherit. This early exposure eased her transition, sparing her the confusion that might arise once she married. As for the possibility of being discovered by the time-traveling protagonist, she was not overly concerned. Huang Min acquiesced, as she had learned the nuances of household management from Man. She was already engaged, and her fiancé's family was closely connected to Man's, ensuring she would serve as a stewardess alongside her in the future. With these arrangements settled, Man resumed her embroidery activities over the next few days, undisturbed by her maids. The following morning, she rose early, for the event she was attending was not an evening banquet, necessitating her timely departure. After completing her morning ablutions and changing into fresh attire, Man settled before the vanity, allowing her maid to style her hair. Since arriving here, she had enjoyed daily baths and hair washes, facilitated by the magic of a blow dryer, which offered convenience and discretion. Once her hair was perfectly coiffed and adorned with a silk flower hairpin, her face was delicately made up. Yesterday, she had requested the red-clad maid to create a look that appeared natural, concealing any trace of makeup. The maid, astute and quick-witted, had mastered the technique in just a day's time, crafting a refined nude look. Had the cosmetics been of better quality, the outcome could have been even more impressive. Man marveled at the remarkable skills of these ancient maids, pondering how well they would fare in the modern world. After her grooming was complete, Man, accompanied by Huang Min, who was to enter the palace with her, made her way to the main courtyard. This outfit suits you well. It is about time you embraced a more vibrant style. You are still a young girl and should dress with more flair, her mother remarked, surveying Man's attire with satisfaction. She reflected on how her daughter had previously adhered too strictly to decorum. At her youthful age, still unwed, there was no need for such solemnity. This lively appearance was indeed fitting for someone of her age. Man refrained from commenting, pondering whether to voice that the original owner of her body had been overly constrained. However, Madame Hua merely made an observation, seeing that Man was prepared, and then led her, along with the legitimate daughter of the second house, Ingshi, into the palace. As the illegitimate daughters lacked such privileges, they traveled in a carriage through the vast imperial palace, their residence being relatively close. After a journey of half an hour, they arrived at the palace gates, disembarked, and proceeded on foot inside. Upon encountering the ladies from other households, a conversation ensued. The original protagonist's friend, Yuanqing, arrived and expressed surprise upon seeing Man in her attire. "Why are you dressed this way today? Yet it does look much better," she remarked. "I occasionally desire a change in style, and to my delight, it suits me well," Man responded with a smile. "Indeed, it suits you. You should consider acquiring more garments in such vibrant colors," Yuanqing agreed. "By the way, I heard that a selection of brides for the regent is underway. Are you interested?" Man raised an eyebrow, though it was understandable given the regent's high status, youthful handsomeness, and his reputation as a paragon among the noble ladies of the capital. Perhaps not. Yu Wenxin quickly shook her head, displaying a demeanor of evasion. Your attitude seems amiss. Ingman noted, sensing something peculiar. Yu Wenxin offered a forced laugh, unwilling to elaborate, and Ingman chose not to press further. If you opt out of the regent's selection, you must exercise caution, Ingman whispered into Yu Wenxin's ear. The Yu family holds military power, and both the Empress Dowager and the Emperor would undoubtedly seek to curry favor with influential families to wrest power from the regent. Strategic marriages are the most effective means. In the original narrative, Yu Wenxin entered the palace. That would mean your cousin, Yu Wenxin replied in astonishment, lowering her voice. Indeed, but he is the emperor. With numerous consorts, Ingman shrugged. You are correct, yet there is little I can do about it. Yu Wenxin nodded, resigned to the circumstances. A sentiment that Ingman understood all too well. Engaging in conversation, the pair arrived at the imperial garden, where a banquet was prepared. Numerous ladies and young women were already present. The two retreated behind their respective mothers, following them to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Currently, the emperor's harem consisted of only a consort and a few beauties, who, despite being present, were not entitled to receive the greetings of so many noble women. Come closer to me, Ingman, the Empress Dowager beckoned. Yes, Ingman curtsied and approached the Empress Dowager. Your attire today is quite becoming, the Empress Dowager remarked. She was partial to her maternal family's descendants. The original host frequently entered the palace to accompany the Empress Dowager. Had she not been betrothed, many would have assumed she would enter the palace. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty, Ingman responded. She held a favorable impression of the Empress Dowager. However, the Empress Dowager's purpose today lay elsewhere. After exchanging a few words with Ingman, she dismissed her and summoned other noble young ladies. Ingman led Huang Min to wander around the garden. It was late spring, bordering on early summer, and the garden had few flowers. However, the lotus flowers in the lake revealed small buds. This was not Ingman's first visit to the imperial palace. She had even served as a tutor in the Qing dynasty, allowing her to roam freely within the harem. She felt no apprehension in the imperial garden and casually strolled around, careful not to stray too far from the banquet area. After a while, she noticed a pavilion built over the water. Finding it deserted, she led Huang Min toward it, remarking, "How tedious. Everything is so convoluted, and conversations require so much indirectness. I desire to rest my mind and avoid such mental gymnastics." Ingman waved her hand in boredom and, in a moment of leisure, took out a needlework kit to play with the embroidery needle. Initially, she merely toyed with it in her hand, but soon her curiosity grew. She threaded the needle and began to flick it with her fingers. At first, her efforts were met with little success, as her finger strength was not yet developed, nor did she possess inner energy. However, after several attempts, she managed to propel the needle and thread a distance of 2 to 3 meters. The true essence of this technique, known as thousand threads and thousands of threads, lies in its ability to control the needle with the thread as a concealed weapon. What appeared to be an ordinary needle and thread could, through this skill, be manipulated with finesse, allowing the needle to change direction midair, forming Z or W shapes, or even intricate net patterns. In moments of great prowess, all 10 fingers could simultaneously command 10 needles and threads, weaving them into a complex tapestry. If one were to employ steel wire, the act of killing would be as effortless as slicing through vegetables, hence the name Thousand Threads and Thousands of Threads. Attendees of the banquet were all relatives of officials of the 3rd rank or higher, alleviating any concerns about mismatched backgrounds. If a pair of young lovers found mutual interest, it would indeed be a cause for universal joy. Who says ancient people were rigid and old-fashioned? They certainly understood the art of adaptation. Ingman spotted her advantageous fiancé, a handsome man adorned with a gentle facade, yet she was acutely aware of his ruthless nature beneath the surface. Instead of ascending, Plenty positioned herself behind her mother. Madame Hua glanced at her before resuming her conversation with another lady, the subject having shifted to Plenty herself. Plenty feigned bashfulness, bowing her head, though in truth, she simply wished to abstain from their exchange of insincere compliments. Shortly, palace maids presented the banquet. Fortunately, it was not the dead of winter, so the food was served lukewarm and possessed a delightful flavor, which Plenty savored with relish. Mindful of propriety, she was careful not to draw undue attention to herself. Thus, Plenty sampled the delicacies with refined grace, giving the impression that she had eaten sparingly, though a keen observer would note that she had, in fact, consumed a fair amount. as they had all refrained from eating beforehand, concerned about the inconvenience of excusing themselves to relieve themselves. Besides the feast, such occasions invariably featured song and dance performances. Plenty watched with keen interest as she dined. This was authentic classical dance, far superior to the so-called classical dances seen on television. The dancers flawlessly conveyed the femininity, charm, grace, and allure of the women, as well as the beauty and artistry of the dance itself. The Prince Regent has arrived. At that moment, an announcement echoed from the doorway, heralding the arrival of the Prince Regent. Everyone rose to their feet to pay their respects, even the young emperor, who stood to welcome his esteemed uncle. Plenty surreptitiously stole a glance at the Prince Regent, Yi Qingxiao. He was indeed handsome, nearly on par with the male protagonist. Though the male protagonist possessed an ethereal, otherworldly beauty, while this man exuded a diabolical aura, tinged with a touch of arrogant wickedness. It remains ambiguous whether this individual is a supporting male character or an antagonist. Judging by his antagonistic demeanor towards the protagonist, the latter seems more plausible. However, the former would present complications. While contemplating this, Yi Qingxiao's gaze suddenly met hers. Ying Man, momentarily stunned, immediately lowered her head, lamenting her carelessness, a consequence of her previously untroubled existence. Yi Qingxiao curled the corners of his mouth in a faint smile before turning to the emperor, stating, "Your Majesty, there is no need for such formality. You are the sovereign, and I am but a subject. Please, be seated." Despite his words of fealty, his tone was remarkably casual, much to the chagrin of Yi Maoxian, who could only grit his teeth in impotent rage. With the regent prince holding dominion over a third of the imperial army, and the remainder safeguarding the frontiers, he found himself powerless to act. The attendees resumed their dining, conversation, and entertainment, albeit with a newfound restraint compared to earlier. Ying Man, too, curtailed her exuberance, though she continued to partake of the repast with alacrity, as none seemed inclined to indulge. Thus, Ying Man savored her meal, unperturbed. When the palace maids arrived to clear the remnants of the banquet, they were taken aback to find Ying Man's table conspicuously depleted, particularly the fruit, which was almost entirely consumed. Following the banquet came the main event, an opportunity for prospective couples to become acquainted, albeit under the watchful eyes of their elders. Several noble young ladies surrounded the young emperor, including Yu Wenxin, though the emperor's disinterest was palpable. Ying Man, too, was summoned by her mother to the side of the protagonist, Xiao Yuanmu, though the two had little to say to each other. Ying Man held a low opinion of the duplicitous man, despite his undeniable physical attractiveness, which conformed to her preferences, for his heart was deemed too dark. To marry merely as a shield is one matter, but why permit other men to touch one's wife? Is this a penchant for donning the green hat? Xiao Yuanmu gazed at his dull-witted fiancée, his thoughts drifting to a girl he had met days prior, vibrant and striking. She set his heart aflutter. He found himself increasingly disinterested in the cookie-cutter ladies of high society. Unfortunately, her status was rather humble, and she was stubbornly unwilling to accept the role of a concubine. Ying An, oblivious to his wandering thoughts, took Huang Min by the arm and departed, leaving him lost in reverie. As they walked a considerable distance, Huang Min expressed her concern. "Miss, is this really appropriate?" Yet, he seemed indifferent. Unfazed, Ying Man continued toward the location they had visited earlier. To her surprise, Miss Wu called out to her, compelling Ying Man to retrace her steps toward the pavilion. Indeed, although she had previously served as a maid, it was in the company of an underage master, where her duties were few. Now, as a mistress surrounded by numerous maidservants, she found herself under constant scrutiny, rendering her less free. "Miss Hua, there is no need for such formality. We are, after all, relatives," Yi Qingxiao said with warmth, leaving Ying Man somewhat astonished. "Yes, Your Highness," she replied after a moment's contemplation, switching her form of address. "Your Highness?" Yi Qingxiao's previously softened expression darkened abruptly. Ah, indeed. Observing the girl's apparent trepidation in his presence, he felt a twinge of irritation. After a few exchanges, he found her overly respectful demeanor rather tedious and dismissed her. Once she was out of the other's line of sight, Ying Man let out a sigh of relief. Although this was a splendid opportunity to engage with the regent, directly seeking collaboration seemed rather inappropriate, especially considering that he was her betrothed. Why should she conspire against him? It must be said that each of these individuals was exceptionally talented and versatile, and Ying Man felt herself lacking in comparison. While her martial arts and dance skills were commendable, her knowledge of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting could only be deemed superficial. She was in no position to compete with them. As a young lady already promised to another, she was not required to take the stage, thus she could leisurely enjoy the spectacle from below. When the clock struck 3, the banquet concluded. As was customary for a matchmaking event that did not extend into the evening, it was not that she was unwilling to speak. Rather, young Master Xiao seemed lost in thought, leaving her uncertain about initiating conversation. Adopting a bashful demeanor, Ingman remarked that over the course of several worlds, she had indeed honed her acting skills. Lady Hua, upon hearing this, refrained from criticizing Ingman, for in this realm, even among engaged couples, it was considered unbecoming for the woman to be overly forward. Nevertheless, she offered a word of advice. You are destined to be together, and it would be ideal if mutual affection could blossom. However, do not allow the other party to harbor ill feelings toward you, as it may lead to future repercussions. I understand. Ingman nodded, contemplating how to find an opportunity to extricate herself from this arrangement. Alas, it was lamentable that in ancient times, breaking off an engagement was a formidable challenge. In that era, an engagement was almost equivalent to marriage itself, merely lacking the ceremony and cohabitation. Following a dissolution of the engagement, both parties would suffer reputational damage, particularly the woman. Therefore, she had to devise a sound strategy. Waiting for the female lead to become entangled with the male lead before exposing them would be futile. In this world, men are permitted to marry and take concubines. And as long as a concubine is not elevated to the status of wife, no one would object to favoring a concubine over the wife. Chapter 109. Cannon Fodder First Wife 5. Suddenly, Ingman conceived of a plan to create opportunities to make trouble for the female lead. She believed that, in doing so, the male lead would not feel secure allowing her to serve as a shield. With this thought in mind, Ingman was immediately delighted. Ideally, she would also expose the male lead's affections for the female lead, preventing other families' daughters from being victimized. If he was so deeply in love, he should have the ability to marry the female lead, instead of harming other people's daughters. Although the ministers were powerful and the emperor weak, and there were external enemies watching, at least the two sides had not yet clashed. The regent's capabilities were truly remarkable, and the current era could be considered prosperous. She had no memory of any natural disasters, as she had not read the original text. Everything was based on conjecture, and it was unlikely that Ingman could make significant changes, at least not with her current status. She could only find ways to make trouble for the female lead and then consider other options. Unfortunately, Ingman only knew that the female lead came from the common people and that her family had a small shop that sold food. However, she did not know where in the capital the shop was located or what kind of food they sold. Going out to search was also unrealistic. Why does the young lady suddenly have this idea? The food outside is unsanitary. It would be better to have the people in the kitchen prepare it. As a favored